When the man opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by an endless, pitch-black sea, and he was lying on a dilapidated wooden plank. Welcome to the all-out black sea survival game. Each player starts with only one piece of driftwood and can fish 10 times a day. Supplies are random. Warning: the black tide is approaching at 10 times the speed of the Black Sea. Anyone caught up will die. The cold, mechanical voice struck Jiang Shin's mind like a heavy hammer. The sea was eerily calm, like a lurking beast ready to devour everything at any moment. Meanwhile, the world chat channel had exploded. Panic, despair, and collapse filled the screen with dense, overwhelming text. The apocalyptic fear could be felt even through the screen. Just then, the system voice sounded again. All people awaken, begin activating talents. Beams of light lit up the sea. Some people were overjoyed, and some people wailed. I've awakened my fire talent. Ha! I'm a water manipulator. Invincible at sea. I only have a heat resistance talent. What good is that? The next second, a supreme notification exploded in Jiang Shin's mind. IDD 4138. Awakened unique talent. Mutated sea beast egg. Jiang Shin shuddered and abruptly looked at the panel. Talent: mutated sea beast egg. Level: authority: killing any black sea beast guarantees a mutated sea beast egg. The hatched mutated sea beasts are random, and their quality is no lower than that of the killed target. Each type of sea beast can only drop once. A maximum of 1 can be hatched per day. The hatched unit must have at least 1 talent. Authority level: the only one in the entire server. Jiang Shin's breathing quickened instantly. Others' talents merely aided them, but his talent directly created extraordinary combat power. But can my small frame really handle these sea beasts? Jiang Shin subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. At least his birthplace was still a long way from the black tide. Oh right, and there's a fishing rod. I think you can fish 10 times a day. He then picked up the fishing rod and cast the line downwards. Before anything took the bait, Jiang Shin began examining the only remaining blue blueprint in his backpack. Name: Level 1 Wooden Ship Construction Blueprint. Materials needed: 100 units of wood, 10 units of nails, 10 units of cloth, 1 engine. The wood is easy to find. I should be able to fish it up, but where am I going to find the engine? After reading the blueprints, even with Jiang Shin's unusually good temper, he couldn't help but swear. He had never heard of anyone finding an engine while fishing. Just as Jiang Shin was complaining, the fishing rod began to sway slightly. He picked up the rod and casually lifted his arm. A sea fish with beautiful, shimmering markings leaped gracefully towards him. Wow, so beautiful! Looking at the colorful patterns and streamlined fish body, Jiang Shin admitted that his stomach had growled 3 times in a single second. Wait, something's not right with this mouth. Jiang Shin looked up at the sea fish with its large, human-like lips, which was giving him a human-like expression of ecstasy. Jiang Shin immediately felt a tightness in his anus and quickly dodged the strange sea fish's tongue attack. As if it possessed consciousness, it turned its head and gave Jiang Shin a long French kiss from a distance. Jiang Shin immediately had the idea of killing the fish to silence it. He suddenly jumped up and slammed his foot down, sealing the strange fish's fate. Then, he disgustedly wiped the soles of his shoes with seawater. Name: Deadly Wet Kiss Fish Rank. Black iron description: it has a humanoid mouth and a long tongue with venom glands. I don't think you want to be touched by its French-style long snout. Note: remove the fish head. The rest is edible. Damn, this is so abstract. After reading the description, Jiang Shin hurriedly wiped his shoes with seawater. A notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Slay the deadly wet-kissing fish and obtain a mutated sea beast egg. Damn, my talent is working. I never expected that a sea fish could bring me a mutated sea beast egg. Looking at the mysterious patterned sea monster egg that had suddenly appeared in the warehouse, Jiang Shin imagined himself reaching the pinnacle of life within 0.5 seconds. Name: Mutated sea monster egg. Quality: black iron. Remaining incubation time: 4 hours. Description: an unknown mutated sea monster egg. What hatches is entirely random. Looks like we can only wait until it hatches. Glancing at the deadly wet kiss fish still sticking out its tongue beside him, Jiang Shin suppressed his discomfort and put it into his backpack. I hope nothing like this hatches again. Concerned about his lack of talent, Jiang Shin composed himself and cast his second hook. He didn't waste the time waiting, cheerfully browsing the world chat. Thump! A slight vibration traveled along the fishing rod to Jiang Shin's right hand, which was holding it. Looks like they've caught another fish. Having learned from his previous experience, a cautious thought still lingered in his mind. Jiang Shin took a few steps back before suddenly pulling up his fishing rod. Small piece of driftwood harvested, automatically broken down into 5 units of wood. He looked at the piece of driftwood that had been thrown ashore and soaked in seawater. Jiang Shin was disappointed, but he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I was just scaring myself. It would be good if we could fish out driftwood later. At least we could gather most of the timber to build the boat. The thought of soon owning his own wooden boat brought a smile to Jiang Shin's lips. Since he couldn't be the main character, cosplaying as a one-piece character seemed like a good idea. On another note, I wonder if the wooden plank under my feet can be considered a synthetic material? Just as I was filled with anticipation, the fishing rod in my hands soon stirred again. Jiang Shin exerted a slight force, and a dark shadow was suddenly pulled out of the dark seawater. With the sound of a heavy object crashing down, he only felt the wooden plank beneath his feet sink slightly for a second. Thank goodness, the plank holds up. Only then did Jiang Shin realize how important it was to have a plank that could withstand any load and would never sink. Name: the dilapidated wooden box. Description: the most basic supply box in the Black Sea world. Opening it might reveal a pleasant surprise. It's a wooden box. Come on, let's open my favorite blind box. Jiang Shin carefully examined the dilapidated wooden box entangled in seaweed in front of him, then picked up his fishing rod and lifted the wooden lid. Several palm-sized glass beads immediately appeared at the bottom of the box. A glass marble. Jiang Shin casually picked up a semi-transparent glass marble and immediately activated his appraisal skill. Description: surprised? Unexpected? Feel the excitement of meeting an old friend in a foreign land? It's also very easy to use. Just press the button in the lower right corner. After a brief moment of surprise, Jiang Shin pursed his slightly dry lips, picked up the glass marble, and pressed the raised area in the lower right corner as instructed. Sure enough, a flash of white light appeared. The glass ball in his hand vanished instantly, replaced by a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water. Jiang Shin looked around for the production date, but found no markings, only a note indicating it was drinkable. He unscrewed the cap, took a tentative sip, and a long-lost feeling of comfort immediately washed over him. It's even sweeter than regular mineral water. Having learned from his first experience, he reached directly into the wooden box and took out 2 more glass marbles. As the button was pressed, 2 beams of light, one white and one blue, appeared on the wooden board. Item: black bread. Description: a piece of black bread about the length of your forearm, enough to feed you for 2 days, provided you don't have a huge appetite. Item: Black Sea basic engine. Quality: excellent. Description: powered by seawater. Congratulations, you're one step closer to owning your own large ship. Okay, Jiang Shin admits it. The engine can actually be fished up. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. The moment that engine, about a meter in diameter, appeared before him, Jiang Shin was completely convinced. Next shot: send me an aircraft carrier. After closing his eyes, Jiang Shin made a small wish. Then he reached out and touched the empty bottom of the wooden box, only to find with regret that there were no more glass marbles inside. Jiang Shin casually broke the wooden crate into 5 units of wood and stored them in his backpack. At this moment, his wood reserves had reached an astonishing 20 units. Then, he took a bite of black bread to relieve his hunger. By the way, with the black bread, we won't need to use the deadly wet kiss fish as a backup food anymore. Let's see if we can trade it for it. Just thinking about the deadly wet kiss fish's thick lips made Jiang Shin feel his sanity constantly slipping away. Jiang Shin opened the trading panel and listed the deadly wet kiss fish without hesitation. After all, it was the first day, and there weren't many orders in the trading hall, so he wasn't worried that his order would be quickly refreshed. Deadly wet snout fish X1, seeking 20 units of iron nails or 40 units of wood. Although he didn't know the exact value of the deadly wet snout fish, considering the terrifying dominance of food in the early game, he still set a high price. Sure enough, not long after he posted the order, someone commented below, "What? A worthless fish cost me 40 units of wood. I worked hard all day and only caught 50 units of wood. Oh, go eat shit. I'd rather starve than eat this lousy fish." Well, I think this fish is actually not bad after you remove the head. It's just that I haven't caught that much wood yet. Looking at the few vicious comments below, Jiang Shin wished he could pick up that sea fish and coldly slap it in their faces. It seems that only half a day has passed, and everyone's need for food is not so urgent yet. The true value of food will only become apparent when hunger truly strikes. Jiang Shin wasn't worried that the order hadn't been successfully completed. He believed that before long, someone would succumb to hunger and choose to trade. Seeing this, Jiang Shin silently left the chat channel. It wasn't that the people inside weren't funny enough, but rather that his fishing rod had stirred again. It's that force, that weight. Jiang Shin's lips curled into a smirk as he lowered his upper body, gripping the fishing rod tightly with both hands, looking as if he was about to collapse from exhaustion. With a sudden burst of strength from his waist, the giant creature in the water finally leaped out of the water. Harvested medium-sized driftwood, automatically broken down into 20 units of wood. I've been putting on a show for so long, and all you've caught are a few pieces of broken wood. Jiang Shin then laid down on the plank, continuing to wait for his final cast. It seemed that the wooden crate had exhausted his last bit of luck. After 5 consecutive rounds, he had only collected 60 units of wood. The good news was that he was 20 units short of the amount needed to build the boat. The bad news was that he hadn't even gotten a single unit of nails. With only 1 cast left for today's fishing, Jiang Shin slowly accepted reality. The mutated sea monster egg has hatched. Please retrieve it within 24 hours. Let me see what kind of Pokemon hatched. Name: Talkative Starfish. Quality: Black Iron Talent 1, High-Speed Limb Recovery Talent 2, Near-Death Metamorphosis. Description: one of the ecological loops of the bottom food chain in the Black Sea world. With it, you will never have to worry about not having enough to eat. Rapid Limb Regeneration: after limb injury, limb regeneration can occur once every 30 minutes. Near-Death Metamorphosis. Unknown. Why does the thing that hatched seem a bit strange? After glancing at the identification information, a strange look appeared in Jiang Shin's eyes. Fine, let's see what my little darling looks like first. He had just taken the talkative starfish out of his backpack when Jiang Shin's already numb heart was once again shocked. A 5-pointed starfish with a mustache, a large eye in the middle, and a bright red body appeared before Jiang Shin. Are you my dad? As soon as it appeared, the talkative starfish's eye kept scanning Jiang Shin up and down. Jiang Shin glanced at the starfish with a mustache that was even more likely to provoke a beating than the deadly wet kissing fish, and nodded reluctantly. So ugly. The talkative starfish showed a look of disgust, seemingly unable to accept it for a moment. Come on, you beast, enjoy my body. The starfish, with a look of disdain mixed with condescension, extended a tentacle towards Jiang Shin. Evil starfish, how dare you impersonate my son? It seems you'll even call me father to survive. Unable to endure it any longer, Jiang Shin pulled out his belt from his waist and began whipping Hai Xing, who had a mustache. A few minutes later, panting, Jiang Shin retied the belt around his waist. Jiang Shin glanced helplessly at Hai Xing, who was lying on the wooden board looking utterly dejected. Hai Xing had his eyes closed and was sprawled on the board in a starfish position, looking as if he had been severely violated. I'm exhausted. After muttering for a while, the talkative starfish managed to squeeze out this sentence with difficulty. As soon as he said this, Jiang Shin felt his anger reignite, and he immediately lashed out at his belt even more fiercely. Dad, even though you've treated me like this, I still love you. 10 minutes later, the talkative starfish, panting heavily, finally uttered his first coherent words to Jiang Shin. Jiang Shin glanced at the now subdued, mustache-weary starfish and finally sighed. Calm down. It's the first egg after all. I still have a chance to create more. After calming down for a few minutes, Jiang Shin went over and put the talkative starfish in the seawater for a while, washed it clean, and then put it back on the wooden board. All right, tell me what you're good for. Being the first species he could communicate with, Jiang Shin still held a sliver of hope for it. Dad, I can regenerate limbs. You can eat my tentacles, crunchy and chicken-flavored. Oh, what a great ability, my silly son. How selfless your talent is. Jiang Shin showed a look of pity, gently picked up the talkative starfish, and casually broke off one of its tentacles, hanging it directly on the trading hall. Edible starfish tentacles. Trade for 30 units of wood or 10 units of nails. To be fair, while the talkative starfish is quite chatty, it is indeed robust. It's a good half-meter long, and each tentacle is at least 20 centimeters long. No, Dad, be gentle. Leave one, or I won't be able to move, Dad. Seeing that Jiang Shin didn't hesitate at all and wanted to continue to break off his other tentacles, the talkative starfish hurriedly retreated while screaming in pain. Oh, can't move? Isn't that a good thing? Jiang Shin rolled his dead fish eyes. He had completely figured out this talkative guy. He couldn't just attack him directly, or he'd get too cocky. Out of the last shred of conscience that even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cub, Jiang Shin ultimately left the talkative starfish with 2 tentacles for support. Dad, be gentler next time. Although it can regenerate, this feeling is anything but pleasant. Seeing that Jiang Shin had finally stopped fishing, the talkative starfish, waving its mustache, cheekily moved closer to Jiang Shin.
Dad, let's keep fishing. I'm hungry too. Wait, you said you're hungry too? Jiang Shin glanced at the talkative starfish's half-meter-long body with some disbelief. Ahem, Dad, don't misunderstand. I don't eat much. I'm just greedy. I can catch mayflies in the sea to absorb energy. Seeing Jiang Shin's malicious gaze, the talkative starfish quickly declared that he wasn't just a useless person who only consumed food. Oh, sit there. I can cast another line today. Whether I get to eat it or not depends on luck. That being said, Jiang Shin still removed the deadly wet-kissing fish from the trading hall. Although the starfish had a foul mouth, it was undeniable that it was valuable to Jiang Shin and, to some extent, alleviated his need for companionship. On this boundless sea, loneliness will eventually devour every soul that has lost its companionship. Seeing the fishing rod tremble, the talkative starfish excitedly jumped in front of it and began urging Jiang Shin to reel it in. Jiang Shin shook his head, glanced at the starfish with a mustache lying near his feet, and casually pulled up his fishing rod. It looks like a box. Could this little thing really have brought me some luck? Eldest son, you're not good at this either. You must be lacking in exercise. On the vast black sea, Jiang Shin lay on his side on a wooden plank, yawning as he instructed the starfish with a mustache who was pulling the fishing rod with its 2 tentacles. Fortunately, it was at least a black iron 2-level sea monster, so it still possessed basic strength. The talkative starfish gripped the fishing rod with its 2 short legs, and with a thrust of its waist, its whole body trembled. Amidst the splashing seawater, a black box covered in seaweed landed on the wooden plank. Dad, look! I pulled the iron box up. Seeing that he had finally succeeded, the talkative starfish excitedly shouted to Jiang Shin. Seeing that his labor training plan was beginning to show results, Jiang Shin was no longer sleepy. Jiang Shin immediately activated his appraisal skill on the black iron box. Name: Cursed Black Iron Treasure Chest. Type: Cursed Item. Description: This is a cursed black iron treasure chest. Open it, and you may receive a surprise, or you may receive a shock. Looking at the ambiguous description before him, Jiang Shin felt as if he had been doused with cold water, and he frowned. After carefully examining the appearance of the black iron treasure chest, he realized that something was indeed wrong. Several tentacles of an unknown creature were protruding from inside the chest. Although there was no movement, it still gave people a sense of unease. Unknown creature tentacles discovered. Sanity -1. Observe unknown creature tentacles. Sanity -1. Jiang Shin quickly looked away and thought about how to deal with the treasure chest. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed the talkative starfish muttering to itself next to the treasure chest. Come on, eldest son, open it. You'll get a fish treat tonight as a reward. Jiang Shin immediately said with a kind smile to the talkative starfish. Huh, really? Dad, then I want a whole one. Hearing Jiang Shin say there would be fish to eat, the talkative starfish immediately stopped complaining and excitedly ran to Jiang Shin's leg, rubbing against him affectionately. The talkative starfish kicked the top half of the treasure chest with its 2 tentacles, successfully opening it. Inside, plumes of black smoke billowed out, with a fleeting glint of silver light visible within the mist. Dad, save me! A scream echoed from the black mist as one of the talkative starfish's tentacles was suddenly sliced in 2 by the silver light. I'm going to die. Dad, you have to be my son in the next life. The talkative starfish clutched its smooth wound with its last remaining tentacle, looking as if it were about to die. Jiang Shin's forehead creased with exasperation. He wished he could sew its mouth shut. Shut up. You only lost 1 tentacle. After giving a stern rebuke, Jiang Shin immediately used his appraisal skill on the tentacle wielding the iron sword. Name: Cursed Mimic. Level: Black Iron 3 stars. Description: Its true form is a sea octopus, but its body has fused with a treasure chest, becoming a mimic. Staring at the purplish-black tentacles wielding an iron sword and several rotting bones, Jiang Shin's mind raced as he pondered a way to kill them. After all, the opponent was wielding a silver sword and had excellent aim. Before that, we need to disrupt its defenses. Having made up his mind, Jiang Shin immediately took out 10 units of wood from his backpack. Without saying a word, he picked up the wood from the ground and threw it all into the black mist. The mimic sensed danger and instinctively swung its silver sword, beginning to cut through the incoming planks. Its other tentacles also lashed out rapidly, attempting to block planks hurtling in from other directions. To prevent the shattered wooden planks from damaging its fragile, soft interior, Jiang Shin immediately took out the deadly wet kiss fish from his backpack and threw it into the treasure chest. Ugly monster, I'll treat you to fish. Seeing that the creature's tentacles were being used to block the falling wood, Jiang Shin immediately took out the deadly wet kiss fish from his backpack and threw it into the treasure chest. As the deadly wet kiss fish slammed into the mimic's fragile box like a stone, a hissing sound of pain suddenly came from inside. Seeing this, Jiang Shin immediately retreated, running to the very edge of the wooden plank. That's how you got caught. Noticing that the tentacles outside the treasure chest suddenly contracted, Jiang Shin knew that his trick had worked. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the commotion inside the treasure chest subsided. The black mist gradually dissipated, and the tentacles fell limply onto the wooden planks. The silver sword slipped from its tentacle. Jiang Shin waited a while longer, and seeing that there was no more movement inside the treasure chest, he quickly ran over, picked up the silver sword, and plunged it directly into the chest. Before dying, it raised its head and stared intently at Jiang Shin. Those crimson eyes suddenly widened, as if trying to memorize Jiang Shin. Suffered a mental attack from a cursed treasure chest. Sanity points -20. Defeated a black sea treasure chest monster. Obtained 1 mutated sea beast egg. Chapter 6. The blueprints in the black iron treasure chest. Only when the familiar voice rang out did Jiang Shin stop what he was doing and begin to retch. He had just felt a red light seep into his body. Thankfully, he had killed it before his health dropped below 30. "Dad, are you all right?" The talkative starfish, dragging a tentacle, hopped over with a limp, looking at him with a worried expression. "I'm fine. Don't move around. I'll take care of it in a bit." Jiang Shin was worried that the deadly wet kiss fish's poison had already seeped into the mimic's body. He had just finished giving instructions when a sudden, sharp pain shot through his head. Unknown curse in effect. Cursed individual's sanity is forcibly reduced by 20 daily. As the anxious shouts faded into the distance, everything went black before his eyes, and he completely lost consciousness. "Cough, cough, am I dead?" On the dark sea, Jiang Shin slowly awoke from the wooden plank, the stinging pain in his forehead still lingering, and his mind still somewhat hazy. "Dad, you're finally awake." Seeing him wake up, the talkative starfish immediately waved its 5 tentacles and scrambled over. "What happened? How long was I unconscious?" Jiang Shin rubbed his forehead, his memory slowly returning. He only remembered being cursed after killing the mimic, and then losing consciousness. "Dad, a whole night has passed." Seeing that his conditions seemed to have stabilized, the talkative starfish excitedly ran to the wooden plank and brought back a white sea fish. "Dad, I caught a sea fish. Let's eat this later." Jiang Shin glanced at it with his appraisal skill and found it was just an ordinary white sardine, which was only good for filling his stomach. So he waved his hand. "You eat it. I'll rest for a while." After sending the starfish away, he immediately checked his status. Name: Jiang Shin. Status: weak, hypothermia, curse in effect. Strength 4, Speed 4, Constitution 5, Spirit 6, Reason 6. Among them, Reason only has 75 points left. Below 50, he will panic. Below 30, he will have suicidal thoughts. Below 10, he will go completely insane. The negative effects were also obvious. Deep sea curse forcibly deprived him of 20 points of sanity every day. Weakness came from not eating for a long time. And hypothermia was caused by being exposed to the sea breeze all night, increasing his chances of catching a cold by 20%. Jiang Shin struggled to sit up and immediately understood the situation. Weakness can be alleviated by eating, but hypothermia is the real problem. "Looks like I need to hurry up and finish building the wooden boat." He wrapped his thin coat tighter around himself, which offered little protection from the wind, and took out a piece of black bread, which he devoured in large bites. With something in his stomach, his spirits finally returned somewhat. Just then, the talkative starfish, having finished its fish, ran back, shouting as if to boast, "Dad, I've retrieved all the planks." Jiang Shin was somewhat surprised to see that the wood thrown out last night had actually been brought back. "Not bad. I won't cut your tentacles today." "Really, Dad?" The talkative starfish was instantly moved, its eyes almost welling up with tears. "Yeah, we'll cut it tomorrow." Jiang Shin patted its head casually. The feel was surprisingly nice. He had already checked the trading panel, and all the starfish tentacles he had sold had been successfully traded. Many people were still messaging him asking if he had any more chicken-flavored tentacles to sell. Clearly they hadn't had enough. The starfish immediately wilted again, lowering its head and squatting to the side. However, the little glances it gave him were clearly an attempt to play the victim. Jiang Shin was too lazy to call it out, and went along with it, offering a glimpse of hope. "You'll have to suffer a bit with your dad in the early stages. Once he's made it big, he won't treat you badly. There will be plenty of sea fish." Upon hearing plenty of sea fish, the talkative starfish immediately perked up and started collecting scattered wood from the nearby sea again. Including the 30 units of wood obtained from selling the tentacles, there was enough wood to build the boat. Now only 10 units of iron nails and 10 units of cloth were needed. Thinking of this, Jiang Shin's gaze fell on the black iron treasure chest on the wooden plank and the silver sword stained with bits of flesh. It seemed the starfish was indeed obedient, as it hadn't touched either of those items. He first appraised the silver sword. Name: Silver Light Sword. Quality: Excellent Plus. Characteristic: Sharp. Description: a knight's sword which, after slumbering in the Black Sea for hundreds of years, finally fell into Jiang Shin's hands. Excellent quality, and with the sharp characteristic, not bad. Jiang Shin gripped the silver light sword in his hand. This was his first true weapon. The only pity was that while the sword could slay monsters, it couldn't break the curse on his body. Then, he carefully used the silver light sword to pick up the remaining bits of poisonous flesh from the treasure chest and throw them into the sea. It took a full 10 minutes to clean the black iron treasure chest. It was then that he discovered 4 glass balls hidden at the bottom of the chest, 2 white and 2 blue, lying quietly. Jiang Shin first examined the 2 white glass balls. The first item was an iron barbecue grill of ordinary quality. The second item was a lighter, also of ordinary quality, a basic survival item for the wilderness. Jiang Shin nodded. The lighter came at the perfect time. Even if the wooden boat was built without a fire source, he would still freeze to death on the Black Sea. Next, his gaze fell upon the remaining 2 blue glass balls. After opening the boxes twice, he had figured out the pattern. White corresponded to common quality and blue to excellent quality. The identification process immediately revealed the information. Name, magical wooden bed quality, excellent. Description, sleeping on it can accelerate the recovery of mental and rational abilities. Name, pirate treasure map, quality, excellent. Description, points to a portion of the treasure left behind by the Black Sea pirate MO hundreds of years ago, worth a considerable sum. Both items are excellent. The magical wooden bed is perfect for alleviating his sanity crisis. This solved his immediate problem. As for the pirate treasure map, although it sounded extremely valuable, it was clearly not suitable for Jiang Shin to touch it right now. You should at least wait until the wooden ship was built. I didn't find any iron nails. It seems I'll have to rely on fishing after all. He put the 4 items into his backpack. Upon inspection, the initial 10-slot backpack was already full, so he could only put the lighter in his pocket for the time being. Jiang Shin frowned and simply sorted through all his current supplies. 120 units of wood, blue wooden boat blueprint, 1 engine, 300 milliliters of mineral water, and half a loaf of black bread. 2 starfish tentacles, a magical wooden bed, a pirate treasure map, 1 mutated sea monster egg, 1 iron barbecue grill, 1 lighter, and 1 silver lightsaber. Excluding the lighter in his pocket and the silver lightsaber in his hand, the remaining supplies filled exactly 10 slots. Looks like I'll have to find a chance to upgrade my backpack later. It's only the 2nd day in the Black Sea world, and with the increasing number of fishing trips, 10 grid squares are definitely not enough. While casually flipping through his Black Sea survival log, Jiang Shin noticed several previously overlooked duplicate reminders. The mutated sea monster egg has hatched. Please retrieve it within 24 hours. Chapter 7. The Noble Octopus's Amazing Abilities. As it hatched completely, Jiang Shin was slightly taken aback, only then remembering that he had obtained a 2nd mutated sea monster egg after killing the treasure chest monster. Take it out. He glanced at the starfish with a mustache paddling by the wooden plank, feeling inexplicably uneasy. A moment later, a flash of blue light appeared, and a strange creature resembling an octopus with 4 eyes appeared on the deck. It had a round head and first used 2 tentacles to slowly and methodically arrange the golden ornaments on its other tentacles. After confirming that everything was in order, it raised its 4 eyes to examine Jiang Shin and then bowed slightly in greeting. This is terrible. Such an ungentlemanly entrance. I apologize, Father. It seems my entrance wasn't very elegant. Having never seen such a polite octopus monster before, Jiang Shin felt a surge of anticipation. Name, Noble Octopus. Rank, Black Iron 4-star. Talent, Detection. Description, a strange race in the Black Sea world. Perhaps their ancestors consumed too many nobles, causing their descendants to be obsessed with noble qualities. Detection, can detect nearby items with extraordinary characteristics once a day. The talent is Detection. Huh? Not bad. Jiang Shin nodded in satisfaction. The 2nd mutated sea beast egg had finally yielded something decent. Just then, the talkative starfish suddenly popped out, glaring at the noble octopus with its 1 eye. Hey kid, why don't you greet your big brother? The noble octopus glanced at it, its tone full of disdain. It's unbelievable that such a lowly creature could possess intelligence. Having said that, it ignored the starfish and began wiping the golden ring on its tentacles. The talkative starfish instantly exploded, its mustache twitching, and with a single extension of its 5 tentacles, it pounced. Oh my god, today I'll show you what it means to be the eldest brother like a father. Get out of my way, you lowly starfish. Don't touch my noble body with your filthy tentacles. The noble octopus's 4 eyes glowed red, and its 10 tentacles lashed out like whips. But the talkative starfish, lacking pain sensation and possessing rapid regeneration, wasn't afraid of being whipped. It stubbornly clung to the starfish's face, clinging tightly to it. You stinky octopus. Now you know how powerful your Star Lord is, right? You stupid, lowly starfish, let me go. For the aristocratic octopus with severe mysophobia, being stuck to a starfish was worse than being beaten. Jiang Shin, watching from the side, was exasperated. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he kicked both of these clowns off the wooden plank. All right, you two, get down there and calm down. He had originally wanted to test the noble octopus's abilities and fighting strength, but now it seemed this guy couldn't even handle a talkative starfish, which was truly speechless. Soon, more noise came from underwater. Come on, let's fight another 300 rounds. Jiang Shin, too lazy to pay attention, turned to his fishing rod. Realizing he was 10 units of nails and 10 units of cloth short of building a wooden boat, he decided to go fishing for the first time that day. While waiting for the fish, he opened the chat channel and found that there were already over 100,000 unread messages, and it was still a complete mess. Some were still missing nails to build their boats. Some hadn't caught any food the night before and were nearly starving. Some had caught colds and fevers from the cold in the Black Sea, while others boasted that they started the game on a small boat and weren't cold at all lying in the cabin at night. Someone even cried for help, saying they had been attacked by mermaids and taken to their lair. Jiang Shin glanced at the fishing rod briefly, then looked up at the dark, overwhelming tide in the distance, a sense of urgency rising within him. Just as he continued to cast, the rod suddenly dipped. Without hesitation, Jiang Shin reeled in the line. Harvested the carpenter's briefcase, containing 15 iron nails and 1 iron hammerhead. I got something on the first cast. Now all I need is cloth. Jiang Shin finally had all the nails, and a smile appeared on his face. It seemed his luck was good today. He struck while the iron was hot and cast his second hook. Meanwhile, they continued browsing the messages in the channel. This time, the focus of the discussion shifted to the islands. Some people passed by 2 islands but didn't dare to go ashore because they were afraid of the danger. Some people started on an island and were struggling to cut down trees. Others said that apart from a few coconut trees and crabs the size of wash basins, there was basically nothing on the island. Others mentioned that eerie roars echoed from the island ahead of them last night, scaring them so much that they fled for their lives at daybreak. Seeing these reports, Jiang Shin roughly made a judgment. Currently, most survivors are still stuck in the shipbuilding stage. Those who actually have boats that can move are still a minority. Thinking of this, he remembered the high-quality treasure map in his backpack. The treasure location marked on that map should also be on some island. Jiang Shin suddenly felt a surge of interest. Once the wooden boat was built, he would have to find that treasure location sooner or later. Just then, he noticed that the sea was unusually quiet. Strange, where did those two go? Jiang Shin turned his head and looked around, but didn't see the talkative starfish or the noble octopus. However, he wasn't too worried. There weren't too many dangers during the beginner stage, and these two weren't weak either. If they did encounter something, they could at least put up a fight for a while. He looked away, picked up the bottled water, and took a sip, but his throat still felt dry. Water resources are running low. I need to find a way to get some fresh water. Water and food in the trading hall are still ridiculously expensive. A 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water can sell for 100 units of timber. Although many people are criticizing it, it's enough to show that fresh water is more precious than timber on this Black Sea. Jiang Shin guessed that if someone really obtained something like a freshwater converter, they certainly wouldn't easily trade it in the early stages. As his thoughts raced, the fishing rod at his feet stirred again. Obtained medium-sized driftwood, automatically broken down into 15 units of wood. Jiang Shin put the wood into his backpack and cast his line again. He still had 8 chances left today, so he was quite patient. Just then, a familiar arguing sound suddenly came from afar. Hey, you stinky octopus, we all work together to pull this up. Don't try to take all the credit later. Yeah, that's all a lowly starfish can do. Jiang Shin had just put down his fishing rod when he heard an excited shout from the water's edge. Chapter 8. The Witch's Coming of Age Gift. A splash of water rose, and the talkative starfish poked its head out of the water, its mustache trembling excitedly. Father, your most loyal son offers you the first gift of the day. Amidst the splashing water, the noble octopus sprang gracefully from the sea, its tentacles holding a delicately patterned wooden box. You despicable octopus head, didn't we agree that we found this together? Ah, without my innate ability to explore, you lowly starfish, how dare you boast about yourself? Seeing the two little ones about to fight again, Jiang Shin helplessly waved his hand. Father, when I went to explore the sea with the lowly starfish just now, my innate ability activated automatically. There should be some good stuff in there. Seeing that Jiang Shin had spoken, the noble octopus, like a gentleman, tidied its messy tentacles and respectfully placed the mahogany box in front of him. Not bad. I'll give you both credit. Jiang Shin was in a good mood, turned to the talkative starfish, and beckoned with a kind smile. Come on, eldest son, come and open it. Ahem, Dad. Actually, the silly octopus found it first. Why don't we let it open it? Upon seeing Jiang Shin smile, The talkative starfish trembled and quickly shook its head, looking as if it dared not take credit. You've been talking too much, haven't you? Jiang Shin frowned and subconsciously touched the 7 wolves at his waist. Only then did the talkative starfish walk forward dejectedly. A lowly starfish is a lowly starfish. What a coward. The noble octopus watching the commotion couldn't resist adding, which infuriated the talkative starfish, who immediately retorted, "Humph, that's because father values me. It's obvious who father's eldest son is." Jiang Shin first scanned it with his appraisal tool. Name, Lost Collection Box, Quality, Unknown, Description. A coming-of-age gift for the extraordinary witch Philly, a small present prepared for her by her uncle, Earl Phil. The appraisal didn't warn of any danger, but since it involved extraordinary items, Jiang Shin still sent his most resilient and talkative starfish to test the waters first. Dad, there seems to be a beautiful comb inside. The talkative starfish opened the wooden box and immediately beckoned to Jiang Shin. Jiang Shin went over and saw 3 items inside. The first was a jade-colored glass comb. Name, Jade Glass Comb. Quality, excellent. Effect, combing your hair 3 times a day can slightly increase your vitality. Description, my dearest Fei, my most beloved little princess. I entrust this to express my longing for you. Improved vitality? Is it spiritual or physical? Jiang Shin picked up the comb, glanced at it in the sunlight, and then put it in his pocket. As for the mushy words in the description, he glanced at them and didn't bother to examine them further. The second item was a gorgeous necklace. Name, Truth Necklace. Quality, excellent plus, attribute bonus. Constitution +2, effect. When worn, it can detect lies. Creatures below the extraordinary level will unconsciously utter the truth in your presence. Description, my beloved Princess Fei Liya. Wear this, it will help you filter out those glib-tongued noblemen. After seeing the effect, Jiang Shin put the necklace on his own neck, then affectionately patted the forehead of the talkative starfish. Eldest son, how many fish did you eat last night? The talkative starfish panicked. It wanted to say that it had only eaten 1 fish, but once it opened its mouth, it completely lost control. You absolutely can't tell Dad that I used my restored tentacles to catch 5 fish last night, and I was so full that I only had 1 left. As soon as the words left its mouth, the talkative starfish covered its mouth, and the whole starfish froze. I was wondering why you weren't asking for fish today. Turns out you ate too much last night. Jiang Shin stroked its head affectionately while slowly increasing the pressure on its hand, making the talkative starfish break out in a cold sweat. Dad, I love you. With its survival instinct kicking in, the talkative starfish quickly shouted its life-saving words. Never mind, just don't lie next time. Jiang Shin was only giving him a warning and didn't really intend to hold it against him. It was actually a good thing that his eldest son could catch fish to eat on his own. Seeing Jiang Shin's gaze turn to him, the noble octopus immediately expressed its opinion. Father, I respect you very much. What's going on? I just want to see my 2 sons who make me so proud. Seeing the 2 little ones looking like they were facing a formidable enemy, Jiang Shin found it even more amusing. It was quite entertaining to scare his 2 silly sons every now and then. He then looked at the last item. It was a small, exquisite women's bracelet, inlaid with a magical emerald. Name, Ring of Resistance. Quality, excellent plus, attribute bonus, strength +2, effect. When worn, it generates a defensive barrier on the body, automatically triggering upon encountering danger and repelling attackers. Description, my dear Phil, even when I'm not by your side, I won't allow any man with ulterior motives to come within 3 meters of you. Jiang Shin examined the bracelet a few times and had to admit that while Uncle Phil was indeed a pervert, he was certainly willing to spend money. However, times have changed, and these 3 high-quality extraordinary items are now all his. Since they're here, it means that the extraordinary witch, Philly, most likely didn't accept this coming-of-age gift. As for the mess behind it, Jiang Shin wasn't interested in digging into it. He only knew that these things were very useful to him. Come, children, tell me what you need, and your father will reward you. Jiang Shin held the noble octopus's tentacle with one hand and stroked the smooth forehead of the talkative starfish with the other, his face full of loving smiles. I want to eat delicious sea fish. Father, I hope you can find me a decent outfit. After all, I am a nobleman, and it would be undignified for me to be poorly dressed. Seeing that both children had made requests, Jiang Shin thought about it seriously. After all, these were 3 extraordinary items, each with significant uses. As their father, he couldn't just leave them empty-handed. Sea fish were easy to obtain. He had black bread and 2 starfish tentacles in his backpack, so exchanging them for some fish wouldn't be a problem. As for the noble octopus's desired decent clothing, waterproofing is a must. Otherwise, it would be pointless to wear such clothes since it goes to sea every day. All right, I understand your wishes. We'll have seafood tonight. However, little noble octopus, the material of your clothing must be of high quality. I'll need some more time. Chapter 9. The Unsinkable Wooden Ship. Father, thank you for your understanding. I have plenty of patience to wait. The noble octopus extended its tentacles to its chest and bowed deeply to Jiang Shin. Yay, we can eat sea fish again today. The talkative starfish hopped around carefree on the wooden plank. Seeing the two little ones so happy, Jiang Shin's lips curled into a slight smile. Perhaps from a moment he awakened his talent, the bond between them had already been intertwined. Disassembling the exquisite mahogany box yields 2 units of century-old mahogany, 1 unit of purple refined iron, and 10 units of cloth. After dismantling the box that it contained 3 extraordinary items, Jiang Shin's backpack was completely full. It's time to build a wooden boat. He took out a blue-quality wooden boat blueprint. Shipbuilding qualifications detected. Consume 10 units of iron nails, 100 units of wood, and 10 units of cloth to build a wooden boat. Confirm use. As the blueprint vanished in a blue light, 2 options quickly appeared before Jiang Shin's eyes. One was to build an ordinary wooden boat, and the other was to combine the shipbuilding materials with the unsinkable plank beneath his feet to build a small, unsinkable wooden boat. Sure enough, even the plank beneath my feet can be upgraded. Without hesitation, Jiang Shin chose the second option. The next second, he felt a dizzying sensation before his eyes, and when he regained his footing, he found himself in a wooden cabin. The talkative starfish and the noble octopus followed him in, both looking bewildered. Jiang Shin immediately activated the appraisal. Name: Unsinkable Wooden Ship Type. Special Ship Level. Level 1 Speed. 15 Black Sea Speed. Increases by 0.5 Black Sea Speed when sails are lowered with the tailwind dimensions. 8 meters long, 5 meters wide included structures. Wooden deck, sails, wooden cabin, captain's command room, crew restroom ×1. Special effect: the ship will never completely sink. Description: even if attacked and disintegrated, it will leave you with a final foothold. A special type of ship. Jiang Shin digested the information as he read. In other words, although the main body of this ship is still ordinary wood, it incorporates that unsinkable plank. So even if it's destroyed, it won't completely sink into the Black Sea. Dad, this is amazing. Did we run into a ship? This is magic. Father must be a magician. After confirming there was no danger, the 2 little ones excitedly looked around. All right, you 2 go familiarize yourselves with the surroundings first. Jiang Shin dismissed them and began inspecting the entire ship. The cabin still contained the mahogany and purple refined iron he had previously placed on the planks, clearly indicating it could also be used as a small storage room. Further ahead was the crew's rest area, small in size, containing only a wooden bed and a wooden chair. There's only one bed. These 2 in the back are bound to cause a ruckus. Further ahead was a wooden staircase leading to the deck. Jiang Shin followed the stairs to the deck, where a gust of cold wind greeted him. The talkative starfish and the noble octopus, however, seemed oblivious, noisily wading into the water and circling the wooden boat. It seems we need to prepare insulation and heating facilities as soon as possible. He remembered that second-tier ships could build sea furnaces, but upgrading them also required a lot of materials, including wood, refined iron, and something called sea stone. The captain's cabin was at the very front of the ship, much larger than a lounge. Not only was there an observation window, but also an exquisite wooden compass. Next to the window was a knife rack, with a silver sword resting neatly on it. That's good, so I can grab my weapon immediately if danger arises. Jiang Shin then turned his gaze to the compass. Name: Wooden Compass. Quality: excellent. Description: simply turn the compass to control the direction, and push the wooden handle to control the boat's forward and backward movement. Upon seeing this, Jiang Shin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the operation wasn't complicated. Otherwise, with his complete lack of boating experience, he might not have been able to handle it. He stepped forward and tried operating it, and with a slight jolt of the hull, the entire wooden boat slowly began to move. Dad, wait, I haven't boarded the boat yet. The familiar, talkative starfish voice immediately came from outside. Jiang Shin quickly moved the handle back to the middle, and the wooden boat slowly came to a stop. As the talkative starfish scrambled onto the deck in a disheveled state, the noble octopus, wiping its tentacles, spoke with a look of utter disdain. As expected of a lowly starfish, even getting on the ship is so messy. Now that everyone's aboard, let's set off. Jiang Shin ignored their bickering and instead looked back at the approaching black tide. It was slowly rising above the horizon, and whatever it might be, he didn't want to get too close. Fortunately, the wooden boat's speed of 15 Black Sea speed was enough to give him distance and ample time for fishing. Just as Jiang Shin was pondering his next move to the trading hall to exchange for some supplies, that familiar yet cold mechanical voice rang out again. The newbie period has reached its 2nd day. The black tide will arrive at the nearest survivor's sea area on the 3rd day. The newbie period lasts for the last 3 days. After the newbie period, The black tide's daily progress speed will increase by 0.1 Black Sea speed. Hurry up and build the ships. You don't have much time left. So fast. They're catching up already? Jiang Shin frowned and looked back again. Sure enough, the black tide's range was larger than yesterday. This meant danger was approaching. Those survivors who lagged behind would likely soon become the first victims. Fortunately, the waters he was in were some distance from the Kuroshio current, so they were relatively safe for the time being. Let's use up today's fishing attempts first, then buy some basic supplies. After making up his mind, he told the two little ones to go collect some driftwood floating on the surrounding sea. As for him, he began his second fishing trip of the day. Chapter 10. The Myriad Faces of Life Before the Black Tide. Harvesting medium-sized driftwood automatically breaks it down into 20 units of wood. The second shot was also made of wood, and Jiang Shin was not disappointed. Because his harvest today is already quite plentiful, and timber is also an important basic resource. Looking to buy 20 units of wood and a piece of black bread, plus one edible sea fish. As soon as he cast his second shot, he skillfully opened the trading hall and posted his purchase order. He always keeps his promises. This is his principle in life. Moreover, the talkative starfish and the noble octopus are his valuable bodyguards and crew members. As a father, he couldn't neglect his sons. As for the clothes needed by the noble octopus, they need to meet basic waterproof requirements. He searched the trading hall, but couldn't find a satisfactory order. This was within his expectations. These clothes with special attributes were rarely obtained in the early stages, and even if someone did get them, they wouldn't easily sell them. Soon, the newly placed order showed that the transaction was pending confirmation. This is the basic procedure of a trading hall. The buyer posts their purchase order and the items to be traded. Once the other party agrees, they post the items the buyer needs. The transaction is then completed upon the buyer's confirmation. Hello, this is a sea fish I just caught. Although it's a common species, it's quite big. The other party in the transaction was a survivor named Deep Sea Explorer. The other party agreed to the transaction and sent him information about sea fish. Name: shallow sea fine snout fish. Quality: average. Size 50 cm. Description: a common fish found beneath the surface of the Black Sea, with delicate and delicious flesh, making it a good source of food. Of course, the main advantage is that it is plentiful and filling. After reading the private message, Jiang Shin decisively chose to confirm the transaction. Unexpectedly, the other party was also a principled person and had no intention of taking advantage of him. If the value of timber was not high yesterday, today, under the threat of the Kuroshio current, the value of materials for building wooden ships will at least double. The price of 20 units of timber plus a piece of black bread is not low today. The other party sent a large fish directly, making it clear that they didn't want to take advantage of him with a small fish. Interesting. He nodded, remembered the other person's ID, and immediately accepted the friend request. In the early stages of survival, there aren't many people who can stick to their principles, and if given the opportunity later, he would prefer to trade with such people. Of course, he also guessed that the other party must have caught more than one sea fish, otherwise they wouldn't have been so generous. I've used up my fishing attempt for today, and I need 30 more units of wood. If you have any extra wood, I'd be willing to trade it for a sea fish of similar size. Sure enough, after accepting the friend request, the other party readily explained their situation. After looking at the private message sent by the other party, Jiang Shin hesitated for a moment before replying with, "Let's trade tonight." The reason for agreeing is quite simple. There are still 8 fishing attempts left today, and the two little ones can also collect some wood, so exchanging them for another fish won't be a problem. In the early stages of survival, food is still a valuable commodity, so the other person must have been in a hurry to build a wooden boat, which is why they sent him a private message. Switching to the chat channel, a tense atmosphere immediately began to spread. What should I do? I should be among the closest to the black tide, but I'm still missing a lot of materials. I would be extremely grateful if any kind soul were willing to lend me some. Who upstairs isn't? I'm currently short 20 units of wood and 5 units of nails. I can trade a piece of compressed biscuit for it. Why did I start on this godforsaken island with absolutely no food? All the wood I fished for I ate, boo-hoo. Can anyone help me? I was just bitten by a sea snake with silver rings. What should I do? Well, as we all know, sea snakes are highly venomous. I suggest that the guy upstairs take advantage of the available space to dig a hole and lie down. Get out. I don't want to die. I'm starving. I'm starving. I'm starving. To hell with fate. My destiny is in my own hands, not in the heavens. Anyway, my little plank can't outrun the Kuroshio. So, tonight, I'm going to skate in the opposite direction. Damn, you're awesome, brother. I can only wish you good luck. May the departed rest in peace. May the deceased rest in peace +1. May the deceased rest in peace +1. Seeing this, Jiang Shin couldn't help but sigh. As expected of humans, who were once at the top of the food chain, they still have the courage to face disaster, even in dire circumstances. Perhaps he will be more at peace than anyone else in the end. He muttered something to himself, then got up, walked to his fishing rod, and continued fishing for the day. Everyone has the right to choose their own destiny, and his choice was to live. On this vast and dangerous Black Sea, we will sail to the very end of the world. The sunlight gradually grew brighter, casting its last warmth across the entire sea. Obtain small to medium-sized driftwood, which will automatically break down into 10 units of wood. With 6 consecutive shots, he earned 60 units of wood and 10 units of cloth. 2 shots left. He sighed inwardly. He didn't know if this was the reality for most survivors, as fishing was basically all about wood and some cloth. Dad, we're back. Father, could you please give this lowly starfish such rough work? As a nobleman, I might not be quite suited to it. Listening to the noble octopus's complaints, Jiang Shin nodded. Okay, come and fish for me. If you get something good in the next 2 casts, I won't let you go out to collect wood tomorrow. As a captain, one must naturally consider the basic needs of the crew, provided that the crew has special value. Clearly, the noble octopus is a valuable crew member. Jiang Shin was very satisfied with its talent, and today it brought him a considerable reward. Hey Dad, want to go fishing too? How about I try? Seeing that his father seemed to be in a good mood today, he actually agreed to the stinky octopus's request. The talkative starfish also took the opportunity to make its own request. Yes, I'm very fair. How about this? You two each take 1 club, and whoever gets a good one gets to rest tomorrow. Considering that his eldest son, Haixing, was also a sailor, Jiang Shin couldn't show favoritism. Let their luck decide who will be the laborers tomorrow. Great, Dad. Stinky octopus, I'll go first. Do as you please. Humility is the basic etiquette of a nobleman. Seeing that the 2 little ones had already decided on the order of their shots, Jiang Shin also became interested. He wanted to see how their luck compared to his own. Dad, watch closely. Your proudest son is about to strike. The talkative starfish excitedly ran to Jiang Shin's side, grabbed the fishing rod with its 2 tentacles, and suddenly threw it into the sea. 5 minutes later, receive a pair of pure, cotton-smelly socks. Dad, give me another chance. I promise. Next time I'll definitely produce something good. Like a gambler who had lost a bet, the talkative starfish grabbed Jiang Shin's right foot and began to beg incessantly. Jiang Shin's face darkened. He ignored its unwilling pleas and kicked it into the cabin. Remember to come out for fish tonight. With peace and quiet finally around him, Jiang Shin turned to look at the noble octopus who was watching the commotion from the side. All right, it's your turn. Father, please allow me to bring you more good fortune. Compared to the talkative starfish's previous high spirits, the noble octopus was much more indifferent. Seeing its aristocratic and gentlemanly composure, Jiang Shin felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps it really can. Jiang Shin glanced at the noble octopus that had casually tossed down its fishing line and was now standing on the deck, seemingly resting in seclusion, and nodded to himself. 10 minutes later, obtained 1 rotten leg bone. Cannot be recycled as material. Father, please let me explain. Maybe, we've used up all our luck for today. Sensing the oppressive aura behind him, cold sweat broke out on the noble octopus's forehead. It stiffly turned its head, trying to give a plausible explanation for this less-than-perfect result. All right, you can go now. Jiang Shin treated everyone equally and kicked the noble octopus off the ship as well. You two remember to come out and eat fish later. Chapter 11 Procurement of Supplies. With the 20 units of wood collected by the 2 little ones, his wood reserves have now reached 100 units. There's still quite a distance to go before you reach the 1,000 units of wood needed to upgrade to a level 2 ship. Moreover, he had absolutely no clue about the sea stone. Since we can't upgrade for the time being, we might as well take advantage of the high value of wood and exchange it for some food and useful supplies. In any case, given the probability of him obtaining wood from fishing each day, wood will not be the main factor limiting his development. In addition, there is some driftwood at sea, and the 2 little ones can bring up at least 20 units every day. Having made his decision, he immediately opened his private messages with the deep-sea explorer. I caught some more wood. Do you need more wood? The message was sent, and the other party replied almost instantly. Brother, we're short. We still need 20 units. Timber is in such short supply right now. I have a lot of orders, but very few people are trading them. It seemed that his transaction request had solved a great problem for the other party, and Jiang Shin could sense the other party's excitement through the text. Okay, as agreed before, I've placed the order. Looking to buy 1 sea fish, 20 units of timber. Friends can freely trade or gift items to each other, and orders between the 2 parties will not be displayed in the trading hall. Thanks, brother. Remember to look for me if you want sea fish in the future. As a seasoned angler, my fishing skills are pretty good. The other party hurriedly put the seafood on the order form. After Jiang Shin confirmed the order, she indeed received a sea fish that was about 40 centimeters long. Name, long snout sea fish. Quality, average. Description: a common and distinctive fish species in the Black Sea, with firm flesh, making it a delicious treat for gourmets. After reading the information, Jiang Shin took out the sea fish and placed it on the deck. Now there are no spare compartments left in his backpack. Fortunately, the other party had already killed the long snout fish before the transaction, so there was no need to worry about the fish running around on the deck. We have the sea fish, it's time to get some other things. Looking to buy 20 units of timber and 10 units of charcoal. 20 units of timber, seeking to purchase 1 piece of warm clothing. Looking to buy 1 waterproof garment. 40 units of timber plus 1 piece of black bread. Looking to buy 2 starfish tentacles and 1 liter of potable water. By listing all the currently scarce supplies on a purchase request link, for consecutive orders immediately attracted a lot of attention. Wow, Mr. Wong, the AAA timber wholesaler, has appeared in the trading hall. Brother, you've used all the timber to barter for other things. Aren't you planning to build a wooden boat? What do you know? Big brother must have already built a wooden boat before he took out the extra wood to exchange for other items. Fortunately, I managed to build a wooden boat today, but I've run out of wood. Tell me, boss. I'm short 20 units of wood. The person upstairs is begging for a favor, trying to get something for nothing. Brother, look at me. I caught a whole box of charcoal today. I've uploaded the charcoal online. Can you confirm the transaction? Damn it. I just finished making these clothes today, but I've decided to sleep naked tonight because I'm building a ship. Big brother, have you ever heard of this waterproof clothing? By the way, do you believe in magical items in this world? I didn't find any waterproof clothes, but I got a high-quality gauntlet from a treasure chest today, which gave me +2 strength. I feel like I could kill a bull with my bare hands now. Below the orders, comments quickly piled up, and the order page in the trading hall allowed for reviews, much like a buyer show before time travel. Jiang Shin browsed the information below, trying to find some items he needed. A lucky viewer sent a friend request, which has been accepted. Kuroshio, please leave my site. Friend request sent. I have accepted. His private messages were almost flooded with messages, and Jiang Shin started filtering out the useful information with a bit of a headache. The lucky viewer is the one who just commented and won charcoal. Kuroshio, please leave my site. That's the guy who's going to sleep naked tonight. I need some more charcoal after that. If you want to trade later, you can message me privately. After confirming the order for charcoal, Jiang Shin casually replied to him. It must be said that charcoal is only second to food at sea, as the nights on the Black Sea are simply too cold. He anticipated that once the ship was upgraded to level 2, the fuel needed to build the sea furnace would likely be charcoal or wood. Boss, these thermal clothes were just made today according to the pattern, and I haven't worn them yet. I just added him as a friend, and he immediately sent me a message. Black Tide, please leave my site. Jiang Shin confirmed the order as before and didn't ask the other party whether the pattern for making the clothes would be handed over. After all, this is a hen that keeps laying eggs. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence wouldn't put it up for trade. 5 minutes later, the order for bottled water was also shown as a successful transaction. Now, only the orders for waterproof clothing remain unanswered. This was within his expectations, but since the trading hall supports orders being online for 24 hours, he wasn't in a hurry to place the order. Of course, the system does not allow the trading hall to be used as a warehouse. After 24 hours, the items in the order will be forcibly removed from the shelves and can only be relisted after another 24 hours. If the same item is listed for order multiple times, it will be considered malicious storage and forcibly removed from the listing, with half of the items charged as storage fees. After tidying up his backpack, he found that there was an empty backpack compartment. 1 liter of mineral water, 1 lighter, a magical wooden bed, a pirate treasure map, an iron barbecue grill, 15 iron nails, 1 iron hammer, 2 units of century-old mahogany, and 1 unit of purple refined iron. These are all the items in his backpack now. He deliberately left the last slot empty, intending to use it as a fixed slot for collecting wood in the future. Night fell quickly, and the moonlight cast shimmering silver light on the calm Black Sea. If it weren't for the dangers of the Kuroshio current and sea monsters, the sea would be somewhat similar to the one before I crossed over. He sighed softly, glanced at the 2 bright moons overhead, and skillfully began to prepare the 2 sea fish. Before transmigrating, he had lived alone for many years, and cooking was a basic survival skill, so he was naturally adept at it. After collecting the scraps of wood that had been left on the deck earlier, he placed the iron barbecue grill on the deck, took out a lighter, turned his back to the direction from which the sea breeze was coming, lit a piece of wood, and put under the grill. As the wood began to burn, Jiang Shin took out 2 units of charcoal and placed them next to the ignited wood. 10 minutes later, the aroma of fish began to spread across the deck, and Jiang Shin listened carefully and heard some noises coming from inside the cabin. You too. Are you awake yet? It's time to come out and eat. He turned the 2 grilled fish over to prevent them from burning and called out to the 2 little ones in the cabin. Dad, it smells so good. I can smell fish. Father, thank you for your hard work. Two familiar voices came from behind, and the talkative starfish and the noble octopus squeezed over. Why do I say they're squeezed together? Because their tentacles are currently slapping each other's large faces. As Jiang Shin took the skewered sea fish off the grill, he knew without a doubt why the two had fought. All right, you two, there's another bed in the captain's command room. One of you can share a room with me tonight. Upon hearing that there was another bed, the two little ones immediately separated their tentacles and nodded excitedly. Dad, I want to sleep with you tonight, and that stinky octopus isn't allowed to take it from me. As you wish, if father agrees. Seeing Jiang Shin nod, the talkative starfish happily jumped to his leg and waited quietly, a rare occurrence for it. He had just taken out the two pieces of fish that were roasted to a crisp when the talkative starfish couldn't wait to reach out its tentacles and break off a piece. Be careful, it's a little hot. Jiang Shin carefully used the tongs that came with the grill to divide the grilled fish into 3 parts, while the talkative starfish had already put a piece of fish to its mouth. As expected of inferior beings, they have no manners whatsoever. Father, please prepare a set of cutlery for me from now on. It's too rude to not have gentlemanly table manners. The noble octopus used its 2 tentacles to pick up a piece of sea fish meat, carefully blew on it, and then put it to its mouth to savor it. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you. The fish was very tender and crispy. Although no seasonings were added, the ingredients were very fresh, resulting in a rare and delicious taste. Dad, you're amazing. This tastes so much better than raw. Father, you're a rare gourmet. They love grilled fish, and even the usually aristocratic octopus has stopped caring about its image and started eating it heartily. Keep working hard from now on, and I promise you'll have plenty of seafood. The charcoal sizzled as it absorbed the fish oil. The flames, like rekindled hope, warmed everyone on the Black Sea who lit them. Chapter 12, Stinging Jellyfish, the third sea monster egg. After eating and drinking their fill, the two little ones lay comfortably on the deck, burping. After cleaning up the surrounding charcoal fire, Jiang Shin took the talkative starfish to the captain's command room. You'll sleep in this bed tonight. He pointed to the only wooden bed in the room and casually touched the smooth forehead of the talkative starfish. Dad, what about you? Unexpectedly, Dad gave it the only bed, and the talkative Hai Zhong's eyes welled up with tears. I'm fine with anything. I didn't notice the talkative starfish's moist eyes. Jiang Shin took the magical wooden bed out of his backpack and placed it at the far end of the room. All right, drag the bed to the door and stand guard for me. Jiang Shin nudged the somewhat dazed and talkative starfish, feeling a bit confused. Could it be that they were attracted by the soft mattress on the magical wooden bed? Of course, as the captain, he would not exchange the right to use the wooden beds with the crew. Dad, don't worry, leave the safety to me. He pulled the wooden bed to the door on his own, and the talkative starfish looked longingly at Jiang Shin's soft bed. The night passed in silence, save for the unknown sea creatures that churned and roared on the distant ocean. As the sun rose, Jiang Shin opened his eyes in the sunlight. The Black Sea Weather Service is now available. Follow the weather forecast for better search and supply retrieval. Black Sea Weather Forecast. Current weather, clear skies, not a cloud in sight. Current temperature, 18 degrees Celsius. Remaining daylight hours, 5 hours. Description, a rare day for going out to sea. With such good weather, we might be able to find some decent supplies. He had just opened his eyes when he heard that familiar voice. Damaged by an unknown curse. Sanity forcibly reduced by 20. Jiang Shin felt as if his spirit had been slashed, and the rationality he had finally regained was reduced by 20 points. It seems I need to hurry up and find an item that can lift the curse. He sighed. In the early stages, there were very few transactions involving extraordinary items in the trading hall. We can only hope for the treasure chest and the noble octopus's talent. Hey, wake up. Jiang Shin kicked the talkative starfish, who was sleeping like a log, off the bed, and was immediately furious. He's really carefree. He made that talkative starfish guard his door, and the guy actually slept more comfortably than him. It's done already, Dad. Shall we still eat fish? The talkative starfish opened its eyes in confusion. It has developed some resistance to its father's sweeping leg kick and can land gracefully and unharmed every time. Hurry up and go with Xiao Gizi to get some wood for me. He sighed and rubbed his forehead helplessly. He had absolutely no way to deal with this guy's lack of common sense. Good morning, father. As soon as I opened the door, I found that the noble octopus was already waiting at the door. Seeing this, Jiang Shin turned around and kicked the talkative starfish again. Dad, why did you hit me again? The talkative starfish lowered its head and carefully observed Jiang Shin's expression with its large, single eye. Seeing that he wasn't really angry, she glared at the stupid octopus watching the commotion. Little Guay, use your talent to explore the surrounding sea area in a bit and see if there's anything good. Thinking of the noble octopus's innate skills, Jiang Shin patted Xiao Gizi on the shoulder. It's like they're saying, you have a great responsibility to shoulder, and I have high hopes for you. Oh, and if you come across any sea monsters you can defeat, bring them aboard. Thinking of his talent, he added a sentence. Father, it is my pleasure to serve you. Compared to a simple-minded starfish with a mustache, the noble octopus clearly knows better how to flatter the captain. Same as usual today, you two can fish the last 2 casts. If anyone can catch something good, they won't need to go fishing for wood in the sea tomorrow. Based on some knowledge of managing subordinates that he had learned from a few books on controlling people through piracy, he began to make empty promises to his employees. It's euphemistically called crew welfare. 5 minutes later, under Jiang Shin's gaze, the noble octopus slowly opened its 4 eyeballs. Father, I have detected a box containing extraordinary items 1 kilometer to my right rear. The noble octopus hesitated slightly before explaining the situation. It's behind 1,000 meters isn't too far. After a slight hesitation, Jiang Shin decided to move the boat back 1,000 meters. After all, the Black Sea cannot be treated as an ordinary sea area. A kilometer may not seem like a long distance, but he was still a little worried about letting the 2 little ones run across it. Although both the talkative starfish and the noble octopus are creatures with potential at the black iron level, he knows that neither of them are good at fighting. He wouldn't risk his crew's lives for a single extraordinary item. The 2 little ones are usually very cautious, and they always search within a 200-meter diameter area of the water where the wooden boat is located. I'll steer the boat to the right and back in a bit. You and the talkative starfish will go down and bring it up for me. After giving the 2 little ones some instructions, he went into the captain's command room and began adjusting the compass. It's amazing, it feels like controlling my own arm. He adjusted the compass left and right, as if he had manipulated it tens of thousands of times and was very skilled at adjusting it to any direction. I had just adjusted my direction when I received a private message. The private messaging function in the chat channel allows you to set special reminders for messages from friends. As long as they are friends I've set up, I can receive private messages from them immediately. Brother, I caught a special sea fish, but it's inedible. Never mind. Take a look at the message I sent you first. This message was sent by his friend who called himself the Deep Sea Explorer. Out of curiosity, he checked the information about the sea fish. Name, tentacles jellyfish. Quality, black iron 2-star. Description, a rare marine mammal species in the deep sea. Few in number, but each one contains a potent venom that flows in its body fluids and can be used to extract toxins. I doubt you'd want to be stung by it. Brother, look, I caught this in sea. It was tangled on my hook, and it took me a lot of effort to carefully remove it. Jiang Shin was slightly taken aback when he saw the message that the other party had sent again. He didn't expect that the other party would remember his needs after he casually mentioned them last time. Big brother, do you want it? I don't have any weapons here, and I don't dare to touch it. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Seeing that he didn't respond for a long time, the other party thought that Jiang Shin didn't want this hot potato either, so he could only ask a question tentatively. I need it, but it has to be alive. What do you need? I'll trade with you. Jiang Shin was overjoyed after confirming that the other party had not killed the sea beast directly. He hadn't expected the other person to be such a skilled fisherman, catching fish almost every day. Well, I just finished building the wooden boat. I don't need it for the time being. I'll just consider it as making friends with you, brother. The other person was very honest, which made people like him unintentionally. 50 units of wood, but I may need more of these higher-ranking creatures later. Since it was a sea beast of a certain rank, Jiang Shin naturally wouldn't try to get something for nothing, as that would be detrimental to future transactions. But I haven't started fishing yet today. I'll transfer it to you tonight. Would it be convenient for you to give it to me first? I checked my backpack and then realized that I had run out of wood. Sure, bro, I'll send it to you first. But this stuff is highly poisonous, so please be careful when handling it. The other party seemed eager to get rid of this hot potato. After all, stinging jellyfish are highly poisonous, and if they were on the boat, he wouldn't be able to concentrate on fishing. In less than a minute, Jiang Shin found that a new entry for the tentacles jellyfish had appeared in his inventory. Sure enough, live animals traded or given away can also be put into the backpack in this way. Note, this assumes that the living creature is incapacitated or unconscious. After turning off the communication channel, he went straight to the deck, opened the black iron chest where the mimic had previously been, and planned to put the tentacruel inside. Bang! A dark green, jellyfish-like sea creature fell into the black iron box. Jiang Shin curiously examined the dark green, stinging jellyfish, as it was the first time he had ever seen a green jellyfish. At the bottom of the tank, a jellyfish-like, umbrella-shaped jellyfish weakly stretched out its tentacles. It appeared to have been run over by a heavy object, with half of its body flattened. It's almost time. We need to deal with it quickly. Seeing that the other party looked like he was about to die at any moment, Jiang Shin hurriedly ran back to the captain's command room and took out the silver light sword. Finally, I managed to personally send the jellyfish away before it died. Defeat the venomous jellyfish to obtain 1 mutated sea beast egg. Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Shin became excited. Besides the talkative starfish, its second draw yielded a noble octopus capable of detecting extraordinary items. So he was quite looking forward to his third egg. Remaining incubation time, 9 hours. Looks like we'll have to wait until tonight. Seeing the countdown displayed in his backpack, Jiang Shin turned around and put the silver sword into the seawater to rinse it. The water in the Black Sea is constantly flowing, so he wasn't worried about the talkative starfish and the others getting poisoned by the venom when they came up later. Out of caution, after cleaning up the silver sword, he pushed the black iron box he had been carrying into the sea. It's definitely not, because I'm worried that some mindless starfish might accidentally bump into it. After finishing his work, he was just about to start fishing when he heard the talkative starfish's voice. Dad, we're back. Father, we've brought the things back. Chapter 13, the statue of the goddess of fortune, the strange flying fish. What is this thing? After glancing at the goddess statue wrapped in the tentacles of the noble octopus, Jiang Shin immediately activated his appraisal skill. Name, Goddess of Fortune statue. Quality, unknown. Description, a lucky person favored by Lady Luck. Place it on your boat, and you will receive a continuous boost of luck. It is a lucky item, and the luck bonus mentioned in the description seems to be a passive skill. Fishing, hurry up and fish. After reading the introduction, he couldn't wait to start fishing. Medium-sized driftwood has been harvested and automatically broken down into 20 units of wood. Medium-sized driftwood has been harvested and automatically broken down into 25 units of wood. 1 common sea bream was caught. 1 common tilapia was caught. Harvested 10 units of iron nails. After 5 consecutive casts, looking at the catch he had made, Jiang Shin couldn't help but scratch his head. That's strange. Didn't it trigger the effect? Just as he was hesitating about whether to try someone else, the fishing hook at his feet suddenly reacted. Acquired a piece of sea stone. Holy crap. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Shin quickly fished out a small wooden box. It's actually sea stone, the most crucial upgrade material for level 2 ships. Name, sea stone. Quality, excellent. Description, the most important upgrade material for level 2 ships. It's incredible that you can get it on the second day. Glancing at the 2 bewildered little ones beside him, Jiang Shin immediately gave them the 2 sea fish he had caught. Well done. I'll treat you to grilled fish again tonight. This statue of the goddess of fortune really does boost luck. The catch he got today was significantly better than before. The talkative starfish and the noble octopus smiled when they heard that they would be eating seafood again that night. Their greatest wish is to relieve their father's worries and troubles. Now that we have the sea stone, it's time to go find that treasure. Thinking about the massive amount of resources needed to upgrade a level 2 ship, he realized that it would be difficult to gather enough in a short time simply by fishing. Using the pirate treasure map has automatically indicated the direction to the captain. With a flash of blue light, the treasure map vanished as a phantom, and a transparent light screen appeared before Jiang Shin's eyes. Above the light screen, there's a blue dot and a small green figure. It seems that the green figure is my current location, and the blue dot is the location of the pirate's treasure. After doing a quick calculation, a smile appeared on his face. As if luck had struck again, he discovered that the location wasn't too far away, about 100 kilometers to his right. Don't think that 100 kilometers is far. On the boundless Black Sea, 100 kilometers is just a very short distance. At the current sailing speed, it should take less than 4 days to arrive. After roughly estimating the speed of his ship, Jiang Shin came to a conclusion. He couldn't stop thinking about the valuable haul and immediately decided to set off that very night. Perhaps the curse that has been bothering him for days can also be resolved. With a goal in mind, he immediately resumed fishing, since he still owed someone 50 units of timber. Fortunately, he already had 45 units of wood, so he only needed to fish up 1 more piece of driftwood. Dad, let's continue collecting driftwood. Father, don't forget to leave us 2 strokes. The noble octopus seems quite interested in this kind of luck-based fishing. Before leaving, he reminded Jiang Shin that he had given them 2 chances. No problem, you can go ahead. He waved to the 2 children, expressing his approval of their thoughtfulness. Before the next shot could be made, he opened the chat channel and started watching the screen. As soon as I entered the communication channel, there was a line of glaring red, which accurately displayed the black tide's advance speed. Current speed of the Kuroshio currents advance, 10 times the speed of the Black Sea. The newbie period ends in 5 days. Black tide's daily progress speed will increase by 0.1 Black Sea speed. The cold, mechanical sound rang out again, pulling Jiang Shin back from his pleasant reverie. He opened the chat channel and found that the entire channel seemed to be shrouded in an atmosphere of fear. Help! What is this? Holy crap, that's terrifying. One of the guys behind me got swept up in it. Luckily, I managed to finish the wooden boat in the last half day. That Kuroshio is right behind me now. It scared the hell out of me. I glanced back and saw a lot of skeletons inside, being swept up by huge black waves. Holy crap, those bones could actually move. Mom and Dad, I don't think I can run away anymore. Please take good care of yourselves. Wow, what do I do? I'm stuck on an island. Jean Suitsue, live on. Help. This thing is coming at me. What are all these things? There are so many. I don't want to die here. Wah. Hey guys upstairs, are you all okay? Any of you brothers who survived the black tide? At this point, there were basically no more replies, only the occasional warning to stay away from the black tide. It seems that some survivors have already begun to confront the black tide head-on. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Shin turned around and glanced at the overwhelming black tide that always hung behind him, his fists clenching involuntarily. It's like a guillotine hanging over everyone's head. The pitiful cries from the chat channel still echoed in Jiang Shin's heart. He could almost picture the despairing, overwhelming tide carrying hundreds of millions of corpses. No, we must upgrade to a second-class ship as soon as possible. His sense of urgency intensified. He didn't want to face that desperate scene. Obtain a large piece of driftwood, which will automatically break down into 60 units of wood. After a long while, a familiar voice rang in his ears, which put him at ease a little. With his natural talent, he's already far ahead of everyone else. That's right. He has the blessing of the statue of the goddess of fortune, and he has several extraordinary items on him. There are also talkative starfish, noble octopuses, and many more extraordinary sea creatures. He believed he would survive, and that one day he would reach the end of this world. He continued casting, and this time he felt his mindset had improved considerably. 10 minutes later, the fishing rod moved again, but it seemed that there were some fluctuations coming from the rod. He narrowed his eyes, quickly returned to the captain's command room, and took out the silver sword from the wooden shelf. He was familiar with this fluctuation. It was very similar to the first time he caught a deadly wet-kissing fish. Now that his 2 crew members are away, he has no choice but to take out his silver sword for self-defense, just in case. As he gently pulled the fishing rod, a splash of water leaped from the calm, dark surface of the water. However, to Jiang Shin's surprise, instead of landing directly on the deck, the creature suddenly spread its 2 back fins and paused in midair. Oops! Seeing the strange sea fish, which resembled a flying fish, suddenly open its mouth, Jiang Shin quickly dodged to the side. Bang! A high-pressure water balloon the size of a palm slammed down on the wooden deck, cracking 2 planks on the boat. Damn it, he's a marksman. Seeing several more high-pressure water balls coming, Jiang Shin didn't have time to think and could only quickly squat behind the captain's command room. Thud! 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 Several high-pressure water jets were fired directly at the wooden wall, sending sawdust flying everywhere. It goes without saying that the door to his captain's cabin was already riddled with holes. Damn it, my new ship! Jiang Shin, hiding behind the wooden plank, gritted his teeth in anger. If it weren't for the fact that this thing had such intense firepower, he must tear it to pieces to vent his anger. Bang! Another splash of water erupted, and the strange fish, seemingly unable to remain airborne for long, fell back into the sea. Still trying to run? Seeing that the culprit who had damaged his ship was trying to leave, Jiang Shin quickly ran back to the deck and pulled the fishing rod with all his might. As the familiar sound of water splashing rang out, the strange fish, which had been pulled out again, seemed a little confused. It couldn't understand how it had been pulled out again. However, after seeing Jiang Shin, it realized that it must have been this despicable 2-legged beast who was behind it. Seeing the terrifyingly powerful high-pressure water ball pouring down again, Jiang Shin quickly hid behind the wooden plank. Thud! 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 After another burst of firepower, the monster seemed to have used up all the water spheres in its mouth and immediately prepared to return to the surface to replenish its water. As expected, this guy needs to replenish his water supply to continue attacking. Seeing that his judgment was correct, Jiang Shin quickly ran back to the deck and pulled hard on the fishing rod before the monster fell back into the sea. Come up here again. Chapter 14, Killing the Monster Fish, Purple Cloud Wooden Box. The fishing rod was pulled sharply again. The monster entangled in the fishing line had not yet fallen back to the surface of the sea. It was pulled back onto the wooden boat again, this time having no strength left afloat. With a thud, the strange fish landed on the deck. Jiang Shin, holding his silver sword, began to cautiously circle around the fish. One after another, the strange fish was pulled out of the sea, and it became completely enraged. It suddenly opened its mouth, attempting to continue spraying high-pressure water balls at Jiang Shin. However, perhaps due to a lack of seawater replenishment, this water sphere was much smaller, only about 1/3 the size of the previous one. However, the speed was much faster. Before Jiang Shin could react, the water ball had already appeared in front of his chest. Buzz! At the critical moment, a dark blue barrier flashed across his body, and the high-pressure water ball was directly bounced back. That was close. If it weren't for the ring of resistance, he would have almost been caught off guard and lost his life. Seeing that the strange fish still had strength, Jiang Shin continued to harass it, constantly draining the water from its body. 5 minutes later, Looking at the strange fish that was thrashing about on the deck, but could not condense into a water sphere, Jiang Shin revealed an evil smile. Little one, are you thirsty? Come on, let Uncle fix a decorative knife on you. Before he could finish speaking, the silver sword had already pierced into the monster fish's body. Sizzle. Despite the tremors in his arm, Jiang Shin remained expressionless and continued to draw his sword, stabbing at the monster. Defeat the Black Sea Barracuda to obtain 1 mutated sea beast egg. A minute later, Jiang Shin, feeling somewhat exhausted, gripped the silver sword in his hand and plopped down on the deck. Fortunately, the strange fish had already been cut into strips by the silver sword. Phew, this bastard can hold his own pretty well. Glancing at the messy wooden deck around him, Jiang Shin, still not satisfied, struck the strange fish a few more times. Name, Black Sea Spike Barracuda. Species, flying fish. Quality, iron 3 stars. Talent, high-pressure water cannon. Description, a shallow sea bee species that can briefly leap out of the water to create a high-pressure water cannon to attack enemies. It is a well-known mid-range shooter among the black iron sea bee species. Of course, it can also be eaten. Jiang Shin was a little disappointed to find that his opponent was only a black iron 3-star. However, this also made him realize that quality is not a criterion for combat strength. Among the black iron sea beasts, some species excel in combat, while others, like the noble octopus, possess support-type talents. The question is, what should we do with this deck? Looking around at the battle-damaged deck with a bit of a headache, Jiang Shin didn't know how to repair it for a moment. Name, damaged wooden deck. Quality, excellent. Description, damaged units on ships can be repaired by consuming a certain amount of wood. Fortunately, it can be repaired. Seeing the repair options appear before him, Jiang Shin breathed a sigh of relief. 10 units of wood consumed. Repair of the damaged wooden boat completed. As a blue light enveloped the damaged parts of the wooden boat, the deck was instantly restored, regaining its former glory. You ugly thing, I'll stew you tonight. After putting the Black Sea bream, which had already been cut into strips, into his backpack, Jiang Shin suddenly felt a little tired. He struggled to move the recliner out and then lay down on it to rest. The blue light barrier just now must have been triggered by the Ring of Resistance, passive skill. As expected of the witch's coming-of-age gift, it's really reliable. After expressing my gratitude to the Feilia family once again, I felt deeply grateful. He decided that once the 3rd mutated sea monster egg hatched, he would definitely keep one to guard the house. Facing the black iron sea beast alone is too dangerous. He only had 2 more chances to fish, and, as always, he kept his word, waiting for his 2 crew members to return. Looking to buy 1 iron pot, 15 units of timber. With his eyes closed, Jiang Shin began posting purchase requests in the trading hall. This croaker is 40 centimeters long, enough to make a delicious fish soup. Dad, we're back. As soon as I placed the order, I heard the familiar, talkative starfish voice in my ear. Father, there isn't much driftwood nearby. We've only collected 20 units. The noble octopus placed a few pieces of driftwood from its tentacles onto the deck with some regret, while its 4 eyes began to scan the surrounding deck. Father, what just happened? I sensed an unfamiliar presence. Compared to the carefree chatter of the starfish, the noble octopus is clearly more reliable in terms of sensing. It glanced with some concern at Jiang Shin, who was lying on the recliner with a pale face. It's all right. I just killed a sea fish. I'll rest for a while, and then I'll treat you to sea fish soup tonight. He gave a weak reply, not even wanting to lift his eyelids. He guessed it might be because his energy level had dropped to around 50. Dad, are you really all right? The talkative starfish belatedly realized what was happening and anxiously looked Jiang Shin up and down. It's nothing. I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after a rest. All right, there are only 2 casts left. You guys go fishing. Call me when it's time tonight. After saying that, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him and closed his eyes again. As you wish, Father. Dad, go to sleep. We'll keep watch over you. In his dream, Jiang Shin found himself landing on a piece of driftwood. Behind them, a towering black tide surged continuously from all sides, and within that sky-covering wave, countless pale, white-bone claws emerged from the seawater. The icy seawater soaked his hair, and he felt something grabbing his feet, trying to pull him to the bottom of the sea to drown. He struggled fiercely, constantly calling out to the talkative starfish and the noble octopus. But its sound didn't even make a ripple in the face of the towering black tide. He used his last bit of strength to finally get his head above water. Opening my eyes and looking around, I saw only a small wooden boat, hundreds of years old and rotting, being swept further and further away by the giant waves on the dark sea. No. Jiang Shin, who was lying on the recliner, suddenly woke up. The cold wind blew the cold sweat off his forehead, which made him much more awake. Was it a nightmare? Jiang Shin glanced at the 2 little ones by the fire, who were looking back at him strangely, and breathed a deep sigh of relief. Is it already evening? He glanced at the dark sky around him and uttered a sentence from his dry lips. Dad, you're awake. I only caught 10 units of wood. The talkative starfish ran to Jiang Shin's feet, looking somewhat dejected, and pressed itself against Jiang Shin's calf. It's okay. There will be another chance tomorrow. Jiang Shin gently patted the forehead of the talkative starfish, offering a comforting word. Dad, you didn't kick me? The talkative starfish looked up at Jiang Shin with some surprise, as if his father had become much gentler today. Father, it's too cold at night, and we were afraid you'd catch a cold. So we used the lighter in your captain's cabin to start a fire. The noble octopus slowly placed a piece of wood into the fire, then stood up and reported to Jiang Shin. Father, I was a bit lucky today. I caught a strange box, and it looks like there's a blue blueprint inside. Seeing that Jiang Shin had regained consciousness, it proudly used its tentacles to pull a small box in front of Jiang Shin. Huh, it's been shipped. Hearing that another shipment had been delivered, Jiang Shin finally put the nightmare he had just experienced behind him. He skillfully kicked aside a starfish that was in his way and carefully accepted the purple wooden box sent by the noble octopus. Ignoring the resentful Hai Shing with a mustache standing to the side, Jiang Shin directly used his appraisal skill on the purple wooden box. Chapter 15 Rose Pistol, Stinging Sea Urchin. Name, Purple Cloud Wooden Box. Quality, Excellent Plus. Description, the collection of an extraordinary collector. Hundreds of years ago, he was killed by his enemies, and 2 of his collectibles in the box were buried in the deep sea. A collectible? It must be something special. After confirming there was no danger, Jiang Shin carefully used his silver sword to pry open the rusty lock on the purple cloud wooden box. It must be said that this box is of good quality. The patterns on it have not changed much even after hundreds of years. Although the small silver lock on the top of the box was almost broken, it still took Jiang Shin more than 10 minutes to finally open the wooden box. Inside the open box, 2 gleaming silver items were neatly arranged. A silver cup shaped like a wine glass with a mysterious pattern around it, and an exquisite men's pistol inlaid with rubies. He held the men's pistol in his hand with great delight, carefully examining the exquisite patterns on it. Name, Rose Pistol. Quality, Excellent Plus. Magazine count, 7, refreshed at midnight. Effect, creatures or items hit by the Rose Pistol will be forcibly transformed into roses within 2 seconds. In the rose state, defense is greatly reduced. The duration varies, depending on the creature's extraordinary resistance and size. Description, the extraordinary pistol that Count Curse sought to purchase at great expense was intercepted by the Black Sea pirate Molly, and eventually ended up in the hands of a maritime collector, becoming an exquisite collectible. Not bad. It's actually an extraordinary pistol. Such an exquisite and beautiful pistol, with its extraordinary features, is truly a masterpiece of art and creation. Jiang Shin rubbed the delicate patterns on the surface with great affection, then turned his gaze to the 2 little ones who were smiling politely beside him. He hesitated for a moment. He eventually abandoned the idea of testing it on the only 2 crew members. With the pistol tucked into his waistband, he looked at another collectible item, shaped like a silver cup. Name, Holy Mercury Cup. Quality, Excellent. Effect, when fresh water is poured into a silver cup, it will transform into holy water that can suppress evil spirits after 12 hours. It can harm evil spirits and phantom-like creatures. Normal drinking can restore injuries and accelerate wound healing. Description, this was originally a replica of a sacred object offered by the Holy Light cult, but it was stolen by rebels and its whereabouts are unknown. A holy water converter that can suppress evil spirits. Jiang Shin lightly rubbed the raised, mysterious pattern with his fingers, not quite deciding what to do with it. Since evil spirits are rare, they can only be used as a treatment potion for now. Never mind. Let's put it in the captain's command room first. He filled the silver cup with a glass of fresh water, intending to sell the transformed holy water as an item 12 hours later. The mutated sea monster egg has hatched. Please retrieve it within 24 hours. Just as I was about to turn around and give a leadership speech to the 2 little ones, the familiar notification sound in my mind rang again. You 2 have a new partner. He murmured something and took it out, and a purple light appeared on the deck. As the purple light faded, a strange creature, about 50 centimeters in diameter and covered in black spines, resembling a sea urchin, appeared before the 3. Name, Spiny Sea Urchin. Quality, Black Iron 5-star. Talent, Deadly Poison, Flying Needles. Description, a filter-feeding marine mammal from the depths of the Black Sea. Although it has a dull personality, it is by no means to be trifled with. I think you would not want to be stung by its venomous spines. Oh, another little sea urchin has arrived. Newcomer, don't be afraid. Brother Xing will protect you from now on. Seeing that there were new crew members, the 2 little ones curiously came over. The talkative starfish still has a strong sense of being the big brother and can't wait to declare his status. I intended to tap the head of the venomous sea urchin with my tentacles to demonstrate my authority as the eldest brother. However, after glancing at the venomous sea urchin's sharp black spines, it awkwardly stopped its raised tentacles in midair. Haha. The stinging sea urchin seemed to lack intelligence. It glanced at the talkative starfish beside it, and then let out a cackling sound at Jiang Shin. That's a rather aggressive cry. Hearing this strange sound, Jiang Shin was momentarily dumbfounded. Since the stinging sea urchin doesn't have a mouth, it's hard to imagine that it makes a sound like that. Another inferior creature. Sigh. Being a nobleman, one is indeed born different from others. Placing one tentacle on its chest, the noble octopus gently touched the golden decoration on the tentacle, revealing a compassionate, noble expression. It seems that the third brother's IQ isn't very high. Jiang Shin looked at the third crew member covered in black thorns with some surprise. He had assumed that the creatures hatched from the mutated sea monster eggs would be able to talk. So, even talkative starfish can be considered intelligent species? Putting aside the strange thoughts in his mind, Jiang Shin carefully recalled the appraisal information from earlier. It has the talents of both poison and flying needles. It seems to be a combat-type sea monster. Looking at his third son, who clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with, Jiang Shin nodded in satisfaction. From now on, you will stay by my side and serve as the captain's bodyguard. I originally intended to casually touch my third son's forehead as a sign of affection. After looking around for a long time, he still couldn't find a place to strike, so he had no choice but to give up. The sea urchin itself isn't very intelligent, but after being enhanced by Jiang Shin's talent, it can still understand his basic commands. All right, you two, go grill the fish first. I briefly explained how to grill the talkative starfish and the noble octopus. He then took advantage of the captain's privileges, tossing the barbecue grill and 2 sea fish to the 2 little ones. As for his new silly son, Jiang Shin didn't instruct him to do anything, only to let him stay by his side from now on. It turns out that being a little silly can indeed avoid a lot of dirty and tiring work. The 2 little ones had no objections either. After all, who would bother arguing with a fool, especially a fool with maxed out fighting skills? As soon as he turned around and laid down on the recliner, he suddenly felt a dampness on the chair. That's not right. It's a bit cold at night, but it shouldn't be this damp, right? Jiang Shin got up and wiped his sleeves, which were soaked with moisture, and immediately sensed something was wrong. When did this fog start? Looking at the thin layer of mist rising from the sea, he squinted and examined the calm surface. Eldest son, did it get foggy when you were fishing? Jiang Shin turned his head and called out to the talkative starfish not far away. Fog? What fog? There was no fog when I was fishing. The talkative starfish touched his forehead and looked at his father with some confusion. Father, it seems that fog is starting to rise at sea. Sensing something was wrong, the noble octopus reacted and cautiously approached Jiang Shin. So that means it suddenly appeared while we were talking? As he passed through the fog, he suddenly felt a strange chill in the air. He instinctively wrapped his clothes tighter around himself and, with a venomous sea urchin in his arms, moved closer to the fire. Opening the chat channel, sure enough, the top pin post was about the fog. Post number 130, the mysterious fog. Source, Black Sea Exploration Team. Content, beware of sudden fog at sea. According to our team's observations, this fog appeared in front of survivors in different locations, indicating that this is a strange, widespread phenomenon. What lies in the fog is unknown, but be careful not to lose your way and try not to change course. Sailing in fog can easily lead to losing your way and venturing into unknown waters. Below the post are numerous discussions from survivors. Has anyone noticed that fog has started to rise over the sea? They've already posted it, and you're only just noticing? Damn it, I got nervous just now and accidentally changed the direction of the compass. I don't know if I've gone off course. Why is it getting colder again? The sea is already cold at night. This is going to freeze me to death. Everyone should listen to the post and not change the compass direction casually. There seems to be a bright light in front of me, but it's too far away for me to see clearly. However, this light can actually penetrate the fog. The fog seems to be getting thicker. Just a few minutes ago, it was only a thin layer, but now my vision is only 20 meters away. Damn, I feel like this sea is getting weirder and weirder. After quickly reviewing the information about the sea fog, Jiang Shin still felt uncertain. Thick fog blew in from the distant sea, and Jiang Shin's gaze was fixed ahead. I felt my field of vision was compressed to a range of 10 meters. The fog seems to be getting thicker. Chapter 16, Mysterious Mist, White Walker Invasion. No one should sleep tonight. Everyone should take turns going up to the deck every half hour to check the situation outside. After taking a big bite of the slightly burnt fish, Jiang Shin suddenly lost all interest in enjoying the food. Father, let me keep watch for the first half of the night. The noble octopus clearly understood Jiang Shin's nervousness better. After all, as sea creatures, they had some resistance to the unknown environment. Dad, why don't you sleep in the cabin? The talkative starfish quieted down and glanced at Jiang Shin with a hint of worry. Yes, we'll be resting in the cabin tonight. Compared to the captain's command room on deck, which was completely shrouded in fog, the cabins below deck were clearly much safer. Don't let the fire go out. Remember to add wood every 30 minutes or so. As the only thing that can see in the fog, it is essential to keep the fire source lit. A strange drowsiness washed over Jiang Shin, and he suddenly felt his eyelids become unusually heavy. Damn it, this curse. Excessive tension caused Jiang Shin, whose rationality was already diminished, to begin to cloud his mind. Father, sleep peacefully. The lowly starfish and I will serve as your eyes. The noble octopus remained reliable, noticing Jiang Shin's discomfort and signaling the talkative starfish to help him back to the crew restroom. Dad, you should get some sleep. Stinky octopus and I will keep watch for you. Even the talkative starfish knew something was wrong, and surprisingly said something that comforted Jiang Shin. Please, both of you, don't let the fire go out. I'll put a lot of wood in the cabin, so remember to wake me up if anything happens. As sleepiness overcame him, Jiang Shin's head grew increasingly fuzzy. He mustered his strength to give a brief instruction before lying down on the wooden bed and falling into a deep sleep. Don't worry, Dad, we will definitely protect you. Muttering to himself, the talkative starfish turned to look at the stinging sea urchin blocking the doorway. New guy, remember to protect the old man. Hey, don't stab me. How stupid. I'll go out first, then you can block the door. Squeezing out from beside the door frame, the talkative starfish, who had almost been stung by a sea urchin, wore a helpless expression. He really is an idiot. Fine, you can stay here. Ha, ha. Seeing its opponent spread out its poisonous spikes and adopt a defensive stance, the talkative starfish quickly jumped away. What a scoundrel. He even hit his own brother. However, after glancing at the sea urchin that completely blocked the door, the talkative starfish breathed a sigh of relief. It turned and pulled up a piece of wood, heading into the mist. The fog is ever present, penetrating every nook and cranny. The cabin was completely submerged, with only a faint flame burning under the shroud of mist. At this moment, the communication channels were in complete chaos, and a silent terror was enveloping the entire sea area. If you have a lighter, please try to light the wood and make sure there is a light source nearby. It's best to stay close to a fire source and maintain visibility in the fog. Damn it, I'm entangled by tentacles. How'd this thing get onto my ship? Something just flashed past me. I feel like something is climbing up from the sea. Help! Something is biting my leg, and I can't move my whole body. Are you still alive upstairs? Do you have any information about the monster? In the fog, tens of thousands of survivors began to be attacked. There were tentacles, unknown sea beasts, and even humanoid creatures that began to take advantage of the fog to board the ships and devour flesh and blood. Fear spread across the sea, and on the fog-shrouded surface, only faint sparks of fire continued to burn stubbornly. At this moment, Jiang Shin, who was still asleep, was not in a good state either, as a blood-red curse mark was slowly emerging on his chest. He was covered in sweat, as if he were struggling and trying to get rid of something. The sea urchin with venomous spines at the entrance seemed oblivious to Jiang Shin's unusual behavior. It instinctively stretched its body out, its sharp thorns desperately blocking the doorway. Black Sea weather forecast. Today's weather. Dense fog. Visibility continues to decrease. Remaining nighttime hours, 3 hours. Description. The coral sea is shrouded in an unknown fog. It is advised not to attempt to change the ship's direction, as you do not know where you will be going. Jiang Shin found himself on an unknown island, surrounded by a thick white fog that prevented him from seeing his location. He didn't know when he had appeared there. He could only follow the light source at the edge of the island. Edeston, where did you all go? Little Geezy, are you there? Jiang Shin tried to shout again, but he felt his rationality rapidly declining. He didn't know if he could survive and get out of this fog. Come on, we're all waiting for you. Hurry up and come. The inexplicable call rang out again. This was the 12th time he had heard it. The voice has been calling to him ever since he appeared here. At first, he was able to maintain his judgment, but as the calls grew more and more urgent, his rationality had dropped to the point of collapse. Come on quickly. We've been waiting for you for so long. Father, just as Jiang Shin was about to go mad, a strange yet familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. A pair of decaying tentacles covered in bits of flesh suddenly emerged from the mist and pierced through his chest. In his terrified eyes, he ripped out his still-beating heart. Ha! Ha! Suddenly a ha sound rang out. With a loud crash and a piercing scream, Jiang Shin suddenly opened his eyes. The death toll in the region has reached 1/5. The Black Sea gas-upon machine will be available tonight. Please build ships as soon as possible. The familiar voice rang out again, finally pulling the shaken Jiang Shin back to reality. Title: The Unknown Mist. Description: The unknown mist contains some unknown power. Creatures trapped in the mist will have their fear amplified. If the creature has a negative status, the effect will be doubled. Damaged by an unknown curse. Sanity -40. Current sanity remaining 55. Laugh. The sound of poisonous thorns piercing flesh echoed continuously, jolting Jiang Shin out of his daze. He quickly picked up the rose-shaped pistol beside him and slowly approached the door. He discovered that the fog had completely enveloped the entire cabin at some point. The fog seemed to be very chaotic, with a cacophony of shouts and curses mixed with angry cries of "Jia! Jia!" reaching Jiang Shin's ears. Then the sound subsided slightly, leaving only that familiar shouting and cursing. "Damn it, you stupid sea urchin. Can't you tell friend from foe? Ha! Ha! Are you alright? This thing is dead. Quickly check if father is in any danger." Upon reaching the doorway, a pool of dark green, foul blood was splattered everywhere, and black, venomous spikes pierced the wooden cabin like sharp arrows. "Eldest son, is that you?" Forcing himself to calm down, Jiang Shin gripped the rose-colored pistol and tentatively asked in a low voice, "It's Dad. Quick, take me there." A weak voice, belonging to the talkative starfish, drifted from the mist. "Father, it's a great relief that you're all right." The familiar voice drew closer and closer, and the noble octopus tentacles carefully dragged the talkative starfish, whose body was stung by poisonous stings, into Jiang Shin's sight. "What happened? How'd you get hurt?" Seeing that the talkative starfish's face was ashen and looked like it was about to die, Jiang Shin's expression also changed drastically. "Father, it's a long story. Please take a look at this first." After saying that, the noble octopus led Jiang Shin into the cabin. Chapter 17, The Lighthouse in the Fog. 5 minutes later, Jiang Shin picked up the pliers and pulled out a poisonous stinger stuck in the talkative starfish, then casually threw it into the still-burning fire. "That's how it is. We haven't slept at all, keeping in mind father's instructions, and have been staying by the fire. About 2 hours after you rested last night, father, the fog had completely covered the cabin. 10 minutes ago, something came in from somewhere and was poisoned to death by the guy guarding your door. Then we heard a noise and rushed over to check. The stupid starfish was running too fast and got accidentally injured by this guy. At this point, it pointed with a side to a black sea urchin that was curled up silently beside it. Jiang Shin's forehead creased with annoyance. He glanced at the sea urchin, which was already half bald, and sighed. This can't be blamed on my third silly son. After all, he protected me and stayed by my side all night. Fortunately, the stinging sea urchin can secrete a liquid to detoxify, which is how the talkative starfish survived. Looking at the talkative starfish that had fallen into a coma, the noble octopus beside him, and the venomous sea urchin that was silently guarding him, a warm feeling slowly rose in Jiang Shin's heart. If it weren't for them last night, I might have died. Jiang Shin focused his gaze on a strange creature pierced into the shape of a hedgehog beside the fire, and immediately initiated an identification. Name: the Mist White Walkers. Description: a strange sea creature lost in the mist, corrupted by an unknown force, and transformed into a White Walker. It often hides in the mist, and hunts weak creatures trapped within it as the mist shifts. Note: the corpse is not edible, but can be used in the Black Sea gas-upon machine for a chance to win a prize. Seeing this, Jiang Shin was so angry that his teeth itched. There was no doubt that he was being treated as the only weak creature on the wooden boat. Wait, a Black Sea gas-upon machine? What is that? Remembering the voice that had rang in his mind when he was first awakened, Jiang Shin quickly checked the few pieces of information that he had overlooked that morning. The death toll in the region has reached 1/5. The Black Sea gas-upon machine will be available tonight. Please build ships as soon as possible. Upon seeing this, Jiang Shin was shocked. He remembered that the area had a population of 100,000, and 1/5 of that would be 20,000 people. And this was only the 4th day. It was likely the appearance of this fog that caused the deaths of so many survivors. He believed that a novice sea monster wouldn't suffer such heavy casualties. Remaining hatching time for the mutated sea monster egg: 3 hours. He opened his backpack and saw that there was still a sea monster egg about to hatch, which finally put his mind at ease. Don't touch this guy's body. Looking at the monster's corpse, which had been riddled with thorns and covered in venom, turning it a bluish-black color, Jiang Shin gave it a special instruction. By the way, father, this morning when I stepped onto the plane for the last time, I saw a lighthouse outside. Seeing that Jiang Shin's spirits had improved, the noble octopus began to recount his discoveries from that morning in an orderly manner. Huh, a lighthouse. Upon hearing those 2 words, Jiang Shin's heart, which had just settled down, jumped again. Last night, he also saw a lighthouse in his nightmare. However, he found that he couldn't remember any other details about the nightmare, no matter how hard he tried. Come up with me and take a look. After instructing the sea urchin to guard his eldest son, he went up to the deck with the noble octopus. The fog showed no signs of dissipating, only slightly thinner than last night. Damn it! Is it the natural climate of this sea area or a byproduct of some kind of organism? Looking at the pitch-black sea surface with visibility of only about 10 meters, Jiang Shin couldn't make a judgment for a moment. Father, look ahead. The noble octopus seemed much calmer and did not seem to feel uncomfortable with the limited field of vision. Its way of perceiving the outside world is never through the eyes, but through flow perception. Jiang Shin looked in the direction of the noble octopus's outstretched tentacles. On the distant sea, amidst the white mist, slivers of light pierced through the fog, illuminating the dark surface of the sea. How is that possible? He stared intently at the enormous lighthouse, its outline barely visible in the mist, and fell into a long silence. Father, are you still feeling unwell? Seeing that Jiang Shin hadn't come to his senses for a long time, the noble octopus asked him with some concern. It's nothing, come with me. Without saying much, he forced himself to calm down, then turned and headed toward the captain's command room. He remained expressionless, gently turned the compass to the right, and then waited patiently. 10 minutes later, he went back onto the deck. Just as I expected. Look, it seems we're being watched. The noble octopus following behind Jiang Shin looked in the direction he was pointing, and its expression changed drastically. Unbelievable. The lighthouse is still right in front of us. 10 minutes ago, Jiang Shin personally changed the wooden boat's course. He witnessed it firsthand. Given the speed of the wooden boat, even if it could see the lighthouse after 10 minutes, it would be impossible for it to still be in the same observation position. Two possibilities. Jiang Shin seemed to have completely calmed down, or perhaps he had accepted everything that had happened. Either there's something wrong with this fog, or something is trying to get us toward the lighthouse. He calmly stated his guess. Father, we will always follow your arrangements. The noble octopus regained its composure, turned slightly to the side, and gave Jiang Shin a gesture of allegiance. Okay, then let's not worry about it. We're heading toward the lighthouse anyway. At this point, a long-lost smile appeared on his slightly pale face. Something suppressed deep inside is slowly awakening. The continued decline in rationality leads to a madness that confronts fear head-on. Title: The Unknown Mist. Description: The unknown mist contains some unknown power. Creatures trapped in the mist will have their fear amplified. If the creature has a negative status, the effect will be doubled. The reappearance of the fogged-up identification information before his eyes made Jiang Shin's heart tighten inexplicably. Wait, the negative status effect has doubled. Seemingly realizing something, Jiang Shin's face showed some worry. He quickly walked down from the cabin to check on the chattering starfish. Name: talkative starfish. Quality: black iron 2-star. Status: persistently weak. Negative effects doubled. Talent 1: rapid limb recovery. Talent 2: near-death metamorphosis. Description: one of the most important ecological links in the Black Sea's bottom food chain. With it, you'll never have to worry about not having enough to eat again. High-speed limb recovery. After a limb injury, limb regeneration can be performed every 30 minutes. Near-death transformation. Unknown. Sure enough, the worst-case scenario happened. The talkative starfish was struck by its stinger directly below its eye, in the main part of its body, and cannot regenerate through amputation. Normally, with the talkative starfish's powerful self-healing ability, it can heal quickly. However, the effect of doubling the negative status completely overwhelmed the talkative starfish's own self-healing ability. This caused its injuries to continue to worsen, which is why the talkative starfish has not yet woken up. Subconsciously, it needs to devote all its energy to recovering from its injuries. This is its body's self-protection mechanism. No, the eldest son's own healing ability alone is not enough. Seeing the negative status displayed on her eldest son's paternity test results, Jiang Shin's heart tightened. He opened the trading hall and began searching for items to treat his injuries. Without exception, all items that could heal injuries were sold at exorbitant prices. Even some seafood meat with the words "slightly healing" has been sold out. Wait, I remember there was that one too. Suddenly, Jiang Shin slapped his forehead and strode back to the captain's command room, where he took down a silver bottle-shaped object. Fortunately, we put fresh water in last night. He breathed a sigh of relief and carefully placed the holy water cup on a wooden cabinet in the cabin. Name: Holy Mercury Cup. Quality: excellent. Effect: when fresh water is poured into a silver cup, it will transform into holy water that can suppress evil spirits after 12 hours. It can harm evil spirits and phantom-like creatures. Normal drinking can restore injuries and accelerate wound healing. Current conversion time remaining: 4 hours. Wait, it can produce 2 cups of holy water every day. Looking at the holy mercury cup, which was about the size of a wine glass, Jiang Shin suddenly showed a look of surprise. Chapter 18 Black Sea Brotherhood, Hawkeye's Talent. I just don't know how effective it will be. He considered to himself that if the effect was excellent, he might be able to make a great profit in a short period of time by selling the holy water. Jiang Shin opened the communication channel, trying to find some clues related to the fog. The pin post that catches the eye is a team recruitment post. Black Sea Brotherhood recruitment posting. Hello everyone, I am Lin Tianchi, the leader of the Black Sea Brotherhood. Our brotherhood already has more than 20 survivors, including resource explorers, construction engineers, maritime survival experts, and a medic that everyone needs most right now. We will be staying on this island for 3 days. Fellow countrymen in the vicinity who want to stick together for warmth or need medical treatment are welcome to join us. Below is a screenshot and location of an island, surrounded by more than 20 different ships. As you can see from the picture, there's even a ship made entirely of steel on the island. It's only been a few days, and some survivors have already started forming factions. Looking at the hundreds of messages from experts asking for help below the post, Jiang Shin fell into deep thought. He had seen the location of the island. It was about 3 days' journey away. Normally, he might have gone to observe it. But now, trapped in the fog, he couldn't even discern the most basic directions, so he had no choice but to give up. Sure enough, some people in the comment section were more level-headed. Alliance leader, please tell us how to get out of the fog. We can't even tell which way is which. How are we supposed to get to your location? Who wouldn't say so? The direction is unclear right now. What if we go the wrong way? Wouldn't that just be handing our lives to the black tide? Go if you want, but I'm too scared to move right now. Yesterday, I was heading north and almost bumped into a 10-meter-long sea fish. My pants got all wet. Have you noticed that the fog seems to be moving slowly? I observed it, and yesterday, the visibility in the fog was 15 meters. The fog was thickest last night, almost pitch black, but gradually cleared this morning with visibility around 10 meters. Upon seeing this, Jiang Shin's eyes narrowed, and he quickly clicked on the comments below the post. Wow, now that you mention it, I feel the same way. This fog seems to be alive. No need to guess anymore. This fog is only regional. I've been posting on the World Channel, and this fog has only appeared in the sea area of our region. We haven't seen a thing in other areas. Damn it. Wow, I thought they were found all over the sea. Is our area special? I know you may not believe it, but my spawn point is quite close to the Kuroshio current. Yesterday morning, when the fog first started, I vaguely saw a huge sea serpent moving through the fog. At Hawkeye, tell me more specifically, how huge is the sea serpent in the mist? Hehe, I know you don't believe me. There was fog obscuring the view at the time, and I only saw part of the outline. Even the part one saw was at least several hundred meters long. Moreover, I saw that the part of it that was above the sea surface seemed to be injured, with a large part of its body torn and bloody. At Hawkeye, you're really exaggerating. Part of your body is hundreds of meters long, so your total length must be over 1,000? Do you think you're Jormungandr? The diagnosis is complete. Another one has gone mad. At Eagle Eye, everyone else is in a fog. So how come you can see so far? At Eagle Eye. Good heavens, you mean there are creatures capable of harming a behemoth over a kilometer long? Hehe, believe it or not. The survivor named Eagle, I seem to know all along that people didn't believe him. So he simply posted a talent information in the comments section and never replied again. Talent, Hawkeye. Quality, excellent plus. Talent levels are also categorized as common, excellent, superior, outstanding, epic, legendary, mythical, and supreme. Effect. You will have a wider field of vision than others. The straight line distance at which you can make detailed observations will become 1,000 meters. Any creature moving within your line of sight will find it difficult to escape your sight. Damn, bro. I admit I was a bit loud just now. Your Hawkeye talent is really awesome. Hawkeye, let's team up. I have a one-time ship teleportation map. Could you describe it to me? I think Hawkeye should check out the Black Sea Brotherhood. He'd definitely be popular there. The moment the talent information was released, the comments section instantly changed its tune. They started showering Hawkeye with compliments, as if the sarcastic remarks from before weren't theirs at all. Sure enough, with such a large population, there are always some lucky individuals who awaken extremely powerful talents. Jiang Shin also envied the other party's powerful eyesight, but his own talent was not weak either. At least he had a premonition that the talent awakened from his mutated sea monster egg would become stronger and stronger. A giant sea serpent over 1,000 years old, a fog, and an injured creature fleeing. Jiang Shin rubbed his head. He felt that these words could be connected into a clue, but the most crucial information was always missing. By the way, has anyone seen a lighthouse? Almost forgot to ask that. Jiang Shin quickly posted another thread below while the Eagle Eye post was trending. Have any of you ever seen a lighthouse at sea? Sure enough, while everyone was still talking about the giant snake and hadn't left the chat channel, his message was met with immediate replies. Lighthouse? What lighthouse? There's nothing here but a vast expanse of white. At CB's strictest father, you may have stumbled upon an abandoned lighthouse on some island. At CB's strictest father, wait a minute, the visibility in the fog is only a dozen meters. How did you see the lighthouse? At CB's strictest father, big brother, you don't mean to say that you've also awakened a vision-related talent, do you? I'm going to fight you talent monsters. No, I didn't awaken any special talent for vision. I can see it because even though the lighthouse is far away, its light can penetrate the fog. Seeing that the post was gaining popularity, he immediately began to talk about the specific information about the lighthouse. At CB's strictest father, I remember last night, a guy said he also saw a lighthouse, and we thought he was hallucinating. I think I saw his message too, but last night a group of small sea fish got into my boat, and I was busy cutting them down after just one glance. That guy has probably already landed on the island. I haven't seen him leave any messages since. Seeing this, Jiang Shin felt relieved, as long as he wasn't the only one who could see it. It had really startled him before. The nightmare, coupled with the fact that no matter which way they went, they would always end up facing the lighthouse, made him think that they were being watched by something. If there are still some people heading towards the lighthouse, the danger will be greatly reduced. Having finally obtained a satisfactory answer, Jiang Shin was able to relax a little. He has been in a state of tension since last night, coupled with the negative status effect of the curse -40 on his sanity. If this continues, he is likely to develop mental health problems. Father, extraordinary fluctuations have been detected about 1,000 meters ahead. Just as Jiang Shin continued browsing the chat channel, he heard the familiar voice of the noble octopus. Chapter 19, The Talkative Starfish Awakens, The Truth Behind the Mist. He almost forgot that the noble octopus could detect extraordinary items in the surrounding sea once a day. About a kilometer? Upon hearing the noble octopus's explanation, Jiang Shin was momentarily at a loss. Now the talkative starfish is in a coma, and the venomous sea urchin has lost most of its venomous spines, greatly weakening its fighting power. Now, the only creatures left to search in the sea are the noble octopuses, which are not particularly strong in combat. Father, there's no need to worry too much about me. The fog doesn't affect me too much. My talent allows me to sense creatures around me that could pose a threat to me. Seeing Jiang Shin hesitate, the noble octopus immediately stated that as the second crew member, he also had an obligation to contribute to the team. All right, although the monsters that have appeared now are not too much of a threat to you, you still need to be careful. Seeing that the noble octopus was determined to do it, Jiang Shin sighed and had no choice but to agree to its request. He understood the noble octopus's thoughts. The sea urchin suffered a great loss of fighting power last night while protecting him, and the talkative starfish was also injured and fell into a coma while protecting him. This caused the noble octopus, who had always considered itself a superior being, to begin to doubt its own worth, because it felt it had failed in its responsibility to protect its father. To make up for its failure, it needs to create more value as soon as possible to make itself feel better. Glancing at the still unconscious, talkative starfish, the noble octopus smiled faintly at Jiang Shin before plunging head first into the icy Black Sea. It seems you all have your own way of getting along. Seeing the worry on the noble octopus's face at the end, Jiang Shin smiled slightly. Although the talkative starfish and the noble octopus seem to get along very badly on the surface, they have long since developed a unique bond. This may also be why it was in such a hurry to go into the water. It was trying to find extraordinary items to save its old friend in its own way. Eldest son, don't worry. Your father won't let you leave so easily. Touching the talkative starfish whose eyes were still tightly closed, Jiang Shin turned his gaze to the holy water silver cup in the corner. Remaining conversion time, 20 minutes. Ha! The venomous sea urchin seemed to sense the departure of the noble octopus. It slowly swung its remaining venomous spines and walked straight to the entrance of the cabin, blocking it with its body once again. It seems that the stinger can regenerate slowly. After observing the small venomous spines that gradually grew on the sea urchin, Jiang Shin guessed that the venomous spines it shot out would regenerate within a certain period of time. Since the talkative starfish was still in danger, they had to let the stinging sea urchin guard them, and Jiang Shin didn't dare to go back to the deck to fish. Soon, a silver light flashed from the holy water gourd, and the fresh water inside was transformed into holy water. Has the conversion been completed? Jiang Shin quickly walked to the corner of the cabin and took the silver cup filled with silver holy water. I don't know the exact dosage, but seeing the increasingly pale-faced chatterbox starfish, Jiang Shin gritted his teeth and fed it all into the chatterbox starfish's mouth. Forget it, I don't care. I should be fine if I drink it all. 10 minutes later, watching the talkative starfish gradually return to its orange hue, Jiang Shin clearly noticed that the other's mustache had twitched slightly. Efficient. The talkative starfish slowly opened its one eye, looking at Jiang Shin in front of it with a somewhat bewildered expression. Dad, where am I? Haha, you're awake, eldest son. How are you feeling? Seeing that the wounds on the talkative starfish were healing rapidly, Jiang Shin smiled. I feel all warm and cozy inside. Dad, I feel like I have energy again. With the negative effects completely neutralized and its powerful regenerative abilities restored, the talkative starfish's tentacles began to sway happily. Hearing the commotion below, the stinging sea urchin blocking the cabin entrance turned around and looked at the talkative starfish that had regained its energy. Ha! Ha! Jiang Shin understood. The sea urchin was laughing. It had clearly noticed that it had accidentally hurt its teammate, and now that it saw that the talkative starfish was all right, it was happy. Fool! Upon seeing the sharp black spines on the sea urchin, the talkative starfish couldn't help but shudder. However, befitting its status as the eldest brother, it didn't complain excessively. After all, it was all for its father's safety. Ha! Ha! Clearly, the stinging sea urchin couldn't understand its language and just kept giggling. All right, now that everything's all right, hurry up and get on the deck to go fishing. Seeing that the talkative starfish was all right, Jiang Shin patted its smooth forehead again. Then, with practiced ease, he kicked the talkative starfish that was clinging to his leg. Dad, where did that stinky octopus go? The talkative starfish, kicked away by Jiang Shin, wasn't angry. It's when I rolled around, searching for the noble octopus. It went to search for supplies underwater, and will be back in a little while. After saying that, Jiang Shin walked to the stairwell of the cabin and signaled that the sea urchins could be let out. Ha! Ha! Seeing Jiang Shin's instructions, the venomous sea urchin gradually shrank its swollen body and slowly moved aside. Finally, I can go fishing. I wonder how my luck will be today. As he stepped back onto the deck, he noticed that the surrounding fog was slowly dissipating. Is it finally over? Looking at the mysterious lighthouse that was gradually disappearing into the mist, Jiang Shin still felt like he was in a dream. Could this lighthouse be guiding us out of the fog? A strange thought suddenly popped into Jiang Shin's mind, and he couldn't quite figure out what kind of existence the lighthouse was. Never mind, let's go fishing first. While fishing, he opened the chat channel and started browsing the channel information. Thank goodness, the fog is finally going to lift. I am starving. I haven't eaten for a day and a night. The fog is too thick. I don't dare to fish at all. There shouldn't be any major problems. I just tried fishing and didn't encounter any danger. What? The fog is starting to clear over there? Why is it getting thicker here? I didn't know. It's easy to get lost in the fog, so I just stopped the boat. Now I can hardly see the fog here. Holy crap. My talent is speed amplification, which can increase the speed of a ship by 2 times. Could it be that my trajectory is the same as this fog? Haha, I also feel that this fog is moving. Dude, it seems like you've been following behind the fog and eating its dust the whole time. Holy shit, that guy upstairs is really tough. He didn't even die in the fog. Looking at the comments section, Jiang Shin was speechless for a moment. It can now be basically concluded that the fog is not a natural phenomenon of the sea, but a moving cloud. Looking back now, it seems more like a byproduct of some unknown creature. Jiang Shin simply couldn't imagine what kind of powerful life form the unknown creature could generate a fog that could affect an entire sea area. Suddenly recalling the kilometer-long giant snake that had been discovered in the chat channel, Jiang Shin had a bold guess in his mind. If the mist was created subconsciously by some kind of creature, and it now appears to be moving in a direction that is clearly away from the Kuroshio current, the result was self-evident. The powerful life forms within the mist were also fleeing the black tide. The deaths of nearly 20,000 people were merely unintentional collateral damage caused by this unknown creature as it fled. Thinking of this, Jiang Shin felt a tremor in his heart. The closer he got to the truth, the more he felt the insignificance of humanity. On the boundless Black Sea, humanity today seems so insignificant. This also confirms the Black Sea rule at the start, which states that being caught by the black tide means certain death. Even such powerful supernatural beings could not withstand the black tide, leaving them with only one path to survival. That means never letting the Kuroshio, black tide, catch up with you. Just as Jiang Shin was worrying about the fate of humanity, that terrifying yet familiar voice rang out again. The new player protection period ends after 1 day, at which time the black tide speed will rapidly increase to 10 black sea speed/day. Attention! After the new player protection period ends, the black tide will increase at a rate of 0.1 black sea per day. The Black Sea Gasapon machine will be launched tonight at 8 p.m. Please reserve a suitable spot on your vessel. Chapter 20. The first silver crew member. Is the Kuroshio current about to increase in speed? Jiang Shin frowned. After tomorrow, the black tide speed will increase by 0.1 times the Black Sea's speed per day. This means that if the ships are not upgraded and their sailing speed is not increased as soon as possible, they will be overtaken by the Kuroshio in no time. With that in mind, he immediately used his appraisal skill on the wooden boat. Title: The Unsinkable Wooden Boat. Type: Special Ship. Level: Level 1. Speed: 15 Black Sea Speed. Lowering the sails when sailing with the wind increases the Black Sea speed by 0.5. Dimensions: 8 meters long, 5 meters wide. Included buildings: wooden deck, sail, wooden cabin, captain's command room, crew rest room, X1. Special effect: the wooden ship with added magical materials has a unique effect that you will never have to worry about sinking. Upgrade materials required: 1,000 units of wood, 200 units of steel, 1 unit of sea stone. Goodness, we're still far from having enough supplies. Jiang Shin glanced at the mere 105 units of wood left in his backpack and shook his head helplessly. It would take him a long time to collect enough with simply by fishing. Fortunately, he still had several hard-working crew members. Eldest son, how is your recovery? He seemed to have remembered the correct way to use the word crewman. He reached out and waved to the talkative starfish, who was looking around on the deck. Dad, I feel like I've fully recovered. Having just recovered from serious illness, the talkative starfish twisted its body and excitedly did somersaults on the spot with its 2 tentacles. That's good. The fog will be clearing soon. Go down and help your father collect some driftwood. Seeing that his eldest son had recovered, Jiang Shin simply began to exercise his privileges as captain. Okay, Dad, but remember to leave one for us today. Glancing at the stinging sea urchin that was silently guarding the side, the talkative starfish flipped over and jumped into the sea. As the strongest fighter on the entire ship, the sea urchin has now automatically taken on the role of the captain's personal bodyguard. With the previous close call still fresh in his mind, Jiang Shin naturally wouldn't let it leave his side. No problem, go ahead. He nodded. After all, it was something he had promised beforehand. As they were talking, the fishing rod took another bite. Obtain medium-sized driftwood automatically breaks it down into 20 units of wood. As the fishing rod was pulled up, Jiang Shin calmly cast another line. His first shot was unlucky, yielding only 20 units of wood, which was barely enough to satisfy him. The mutated sea monster egg has hatched. Please retrieve it within 24 hours. Just as he was staring blankly at the dark sea, the familiar notification sound rang in his ears again. Has it hatched yet? I wonder what the new partner's talents are like. First, he straightened his clothes, and then he bowed to the 4 directions of the sea. There was nothing he could do. He didn't know which way to pray at sea, so he simply prayed to all of them. Take out. He muttered to himself, and his eyes involuntarily tensed up. As a petite figure appeared on the deck, the rich aura of water elements on the surrounding sea began to rapidly converge on the wooden ship. Wow, they even have special effect for their entrance. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, Jiang Shin exclaimed that everything was in the bag. A moment later, the blue light dissipated, and Jiang Shin was able to see the little guy's true form. On the deck, a blue coral resembling a water bottle, carved with purple gemstones, floated quietly in midair. Name: floating coral. Quality: silver 1 star. Size: 30 centimeters. Talent: water, elemental affinity, telekinesis control. Description: a rare type of telekinetic superhuman, capable of briefly manipulating and influencing the seawater within a 100-meter radius. With it, you'll never have to worry about not being able to retrieve nearby driftwood again. Of course, its abilities go far beyond that. It's actually silver quality. After reading the description, Jiang Shin's eyes widened, and he quickly stepped forward to examine his first silver-ranked crew member closely. The stinging sea urchin that was guarding the side was also startled by the sudden appearance of the floating coral, and its body began to swell rapidly. It looked like they were about to launch an attack. Wait, this isn't an enemy. Jiang Shin quickly stood in front of the venomous sea urchin and calmed it down for a while before it understood that it was one of his own. By the way, can you talk? Looking at the floating coral that remained motionless in midair the whole time, Jiang Shin was a little confused. Buzzing. A subtle ripple began to spread outwards from the floating coral, as if in response to Jiang Shin's question. You can understand what I'm saying, right? Can we gather the driftwood around us? With a try-it-out attitude, Jiang Shin wanted to test the abilities of his new crew member. Buzzing. A strange fluctuation spread outwards. A burst of blue energy, difficult to observe with the naked eye, began to spread rapidly outwards from the wooden boat. Something amazing happened. Jiang Shin felt as if the entire sea surface within a 100-meter radius was trembling. As the underwater currents began to change rapidly, a whirlpool about 5 meters high quickly rose from the surface. The whirlpool formed quickly, constantly pulling the driftwood within 100 meters around it rapidly toward the right side of the wooden boat. Dad, help! I've been pulled in by the sea. Just as Jiang Shin was intently observing the magical whirlpool, a familiar shout came from the right side of the wooden boat. Almost forgot about this guy. Jiang Shin scratched his head and quickly had the floating coral pull the talkative starfish out of the whirlpool. Buzzing. The floating coral seemed to understand, and this time the fluctuations were slightly calmer. Then a wave leaped out of the whirlpool, and the talkative starfish was slammed into the air by the wave before finally landing on the deck. Dad, Let me tell you, there's something strange about this seawater. I almost got eaten. As soon as it landed on the deck, the talkative starfish began to tell Jiang Shin about its experience on the sea with surprise and doubt. Don't be afraid. I was just teasing you. Touching the smooth forehead of the talkative starfish, Jiang Shin pointed to the floating coral in midair. This is our new partner. It can gather the surrounding timber together. That way, you'll only need to haul the collected timber onto the boat from now on. Jiang Shin glanced at a piece of driftwood that had already moved close to the right side of the wooden boat and was very satisfied. It's as if I can already see the wooden boat piled high with timber. Oh, new here? Was it you who just pulled Stephen Chow out of the water? Upon hearing that new crew members had arrived, the talkative starfish immediately took its two short legs and began to curiously poke and point at the floating coral. Buzzing. Seemingly annoyed that the talkative starfish was too close, the floating coral seemed a little angry. It began to condense a water ball in front of its body and then smashed it straight at a chattering starfish next to it. You bastard! How dare you ambush your master Xing? With a loud shout, the talkative starfish was thrown back into the sea. All right, stop dawdling and hurry up and pull the log up. Seeing the talkative starfish make a fool of itself again, Jiang Shin shook his head and then instructed it to scoop up the gathered driftwood first. Buzzing. This time, the floating coral's voice sounded somewhat joyful, as if it was secretly laughing at the starfish's comical way of falling into the water. What a wondrous creator! This little thing even possesses a considerable level of intelligence. Seeing this amazing scene, Jiang Shin was also amazed. Who would have thought that such a small, bottle-shaped coral could produce such complex emotional fluctuations as humans? But how do you usually eat? Jiang Shin carefully examined the slender, bottle-shaped body of the floating coral and asked somewhat uncertainly. Buzz! As the floating coral emitted a burst of cyan energy, a sea fish swimming beneath the surface suddenly froze, as if electrocuted. The sea fish was horrified to discover that the once familiar seawater had suddenly become strange. As the seawater was pushed upwards, it suddenly flew uncontrollably towards the wooden boat. Bang! Seeing the floating coral effortlessly swallow a 20-centimeter-long sea fish into the bottle opening, Jiang Shin exclaimed in disbelief. Such powerful abilities. No wonder it's a silver-quality creature. Jiang Shin nodded with satisfaction, more than ever before. What could give a captain more peace of mind than a capable crew member who can support himself? Jiang Shin stated that as a distinguished captain, he needs such excellent crew members. With a good mood, Jiang Shin felt that his mental attributes had recovered quite a bit, and he even continued fishing while singing a song, which was quite rare for him. Ha! Ha! The sea urchin tilted its head, seemingly not understanding what Jiang Shin was laughing about. In its field of vision, there was just one more small coral representing friendliness. Father, I think I just sensed a strange fluctuation. Just then, the nobleman Zhang, who had just boarded the ship, blinked his 4 eyes and slowly walked over. Chapter 21, The Magical Wardrobe of Excellent Quality. Oh, our octopus gentleman is back. In a good mood, Jiang Shin made a rare joke about the noble octopus. Father, you seem to be in a good mood. The noble octopus was taken aback at first, then gave Jiang Shin a gentlemanly bow. Father, who is this? Seemingly due to its innate talent, the noble octopus could sense the mysterious, extraordinary fluctuations floating in midair. Ah, this is our 4th crew member. He will be our new partner from now on. Seeing the noble octopus curiously examining the floating coral, Jiang Shin began to explain it to it. Buzzing. Seemingly due to a special bond between 2 spiritual-type extraordinary beings, the previously silent floating coral began to slowly approach the noble octopus. It's hard to imagine that such a small body could possess such powerful water element fluctuations. Through subtle sensations, the noble octopus couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity with the floating coral. The noble octopus slowly extended its tentacles and began to gently stroke the floating coral. Buzzing. A slight vibration sounded, seemingly mixed with joy and a certain intimacy. It's rare to see that you two get along so well. Seeing that the floating coral did not reject the noble octopus's touch, it instead slowly descended onto the noble octopus's shoulder. Jiang Shin was also amazed by what he saw. Just now a starfish was thrown into the sea before it even got close. Father, it's strange. In some ways I seem to get along quite well with this little guy. Even the aristocratic octopus, who is usually very fastidious, did not resist the other party's approach, but instead showed a kind smile. By the way, Father, I brought you a nice gift. After glancing at a starfish amidst the birdsong and fragrant flowers on the sea surface, the noble octopus slowly took a glass ball out of its tentacles. This is an extraordinary item that I sensed with my innate talent. It was lying on a piece of driftwood when I found it. Even after sending the glass ball to Jiang Shin, The noble octopus was still unsure about the nature of this extraordinary item. Name: Magic Wardrobe. Quality: Excellent Plus. Effect: a piece of fine quality clothing can be automatically generated every 3 days. After 1 month, a piece of high quality clothing will be produced, and then it will automatically decompose into wood and disappear. Description: a magical wardrobe belonging to an extraordinary magician. The clothes inside have great attribute bonuses. Clothing that can provide attribute bonuses? After reading about the magical wardrobe, Jiang Shin felt that his luck was gradually improving. After the glass ball was opened, a blue light flashed, and a uniquely shaped wooden wardrobe appeared on the deck. The cabinet doors were carved with beautiful and exquisite patterns, and under the sunlight, the rubies inlaid on the wooden doors shimmered with a captivating red light. At first glance, one can tell that it is very valuable. Let me draw the first one. Driven by the thrill of opening a blind box, Jiang Shin immediately opened the wardrobe door. The wardrobe was empty except for a tailcoat resembling that of a Western gentleman, which hung quietly on a wooden hanger. That has put my mind at ease. Jiang Shin took the dignified yet elegant swallowtail coat from the wardrobe and immediately activated his appraisal skill. Name: The Gentleman's Tuxedo. Quality: Excellent. Effect: Speed +1. Description: the clothes in this magical wardrobe have excellent waterproof and fire-resistant properties. Of course, it is hoped that the owner of these clothes will also be a distinguished gentleman. Here, little geezy, this is for you. After reviewing the attributes, Jiang Shin handed it to the noble octopus who had been eyeing the tuxedo long ago. Father, you are so generous. I praise your virtue. A smile unconsciously crept onto the face of the noble octopus. He eagerly and carefully took his first set of gentleman's clothes with his 2 tentacles. Dad, with so much timber, it looks like we've struck it rich. Before they knew it, a large pile of wood had been stacked on the wooden boat. The talkative starfish patted the water off its body and excitedly ran towards Jiang Shin. A giant piece of driftwood has been harvested and automatically broken down into 50 units of wood. A giant piece of driftwood has been harvested and automatically broken down into 30 units of wood. Medium-sized driftwood harvested, automatically broken down into 20 units of wood. Seeing the huge pile of driftwood behind the talkative starfish, Jiang Shin looked at the already tilting ship and quickly disassembled the wood and packed it into his backpack. By the way, the eldest son seems to be much stronger than before. Watching the driftwood being disintegrated, Jiang Shin also looked at the talkative starfish staring at the floating coral with surprise. Could it be that this thing survived a terrible ordeal and mutated? I looked at the information about the talkative starfish again and confirmed that I hadn't found any special changes. Jiang Shin couldn't help but attribute the reason to the fact that the kid had been dawdling all along. Ignoring the 4 little ones muttering to themselves, Jiang Shin pulled up the fishing rod that had already floated to the surface. 10 units of steel have been harvested and automatically loaded into your backpack. Jiang Shin cast the fishing rod, which he had just used to hook the fish, back into the water and began checking the information about the steel. Name: Black Iron Steel. Quality: Excellent. Characteristic: Hard. Description: the high-quality steel is the perfect choice for upgrading to a second-class boat. If you can catch it, it seems you are very lucky today. Surprisingly, it was high-quality steel. Jiang Shin nodded in satisfaction. It's important to know that upgrading a Tier 2 ship only requires ordinary quality steel. I wonder if upgrading with black iron steel will give a level 2 ship any new features. Before the fishing rod he had just caught any fish, Jiang Shin began to organize his current supplies. Open the backpack. There are 2 slots left out of the 10. Includes 355 units of wood, 600 milliliters of mineral water, 1 lighter, 1 iron barbecue grill, 15 units of iron nails, 1 iron hammerhead, 1 piece of sea stone, and 10 units of black iron steel. In terms of weaponry, in addition to the rose pistol that he always carries close to his body, he also has the silver sword that is kept in the captain's command room. As for extraordinary items, his collection now far surpasses that of others. A magical wooden bed, a necklace of truth, a ring of resistance, an emerald glass comb, a holy mercury cup, and a magical wardrobe. It can be said that he is already at the forefront of most survivors in terms of the amount of extraordinary items he possesses. Any one of these extraordinary items could be exchanged for valuable supplies. Of course, he wouldn't easily give it up for exchange. Oh, right, there's also a monster's corpse in the cabin. Thinking of the monster's corpse, riddled with holes like a honeycomb, in the cabin, Jiang Shin couldn't help but look forward to the Black Sea gasapon machine that was about to appear tonight. Food is easy to find, with floating corals available now. Catching ordinary sea fish shouldn't be a problem. After taking stock of all his supplies, he discovered that the most needed resource was water. Whether it's the daily required intake of fresh water or the daily freshwater conversion amount needed by the Holy Mercury Cup. There is no doubt that freshwater scarcity remains a significant problem. I wonder if anyone has obtained items like freshwater purifiers yet. Jiang Shin is now very envious of these most basic survival supplies at sea. Since it's difficult to obtain these resources through fishing right now, we can only pin our hopes on the resource islands on the upcoming pirate treasure maps. They should be here soon. As his thoughts wandered, the blue coordinates slowly magnified, and the outline of a small island gradually emerged in his mind. It seemed that some unknown force was interfering, preventing him from seeing more than a few conspicuous giant coconut trees on the outermost edge of the island. There appeared to be footprints of some kind of reptile under the coconut tree. Chapter 22, Icebreaking Blueprints, Black Sea Gasopon Machine. It's even faster than expected. As he glanced at the small island that was beginning to emerge in the distance, the location indicator in his mind shone even brighter. At our current pace, we should reach our destination in about 2 days. Before we knew it, it was getting late. The next few casts were also lucky, yielding some black iron and wood, as well as 2 decent items. Name, Magic Compressed Biscuits. Quality, excellent. Quantity, 12 pieces. Effect, 1 tablet can sustain 1 day's energy expenditure. Description, one of the initial studies of mysticism in the field of food, its emergence indicates that mysticism has gradually entered everyone's life. Name, Icebreaker Blueprint. Quality, excellent. Effect, collected materials can be used to craft icebreakers for ships, which can be placed at the bow of the ship to attack other ships, doubling the effect of breaking ice. Description, before the advent of cannons and other long-range attack methods, its appearance would be a nightmare for other ships and ordinary sea monsters. It seems that the items obtained from fishing become more valuable as the sailing distance increases. A total of 8 fishing trips yielded 30 units of black iron steel, 60 units of wood, and the 2 items mentioned above. Of course, considering the presence of floating corals, there was no need to search for driftwood everywhere anymore. So this time he didn't give the talkative starfish any more fishing opportunities. Putting both items into the backpack filled the 10-slot backpack again. We still need to upgrade the backpack slots as soon as possible. Although you can store some items in the cabin, it can alleviate the problem of insufficient backpack slots in the early stages. However, as more items are placed on the boat, it will significantly affect the boat's speed, which is unacceptable to Jiang Shin. With that in mind, he immediately opened the trading hall and started searching for keywords such as backpack slots. After searching for a long time, I still couldn't find any items that could upgrade my backpack or expand its slots. Even if such a thing existed, it would likely be used directly and not easily traded. Has anyone obtained any items that increase backpack slots? Out of curiosity, he still asked the question in the trading channel. Huh? Is the boss's backpack already overflowing? I'm so envious. Comparison is the thief of joy. I glanced at the only 60 units of wood in my backpack and decided to eat wood tonight. I worship you, sir. Could you spare me some food? I haven't eaten for 2 days. By the way, I wanted to ask that too. My backpack is overflowing, so I've been using the ship's cabin as a temporary storage room. Hey, you upstairs, stop showing off your wealth, or my pirate ship will storm your doorstep. 666. What a great pirate of the New World. Come on if you dare. P.S. There's a cannon on the starboard deck of the ship. Wow, it hasn't been that long, and you already have cannons? This is a true big shot, no doubt about it. Boss, do you have any plans to build your own faction? Please help me out, +1. Seeing the art style gradually going astray, Jiang Shin shook his head. However, out of curiosity, he directly clicked on the picture to check the cannons on the other ship. Name, Red Cannon. Quality, excellent. Effect, can launch 6 heavy iron balls in succession to attack enemy ships. After the launch is completed, there will be a 5-minute cooldown period. Description, don't doubt its power. It truly deserves the title of Wooden Boat Killer. You'd better pray it's not as accurate as you imagine. It seems that some lucky individuals have already made it to the forefront of ship upgrades. After reading the information about the Red Cannon, Jiang Shin was also very tempted. But after consideration, he still felt that it could only be used as a strategic deterrent at this stage. The reason is simple. The red-coated cannons didn't fire gunpowder, but solid iron balls. Who knows how many units of steel would be needed to fire a single shot? I bet after just a few shots, the captain will be able to declare bankruptcy. Of course, as a strategic deterrent, it is already very valuable in itself. The Black Sea Gasopon machine will descend upon the ship in 5 seconds. Please prepare. As the familiar voice rang out, the entire channel was flooded with messages again, completely drowning out Jiang Shin's post. 5, 4, 3. As the countdown ended, a streak of azure light appeared directly from midair and landed on the deck, to Jiang Shin's astonishment. It's already 8 p.m. Looking at the pitch-black night, Jiang Shin suddenly felt a sense of disorientation, as if he had lost his perception of time. Never mind, let's take a look at this Black Sea Gasopon machine first. Putting aside his sudden feelings, Jiang Shin couldn't wait to walk to the Black Sea gasopon machine. The entire fuselage was encased in an unknown black shell, which appeared even more mysterious under the moonlight overhead. The top cover features some features of marine life, including starfish tentacles, sea snake heads, and jellyfish images, resembling a collection of various marine creatures. At the very bottom is an area shaped like an octopus's mouth, with its huge mouth wide open, like a bottomless black hole that devours everything. Name: Black Sea gasopon machine. Quality: unknown. Type: Black Sea creature. Effect 1. By throwing in the corpses of sea beasts or otherworldly creatures, you can exchange for gacha chances and exchange them for items by participating in gacha. Effect 2. It must be fed at least one item or creature as an offering every day, otherwise it will turn into a living thing and devour all living things on the ship. Description: a mysterious gasopon machine formed by an unknown force. In theory, it can give you anything you want provided you feed it. What? This can turn into a living creature and eat people. After reading the introduction, Jiang Shin immediately took a few steps back. He didn't know if tonight counted as the first day. Seeing an item with two sides for the first time, Jiang Shin felt that the dark, gaping maw of the abyss was even more terrifying. Out of caution, he did not immediately throw in the demon's corpse, but instead opened the communication channel. Wow, has everyone seen the information about this Black Sea gasopon machine? Damn it, haven't I just found myself another ancestor? Black Sea survival, I'll fucking kill you. This thing can eat people? That's just too outrageous. Don't worry too much, everyone. I just tried it out, and the items I got were pretty good. So you can feed them anything, any object or living thing. Can you feed them ants? Hey upstairs, can you find me a few ants in the sea? I just fed a sea fish, boohoo, I haven't eaten yet. Who knows if today counts as the first day. I'm in a hurry to go into the sea to catch a fish. I feel uneasy being around this thing. Opinions on the Black Sea gasopon machine vary in the chat channels, with most survivors, who are short of supplies, holding a pessimistic attitude. A small number of survivors who have already participated in the gacha and obtained items believe that the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. However, there should be no danger if used normally according to the rules. After reading the information, Jiang Shin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was something he could control, that was fine. After the talkative starfish and the others pulled the white walker corpse out of the cabin, Jiang Shin suddenly inhaled a fishy, foul smell. This thing rots so quickly. After glancing at the dark blue, decaying corpse of the alien demon, Jiang Shin couldn't help but look at the venomous sea urchin curled up beside him. We underestimated the toxins in the sea urchin. It's no wonder it's a renowned combat species among the black iron sea beasts. Few can withstand its poisonous sting attack alone. Out of caution, Jiang Shin took out the silver sword from the captain's command room and carefully used the tip of the sword to drag the corpse of the otherworldly being that was emitting a strong odor to the front of the Black Sea gasopon machine. As the demon's corpse drew near, the Black Sea gasopon machine seemed to have discovered something and began to tremble excitedly. Then, several tentacles suddenly extended from the octopus's massive mouth, pulling the White Walker's corpse directly into its dark maw. Dad, this thing feels a bit dangerous. The talkative starfish next to him shrank back and tugged at Jiang Shin's trouser leg in fear. Jiang Shin didn't reply. To be honest, his sanity level had dropped by 3 points just now. The entire feeding time lasted 1 minute, until the tentacles of the Black Sea gasopon machine completely disappeared. The entire organism then returned to calm, as if it had entered a state of hibernation after finishing its meal. Putting the corpse of a White Walker in the mist to obtain 2 gacha chances. Chapter 23, The Strange Gasopon Machine, obtaining a water purifier. A mechanical voice, indistinguishable between male and female, rang out, slightly breaking the tension in Jiang Shin's heart. A White Walker corpse gave me 2 chances to use the gacha. After regaining his composure, Jiang Shin stared into thought at the 2 mysteriously patterned coins that had suddenly appeared in his hand. He couldn't quite figure out what the Black Sea gasopon machine used to calculate the number of uses. The mysterious coin is shaped like a game coin inserted into a game console before time travel. However, the patterns on it were rather strange, like a combination of multiple creatures. He only glanced at it briefly before his rationality dropped a little further. Seeing his dwindling rationality points, Jiang Shin gritted his teeth and inserted a coin directly into the coin slot on the front of the gasopon machine. Insert 1 gacha coin to start the lottery. Obtain mystery gacha, X1. The Black Sea gasopon machine started shaking again, but this time it was much milder than last time. A moment later, a capsule toy resembling a glass ball was spat out by the octopus's large mouth below. Jiang Shin bent down, picked up the mysterious gasopon, and immediately activated his appraisal skill. Name: Crude Freshwater Purifier. Quality: excellent. Effect: 10 liters of seawater added can be converted into 2 liters of freshwater resources daily. Description: the mysterious Gasapon unique to the Black Sea Gasapon machine can give you anything you want. It's a freshwater purifier. Staring intently at the reddish-brown Gasapon in his hand, Jiang Shin felt a surge of joy. To his surprise, he got the freshwater purifier he had always wanted from the first Gasapon machine, which made him re-evaluate the value of the Black Sea Gasapon machine. One shot left. Without hesitation, I put the last Gasapon coin in my hand into the Black Sea Gasapon machine. Insert 1 gacha coin to start the lottery. Obtain Mystery Gacha, X1. Seeing that the Gasapon machine had returned to normal, Jiang Shin casually picked up the second Gasapon and activated its appraisal function. Name: Resilience Search Rope. Quality: excellent. Trait: Resilience +2. Effect: by shaking the rope, it can be thrown out and will automatically seek out the enemy. Once it hits the target, it will lasso the target's head. Description: the signature weapon of Pirate Captain Hisa, containing a slight magical element, can automatically target enemies and is an effective weapon for controlling them. A rope that can automatically locate enemies, but it needs to be shaken first before it can be used. Touching the fine stubble that had grown on his chin, Jiang Shin suddenly pictured himself dressed in pirate clothes and a pirate hat, shaking a rope in his hand. However, with only excellent quality, it's likely only effective against low-level creatures. Considering the quality of the toughness of the rope, Jiang Shin automatically grouped it with the Silverlight Sword. Overall, the items produced by the Black Sea Gasapon machine are indeed great value for money. If we disregard its effect too, this is undoubtedly the most valuable item on the entire ship at this stage. It needs to devour objects or living creatures every day. Just to be on the safe side, he took a unit of wood directly from his backpack and placed it in the octopus's mouth below the Black Sea Gasapon machine. With a tremor, several tentacles extended, one of which pulled the wood directly inside, while the remaining tentacles continued to beckon towards Jiang Shin. Damn it, I'm still not full. Continue removing wood until you have collected 10 units of wood, at which point the wood in the octopus's mouth slowly recedes back into its depths. Fortunately, it only needs 10 units of wood per day to feed it. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the Black Sea Gasapon machine had completely stopped working. Dad, who is this guy? I think he's even uglier than a stinky octopus. The talkative starfish, who had been watching silently from the sidelines, finally couldn't resist and stepped forward to examine the carvings on the Black Sea Gasapon machine with curiosity. Father, I think it is necessary to recycle and reuse the inferior starfish. Buzzing. The noble octopus, dressed in a magnificent tuxedo, glanced disdainfully at a certain annoying starfish and offered his valuable advice to Jiang Shin. The floating coral on its shoulder buzzed, seemingly agreeing with the noble octopus's proposal. This thing is a bit dangerous. Remember to remind me to put in 10 units of wood every day. After giving the 4 children some serious instructions, Jiang Shin led them back to the cabin. Upon arriving at the crew rest area, Jiang Shin slammed a Gasapon capsule containing a freshwater purifier onto the ground. With a flash of light, a simple freshwater purifier resembling a water dispenser appeared in the room. Jiang Shin did some research and found that all he had to do was put seawater into the upper inlet and press the switch to obtain precious freshwater resources from the lower outlet. Of course, he can only get 2 liters of fresh water per day, but that's enough to cover his daily freshwater consumption. It's worth mentioning that the freshwater conversion process is somewhat slow, taking about 8 hours. Furthermore, after the conversion is complete, there will be a cooling off period and it will not be usable again until the next day. Father, the fire is lit. It's cold in the cabin. Come and warm up with us. In the darkness, the noble octopus emerged from the doorway, and a faint light seeped in from the entrance to the lounge. Okay, I'll be right there. Jiang Shin instructed the talkative starfish to use the tray on the freshwater purifier to fill 10 liters of seawater into the ocean and put it in. Jiang Shin also felt a coolness. The weather seems to be getting colder and colder. He wrapped his clothes tighter around himself and checked the Black Sea weather forecast, only to find that the temperature had dropped to 8 degrees Celsius tonight. Following the faint firelight, Jiang Shin arrived at the campfire with the noble octopus. There was still a scorched area where the fire had been, a trace of last night's flames. The initial wooden boat seems to be difficult to ignite with a small flame, which can be considered a form of protection for beginners. Otherwise, without sufficient protection, he wouldn't have dared to let the noble octopus set fire to the wooden boat. Of course, someone must constantly monitor the input of timber, otherwise it is still very likely to cause a fire. The warm firelight illuminated his slightly weathered face. He had unknowingly been in this world for 5 days. These 5 days were spent in constant fear and trepidation. If it weren't for his awakened talent that allowed him to gain these companions, he would most likely have suffered the same fate as those more than 20,000 compatriots, his soul sinking into the Black Sea. The faint flames continued to burn, and the moisture in the wood was being evaporated, making a crackling sound from time to time. He followed the firelight to examine the drowsy, talkative starfish beside him, the floating coral perched on the noble octopus's shoulder, and the noble octopus that occasionally tossed wood into the fire, and the sea urchins that still blocked the hatchway, occasionally turning their heads to observe the crowd. A long-lost sense of security slowly rose in my heart. At the very least, he was lucky. Compared to the desolate and boundless Black Sea, he was never alone. The night faded away in the fire, along with countless souls unwilling to die. On the pitch-black sea, a brand-new wooden boat is slowly sailing toward a giant ship 100 meters long that is floating on the surface of the water. Chapter 24, The Giant Ship on the Sea, Traces of Other Survivors. Black Sea Weather Forecast. Current weather, clear skies, not a cloud in sight. Current temperature, 10 degrees Celsius. Remaining daylight hours, 6 hours. Description, the day with the best sunlight in the last half month. A good day to go out, avoid being lazy. Unknown curse in effect, sanity -20. A familiar voice rang out, and Jiang Shin woke up from his dream. He had a strange dream last night. In his dream, he seemed to see a sea serpent thousands of meters long fleeing, with a huge black curtain stretching across the sky behind it. He's probably under too much stress lately. He's been having nightmares for several days in a row. But the curse of this mimic is really persistent. Having 20 sanity points deducted first thing in the morning, Jiang Shin, who had just woken up, was furious. The weather was getting colder and colder. He sneezed and instinctively wrapped his coat tighter around himself. Even in ordinary quality thermal clothes, seemed to be gradually unable to withstand the cold climate of the Black Sea current. Fortunately, he had moved the magical wooden bed into the cabin in advance last night and had the noble octopus light a fire. This ensured that I did not experience the negative effects of hypothermia. I opened the attribute panel and scanned my status. I found that all my attributes except for sanity had been restored. Name, Jiang Shin. Status, sanity recovering, curse in effect. All of humanity starts with a stat of 5. Strength, for +2, 95/100. Speed, for 96 out of 100. Physical fitness, 5 + 1, 98/100ths. Spirit, 6, 88 out of 100. The higher the spirit, the higher the sanity, and the faster the sanity recovers. Reason, 6, 80 out of 100. Reason below 50 will cause panic, below 30 will cause suicidal thoughts, and below 10 will cause complete madness. Talent, mutated sea beast egg, authority level. I wonder if there are any items on that island that can break the curse. The mysterious island shown on the pirate treasure map was not far from him. For the time being, he could only place his hopes on this small island. Dad, come quick. There are so many ships outside. Father, a huge black ship has appeared on the sea ahead. Just as Jiang Shin finished observing the countdown on the water purifier, a familiar shout came from the deck. A boat? Could it be another survivor? A look of surprise appeared on his face. Having sailed on the Black Sea for so long, this was the first time he had encountered any other ships. I hurriedly ran out of the cabin, and as soon as I reached the deck, a gust of cold wind hit me. He braved the cold wind and followed the gaze of the little ones. On the deep sea, a huge, jet-black ship lay tilted and flat on the ocean. From a distance, it looks like a reclining black giant. Near the massive ship, several small wooden boats, resembling its shape, were moored alongside it. Dad, what a huge ship. It's much bigger than ours. Father, according to my observation, this giant ship is at least 30 times larger than ours in diameter. It's unbelievable that there are such huge ships on the sea. Listening to the noble octopus's narration, Jiang Shin also curiously examined the enormous object in front of him. As his gaze drew closer, Jiang Shin gradually came into view the general outline of the giant ship. It lay lifelessly on the sea surface, its body seemingly severed in two by some enormous object. Other survivors have already gone in. He was still some distance from the giant ship and could only vaguely see many brand new small wooden boats scattered around it. These similar-looking wooden boats are clearly the vessels of other survivors. He opened the chat channel and quickly browsed the information. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single message about the giant ship. That's interesting. Little Gue, how much longer until we reach that giant ship? Jiang Shin turned to look at the noble octopus. He knew that the noble octopus's talent not only allowed it to explore extraordinary items, but also greatly enhanced its perception. Father, at our current speed, we will reach the vicinity of the giant ship in about 2 hours. Seemingly anticipating Jiang Shin's question, the noble octopus made its judgment methodically. Full speed ahead. Since everyone has tacitly kept quiet about it, there must be a lot of good stuff inside. Little Geezy, use your talent to see if there are any lost extraordinary items around. Seeing that it would still be some time before they arrived at the giant ship, he immediately had the noble octopus use its talent. Father, It seems that several extraordinary items are concentrated in the direction of the black ship. A few minutes later, the noble octopus opened its 4 eyes, and there seemed to be some surprise in its pupils. Okay, I understand. Jiang Shin was browsing through the trading channel for warm clothing supplies when he responded without turning his head. In the past few days, he has clearly noticed that the sea surface seems to be cooling down rapidly. Today, even with the continuous sunshine, the temperature is only 10 degrees Celsius. He dare not imagine how low the temperature would drop at night. The most important structure in the description of the second-class ships is the sea furnace. Considering the recent cold weather, he had to make preparations early. Looking to buy 1 thermal quilt for 50 units of timber. Looking to buy 40 units of timber, plus 1 set of warm clothing. Looking to buy 1 kettle, 40 units of timber. Looking to buy 40 units of timber, including hand warmers or other insulation equipment. He placed 4 orders in a row on the trading channel, ignoring the rapidly scrolling messages, and immediately picked up his fishing rod to start fishing. Small bottle. Gather the surrounding driftwood together. Eldest son, I'll have the boat stop for 5 minutes. You and the others can collect the driftwood for me. He methodically instructed the little ones to start working, and then went back to the captain's command room to temporarily stop the wooden boat. It seems that all the poisonous thorns on Xiaohei's body have grown out. Jiang Shin glanced at the sea urchin quietly nestled in the corner of the deck and nodded to himself. Xiaoping and Xiaohei were the names Jiang Shin gave to the floating coral and the stinging sea urchin yesterday, to make it easier to command the 2 new crew members later. Thud! Thud! Just then, Jiang Shin heard the sound of heavy objects hitting the fence. He's restless so early in the morning. He glanced at the noisy black sea gasopon machine next to him, then casually took out 10 units of wood and tossed them to the annoying guy who was complaining of being hungry so early in the morning. After finishing all that, Jiang Shin quietly lay down on the deck chair and watched the talkative starfish and the noble octopus push and shove as they jumped off the ship. Buzz! As strange vibrations echoed through the air, the surrounding sea surface trembled. A small whirlpool, for meters in diameter, appeared on the right side of the wooden boat, continuously attracting and gathering the surrounding driftwood together. What incredible power! Is this what supernatural power is? Jiang Shin looked at the floating coral in midair with amazement and couldn't help but show a look of envy. I just don't know how many survivors can awaken abilities similar to those of extraordinary beings. As the giant ship drew ever closer in the distance, Jiang Shin gradually narrowed his eyes. Chapter 25 Mysterious Merfolk, Black Sea Brotherhood Rallying Call. At the same time, Jiang Shin was observing a cabin inside the giant ship. Several large merfolk creatures were gathered here. Elder Batter, our homeland has been invaded, and our people are dying. Let's start the war. Let's fight these greedy invaders to the death. Deep inside the dilapidated ship's hold, a mermaid-like intelligent creature covered in blue scales was angrily brandishing a sharp trident. Hell, you were too impulsive. If you hadn't attacked and killed these strange races without authorization, our existence wouldn't have been exposed so quickly. The elder merman glanced at the robust man, who was nearly 2 meters tall, and sighed helplessly. Elder Batter, are you just going to let me watch them wantonly invade our territory and take away our resources for survival? The tall merman seemed very dissatisfied with what the older merman said, and with a huge sea fork in its hand, it slammed it into the cabin. Lord Hell, please do not be rude to Elder Batter. On either side of the elderly merman, 2 mermen slightly shorter than Hell were glaring angrily at their fellow merman, who showed no respect for the elder. Hell, I said long ago that we were also invaders to the lives that once lived on this giant ship. That was then. Now, we are the masters here. Elder Batter, just you wait and see. I will kill them all. The robust merman abruptly pulled the enormous sea fork from the cabin, glancing disappointedly at his cowardly kin inside. It is unknown when it began, but its kin, who have lived a peaceful life for hundreds of years, have completely lost the bloodthirstiness of a sea beast race. Just after Hell left, the older Batter let out a long sigh. Alas, merciful sea god, my merfolk have been driven out of the deep sea for hundreds of years. Please bless my people once again so that they may safely overcome this crisis. Batter closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and looked up as if he were muttering something. At the same time, it emitted bursts of blue light from its chest, and a deep blue bead emitted a dazzling light. The sea god has appeared. The surrounding guards all knelt on the ground, their expressions filled with excitement. Seeing this, Batter sighed inwardly. Only he knew that the sea god had not sent down any divine interventions for hundreds of years. All that remains for the merfolk are these ancient treasures. Location 008 in the sea. The Black Sea Brotherhood is assembling. Location 008 in the sea. The Black Sea Brotherhood is assembling. Location 008 in the sea. The Black Sea Brotherhood is assembling. Just as Jiang Shin put the driftwood he had fished up into his backpack, he noticed a prominent pinned post at the very top of the regional chat channel. This kind of pinned post has only appeared twice. The first time was when the Black Sea Brotherhood was founded, and the second time is now. It seems there are still many unknown entities that could potentially connect with the Black Sea system. He had never heard of an item that could send pinned posts, which made him even more interested in this organization called the Black Sea Brotherhood. Location number 008 in the sea area has had its specific coordinates released. A mysterious supply point has been discovered at location 008 in the sea area, containing high-quality items and a large quantity of steel. We are now calling on our comrades in the nearby waters to explore this location together. The Black Sea Brotherhood hereby guarantees that all spoils of the search will belong to the individual who acquires them, and our Brotherhood will not maliciously seize them. Note, Supply Point 008 is a huge, dark ship with evidence of other Black Sea creatures inside. Our Alliance strongly recommends that you regroup with other Alliance members and explore together. 4 consecutive pinned posts were displayed at the very top of the regional channel, directly attracting the attention of almost all survivors in the region. Holy crap, I thought there were some changes to the Black Sea system, but it turns out it's just a pinned post from the big shots. Wow, Black Sea Brotherhood, how do you guys create these pinned posts? Supply point number 008? So there have been at least 7 supply points before? Are we playing a survival game? Hey boss, can you help me? I'm very close to location 008. I can get there in less than an hour. I've arrived here and am ready to join the Black Sea Brotherhood. Come quickly, fellow countrymen in the nearby waters. There are already more than 30 brothers here. 666, I'm still struggling to make ends meet. And you guys already teaming up to run dungeons? My god, I just passed by there the day before yesterday. I saw the outline of a huge thing from a distance, but I didn't dare to go over. I feel like I missed out on a fortune. The regional chat channels were buzzing with activity, and even the World Chat channel had a post about Supply Depot number 008. Supply point number 008, judging from its location, should be the giant ship ahead. After reviewing the information, Jiang Shin made a judgment. I didn't expect there to be more people gathered there than I imagined. It must have attracted most of the survivors in the vicinity. The traces of other Black Sea creatures should be those of creatures that inhabited the giant ship. He secretly pondered the several summons messages issued by the Black Sea Brotherhood and roughly understood the situation on the giant ship. It must be because the sea creatures on board are difficult to deal with that the Black Sea Brotherhood had no choice but to issue a call to arms and proactively reveal the coordinates of this place. In this way, not only can we take the opportunity to recruit more survivors into the Black Sea Brotherhood, but we can also use some small fry as cannon fodder to share some of the danger. Thinking about this, Jiang Shin couldn't help but admire the Black Sea Brotherhood's clever plan. However, it is obvious that the effect is remarkable. Even Jiang Shin wouldn't miss such a rare supply point. There are 235 units of timber left. With the timber that my eldest sons will collect later, we should be able to reach 500 units. Maybe this trip will allow us to collect all the materials needed to upgrade to level 2 ships. Looking at the 200 units of steel required for the upgrade to a level 2 ship, Jiang Shin finally made up his mind. He tucked the rose pistol inside his clothes and picked up the silver sword from the captain's command room. Without a doubt, he also wanted a piece of the pie from this giant ship voyage. Dad, we're up here. It's unbelievable how a lowly starfish could have become so much stronger. As 2 familiar voices approached, Jiang Shin turned around, and his eyes almost popped out, staring in shock at the talkative starfish that was easily lifting a bundle of driftwood 7 or 8 meters long with its tentacles. Jiang Shin felt like he was dreaming. Keep in mind that this pile of driftwood weighs at least 500 kilograms. It seems that my eldest son's martial prowess is now probably no less than mine. The noble octopus standing nearby also wore a look of utter disbelief, seemingly finding it hard to accept the sudden mutation of its old partner. Harvest 20 pieces of driftwood, which will automatically be broken down into 300 units of wood. Good. Eldest son, take a rest for a while, then come with me to explore that giant ship. Jiang Shin nodded in satisfaction. Originally, he only wanted to take the floating coral with him to explore the giant ship. Seeing the strength of the talkative starfish now, he felt that taking the talkative starfish with him would be safer. As for the sea urchin with venomous spines and the noble octopus, he left them on the wooden boat. The reason is simple. Although the stinging sea urchin is terrifying in combat, it moves very slowly and is too conspicuous. As the only scout on the ship, the noble octopus has relatively low combat power and should be considered a protected unit. Bringing the noble octopus along would make exploration easier, but it would inevitably require the floating coral to protect 2 units simultaneously. That's right, in Jiang Shin's eyes, the talkative starfish is not in the protected unit. In Jiang Shin's words, his eldest son has strong recovery ability, great strength, and can withstand a lot of damage. After careful consideration, he finally decided to have the noble octopus and the stinging sea urchin guard the ship and provide support. Father, we've arrived. 10 minutes later, just as Jiang Shin had put the 2 liters of fresh water he had generated into his backpack, the noble octopus issued a reminder from the deck. Jiang Shin casually put the newly generated holy water into his backpack and quickly walked out of the cabin. As soon as he reached the deck, he felt a chill and looked up to see a huge shadow looming over him. A strong smell of rust was carried by the sea breeze to his nose, causing him to unconsciously frown. Is this what the giant ship originally looked like? Chapter 26. Intelligence on the Black Sea Brotherhood. The situation inside the ship. The bottom of the ship, made of an unknown material, is covered with various fish scale-like scales. Upon closer inspection, it seems to have employed some unknown biomimetic technology. It should not be a creation of human civilization. Jiang Shin looked up and carefully examined the enormous object in front of him. The giant ship was so large that he could only see the 2 smaller wooden boats closest to him moored on its right side. Eldest son, let's go. He glanced back at his eldest son, signaling that the other man could now scout ahead. Upon hearing this, the talkative starfish excitedly shook its mustache and jumped into the sea first. Buzz! The floating coral vibrated, and a stream of cyan water quickly enveloped Jiang Shin's body, forming a transparent blue water sphere. It's amazing how well it's compatible with water. Jiang Shin took a few steps and found that the buoyancy on the water surface had increased many times over, and he could actually walk directly on the sea surface. After getting used to it, he stepped directly onto the sea surface and walked into the crack in the black giant ship. The interior of the giant ship appears to have suffered extensive damage, with numerous cracks about 2 meters wide on the lower part of the hull. As if deliberately designed to facilitate passage, these openings all lead to the interior of the ship's cabin. Inside the rift, many places were marked with arrows drawn with some kind of fluorescent substance, presumably the work of the Black Sea Brotherhood. Unexpectedly, they had already firmly occupied the outermost perimeter of the giant ship. Following the arrow, Jiang Shin entered a huge circular passage. As soon as Jiang Shin entered the circular passage, he noticed several people sitting at a table at the intersection to his right, seemingly waiting for someone. Hey bro, hello there. As soon as the group saw another survivor arrive, they were about to enthusiastically step forward to recruit Jiang Shin into their group. Suddenly, the talkative starfish appeared from behind Jiang Shin, its mouth splitting open to reveal sharp fangs. My god, what kind of monster is this? The starfish's enormous I nearly made them wet their pants. 2 of them quickly hid under the table. I'm a survivor. You don't need to worry. This is my contracted pet. Seeing that the others were frightened, Jiang Shin helplessly patted the forehead of the talkative starfish, signaling it to stop making evil faces to scare people. Father, is this your own kind? How can you be so cowardly? The talkative starfish twitched his mustache, muttered something under his breath, and then struck a pose as if he were an expert. Ahem, young man, your pet is a bit niche. The middle-aged man at the head of the group was the first to recover and silently put away the emergency communication button in his hand. Are you from the Black Sea Brotherhood? Why are there only 3 of you? Jiang Shin frowned. Logically speaking, there should be more people here than that. Hey bro, my name is Li Jiangguo, and I'm a member of the Black Sea Brotherhood. These 2 are Yang Chun and Wu Li, who have recently joined our fraternity. Li Jiangguo glanced at the floating coral next to Jiang Shin with some apprehension. His awakened ability is mental perception. He can roughly sense that the floating coral is the strongest among Jiang Shin and the others. My name is Jiang Shin. Can you tell me about this place? According to the rallying cry, the Black Sea Brotherhood had already discovered this place, so he wanted to find out about the situation beforehand. So it's Brother Jiang. I only arrived here 3 days ago, but we had other members who did arrive earlier. Here is some intelligence we have gathered. Not wanting to offend Jiang Shin, Li Jiangguo immediately handed over some photos and information about the monster on the table. Although this is information that can only be shared in principle by joining the Black Sea Brotherhood. But sometimes, principles are meant to be broken. Seeing that Jiang Shin was clearly not someone to be trifled with, he wasn't so stubborn as to insist on having a bottom line that he didn't have in the first place. After all, in a gang, if he didn't have some shrewdness, he wouldn't have survived this long. Li Jiangguo glanced sideways at the 2 underlings next to him, whose eyes seemed to say, I'm just here to do nothing, and his lips twitched. These 2 guys were bragging to me earlier that they used to be bouncers, but they haven't dared to utter a single word since then. Jiang Shin reached out and picked up the documents, slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the Black Sea Brotherhood to be able to produce intelligence reports with pictures and text similar to newspapers. Brother Jiang, this is the talent of one of our brothers in the Alliance. He can integrate the collected intelligence and turn it into a newspaper. Seeing that Jiang Shin was somewhat puzzled, Li Jiangguo proudly told him about the power of the Black Sea Brotherhood. There are quite a few capable people in the Black Sea Brotherhood. He thought to himself, I really can't underestimate my compatriots. From the rallying post to the mysterious button in Li Jiangguo's hand, he had to admit that sometimes the power of a group is indeed much stronger than that of an individual. Of course, he wouldn't underestimate himself. With his abilities, it wouldn't be long before he could establish his own gang. Moreover, it's an extraordinary group comprised entirely of sea creatures. Name, Deep Sea Mermaid. Quality, Black Iron 2-star. Description, an intelligent species that lives in groups in the depths of the Black Sea. They possess powerful physical strength and the ability to devour steel and condense weapons. It is said that the few extraordinary species within their race can communicate with some mysterious being. Name, Blackrock Steel. Quality, excellent. Description, weapon materials favored by deep-sea merfolk, usually located in the high-pressure depths of the Black Sea, were taken away from the seabed by a group of exiled merfolk. Name, unknown mysterious material. Quality, unknown. Description, building materials left behind by an unknown civilization. Adding them to ship upgrade materials will grant additional attributes. The newspaper page is very simple, with only 3 sections: monster information and resource information. A gregarious black iron creature. No wonder the Black Sea Brotherhood couldn't take it down by themselves. After reading the information, Jiang Shin had a better understanding of the situation, and both materials would be very useful to him. Blackrock steel, in particular, can be used to quickly upgrade ships if you can get some. Of course, he wasn't naive enough to think that this was all the supplies on the giant ship. The Black Sea Brotherhood has definitely hidden a lot of information. It's impossible that this is all the stuff left behind on a ship left by an unknown civilization. Brother Jiang, how about joining our Black Sea Brotherhood? Our membership has already exceeded 500, and we have people scattered throughout many parts of the region. After Jiang Shin finished reading the information, Li Jiangguo, observing Jiang Shin's expression, began to introduce the current scale of the Black Sea Brotherhood. Our fraternity is very lenient. You can join as long as you pay 100 units of timber or 20 units of steel as membership fees each month. As long as you join the Brotherhood, you can enjoy the Black Sea's assistance. Even if you are in danger, the Brotherhood will send people to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shin secretly shook his head. Although he could afford the monthly supplies he had to hand over, the Black Sea Brotherhood was now offering him very limited assistance. Perhaps when the organization becomes stronger and its systems become more wansan, perfected/well-established, it might be of some help to him. But now, he doesn't believe a word of the rescue efforts the organization is talking about. Keep in mind that everyone is now randomly distributed across the Black Sea, and the distance between each person is definitely not very close. To be fair, if someone nearby were in danger, would he risk changing course to rescue them? Obviously not. He believes that very few people would do that. On the Black Sea, the kind-hearted are always the ones who die the fastest. I'm used to being alone and don't have any plans to join an organization for now. I'll contact you later if I do. Jiang Shin shook his head. He had no desire to pay tribute to others every month. That's a pity. If Brother Jiang changes his mind in the future, he can contact us. Our contact information is in the newspaper. Li Jiangguo looked regretful. By the way, Brother Jiang, our guild members and other survivors are currently fighting these monsters for the supply point on the south side of the ship. If you want to collect supplies, you can go and take a look over there. Thinking that Jiang Shin and his companions might be quite powerful, Li Jiangguo quickly explained the current situation on the giant ship and even pointed out the route for them. Okay, thank you. Jiang Shin put the newspaper away and then, along with the talkative starfish and the floating coral, headed towards the cabin ahead to explore. Phew, that kid's finally gone. That starfish was so damn ugly, it scared me to death. As soon as Jiang Shin and the others left, Han Chun, whose hair was dyed yellow, started complaining. Who would say that someone is so arrogant? Who knows how strong they really are? If you ask me, they're not as good as our Hall Masterlin. Chapter 27. The Mimic appears again, a battle deep inside the ship's hold. Seemingly in an attempt to regain the face they had just lost, Wu Li, with his pointed face and monkey-like features, also chimed in. Li Jiangguo remained silent, having already labeled the two of them as brainless in his mind. All right, more people might be coming a bit. Remember, no matter who they are or not, lead them south. He coughed lightly, thus ending the conversation. If the two hadn't given him so many good things, he wouldn't have brought 2 idiots here to guard the gate. Okay, Brother Li, we remember. Here, Brother Li, this is a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes I just opened the day before yesterday. There's one left. Here, let me light it for you. Seeing a hint of displeasure on Li Jiangguo's face, the two men quickly put on a fawning expression and reluctantly took out their lighters to light one for Li Jiangguo. Li Jiangguo exhaled a deep puff of cigarette smoke his expression softening slightly, and began to boast to the two about his glorious past. Crossing the Black Sea seems like a good idea. He comfortably took another puff of his cigarette, as if exhaling all the grievances he had held in the past. Here, through his connections within the association, he got a small taste of power. Jiang Shin stopped at a corner on the eastern side of the cabin. You want me to go south so you can use me as cannon fodder? Jiang Shin chuckled and shook his head. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't so easily trust his compatriots. He often scoffs at the idea that Chinese people don't cheat each other. Dad, shall we go south to see what's going on? The talkative starfish clearly had no idea about these intricacies of human behavior. In its mind, competition among members of the same clan is always out in the open. No, we're going east. Jiang Shin slowly waved his hand. Without a doubt, heading south would lead directly into the heart of the giant ship, so he planned to head east. The cabin was somewhat dim, but there were some scattered, glowing objects on the walls that could faintly illuminate most of the space. The man and the two beasts walked eastward for half an hour before gradually discovering some abandoned supply boxes. Dad, there seems to be a wooden crate up ahead. Finally, something was about to happen, and the talkative starfish, who had been idle for half a day, shouted excitedly. Jiang Shin looked in the direction of the sound and saw the broken wooden planks on the box. His gaze slowly settled on the bloodstains remaining on the wooden board. For some reason, he had a feeling of familiarity. Name: dilapidated wooden box. Description: it appears to have been opened not long ago. As for whether the contents are still inside, you'll have to open it yourself to find out. The description remained as malicious as ever, which made him remind himself of something. Eldest son, open it and take a look. When dealing with the unknown, sticking to old methods is still the safest approach. The talkative starfish clearly knew that its strength had increased significantly, and its courage had grown accordingly. It gathered strength in its lower tentacles, then delivered a flying kick that sent the lid flying off. Bang! As the wooden crate was forcibly opened, a rotten and bloody odor gradually spread throughout the cabin. With a loud bang, the wooden plank suddenly exploded. The creatures inside seemed to be grumpy as well, emitting hoarse, shrill cries. Then, from the broken wooden box, several tentacles suddenly stretched out from above. He swung a silver sword haphazardly and locked onto the retreating starfish. Dad, save me. This thing is going to kill me. Upon seeing his old friend, the talkative starfish suddenly remembered how he had been cut in two by a sword. Before long, chaos erupted in the cabin as the talkative starfish was chased and ran around in all directions. 5 minutes later, realizing that the wooden box monster seemed unable to catch up with him, Jiang Shin slowly put down the rose-shaped pistol in his hand. Seeing the talkative starfish still dodging and nimbly escaping in the cabin, Jiang Shin took the opportunity to squint and observe it. His speed has increased significantly, and his endurance has also improved greatly. What kind of extraordinary encounter did this kid have? You know, the talkative starfish of the past wasn't this fast. 10 minutes later, seeing that his eldest son was still full of energy, Jiang Shin nodded in satisfaction. All right, little bottle, take care of it. Since they were old friends, he didn't plan to make a move, since killing them wouldn't yield any mutated sea monster eggs. The floating coral, who was reading jokes about the talkative starfish, decided to stop playing after hearing Jiang Shin's command. As a tremor spread, a high-pressure water cannon shot shattered the nearby mimic chest and its contents into pieces. The mimic successfully disintegrated, and the bottle was not cursed, suggesting that the previous mimic was a special species. Jiang Shin silently stepped forward and put the broken body of the treasure chest monster into his backpack. There are still 7 slots left. My backpack is definitely not big enough. It is worth mentioning that before disembarking, he placed all items except for wood and black iron on the wooden boat. The purpose is to leave enough space to store items. Eldest son, keep going. When we get back, your dad will give you a special meal. Noticing the talkative starfish staring at him with a resentful look, Jiang Shin touched his nose sheepishly. Dad, could you please make that stinky coral act faster next time? I almost got hacked to death just now. The talkative starfish nodded sadly, its minor wounds healing rapidly. Jiang Shin nodded expressionlessly. The talkative starfish has improved significantly in strength, speed, power, and healing abilities. I was only scratched a few times by the tip of the silver sword. It didn't hurt or itch at all. It's not nearly as exaggerated as it claims. Name: silver sword. Quality: excellent. Description: a knight's personal weapon, which, after sinking to the bottom of the sea, became very popular with the mimics due to its shiny appearance. Holding the silver sword in his hand, he felt that it was not as good as the silver light sword, so he directly put the silver sword on the trading link. Fine quality silver sword X1, seeking 100 units of wood. Jiang Shin stepped forward and glanced at the undigested fragments of people mixed in with the broken pieces of the wooden box, then frowned. It seems he's not the smartest. Many smart people have already taken the lead and started their journeys ahead of him. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the giant ship, dozens of humans were fleeing from a counterattack by a dozen or so merfolk. Damn it, these monsters are really troublesome. At the very back of the crowd, a middle-aged man with a cold expression held a crystal in his hand, staring intently at a merman with an exceptionally strong physique opposite him. You two-legged scum, I'm going to tear you to pieces. A violent aura erupted from hell, whose hands, like hammers, were pounding fiercely against the transparent crystal barrier that had trapped it. It stared with blood-red eyes, wishing it could tear these humans who were stealing its territory to shreds. Oh, Master Linfeng, these monsters are quite powerful. We've already suffered heavy losses. Should we retreat? Beside the stern-faced middle-aged man, a burly man, second only in height to the merman opposite him, showed a look of pity. Retreat? How much time have we wasted here? How many people have died to get here? And now you want me to retreat? Anger flashed across Lin Feng's face, but he showed no pity as he watched his men die one after another. When these greedy compatriots boarded this giant ship, they should have made sacrifices for the Black Sea Brotherhood and for the hope of humanity's future. Lin Feng, the power of the Eye of Control, is almost exhausted, and I can hardly control these people anymore. To his right, a girl dressed in black robes frowned slightly as she looked at the gradually dimming triangular pupil-shaped treasure in her hand. Let them charge straight in and wear down these idiots. Our reinforcements are still arriving. As long as we can hold out, we will definitely be able to capture the 2 supply depots inside. With a blank expression, he gave a brief instruction and then focused all his energy on manipulating the crystal in front of him to continue firmly controlling the tall merman opposite him. The fighting in the central area was extremely fierce, with survivors being torn to shreds almost every few minutes as their talents ran out. Then, several gunmen from the Black Sea Brotherhood, hidden in the shadows, would kill the exhausted merfolk one by one. Suddenly, a fierce barrage of gunfire erupted throughout the cabin. Huh? It was a gunshot. Jiang Shin, who was exploring the eastern cabin, stopped what he was doing. He casually put 10 units of unknown material into his backpack and listened to the sporadic gunshots. Has someone already gotten their hands on guns? The Black Sea Brotherhood was indeed well prepared. Without any intention of watching the spectacle and then reaping the benefits, he continued eastward. At present, the deterrent effect of firearms remained sufficient. Before he was certain that he could withstand the bullets, he dared not gamble on whether the resistance bracelet's defense could withstand the bullet's penetration. He put the silver sword back in his backpack and held the rose pistol at his waist, which made him feel somewhat safe. Just as Jiang Shin was deep in thought, the talkative starfish in front of him seemed to have noticed the commotion. Dad, watch out. There looks like a big guy up ahead. Chapter 28 Broken Mech, Sharp Scythe. The talkative starfish walking in front, its single eye revealing a serious expression, was quietly retreating from the front cabin. Because he retreated in such a hurry, he accidentally stepped on Jiang Shin's foot, who was following closely behind. Jiang Shin kicked it speechlessly, then peered into the cabin to observe the situation inside. This cabin was larger than the ones we had explored before, and it was filled with scattered mechanical materials. Some wires resembling connectors were exposed inside the cabin. In the very center of the ship's cabin, there was a huge white mech that was crushed inside a pile of steel. The compartment in the mech's chest appears to have suffered severe damage, possibly being violently ripped open by an external force. There is a sharp crack on the fuselage on the right shoulder, suggesting it was cut open by some kind of sharp weapon. There are mechs here? Looking at this enormous iron lump, at least 3 meters in diameter, Jiang Shin almost lost his composure. How come my alien giant ship and high-tech mechs can't escape alien civilizations no matter where I go? Despite his complaints, Jiang Shin excitedly used his appraisal skill on the pile of iron lumps. Flesh and blood are weak and fragile, while machinery can ascend to the heavens. If this thing could be opened, Jiang Shin would say he would rather die than be human. Name: Destroyed Unknown Powered Mech. Quality: Excellent Plus. Description: An individual combat mech from an unknown civilization. Its chest has been corroded by unknown energy, its core reactor has been damaged, and its right shoulder has been damaged, making it unable to maintain power operation. Overall assessment: a pile of valuable scrap metal. Name: Meteorite Steel. Quality: Excellent. Characteristics: Shaping: Damage reflection. Description: Precious steel left behind by an unknown civilization, when incorporated into your ship, will cause some kind of magical change to your hull. Well, at least we made some progress. Although the dream of piloting a mech cannot be realized, these materials can at least be used to upgrade the ship. Reaching out, Jiang Shin put the abandoned mech and 20 units of meteorite steel into his backpack, feeling that this trip on the giant ship was indeed worthwhile. Eldest son, let's continue. Jiang Shin had just turned around when he suddenly heard a familiar vibration in his ear. This is the warning sound of floating corals. Careful! A dark green shadow appeared before Jiang Shin at an extremely fast speed. Because the opponent was too fast, Jiang Shin only had time to issue a warning. A chilling, cutting sound rang out, and the talkative starfish's one eye widened as two of its tentacles were instantly severed. Dad, help! I'm going to die. This thing is clearly much more agile than before. Even with such a swift sneak attack, it managed to dodge a fatal blow to the torso. Missing its target, the dark figure quickly disappeared into the cabin. Phoenix, seeing that his eldest son had dodged the torso in time, Jiang Shin felt relieved. Little bottle, find it. The thought of his eldest son being nearly chopped into a human stick before his eyes chilled Jiang Shin to the bone, and he immediately ordered the floating coral to launch an area of effect attack. Buzz! The levitating corals, given the command, rose into the air, radiating outwards with an invisible wave. The surrounding moisture was increasing at an alarming rate, and water droplets were rapidly seeping out of the cabin, enveloping the entire cabin. Jiang Shin gripped the rose-colored pistol tightly in his hand, his eyes scanning the cabin rapidly, attempting to locate the other party using his identification skill. Buzz! When the water vapor reached a certain limit, as if sensing something, the floating coral suddenly shot out a high-pressure water cannon in one direction. Laugh! Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Jiang Shin had just felt the water vapor passing by his ear when he heard a miserable scream. Then, a bloodstain appeared in the shadows at the entrance to the cabin, revealing the attacker's true form. It had a hard, black carapace that resembled an inverted cone, and a huge scythe that occupied half of its body. However, at this moment, the carapace on the right side of its body had been torn apart, and green blood was dripping onto the cabin floor. Name: Sickle Shadow Falcon Juvenile. Quality: Black Iron 5-star. Talent: Shadow Clone, High-Speed Slash. Description: the most notorious assassin in the shallow sea area. It always hides in the shadows for a long time, patiently waiting for its prey to arrive. It has a strong sense of territory, and any creature that enters its territory will be hunted down by it. Bang! Seeing that the other party had finally revealed himself, Jiang Shin simply scanned him with his appraisal technique and immediately fired the rose pistol in his hand. Everything happened too fast. Just as the scythe's shadow was hit by the water cannon, a red bullet shot into its line of sight. Instinctively, it tried to move its body, but the trauma to its right side ultimately slowed it down. The red bullet pierced through the body, and a miraculous scene unfolded. Jiang Shin saw the black shadow monster in front of him suddenly enveloped in red, and in less than a second, it was forcibly transformed into a giant 30-centimeter rose. The flower stamens were exceptionally beautiful, and water droplets still clung to the petals. Although gorgeous, it seemed out of place with its surroundings. Xiaoping, don't do it. He reached out and stopped the floating coral from finishing off the enemy. Jiang Shin quickly took out the silver light sword from his backpack. The sharp blade in his hand did not hesitate for a moment because of the rose's beautiful appearance, and cut the blood-red rose in two. Defeat the side shadow to obtain one mutated sea beast egg. The rose withered quickly, and as its petals fell off rapidly, it transformed back into the scythe-like shadow, its body severed in two. Green blood was flowing all over the ground. Jiang Shin glanced at the blood-stained boots with disgust, then turned around and kicked the starfish that was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Oh, and I also wiped the soles of my shoes. Stop playing dead. Let's move on to the next room. He glared at the cunning one-eyed starfish with exasperation. Dad, is it resolved? The talkative starfish slowly woke up, and the cut tentacle trembled as a thin little tentacle rapidly formed. Jiang Shin did not reply, but was examining the patterned mutated sea monster egg that had appeared in his backpack. With only 2 hours left in the daytime, he knew his exploration time was running out. If the larvae are this powerful, imagine how formidable the adults must be. He muttered a complaint under his breath and was about to walk forward when he suddenly noticed something that looked like a button on the right side of the cabin. It seems that the button was blocked by the mecha. After putting the mecha back into his backpack, he was suddenly attacked, which is why he didn't notice it at the time. Eldest son, go and press it. Taking a cautious approach, he directly and forcefully exercised his authority as a father. Okay, Dad. The talkative starfish tried to put on a pitiful look, but when it saw that Jiang Shin wasn't even looking at it, it lowered its head and resigned itself to its fate. As the button was pressed, the surrounding cabins trembled. The next moment, the hidden door behind the wall was slowly opened. Name: Backup Supply Container Number 13. Quality: None. Description: it is obvious that this is a spare supply depot that has not yet been activated, and it seems to contain some good stuff. Seeing that the description was still ambiguous, Jiang Shin chose to ignore it. He ruthlessly kicked the starfish that was slowly retreating into the hole. Dad, there's a dead creature inside, and a few shiny things too. A moment later, the excited shouts of the talkative starfish came from inside. Seeing that there seemed to be no danger inside, Jiang Shin strode in, with floating corals floating in midair behind him. The room was relatively clean, and it seemed that the turmoil outside had not affected this place. There was the skeleton of an unknown creature leaning against the wall near the doorway of the room. Name: Hill Clan Skeletons. Description: the poor guy who died long ago. By seniority, you should call him great-great-great-grandfather. The Hill race? What kind of race is that? Looking at the skeleton of the unknown creature with many tentacle joints, Jiang Shin was also a little confused. Indigenous people? Or aliens? After scanning the remaining value on the skeleton, they finally found a peculiar ring-shaped ornament on a piece of cartilage. Name: Hill Clan Low-Level Storage Container. Quality: Excellent Plus. Attribute bonus: Strength +2, Constitution +1. Description: contains 20 cubic meters of space. It is a low-level storage cabin used by the Hill people to store personal belongings, but it cannot be used to store living beings. Jiang Shin picked up the low-grade storage capsule and wiped it with the tentacles beside him. Then a subtle expression appeared on his face. Could this be considered a storage bag from another world? Chapter 29, A Great Harvest. The Hill Clan's backup supply depot. But how exactly should it be used? Looking at the uniquely shaped ring in his hand, Jiang Shin didn't know how to use it for a moment. Never mind. I'll look into it when I get back. Jiang Shin casually put the ring into his pocket and then began to look around. Aside from the somewhat jarring sight of the skeletons at the entrance, the supply depot had a very consistent style, with rows of items resembling silver capsules on the shelves. Name: Hill Clan Basic Storage Box. Quality: Excellent. Description: contains space compression technology, which can be used to store items up to 10 times their original size. Press the button on the top of the storage box to put items in. Upon seeing this, Jiang Shin understood. These rows of silver capsules were rows of supply boxes. He picked up a silver capsule on the right, and, sure enough, found a button on the top of it. After pressing the button, a bright green crystal appeared on the container. Jiang Shin picked up the green crystal with some doubt, but felt a surge of excitement. Items that can be used as backup reserves are certainly not common or readily available. Name: Low-Level Energy Crystal. Description: can be used to power mechs or other Hillian technology items. Contains 10 energy points, which can be exchanged for Gasapon coins at the Black Sea Gasapon machine. Seeing this, Jiang Shin felt a little regretful. It wasn't that the product was bad, but that he didn't have anything to use with it. It's better to let the Gasapon machine use this stuff. It'll be useful if it gets a few Gasapon pulls. However, even if there were only 100 silver capsules here, he would still be rich, even if they were all made of this crystal. Press the button on the silver capsule again, and with a flash of light, the green crystal is successfully stored inside. Eldest son, we've really struck it rich this time. Excitedly, Jiang Shin nudged the talkative starfish lurking nearby. His smile hadn't stopped since earlier. Really, Dad? Then we can trade for lots and lots of fish to eat. The talkative starfish was as gluttonous as ever, his mind filled with thoughts of the crispy, roasted fish. Eldest son, you have some ambition. When we get back, I'll arrange a whole fish feast for you. Ignoring the starfish drooling beside him, Jiang Shin continued walking along the shelf. Walking to the front of the shelf, I found an exquisitely crafted silver capsule on a high-tech display case. Name: Hill Clan Intermediate Storage Box. Description: contains space compression technology, which can be used to store rare resources. I believe the contents will not disappoint you. After reading the introduction, Jiang Shin pressed the button on top of the storage box without hesitation. As a blast of cold air was expelled, 3 syringe-like objects appeared before his eyes. Name: Type 5 Psychotropic Agent. Effect: immediately increases spirit attribute by 5 points upon use. Description: a precious spiritual potion with effects comparable to the magic potions of a master apothecary. Name: V-Type Strength Potion. Effect: increases strength attribute by 5 points after use. Description: want to gain power? Pick it up. It's your shortcut to extraordinary power. Name: Type C Talent Potion. Effect: randomly generates a C-rank talent upon use. Description: no need to look further, without a doubt. It is the most precious thing in this spare compartment. Although it is only C-grade, in a way, it can be considered as stealing the authority of the gods. It's a talent potion. Jiang Shin's eyes widened. He hadn't expected to obtain something like this. Take it up, take it up, take it all up. Jiang Shin immediately stuffed all the silver capsules on the shelf into his backpack. Dad, there seems to be a notebook here. Just as Jiang Shin was barely able to contain his excitement, the talkative starfish next to him suddenly pointed with its tentacles at a silver transparent cardboard box on a counter, its face showing curiosity. Jiang Shin then realized that he had left this thing behind, but it wasn't his fault. The transparent paper was really too inconspicuous. Name: Ling 33's Notebook. Description: the poor fellow's last words at the gate, but you probably can't understand them now. It is recommended to view them after obtaining the Universal Language Adapter. Looking at the abstract characters that resembled scribbles, Jiang Shin simply put the notebook into his backpack. At this point, his backpack had just reached its capacity. It's full so quickly, but there aren't enough compartments in my backpack. I checked the items in my backpack. 10 units of unknown materials, 535 units of wood, 40 units of black iron steel, 1 damaged mech, 1 mimic corpse, 1 scythe shadow corpse, 20 units of meteor steel, 101 silver capsules, 1 notebook of spirit 33, 1 mutated sea monster egg. There are exactly 10 squares, and they're all full. If it weren't for the fact that there wasn't enough room for timber and steel on the wooden boat, Jiang Shin would have loved to leave 2 more compartments empty. Looking at the time, there were still 40 minutes until dark. Jiang Shin decided to call it a day and go back to exchange the items in his backpack for supplies. It's a pity we didn't collect enough steel. He had already searched dozens of cabins on the east side and found only 20 units of meteorite steel. This indicates that steel has been regarded as a strategic resource by the gregarious black iron creatures and concentrated in the southern region. Forget it, the Black Sea Brotherhood should have seized a lot of steel. We could just trade it with them later. After careful consideration, Jiang Shin decided not to get involved in this mess, since he had already gotten what he was supposed to get. He's now rolling in money, and gathering the materials to upgrade his ship would be a piece of cake for him. As I stepped out of the cabin, the gunfire continued. I wonder how the battle is going. I never thought the Black Sea Brotherhood could actually fight against the black iron creatures. Jiang Shin casually broke off a few lights next to the cabin and carefully retreated in the direction he had come from. He cleared away everything that needed to be cleared along the way, and apart from the occasional survivor who shared his idea, there was no other danger. The survivors were also cautious. They were there to pick up scraps, and they wouldn't fight with the others before seeing any benefits. This saved Jiang Shin a lot of trouble. He glanced at the few people hiding in the surrounding cabins who were secretly observing him, and unconsciously flashed the rose-shaped pistol tucked into his waistband. Sure enough, once the pistol was revealed, the number of prying eyes around immediately decreased significantly. After Jiang Shin left, several survivors emerged from the nearby cabin. "Boss, should we make a move?" One of the henchmen, who had a nose piercing, gestured with a baseball bat to the burly man in the lead. "Take action? I won't stop you if you want to die. You're trying to scam someone with a gun using a baseball bat?" Upon hearing this, the burly man rolled his eyes. He was speechless at his underling's lack of intelligence. Was he really blind to have such a big pistol tucked in his waistband? Hurry up, everyone, and grab all the usable supplies. The Black Sea Brotherhood is no good either. They're using us as cannon fodder. Do they really think I'm stupid enough to risk my life for them? Hearing the sporadic gunshots coming from afar, the burly man glanced disdainfully to the south. "Tiger is the best. We'll follow him from now on." The red-haired henchman in the windbreaker next to him also promptly flattered him. Thinking of the box of seafood he had just found, he now wished he could worship Tiger. "All right, stop fawning over me. Let's hurry up, it's getting dark, and I have a feeling it's not safe here." Tiger patted Red Hair with his big hand, and the group continued scavenging in the various cabins. "Oh my, Brother Jiang, you're out so quickly?" At the entrance of the giant ship, Li Jiangguo looked at Jiang Shin, who had empty hands, with a cryptic smile. Chapter 30 Li Jiangguo, trembling with fear, and the way he acts as a sea beast. "Yeah, brotherly, the fighting in the south is too intense, I couldn't get involved, so I just took a stroll around the area." When Li Jiangguo came up to him to inquire about the news, Jiang Shin smiled and gave him a reply. I thought he was something special, but it turns out he's just an opportunist." Yellow-haired Han Chun muttered a disdainful under his breath from behind. The voice was very soft, but the 2 people present had relatively high mental attributes. The yellow-haired man's mocking words reached the ears of the 2 men, causing the smiles on Li Jiangguo and Jiang Shin's faces to falter slightly. "Brother Jiang, my buddy is too young. You shouldn't work with him." Li Jiangguo frowned, not expecting Huang Mao to be so arrogant. "Didn't you hear them say they went around the area and came back unharmed? What? You look down on my old man?" Before Li Jiangguo could finish speaking, Haixing, the talkative man next to him, was so angry that his mustache was crooked. Seeing that its father's expression was not right, it immediately launched a flying kick at the blonde-haired man. It is a marine mammal, so naturally it has no sympathy for other races. Bang! A loud crash resounded, and Li Jiangguo heard a scream as a dark figure flew backward beside him. Turning around, I saw that Huang Mao was lying at the very back of the cabin, his eyes rolled back, his life hanging in the balance. "I'm sorry, brotherly, my child is too young and doesn't know any better. Please don't take it to heart." Jiang Shin pretended to kick the talkative starfish next to him, who was whistling, then turned around and looked at Li Jiangguo with a smile. "Damn it, we've messed with a tough guy. You damn blondie, you idiot, You almost got me killed. Seeing Jiang Shin's smiling eyes, Li Jiangguo immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He had cursed at Huang Mao 100 times in his heart. No ruse, no ruse. Kids are all a little temperamental. It's normal. Brother Jiang, look, this is a bottle of Huazi cigarettes I opened the day before yesterday. Please have one first. Just as Li Jiangguo secretly took out his emergency call device, he suddenly noticed the pistol tucked into Jiang Shin's waistband. His expression suddenly changed, and he immediately took out a lighter and lit one for Jiang Shin with a forced smile. It seems brotherly has quite a few good things. Cigarettes are a scarce commodity. One shouldn't hit a smiling face, so Jiang Shin didn't give Li Jiangguo a hard time. After all, he didn't want to fall out with the Iron Brotherhood directly, since they might still need to trade steel with him later. No, since Brother Jiang likes it, I'll have this pack of cigarettes. Seeing that Jiang Shin's attitude had improved, Li Jiangguo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Dad, what's this? Can I try some? Seeing Jiang Shin puffing away on a cigarette, even the talkative starfish couldn't help but become curious. Huh, you want to smoke too? Jiang Shin glanced at his eldest son's big mouth under his mustache and was slightly taken aback. Can starfish smoke? Here you go, young man. Let me light one for you. Observing Li Jiangguo's expression, he immediately pulled out another cigarette from his waist and carefully lit it for the chattering starfish next to him. Not bad, you have a good eye. From now on, mention Brother Xing's name, and Brother Xing will protect you. The talkative starfish nodded in satisfaction, and then jumped up to pat Li Jiangguo on the shoulder to show his elder brother's high regard for him. Get out of here, don't cause me any trouble. Jiang Shin glanced at Haixing, who was smoking a cigarette like an old man, and annoyed him. He kicked Haixing aside. Brotherly, let's add each other as friends. I have a deal to do with your brothers later. It seemed that Huazi had been too rude earlier because Jiang Shin's attitude softened, and he directly sent a friend request to Li Jiangguo. It's an honor for Brother Jiang to do business with our brotherhood. Li Jiangguo smiled genuinely. It was much better to be friends with someone like Jiang Shin than enemies. Based on his experience in dealing with people, there was no need for him to provoke a powerful enemy for the brotherhood for the sake of a newcomer. Then you go ahead with your work, brotherly. It's getting dark, and we should head back now. Having done what needed to be done, Jiang Shin didn't linger. He gently patted the floating coral that had been keeping its eyes fixed on Li Jiangguo and the others, then led the talkative starfish out of the cabin. Damn, Brother Li, who is this expert? My pants are all wet. As soon as Jiang Shin left, Wu Li, who was standing to the side, showed an expression of relief, and a faint stench emanated from his lower body. You should be glad you didn't say a word. Li Jiangguo didn't get much better either. Having awakened his mental talent, his senses became even more acute. The thing that had been floating in mid-air had been locking onto him, leaving him no room for resistance. That spiritual malice was completely undisguised, as if it would devour him at any moment. In comparison, the starfish with the mustache seemed more approachable. I wonder how things are going with Brother Lin and the others. I feel so unsafe here. Thinking of this, a look of worry appeared on his face. After all, Lin Feng was already one of the top experts in their Black Sea Brotherhood. If Lin Feng can't take this place either, then the Black Sea Brotherhood will have to return empty-handed. From beginning to end, neither of them glanced at the blonde-haired man. Faced with the major events of the fleet, the life or death of a fool who almost killed them seemed to be of little importance. Dad, that kid is completely ruined. I didn't hold back when I kicked him just now. As soon as it stepped out of the cabin, the talkative starfish muttered to itself that it had been too angry to hold back. Eldest son, you need to be more mature in the future. Didn't you see that your old man isn't angry? Of course, since we've already done it, let's go back and eat some fish. Jiang Shin reached out and touched the talkative starfish's large forehead. He did not impose human morality on his eldest son. After all, it's just a sea creature, not a human. Dad, you're not angry yet? I saw your face turn green just now. The talkative starfish muttered something under its breath before Jiang Shin kicked it into the sea. Let's go, Xiaoping, it's time to go home. Looking back at the giant black ship behind him one last time, Jiang Shin waved to the floating coral that was hovering in midair. Buzzing. The floating coral understood immediately, and a water sphere enveloped Jiang Shin, carrying him slowly to the surface of the sea. Wow, it can fly? You developed this ability so quickly. Looking at the sea surface, which was only 30 centimeters below his feet, Jiang Shin was also shocked. He felt that his companions were getting stronger much faster than he was. Father, welcome home. As soon as they drifted atop the wooden boat, the noble octopus standing at the bow respectfully bowed to Jiang Shin. Look, these are my good crew members. This kind of skill is no less emotionally valuable than flattery. Seeing that the noble octopus was already waiting on the bow of the ship, Jiang Shin nodded to himself. It has to be said that having a crew member with high emotional intelligence is really beneficial. Wait, Where's my huge sea urchin? Once on the deck, Jiang Shin looked around and suddenly realized that the sea urchin seemed to have disappeared. Father, don't worry. A blind sea monster just bumped into us. The venomous sea urchin gave a few stabs, and it should be feeding underwater now. Seeing Jiang Shin's puzzled expression, the noble octopus smiled and explained. Sea urchins are filter feeders, so they can eat meat too. Jiang Shin was greatly shocked to hear that his third crew member could actually eat meat. He felt that the science he had learned in the past was becoming increasingly distant from him. Father, once we see beasts embark on the path of transcendence, we can no longer be compared to our former habits. Except for a few naturally extraordinary species, other sea beasts can increase their strength by consuming rare items or other sea beasts of the same kind. But we are different. Everything we have is given to us by our Father. As long as we stay by his side, our power will slowly increase. Seeing that Jiang Shin seemed a little confused, the noble octopus patiently explained it to him. Wait, you just said the word extraordinary, right? Aren't you extraordinary yet? The word extraordinary piqued Jiang Shin's interest. He even thought that the sea monsters hatched from his mutated sea monster eggs were all extraordinary. Father, you have misunderstood. We are extraordinary beings who have embarked on the path of the extraordinary, but we are still some distance away from being truly extraordinary. However, the small bottle behind you should be about to undergo a transformation into something extraordinary. Changing the subject, the noble octopus turned its gaze to the floating coral beside it, its 4 eyes revealing a hint of envy. Chapter 31 Spider-Type Repair Instrument. I see. I thought that as long as one awakened a talent, one would be extraordinary. After the noble octopus explained, Jiang Shin finally understood the extraordinary value of gold. I never imagined that even the silver-grade floating coral was only just beginning to cross the threshold into the extraordinary realm. Father, I think the most important thing right now is to get away from here. That ship looks like it's going to sink. Just as Jiang Shin was pondering, the noble octopus beside him suddenly looked seriously at the sea behind him. What's going to sink? Somewhat bewildered, Jiang Shin followed the other person's gaze and saw a huge shadow looming down from above. The giant ship, hundreds of meters high, tilted and crashed backward like a fallen giant, seemingly burying everything below into the seabed. Damn it! Everyone get into the cabin. Without time to think, Jiang Shin shouted and ran quickly into the captain's command room. He quickly pulled the compass all the way to the left, then steered the boat forward at full speed. Father, be careful! Just when Jiang Shin thought he could escape the wreckage of the giant ship, a huge cabin on the ship suddenly disintegrated and crashed down. Buzz! At the critical moment, the floating coral suddenly shuddered, and then the surrounding sea boiled violently. A huge wave rose from the right side of the wooden boat, violently pushing it to the left, allowing it to narrowly avoid the impact of falling into the cabin. My resource points. When Jiang Shin came to his senses, he stared blankly at the giant object, not far away, slowly sinking into the sea in the twilight. Dad, are you all right? The talkative starfish stood up from the deck. The ship had just swerved sharply to the left, almost throwing it off. I'm fine. You guys gather the scattered materials around here, and we'll continue on our way in a bit. Once calmed down, Jiang Shin began directing the small fish to go into the sea to fish. Although we don't know exactly what happened inside the giant ship, it's clear that resource point number 008 has completely disappeared. All we can do now is have the little ones collect the supplies that have been left floating on the water. He then opened the communication channel, trying to find useful information about the sinking of the giant ship. At this time, the chat channel was also very lively. Where have you all gone? I feel like this weather is getting colder and colder. Everyone says that upgrading a ship to level 2 allows you to build a sea furnace, but 1,000 units of wood is too much. Is anyone at resource point 008? How are the supplies there? Don't even mention it. I almost died in there. The Black Sea Brotherhood, I don't know what they did in there. They sank the entire resource point. Brothers in front, please tell us what happened in detail. We'd like to hear some juicy gossip too. I don't know why. I was just picking up trash on the outside when suddenly the whole cabin was filled with blue light. I felt the earth shaking inside the cabin, and being the quick-witted person I am, I jumped into the sea to escape. Damn it, the shark-armed Black Sea Brotherhood almost killed me. Everyone, don't trust this lousy brotherhood anymore. They used a weird item to force us survivors to be cannon fodder and explore resource points for them. Damn, bro, you survived that? Watch out, the gang might kill you. Please do not damage my reputation in public. Otherwise, I will pursue this matter to the end. Holy shit. At Black Sea Brotherhood, you better kill me. I'm not done with you. Seeing this, Jiang Shin was speechless. He hadn't expected the Black Sea Brotherhood to actually do it. Fortunately, he didn't follow the Black Sea Brotherhood to explore the south like most of the survivors. But what exactly happened that could sink the entire giant ship? The chat channel was filled with insults and profanities. Many survivors seem to have been betrayed by the Black Sea Brotherhood and are now venting their anger. He opened private chat and sent a message directly to Li Jiangguo, asking if he had escaped. After receiving no response for a long time, Jiang Shin had no choice but to give up. It's just a pity that he also wanted to exchange a batch of steel from the Black Sea Brotherhood. Forget it, with so many supplies now, there's no worry about finding someone to exchange them. It'll just be a few days slower. Putting the sinking of the giant ship behind us for now, it's time for the fun unpacking. Thinking of the 101 silver capsules in his backpack, Jiang Shin's joy became even more uncontrollable. Half an hour later, he sorted through all the supplies from the giant ship's voyage. 101 silver capsules, including 1 intermediate storage box and 100 basic storage boxes. Jiang Shin temporarily placed the 3 vials of medicine in the intermediate storage box at the end. It can be assumed here that 2 attribute boosting potions were used, because he originally intended to use them later, but that severely criticized OO. There are 3 types of items in the 100 basic storage boxes. Aside from the most numerous low-level energy crystals, there were 2 other items that Jiang Shin had never seen before. There's a miniature spider that is a few centimeters long, and a cube that looks like a compressed biscuit. Name: second-generation spider-type repair instrument. Quality: excellent plus. Effect: can repair most mechanical items. Description: with it, any ship made of metal will be difficult to damage, provided that they are fed, otherwise they may secretly eat your ship. Does that mean it can be used to attack other ships? Looking at the system's description of the spider-shaped repair device, a thought suddenly popped into Jiang Shin's head. Name: energy cube. Quality: excellent. Description: strategic reserve resource, containing 10 units of high-energy substance. A single piece can meet all your daily energy needs. Long-term use can slightly improve physical attributes. The 100 silver capsules yielded 70 low-level energy crystals, 20 spider-shaped ship repair kits, and 10 boxes of 5 by 5 edible energy blocks. This is the main source of Jiang Shin's gains from this trip. After careful consideration, Jiang Shin decided to keep the energy cubes and the spider repair device, and use everything else, including low-level energy crystals, for gacha pulls. He also planned to exchange the damaged mecha for Gasapon coins. After all, even if this thing is repaired, it won't have an energy source to power it. He has determined that low-level energy crystals cannot be used as a power source for the mecha. Alright, now it's time for the lucky draw. After Jiang Shin took out the silver capsule, a large amount of supplies immediately appeared on the deck. The Black Sea Gasapon machine, which was already restless on the deck, was now drooling with desire. Several tentacles emerged from the octopus's mouth, tentatively reaching towards the deck. The sound was practically indistinguishable from that of a wild boar in heat. If it weren't for the rules, Jiang Shin would have been afraid that it would rush over and eat him too. Eat it all, then exchange it all for Gasapon coins. Fearing that the device might get out of control, Jiang Shin quickly retreated to the back and handed over all the supplies to the Black Sea Gasapon machine. As Jiang Shin's voice fell, the tentacles didn't waste a moment and immediately began to pull all the scattered supplies into the abyss's maw. He could even hear the continuous chewing sounds, which meant the guy was enjoying his meal. Is this thing a living being or an object? Looking at the somewhat greedy Black Sea Gasapon machine, a thought suddenly popped into his head. Black Sea Gasapon machine has successfully consumed supplies, yielding 77 Gasapon coins. Should we participate in the Gasapon Gacha lottery? Chapter 32 Crazy Gacha. Just as Jiang Shin's thoughts were wandering off course, a notification sound pulled him back to reality. Huh? You finished eating so quickly. There were 70 low-level energy crystals in total, which were exchanged for 70 gacha coins. The abandoned mech was exchanged for 2 gacha coins, while the mimic's corpse was only worth 1 gacha coin. To Jiang Shin's surprise, the corpse of the sickle shadow was exchanged for 4 gacha coins. Looking at the lines of notes in the logbook, Jiang Shin suddenly realized that monster corpses seemed to be more valuable than other materials. Start the Gasapon game. Looking at the prompts on the Black Sea Gasapon machine, Jiang Shin chose yes without hesitation. Gacha coin -1, gain 2 backpack slots. Gacha coin -1, obtain purification potion X1. Gacha coin -1, obtain stamina potion X1. Gacha coin -1, obtain taunt grenade X1. Gacha coin -1, obtain 60 units of wood. Gacha coin -1, obtain the thief's cloak. As lines of notifications reached Jiang Shin's ears, a feeling of sudden wealth welled up within him. 1 minute later, the notification sound finally ended, and Jiang Shin began to tidy up the Gasapon capsules that had exploded on the deck. Goodness, a total of 77 Gasapon capsules are evenly distributed on the deck. If other survivors saw this, they would definitely use Jiang Shin as a resource point to farm. After sorting through all the Gasapon capsules, he obtained a total of 7 kinds of supplies. 500 units of wood, 3 taunt grenades, 5 stamina potions, 20 backpack slots, 1 thief's cloak, and 1 purification potion. The wood itself is obviously for use as a prop in a lottery. However, gaining 20 slots of backpack capacity finally relieved him of any worries about insufficient backpack space in the future. He then initiated appraisals for the following categories of items. Name, Taunt Grenade. Quality, Excellent Plus. Effect, automatically marks all enemies within range. Description, the marked enemy will continuously attract the hatred of all low-intelligence creatures in the vicinity for a whole day. Note, even if I were the reincarnation of Sun Wukong, I would still have to go through the 81 tribulations first. Holding a taunting grenade with a smiling expression in his hand, Jiang Shin nodded in satisfaction. This thing might produce amazing results if used properly. Name, Stamina Potion. Quality, Excellent Plus. Effect, restores 20 stamina points. Description, this is a practice creation of the extraordinary Witch Felicity. Just 1 bottle can restore all your stamina. I must say, you two are quite destined for each other. Name, Purification Agent. Quality, Excellent Plus. Effect, removes low-level curses. Description, the masterpiece of the Saintess of the Church of Dawn. This renowned and favored daughter of heaven dreams of pursuing the mystical studies of the legendary extraordinary witch. Seeing this, Jiang Shin couldn't help but feel curious. The extraordinary witch Philly seems to be quite famous in the Black Sea world, and he has already acquired several extraordinary items related to this witch. However, the appearance of the purification agent solved his long-standing problem. With this, he no longer has to lose 20 sanity points every day. He tilted his head back and poured the purifying potion directly into his mouth. He felt every cell in his body become active. A cool sensation swept through his head, and his rationality instantly returned to 100 points. This is good stuff. Unexpectedly, this purification potion not only removed the curse, but also restored sanity to 100 points. This Dawn Saintess seems to have something special about her. After putting the 3 medicines into his backpack, he turned his gaze to the last item. Name, Thief's Cloak. Quality, Excellent Plus. Attribute bonuses, Stealth +1, Speed +1, Defense +1. Description, wearing this item will slightly increase your body's defense, allowing you to defend against sword damage of quality or lower. Wearing it will bring you closer to becoming a qualified assassin. The protective suit looks somewhat like a black cloak. However, after holding in his hand, Jiang Shin discovered that there was a black bodysuit under the cloak. That's pretty cool, and it even has special bonuses. Gently stroking the fabric of the garment, he found that the material was very tough yet very thin, as if it were specially designed for stealth. With this, my ability to protect myself has been greatly enhanced. Eagerly running to the captain's command room and changing into the thief's cloak, Jiang Shin felt as if his body was more agile than before. Moreover, when he draped his cloak over his shoulders, he seemed to blend into the night, making it difficult for enemies to spot him in the darkness unless they looked closely. Most importantly, it grants immunity to attacks from swords of lower quality, making it the dream outfit for awakening assassin-type talents. Lowering his cloak, Jiang Shin emerged from the darkness. He could already imagine himself going out in the future, hiding in the shadows in a black cloak, wielding a rose-colored pistol and carrying the team like crazy. Add to that the fighting prowess of his sons, and who else could withstand this combo attack? Dad, what are you doing? The talkative starfish appeared behind Jiang Shin like a ghost, looking at him with some curiosity as he secretly chuckled. It noticed that since his last coma, his father had rarely laughed as happily as he did now. Ahem, the eldest son is back. Jiang Shin touched the forehead of the talkative starfish, feeling extremely happy. Before I knew it, even its mustache looked more and more pleasing to the eye. Father, all the driftwood and scattered items within a 100-meter radius are here. The noble octopus wiped the water off its body, then extended its tentacles and pointed to the pile of materials at the stern of the ship. 150 units of timber, 20 units of black iron steel. Great. Everyone has been doing well lately, and, as the captain, I'm very happy. Therefore, I, the captain, have decided that tonight's dinner will be a feast, with plenty of seafood. Jiang Shin waved his hand and announced the crew benefits for the end of the month. Long live father. Upon hearing that there was plenty of seafood, the talkative starfish's single eye practically shone with light. It felt as if its father were a god in charge of grilling fish. Seeing the little ones excitedly run to the cabin to start a fire, Jiang Shin felt a sense of pride. He opened the trading hall and placed several orders in a row. Looking to buy 30 units of timber and 5 units of cooking oil. Looking to buy 30 units of timber and 5 units of seasonings. 80 units of timber, seeking 5 sea fish. With a timber quantity exceeding 1,000 units, Jiang Shin indulged in a rare act of luxury. Buy some cooking oil and seasonings to try. The silver sword that was previously displayed in the trading hall also showed that the transaction was successful, and his wood reserves have now reached an astonishing 1175 units. Removing the 140 units of wood he just spent won't delay his ship upgrade progress. The 3 transactions were completed quickly, suggesting that the increased speed of the black tide has greatly increased the demand for wood among survivors. Of course, he wasn't particularly worried. The trip on the giant ship had made him rich overnight, and he figured that as long as he gathered enough steel by tomorrow, he could upgrade to a level 2 ship. Just as he was about to go down to the cabin to grill fish, he finally received a response to the private message he had sent to Li Jiangguo earlier. Brother Jiang, I'm sorry, something happened before, and I just got out here. The reply was sent 5 minutes ago. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Shin replied directly. Brotherly, would you mind telling me what exactly happened inside the giant ship? The message was sent, but the other party didn't reply immediately. Presumably, they were also considering how to respond. 5 minutes later, the other party sent another private message. To be honest, Brother Jiang, our intelligence was wrong this time. We didn't expect there to be an old guy among those merfolk. I heard from our hall master that when the old merman saw that the situation was not good, he took out a blue bead from his hand. They saw a bright light, and all the mermen disappeared before their eyes. Then, not long after, the entire giant ship sank. I can swim, and I was lucky enough to make it back to the wooden boat because I was close to the exit. Li Jiangguo sighed as he spoke, thinking that the Black Sea Brotherhood must have lost a lot of men this time. After listening to Li Jiangguo's account, Jiang Shin's gaze became complicated. Sure enough, the races that could survive on the Black Sea all had their own trump cards. Brotherly, does your Black Sea Brotherhood have a lot of steel on hand? I have some stuff I'd like to sell. After replying, Jiang Shin immediately sent over the identification information for an energy cube. Wow, this is good stuff. Brother Jiang, please wait a moment. I'll speak with the head of our branch and have her talk to you. Chapter 33, Upgrading to a Tier 2 Ship, the Starfall Black Steel. Jiang Shin didn't have to wait long. Soon, a friend request came through. The other person's ID is Senior Warehouse Manager. As for why Jiang Shin was able to successfully find her from hundreds of friend requests, it's because almost all members of the Black Sea Brotherhood now have Black Sea Brotherhood in their names. Hello, I am Lin Qingru, the head of the Black Sea Brotherhood in charge of material transactions. I've looked at your items. What would you like to exchange with us? The other party seems very interested in the energy cube, but is speaking cautiously, probably afraid of asking for too much. I only want steel. You must have gotten quite a bit of steel this time, right? Without any intention of testing the waters further, Jiang Shin stated his needs directly. You're upgrading to a level 2 ship so soon. How about exchanging 100 units of steel for 2 boxes of energy cubes? The other party was surprised at first, and then gave a similar quote. No, at most 1 box plus 5 loose energy cubes. Looking at the other party's offer, Jiang Shin shook his head. 2 boxes of 5x5 energy cubes can sustain a person's food intake for at least 50 days, so exchanging them for 100 units seems like a good deal. However, that was under the condition that the other party's steel reserves were not abundant. The Black Sea Brotherhood has undoubtedly amassed a considerable amount of steel during their voyage. Their good fortune hasn't lasted long, and he's not going to be foolish enough to simply trade without negotiating a better price. Make a deal. The unexpected answer surprised Jiang Shin slightly. Oh no, did he cut too little? Jiang Shin immediately regretted asking for too little, while Lin Qingru smiled. The Black Sea Brotherhood has a dedicated warehouse for storing supplies. Even without considering previous accumulations, the amount of steel entering the warehouse this time alone will not be less than 5,000 units. Moreover, many members died at supply depots, and the Black Sea Brotherhood would secretly transfer the supplies from their ships into the guild. Of course, this is something only those in management know. In short, it boils down to one sentence. The Black Sea Brotherhood is really rolling in money lately. Okay, I need 150 units of steel. Seeing that the other party was wealthy and generous, Jiang Shin immediately put 40 energy blocks up for sale. There are 2 types of friend transactions. One is private transactions, which are transactions that are essentially gifts, and this type is not protected by the system. Another method is through linked transactions, which is similar to lobby transactions. Items need to be placed in the system first, and the transaction can only be completed after both parties confirm the transaction. He opted for a link exchange, as it was his first time making a transaction, and he wanted to be cautious. Transaction successful. You have received 150 units of black iron steel. Hello, the transaction is complete. Please consider us first next time you have something, since there are very few organizations of our size right now. The other party was very decisive, and the transaction was completed almost instantly, which made Jiang Shin nod in approval. Regardless of the Black Sea Brotherhood's reputation, He was content as long as he got what he wanted. The transactions were all for black iron steel, with no meteorite steel, indicating that the other party also knew that meteorite steel was more valuable. He already had 60 units of black iron steel and 20 units of meteorite steel, so he only needed to exchange for another 120 units of steel to upgrade to level 2. However, considering that the most important structure of the second-tier ship, the sea furnace, also requires steel, he exchanged 30 more units of steel. Name: insulated sea furnace. Construction materials: 30 units of steel, 10 units of black volcanic clay, and 10 units of insulation cotton. Description: an indispensable structure on the Black Sea. Without it, it would be difficult to get through the cold nights. He has noticed a significant drop in temperature in the past few days, especially at night, when it has dropped to around 2 or 3 degrees Celsius. He needs to prepare in advance. This is also why he urgently needs to build a second-class ship. Sea furnaces can only be built on second-class ships. First-class ships are not qualified to build them. He hurriedly closed the communication channel. Now that all the materials for upgrading the ship to level 2 were ready, Jiang Shin couldn't wait to take out the sea stone. Upgrade materials detected. Do you wish to use the materials to upgrade the ship? I selected yes directly. Jiang Shin felt the sea stone in his hand emit a burst of colorful light, and the entire small wooden boat was instantly enveloped in this colorful light. A moment later, his eyes lit up and he found himself in a brand new cabin. The cabin space this time is significantly larger than before, and the cabin walls are also more beautiful, with some mysterious patterns carved on them. Name: Starfall Black Steel. Type: Special Ship. Class: Tier 2 Ship. Speed: 25 Black Sea Speed. Lowering the sails when sailing with the wind increases the Black Sea speed by 0.5. Dimensions: 15 meters long, 8 meters wide. Included buildings: wooden deck, steel outer armor, cloth sails, iron cabin, comfortable captain's command room, and 3 crew rest rooms. Constructible structures: captain's workbench, insulated sea furnace. Special Effect 1. The wooden boat with added magical materials has a unique effect that you will never have to worry about sinking. Special Effect 2. The properties of meteorite steel give your ship a counter-armor effect, automatically reflecting 20% of the damage received. Description: if you add an icebreaker to the iron hull of a second-class ship, I don't think anyone would want to go head-to-head with you. Compared to the small wooden boat, the Starfall Black Steel is clearly several levels superior. The ship is nearly twice the size of its predecessor, and it has an additional layer of steel armor on the outside, which, combined with its anti-armor properties, makes it even more formidable. The number of crew rest rooms has also been increased to 3, so there's no need to worry about the little ones having to squeeze into the cabin to rest each time. Of course, the speed that Jiang Shin was most concerned about has also been greatly improved. We've jumped straight to 25 Black Sea Speed / daily. This meant he wouldn't have to worry about being overtaken by the black tide behind him for the time being. Just as Jiang Shin was feeling smug about upgrading his ship, a series of emotionless, mechanical voices began to appear in the ears of each survivor. The number of level 2 vessels detected has reached 100. Ranking is now open. Currently available: ship construction rankings, individual combat power rankings, and team reputation rankings. All rankings are global rankings, and the top 1,000 on each ranking will receive special rewards. All rankings are updated at the end of each month. As Jiang Shin was admiring the novel patterns inside the cabin, a sudden sound interrupted his thoughts. There are already 100 second-class ships. As expected, with such a large population, there is never a shortage of geniuses. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, there are over 7 billion compatriots who have crossed over to this place, and there are probably hundreds of regional groups like the Black Sea Brotherhood alone. Therefore, upgrading to level 2 ships is still very difficult, and there are only about 100 of them at present. However, what intrigued him was the list itself. The survivors on the leaderboard seemed to receive special rewards, which is what he's really interested in. Opening the chat channel, it was indeed an instant hit. The world channel was buzzing with discussion about the ranking. Jiang Shin also carefully read the post, wanting to confirm his current level. Are you kidding me? We Black Jellyfish are the number 1 team in the region, and you're only ranked 998th on the team reputation leaderboard. This ranking is so complicated. I've awakened my martial arts proficiency, and my personal combat strength is only ranked 1,086th. What's so special about that? I've awakened fire control, and I'm not afraid of ordinary sea beasts. Yet my personal combat strength is only ranked 10001. You guys are all nobodies, and you all like to make a fortune in silence. Huh. Now you know how powerful a beast tamer is, right? My combat strength is terrible, but with my 2 black water snakes, I've already ranked 2000th. Maybe with a little more effort, I can break into the top 1000. Holy crap, is that true? Beast taming combat power can be included in the individual combat power ranking. Is the person upstairs discriminating against us beast tamers? Beast taming is our talent. Why doesn't it count as personal combat strength? Wow. Everyone quickly check which region has the world's #1 ranked player. Let's hurry up and get on their good side. Seeing this, Jiang Shin was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that beast taming combat power could be included in the personal combat power ranking. The individual combat power ranking seems to be very intelligent. As long as the combat power is formed by talent, it can be included in the ranking. I wonder what my personal combat power ranking is. Chapter 34. Ranked 26th in the world. The leaderboard is easy to find. It's right at the top of the world channel. Moreover, the top 1,000 IDs on the list are all brown gold, which is very eye-catching. He first opened the individual combat power ranking. Sure enough, I found my ranking in a line of brown and gold text. The strictest father of marine mammals, ranked 26th in the world. The brown gold lettering shimmered with golden light, momentarily captivating Jiang Shin. Ranked 26th in the world. What does that mean? Of the more than 7 billion people in the world, he ranks in the top 30. Moreover, if his sons prove themselves, he might very well be able to sit on the top spot on the list. After finding his place, Jiang Shin breathed a sigh of relief, which also proved that his awakened talent was definitely among the top tier. He scrolled to the top of the list to see who was #1 in individual combat power. The ID ranked first on the individual combat power list is called Child of Destiny, a name that immediately gives off the vibe of someone who's cheating. Keep scrolling down. He discovered that any ID with brown gold font would have a golden treasure chest icon after it. What's this? With a let's give it a try attitude, he clicked on it directly. As the golden treasure chest pattern in the image moved slightly, its golden lid was removed. Ranking reward claimed. Received 1 golden treasure chest. The golden treasure chest pattern on the ranking list disappeared, and a golden treasure chest about 30 centimeters long appeared at Jiang Shin's feet. Name, ranking chest. Quality, gold box. Description, can only be obtained from the top 30 rankings. It contains 60% of items of excellent quality, 37% of items of good quality, and 3% of items of superior quality. Seeing this, he understood that this must be the settlement reward for the leaderboard. Sure enough, as he continued scrolling down the list, he discovered that IDs ranked 30th and below were all followed by silver boxes. IDs ranked 100th and below are all followed by bronze chests. The probability isn't low. Let's try our luck. The golden chest is right in front of us. There's no reason not to open it. After opening the lid of the golden treasure chest, Jiang Shin found that there were 3 items inside. He took out the largest blueprint and used his appraisal skill directly. Name, Black Sea Nautical Chart. Quality, excellent. Description, with it, you will not easily lose your way on the Black Sea. The arrow on the nautical chart will always point north. Of course, it will automatically generate a regional nautical chart based on the terrain within 1,000 kilometers around the location. The first item is of high quality, and it is an indispensable nautical chart at sea. After Jiang Shin chose to use it, the blueprint turned into fragments and disappeared. A semi-transparent nautical chart interface appeared before his eyes, with a delicate arrow icon in the upper right corner. At the bottom is a green dot, which should indicate your current position. The northernmost part of the map is white, marked with the periods of freezing. The island shown on the pirate map was right in front of me. It was the closest island to me. Judging from the distance, it should take less than 2 days to arrive. Putting away the nautical chart, Jiang Shin turned his gaze to the remaining 2 items. Name, Magic Holster. Quality, excellent plus. Description, the magical pistol holster of the amazing magician Daline. With it, it will appear in the most convenient place for you to grab it, no matter the situation. Note, with this, no one could draw their gun faster than you. Congratulations, you have become the fastest gunslinger in the Black Sea. What comes into view is a beautifully designed holster with a spade symbol. Jiang Shin just took out the rose pistol and found that the holster was somehow alive and had been placed on the pistol. At the same time, he had a vague feeling that if he wanted to take out a gun right now, he could just pull it out at will. He tried several different positions and found that no matter how he changed them, the holster would always appear in the most suitable spot for him to draw his gun. Even if he has the holster on his waist and is lying on the ground, as soon as he has the thought of drawing his gun, the holster will instantly appear on his right hand with the pistol. That's amazing. After playing for a while, Jiang Shin put down the holster with satisfaction and looked at the last item in the gold box. Name, Small Sacred Spring. Quality, excellent. Description, can be placed inside the ship's cabin. It generates 10 liters of magical spring water every morning at dawn. Drinking it can heal minor injuries. As expected, the grand finale is indeed the grand finale, an exceptionally high-quality building item. Moreover, it can be placed directly inside the ship's cabin without the need to spend materials to build a ready-made product. With 10 liters of magical spring water every day, Jiang Shin felt that his good days had finally arrived. Considering the properties of the holy water silver cup, he dared not imagine how powerful the holy water combined with it would be. Moreover, given the large quantity, he might consider selling them to others in exchange for other supplies. Overall, he was incredibly lucky. I wonder if it was because of the statue of Lady Luck on the ship. Of the 3 items, 2 are of superior quality and 1 is of excellent quality, and most importantly, he can use all of them. He first put the container for the small holy spring into his backpack, planning to place it in the early morning. That way, we could get the first batch of magical spring water as soon as possible. He has already claimed his personal ranking rewards and will now switch to the team reputation ranking. Unsurprisingly, after searching for a long time among the brown and gold font, he still couldn't find his ID. Jiang Shin shook his head. He had thought that his crew members could continue to bring him card rewards. The minimum requirement for the team reputation ranking is a team of 5 or more people. In other words, lone wolves are not allowed to be on the list. This is, to some extent, a form of protection for the fleet. After all, if hundreds of beasts could be listed in the late game by a beastmaster, wouldn't all the other survivors become clowns? Moreover, there might even be survivors who have awakened undead-type talents, making the late-game team rankings unmatched by the undead scourge. After scrolling down for a while, Jiang Shin finally found a name that he recognized. The Black Sea Brotherhood is ranked 308th in Region D41. Old Hay is only number 308? That's not good enough. Seeing that the strongest team in his region was only ranked around 300th on the World Channel, Jiang Shin frowned. Indeed, there are always people more capable than you, and there is always something beyond your understanding. However, upon further reflection, considering the scale of 7 billion survivors, and with a limit of 100,000 people per region, even assuming only 1 team per region, there would still be 70,000 teams. Moreover, the team rankings only require 5 or more people to participate in the evaluation, and the number of teams is countless. The Black Sea Brotherhood ranking 308th is already quite good. The 308th place is the Bronze Team's supply box. It seems that the Black Sea Brotherhood has acquired a lot of good stuff this time. The team reputation ranking is the same as the individual combat power ranking. The top 30 teams receive gold team supply boxes. Teams ranked 30 to 100 receive silver team supply boxes, and teams ranked 100 and above receive bronze team supply boxes. Of course, the rewards for the 2 lists cannot be compared. There is no doubt that the team supply crate will contain more items than the individual supply crate. It's clearly unrealistic to expect a few high-quality items to support a team of hundreds. Switch the list back to the shipbuilding list. He found that only brown and gold names were listed at the top, meaning only the top 100. Because there are only 100 Tier 2 ships so far, the minimum requirement for participating in the ship construction ranking is Tier 2 ships. A first-class ship is not eligible to be listed because it has fewer than 1,000 crew members, so its name is easy to find. Looking down, Jiang Shin finally found his ID at number 99. Number 00038, Starfall Black Steel, ranked 99th. The ship construction leaderboard lists individual ship IDs, allowing survivors to easily find their ship's ranking by searching for that ID. Of course, everything has 2 sides. When a personal ID appears in the world chat, it always attracts the covetous eyes of those with ulterior motives. It's important to know that the shipbuilding ranking is the most unreliable of the 3 rankings. The materials used to build a ship may be related to the abundance of resources in one's birthplace, or it may be related to personal luck. In comparison, robbing the weaker survivors on this list is the preferred target for some survivors who choose the pirate route. Sure enough, every detail in the Black Sea world is useful. It's encouraging the selection of the weak among the survivors. Chapter 35, A New Talent. The combat power glasses that were fished out. To Jiang Shin's surprise, the survivor who ranked first on the ship construction leaderboard was still the survivor with the ID Child of Destiny. Could this guy really be a cheater? To be able to achieve the top spot on both lists, there is no doubt that the opponent's talent should not be underestimated. Never mind. Let's see what rewards the ship construction leaderboard will give. Clicking on the silver treasure chest next to the ID revealed an exquisite silver treasure chest in front of Jiang Shin, accompanied by a flash of silver light. Gain 500 units of wood and 100 units of common steel. The rewards consist of 2 basic materials, wood and ordinary steel, in very considerable quantities. However, Jiang Shin does not intend to use the 2 materials for subsequent ship upgrades. Through 2 ship upgrades, he discovered that the ship's characteristics would differ depending on the materials added during the upgrade. This means that in order to consistently rank at the top of the list, ships must be built using more precious materials. Moreover, ships upgraded with special materials are much stronger than ordinary ships. Just considering his own Starfall Black Steel, it now has 2 characteristics that already surpass the ship attributes of most survivors. However, Jiang Shin's ranking was not high because upgrade time was an important factor in the ship construction ranking in the early stages. Only after second-tier ships become more common will the characteristics and capabilities of ships be reassessed. However, it doesn't say that the rewards from the silver treasure chest are useless. Although Jiang Shin did not intend to use the resources for ship upgrades, he could trade a large amount of basic resources with others to obtain the resources and materials he needed more. Just like the deal the Black Sea Brotherhood made with him before. After scanning the list from top to bottom and confirming that there were no familiar IDs, Jiang Shin took out a syringe-like medicine containing red liquid from his backpack. Name, Type C Talent Potion. Effect, randomly generates a C-rank talent upon use. Rank C is the classification of the Hill Civilization, corresponding to the excellent quality talent in the Black Sea world. Description, no need to look further, without a doubt. It is the most precious thing in this spare compartment. Although it is only C-grade, in a way, it can be considered as stealing the authority of the gods. It's hard to imagine that a race capable of creating talent potions could also be wiped out in the Black Sea world. The authority of gods. Do gods exist in this world? He is too weak now, and ultimately knows too little. However, he believes that one day, the truth of this world will be slowly revealed to him. However, these things are still a long way off for him. Right now, what he cares about most is the effectiveness of the C-grade talent potion. Looking at the talent potion wrapped in red liquid in his hand, Jiang Shin did not hesitate and injected the potion directly into his arm. As the red liquid gradually entered his body, he felt all the cells in his body begin to activate, and in a daze, a brand new power began to slowly awaken from the depths of his body. Using a C-grade talent potion, awakening the C-grade talent, cutting. Name, Jiang Shin. Status, healthy. Strength, for +2, 90/100. Speed, for +1, 92/100. Physical fitness, 5, 98/100. Defense, 0+1. Concealment, 0+1. Spirit, 6, 98/100. The higher the spirit, the higher the sanity, and the faster the sanity recovers. Reason, 6, 97/100. Reason below 50 will cause panic, below 30 will cause suicidal thoughts, and below 10 will cause complete madness. Talent 1, Mutated Sea Beast Egg, Authority Level. Talent 2, Slice and Dice, Excellent. The personal panel now includes 2 new attribute bonuses, Defense and Stealth. Jiang Shin guessed that was the effect of the thief's cloak he was wearing. A new, high-quality slice talent has appeared in the talent area. It should be the new talent generated by the talent potion I just injected. Talent, Slice and Dice. Effect, allows you to hold an item with both hands, adding a cutting property to the item. Description, a decent talent. In theory, you can bless any inanimate object, including the iron ship beneath your feet. It can actually enhance items. Jiang Shin's gaze narrowed slightly. He had thought it was just a simple awakening of a cutting attribute, but he hadn't expected it to be a buff-type talent. He took out the Silverlight sword from his backpack, and as his talent for cutting took effect, he noticed a pale, white aura rapidly enveloping the entire blade. He aimed his silver sword at the empty silver treasure chest on the ground, and the sword tip just touched the surface of the silver treasure chest. Bang! A burst of fire erupted directly from between the sword blade and the silver treasure chest. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a cut mark about 2 centimeters long above the silver treasure chest. The power seems pretty good. 5 minutes later, Jiang Shin looked at the battered silver treasure chest, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. The cutting talent can be applied to items that come into contact with the palm, increasing their cutting attribute. In terms of power, it can at least cut through silver and iron. However, it seems that his cutting talent requires him to consume mental energy. In 5 minutes, his mental strength dropped from 98 points to 50 points, which would be said to consume a lot of mana. Moreover, he discovered that the amount of mental energy consumed varied, depending on the size of the item being blessed. For example, he can maintain the form of the silver light sword for about 10 minutes, but when he is imbued with the form of a 3-meter-long iron plate, he can only maintain it for about 5 minutes. Of course, if the item being cut is too hard, the item he is holding will also lose durability. He used his appraisal skill to check, and found that the Silverlight sword had lost a full third of its durability when it cut the silver treasure chest. The vast majority of weapons have durability, which is yet another new discovery for him. Dad, come out quickly, we've caught something good. The excited voice of the talkative starfish came from the deck, interrupting Jiang Shin's thoughts. Before upgrading his boat, he instructed a few of his crew to use up his fishing attempt for the day. After all, he had had a very eventful day and didn't have time to go fishing. As soon as he stepped out of the cabin, he noticed that the space on the deck was much larger, especially since an iron railing had been added to the edge of the deck. At this moment, the talkative starfish were gathered at the bow of the ship, picking and choosing from a pile of things. Father, you've arrived. This is our reward for today. The noble octopus respectfully bowed to Jiang Shin. Having experienced the magical power of 2 ship upgrades, it was completely impressed by its father's abilities. Jiang Shin nodded with great satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the pile of scattered items in the corner. Harvested plus 3 driftwood, automatically broken down into 50 units of wood. Obtained 2 compressed biscuits. Received 5 rolls of toilet paper. Obtained 2 units of rusty iron nails. Obtain a high-quality sailor uniform X1. Jiang Shin put all the items into his backpack and nodded to himself. The availability of toilet paper was the main solution that truly solved his immediate problem. The second-class ships have their own crew restrooms, and now that there's toilet paper, it's much more convenient for him. Dad, look, isn't my brother handsome? Seeing Jiang Shin approach, the talkative starfish quickly threw her fishing rod aside and strode towards him with an air of indifference. Jiang Shin took a closer look at his eldest son and noticed that it was wearing a pair of huge sunglasses that covered its entire single eye on its forehead. Where did you get these sunglasses? Seeing his eldest son start acting up again, Jiang Shin couldn't help but feel curious. It has to be said that the eldest son's appearance has improved by at least 2 points with those sunglasses. How about it, Dad? Handsome, right? The talkative starfish excitedly struck a cool pose, complete with huge sunglasses and a wiggling mustache. It has to be said, he had a real gangster vibe. He might just be missing a wig and a rock outfit to become an international superstar. Shaking off his increasingly distorted sense of reality, he directly activated his appraisal skill on the sunglasses. Name, technological combat glasses. Quality, excellent plus. Effect, combat power assessment. Description, sorry, you're just a weakling with a combat power of 5, while my combat power index is 580,000. Chapter 36, The Black Sea Brotherhood's Invitation to Cooperation. After reading the identification information, Jiang Shin felt that the description was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. He took the combat glasses from the talkative starfish's head and noticed that the sunglasses in his hand were rapidly shrinking. Sweetie, play for a while. I'll give it back to you when I'm done. Looking at the talkative starfish looking so pitiful, Jiang Shin suddenly felt ashamed, like he was taking a child's toy away. I simply kicked it a little further away to avoid feeling guilty about looking at it. Holding the combat glasses in his hand, he discovered that within seconds the sunglasses had transformed into a size suitable for human wear. Wow, it's pretty smart. Curious, Jiang Shin put it on his head and then turned his gaze to the noble octopus who was secretly laughing to the side. A piece of transparent text appeared randomly in front of him. Target, unknown octopus species. Combat power index, 46. Ability, unknown. Then, turning his gaze to the talkative starfish with a resentful expression, Jiang Shin coughed twice to shift his attention. Target, lower-level starfish. Combat power index, 66. Ability, unknown. So that's how it is. As if he had discovered the use of the sunglasses, Jiang Shin excitedly turned his gaze back to Xiao He and Xiao Ping. Target, dangerous sea urchin. Combat power index, 108. Little Black seems to have pretty high combat power. A dangerous triangular warning sign appeared in front of Jiang Shin, as if reminding him to quickly move away from the target. Well, he likes crew members who are quiet and make him feel safe. Next up is Xiao Ping. As the strongest fighter on the ship, Jiang Shin is also curious about how strong Xiao Ping is. Target, dangerous creature. Combat power index, 200. This time, not only did a warning icon appear, but red exclamation marks also began to appear in front of Jiang Shin's eyes. Good stuff, but I don't know if the values are accurate. After having his fill of fun, Jiang Shin waved to the talkative starfish. The talkative starfish immediately trotted over excitedly on his short legs, giving Jiang Shin a fawning look. Eldest son, here you go. Help your old man check my combat power index. Jiang Shin gave a kind smile. This. The talkative starfish's expression changed drastically as it took the combat glasses. Even its 2 extended tentacles began to twist. Seeing his eldest son's behavior, Jiang Shin was stunned for a moment, then seemed to realize something. Dad, it seems like, well, maybe this thing isn't very accurate. You only have 25 combat power points. It seemed that the necklace of truth was still working, and the talkative starfish, after much hesitation, finally couldn't help but whisper the cruel truth. Father, I feel that this thing can only play an auxiliary role and is not accurate in assessing actual combat strength. Seeing that his captain was getting a little red, the noble octopus who had been watching the commotion stepped forward at the right moment. Oh, what do you mean? Squeezing his eldest son's trembling tentacles, Jiang Shin turned to look expectantly at the noble octopus beside him. Little Geezy knows how to save face. Father, I also tried on these glasses. Most of the assessments of combat strength are based on physical attributes, and we see beasts are naturally superior in physical qualities. Therefore, its assessment ignores the advantages and talents of other intelligent races, such as your rich wisdom and endless magical abilities. Compared to the starfish who was sweating profusely with anxiety, the noble octopus clearly knew better how to please the captain. Yes, that's right. I've actually noticed that problem too. Jiang Shin gently patted his eldest son's forehead before withdrawing his large hand. He wore an expression that said, "I knew it all along. However, this thing is quite useful. Eldest son, you did a good job on this voyage on the giant ship, so I'm giving it to you as a reward. Also, if there are any items that suit you later, I won't keep them for myself." Jiang Shin reached out and patted the noble octopus on the shoulder, his eyes showing encouragement. "Father, please rest assured, we exist to help you solve your problems." Nothing is more encouraging than Jiang Shin's affirming gaze, and stars immediately appeared in the eyes of the little ones. Is this what it feels like to be loyal to the emperor? It seems I'm one step closer to becoming a true nobleman. The noble octopus couldn't help but recall the imperial prime minister who had always been loyal to the royal family in his inherited memories. Those were precious ingredients that their ancestors had selected from tens of thousands of races. Ha! Ha! Buzzing. The stinging sea urchin and the floating coral also chirped a few times in response, to show their love and respect for their father. Jiang Shin glanced at his loyal crew members and then waved his hand with satisfaction. "All right, when you've had enough fun, come down and have some fish. The captain will personally grill the fish for you." After returning to the cabin, Jiang Shin started grilling fish while opening his private messages. Unsurprisingly, his private messages were flooded with messages again. "Li Jiangwu, Oli Krap. Brother Jiang, are you that top player on the leaderboard? Deep Sea Explorer. Hey boss, is that you? Do you need any more fish over there? I can send you a few." Lin Qingru. "Big brother, you're really hiding your true abilities. Are you interested in continuing to cooperate with our Black Sea Brotherhood?" In fact, not long after the rankings were released, he received tens of thousands of friend requests in his private messages. Friend requests have been piling up from Starfall Blacksteel all the way to Paris. However, most of them were just empty greetings, which he chose to ignore. However, he still had to reply to the remaining few acquaintances. I gave a polite reply to Li Jiangguo and the Deep Sea Explorer. Then, out of curiosity, he opened Lin Qingruo's private messages. What kind of cooperation? After clicking send, he began to assess the Black Sea Brotherhood's future value to him. Jiang Shin still maintains a cooperative attitude towards this publicly acknowledged strongest regional organization. Putting everything else aside, just based on their ability to find supply points, Jiang Shin felt that it was worthwhile to continue cooperating with them. A new supply point has been identified. We've located it as supply point number 009, but it's still quite a distance from your position. I'll explain the details to you once you've sailed to coordinates XX. The other person seemed to have been spying on him, replying to his message almost instantly. A new supply point? Looks like another tough nut to crack. Jiang Shin did not agree immediately, but replied that he would think about it. He is not the kind of person who is particularly arrogant, and he will not ignore the danger level of the Black Sea just because of his ranking on the leaderboard. It's important to understand that the entire survivor community is still at the very bottom of the Black seafood chain. Leaving aside the mysterious sea kings, just the appearance of any extraordinary creature would be enough to terrify him. The eeriness of the mysterious white fog is still vivid in my mind. More than 20,000 people died that night. Therefore, he remained skeptical about the Black Sea Brotherhood's invitation. In the event of future cooperation, everything must be based on his assessment in order to ensure that I am not used as a pawn by the Black Sea Brotherhood. No problem. I'll contact you when the time comes. The other party seemed to have anticipated his response and had prepared their explanation. Never mind, we're still quite a distance from that sea area. Now that we're fully equipped, let's explore that mysterious treasure location tomorrow. Looking at the treasure location right in front of him on a nautical chart, Jiang Shin couldn't help but feel excited. Perhaps the materials needed to build the sea furnace can be found on this small island. Chapter 37. Placing a miniature holy spring. The miraculous spring water sells like hotcakes. Alright, I almost forgot about the holy spring. Looking at the firelight burning in the cabin, Jiang Shin suddenly remembered that the small holy spring could refresh the magical spring water every day at dawn. So he hurriedly took the small holy spring out of his backpack, selected a location, and placed it directly. With a flash of emerald green fluorescence, a small fountain with a statue appeared inside the cabin. A ring of white crystals surrounds the bottom of the sacred spring, and at the very center, a mysterious statue holds a crystal-clear green gem in its hand. As soon as it was placed, clear spring water flowed out of the crystal, which looked even more beautiful under the firelight. He gently cupped some spring water in his hands and immediately activated his appraisal skill. Name, Miracle Spring. Quality, excellent. Description, mysterious spring water with healing effects, which can absorb moisture from the air and automatically condense, releasing it every morning. Looking at the small holy spring emitting bursts of light in front of him, Jiang Shin nodded in satisfaction. This spring water will become a rooster that lays eggs, and it's also a rare healing resource at sea. He took out the empty mineral water bottle he had used earlier, filled it with water, and then tasted it. It tastes quite sweet. The spring water is exceptionally sweet, with a pure, mountain spring water flavor. After calming the few curious little ones who had come over, Jiang Shin began to consider the uses of the magical spring water. First, you can refresh 10 liters daily, and you can keep 2 liters for yourself as a healing resource. As for the remaining 8 liters, he can use them to exchange for items, or put them into the holy silver cup to obtain higher grade spring water. However, considering the time conversion ratio, he decided to use it for exchange for the time being. Once we have accumulated more of the magical spring water, we can then consider putting it into the holy mercury cup. Having made his decision, he immediately put the holy spring water on the trading platform. Looking to buy 2 liters of miracle spring water, either superior or higher quality, or valuable blueprints. A total of 4 orders were placed consecutively. Below is the information and description of the magical spring water. Having tasted the success of the rankings, he wanted to collect more blueprints to improve his ranking on the ship construction leaderboard. The order book had just been launched when it generated a huge response in the trading hall. Holy crap, a player ranked 26th on the power rankings has appeared in the trading hall. Everyone come quick. The big boss is selling spring water. What else is there to say? I'll buy it all. Not just the spring water, I'll even take the water used for washing feet. Upstairs, I still have some calluses on my feet. Why don't you take them with you? Roll. Ever since the 3 leaderboards appeared, every time he speaks, the survivors in his own region start making funny faces. However, if you put yourself in his shoes, you can understand. They're all from the same region, and these people are probably trying to make a good impression on him, so they might be able to get close to a powerful figure later. Only 8 leaders available, so hurry and buy if you want. As more and more people gathered, he took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. They did it to leverage the celebrity effect. Sure enough, as soon as he posted, his private messages flooded in, almost all of them from big shots asking him to help them. Many people claim to have blueprints, but they're mostly just trying to scam friends. Hey boss, I have a blue blueprint. Can I trade it for another order with you? Soon, he picked out a survivor from his private messages who genuinely wanted to trade. The ID was D4 Collection Master. What kind of drawings are they? Could you please send me a picture of the drawings first? His spring water was very limited, and he didn't want to waste it on some low-value drawings. Okay, take a look. I've sent it to you. The other party seemed excited by Jiang Shin's reply, and sent over the contents of the drawing in less than 2 seconds. Name, Iron Shield Blueprint. Quality, excellent. Description, a fine iron shield can be forged with just 30 units of steel. What are you waiting for? After reading the description, Jiang Shin was slightly taken aback, not expecting it to be a blueprint for armor. Okay, I'll trade with you. Please confirm. Currently, he has a silver sword and a rose pistol as weapons, but he has yet to find any armor. After all, he can't use the resistance bracelet to defend every time he encounters an attack. He deduced that even extraordinary items should have a limit on the number of times they can be used. Okay, boss, if there are more springs later, can I continue to exchange blueprints? The other party seemed to have a lot of blueprints, which made Jiang Shin subconsciously remember the other party's ID. There are many kinds of talents, and he guessed that the other party might have awakened some kind of talent related to blueprints. Sure, I place 4 orders every day at midnight. If you need any other drawings, you can message me in advance. Seeing that the other party did not produce any more blueprints, Jiang Shin became even more certain of his guess. Perhaps his talent has limitations, and like the magical spring, it needs time to cool down. After the transaction was completed, Jiang Shin continued to sift through valuable blueprints in his private messages. After looking for a long time, apart from some personal item exchange requests and low-value blueprints, I still couldn't find a blueprint that I was satisfied with. It's worth mentioning that not a single item was exchanged for a supernatural item. Everyone seemed to understand the value of extraordinary items, and they were reluctant to trade them unless absolutely necessary. Just as Jiang Shin continued to frown and filter through the messages, a friend's message popped up at the top. Big brother, you have something good. Why didn't you think of your little sister? This is the pin bar he set up. Any friend's message will be pinned to the top immediately. Opening the private message, I found it was from Lin Qingru. Alright, I almost forgot. When it comes to valuable things, no one has more good stuff than the Black Sea Brotherhood at this stage. Jiang Shin slapped his thigh, realizing he had almost forgotten about this fat sheep. So he replied to Lin Qingru directly with, I specially saved this for you. Then they quickly took down the remaining 3 orders and told the public that they were sold out. Really not, Brother Jiang? I thought you'd forgotten me. Clearly, Jiang Shin's intelligent reply made Lin Qingru very happy. Brother Jiang, I have some good things here. See if you need anything. It has to be said that kind words always work on women. Even with Lin Qingru's consistently calm personality, she couldn't help but develop a slight liking for Jiang Shin. Jiang Shin ignored the change in address and directly opened the item information sent by Lin Qingru. Name, Critical Strike Gauntlets. Quality, excellent. Description, after throwing 10 punches in a row, a critical hit effect may be triggered once, increasing attack power by 2 to 3 times. The first item is a red two-handed gauntlet that has a chance to trigger a critical hit when attacking. Jiang Shin nodded and continued reading. Name, Mechanical Gripper Drawings. Quality, excellent. Manufacturing requirements, 50 units of wood, 20 units of steel, and 10 units of nails. Description, can be placed on both sides of a boat to help the boat collect items at sea more conveniently, with an effective grabbing distance of 30 meters. The second item caught Jiang Shin's eye. It was a ship accessory, something that could be listed on the ship construction leaderboard. However, the other party sent a total of 4 items, and he planned to look at them before making a decision. Scroll down to find a bright green porcelain bottle. Name, Dave's Porcelain Vase. Quality, excellent. Description, one-time blind boxes may contain extraordinary items, but they are most likely to contain some basic materials. Okay, it's another bottle for gamblers. After glancing at it twice, Jiang Shin went straight to the last item. Name, Degeneration Solution. Quality, excellent. Description, if you get even a little bit of it on you, you will regress to your juvenile form for 3 seconds. Wait, this thing seems quite useful. After reading the information about the degeneration potion, Jiang Shin was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected that the Black Sea Brotherhood would have such a thing. However, the fact that the other party can offer items for exchange indicates that these items can be artificially manufactured. It seems that we should not underestimate these large organizations. They do have a lot of talented people. Chapter 38, Degeneration Potion, Mysterious Island. How about it, Brother Jiang? These are all good stuff, aren't they? These 4 items were carefully selected by her from the Black Sea Brotherhood warehouse. Lin Qingru was also unusually proud. The stuff is good. I've saved 3 portions of the magic spring water for you. Of the 4 items, he confirmed the exchange of the other 3 without even thinking, except for the gambling dog bottle. Just as I thought. One of our hall masters got 10 of these emerald green porcelain bottles at the supply point, and one of them turned out to be an extraordinary item. She gave Jiang Shin's choice a slight affirmation. Lin Qingru was very efficient and quickly confirmed the deal with Jiang Shin. She wasn't bothered by the degeneration medicine. This potion was created by a talented pharmacist within their Black Sea Brotherhood. Although it was made using a secret formula for degeneration potions provided by the guild, it still gave this person an extremely high status within the guild. The pharmacist can now produce 1 bottle every 2 days, so it's perfect for exchanging for other supplies. Moreover, the magical spring water has a good healing effect, so perhaps it could be given to the other party for research, and I could also gain another favor. Both of them were very satisfied with this deal. As a result, both sides began to place a higher level of importance on each other. Jiang Shin was also happy to have another generous friend in his friend list, since his spring water refreshed daily anyway. After the transaction was completed, Jiang Shin took out the degeneration potion and examined it carefully. If used properly, this thing can be a killer weapon. It's important to know that whether it's humans or marine mammals, their various attributes and talent bonuses are significantly reduced to an extremely low level in their juvenile form. I just don't know how effective this potion will be against sea creatures. He glanced at his eldest son, who was fast asleep beside him, and ultimately resisted the urge to give it a try. We still can't underestimate these large organizations. The underhanded tactics they employ are impossible to guard against. We might have to continue exploring supply points with the Black Sea Brotherhood in the future, so I need to keep a close eye on things. The degeneration potion was contained in a transparent medicine bottle, which was bright red and looked as if it were made of the blood of some animal or plant. A total of 100 milliliters. It seems the Black Sea Brotherhood is quite generous. 100 milliliters may not seem like much, but in terms of effectiveness, just a drop is enough to make a difference. Before I knew it, it was already late at night. After putting the degeneration potion into his backpack, Jiang Shin also placed the magical wooden bed into the cabin. There were venomous sea urchins guarding the entrance to the cabin, and the other 3 crew members were inside. There was nowhere safer than this. As for the captain's command center, even dogs won't sleep properly. It's just too unsafe. As night deepened, Jiang Shin lay on the wooden bed and gradually fell asleep. That night was exceptionally quiet. It was the most restful night he had ever slept in the world. Black Sea weather forecast. Current weather, clear skies, not a cloud in sight. Current temperature, 6 degrees Celsius. Remaining daylight hours, 6 hours. Description, this is the hottest daytime temperature in the past 2 weeks. 3 days later, the waters will gradually become colder. Please take precautions to keep warm when traveling. As dawn broke, a familiar voice woke Jiang Shin from his sleep. What's the difference between this weather forecast and an alarm clock? It starts reporting automatically every morning. Looking at the weather forecast information in the flight calendar, Jiang Shin complained helplessly. After all, who wouldn't want to sleep in late in winter? Wait, why do I feel like it's winter? A chill crept down the deck and into the cabin, making him shiver. This weather is starting to feel more and more like winter. Does it mean there are regional seasons at sea? He wrapped his clothes tighter around himself, then put the thief's cloak over his clothes to ease the chill. Dad, come quick. There's an island up ahead of us. His thoughts were interrupted by the excited squeal of the talkative starfish. Jiang Shin had a guess in his mind. It seemed that they had arrived at the mysterious island on the MUTATED treasure map. As soon as I stepped onto the deck, I found that the 4 little ones were already playing on the deck. The noble octopus had just fed a piece of wood to the big-mouthed octopus head on the boat when it turned around and greeted Jiang Shin. Good morning, father. It must be said that the noble octopus is a very reliable crew member and knows how to provide emotional value to the great captain. Jiang Shin wanted to prevent any bad consequences from forgetting to feed the Black Sea gasopon machine on the ship. So they simply handed over the feeding task to their distant cousin, the noble octopus. He nodded in approval to his steward and crew. As the captain, Jiang Shin strode to the front of the deck. Crew members, our main task today is to explore that island. Now let's distinguish between crew members who stay behind and crew members who go out. He noticed that all 4 little ones' eyes were focused on him. As the captain, Jiang Shin immediately waved his hand and exercised his authority to arrange the crew. Dad, take me with you. Take me with you. Seeing that the talkative starfish wanted to go out as always, Jiang Shin nodded in satisfaction. It must be said that my eldest son is indeed very suitable for going out and exploring. Its terrifying regenerative ability and resilience make it a perfect tank and mind-clearing tool in the exploration world. Father, I will continue to guard the ship for you and collect any floating objects around it. The noble octopus was much more rational. It knew it was not superior in combat strength and did not want to hold Jiang Shin back. Okay, then it'll be the same as last time. You and Xiao Hei will watch the house together. Jiang Shin glanced at the sea urchin curled up in the corner of the deck and waved it away. Ha! Ha! An excited voice came from inside, and Jiang Shin was a little worried as to whether it had understood what he meant. However, with Xiao Hei's current strength, he is more than capable of overseeing the ship. She's a bit of a homebody, otherwise she'd be a great person to go out in. Then it's settled. Xiaoping, let's go. Looking at the verdant island not far away, Jiang Shin was also quite excited, as this was his first time visiting an island. And what could be more exciting than landing on an unknown island and exploring a mysterious pirate treasure? 10 minutes later, Jiang Shin gently stepped into the soft seawater and still felt a sense of wonder. The floating corals seemed to have gained an even greater control over the water element. This time, the sea surface felt more solid than before. Xiaoping, we've arrived. Take me directly there. I glanced at the small island beach that was already so close. Jiang Shin directly used the floating coral to activate its mental power, suspending himself in mid-air and bringing him to the beach. Dad, wait for me. You stinky coral. You didn't even take your Stephen Chow with you. Hearing the talkative starfish's dissatisfied grumbling from behind, Jiang Shin shook his head helplessly. The floating coral and the talkative starfish caused quite a bit of trouble along the way. One kept muttering to itself, while the other floated in mid-air, buzzing incessantly. Jiang Shin had suggested that Xiao Ping bring the talkative starfish along, but the floating coral politely declined. Its explanation is that taking on another person would be too exhausting for itself, and it would also require saving most of its energy to protect its father. Since Xiao Ping had said so, Jiang Shin couldn't say anything more and could only continue to make his eldest son suffer. It's always so cheeky. Aside from the stinging sea urchins that don't understand, the noble octopus and floating corals have given it quite a few stares. Is this where M.O. Lee's treasure is hidden? It seems rather quiet. Looking up at the somewhat emerald green island in front of him, he didn't hear any birdsong or any other creatures. Chapter 39, The Talking Toad. After walking along the beach for 10 minutes, Jiang Shin felt increasingly uneasy as he went further in. The surrounding trees were all normal, and there were many shrubs, but he didn't find a single living creature along the way. This is very wrong. Even if there are no large creatures on the island, there should at least be insects and birds that don't disappear for half a day. Quack, you wretched one-winged fish. One day I'll eat you all up. Just as Jiang Shin was carefully looking around, a croaking sound came from deep in the forest, which seemed to be mixed with scattered human voices. Are there still humans on this island? Upon hearing the noise, Jiang Shin quickly made a shushing gesture, signaling the 2 little ones to be quiet. He then quietly crept over in the direction from which the sound came. If other survivors get there first, he can assess the situation before deciding whether to make a move. Croak, how come we haven't found a single bug today? Are we going to have to go out to sea to find fish again? I am starving. Quack, I want to eat. A greenish-blue creature, resembling a large toad, was violently pushing aside the surrounding bushes. Its mouth is extremely large, almost a third of its body, and liquid is secreted from its mouth from time to time, dripping onto the ground. Wow, what a huge toad. Wait, this toad can actually talk. Upon seeing a creature with the ability to speak, just like the talkative starfish and the noble octopus, Jiang Shin couldn't help but show a look of curiosity. Although it looks rather ugly, just look at the strength with which it pressed through the bushes. Jiang Shin figured that this toad-like creature shouldn't pose much of a threat to him. But since this toad can speak human language, we should be able to communicate with it as well. Having made up his mind, Jiang Shin decided to try and see if he could communicate with this strange creature. Hey, you toad over there, what are you looking for? The sudden noise startled the big-mouthed toad. It poked out its somewhat comical head and looked around at the surrounding bushes. Croak, who's talking? Come out here. The big-mouthed toad was clearly a little flustered. In its memory, besides its own kind, the only other creatures on the island were those annoying one-winged fish. However, it knew that simple-minded creatures like one-winged fish would never learn to speak. You can communicate, so it seems you've had contact with humans before. Jiang Shin emerged slowly from behind with a calm expression, looking at the giant toad, standing on its lower body in front of him with a serene tone. Name, greedy big-mouthed toad. Quality, iron 3 stars. Talent, greedy mouth, corrosive gastric juice. Description, a cunning and annoying creature, as full of wicked ideas as its highly corrosive stomach acid. Beware of its mouth. Its greedy nature keeps it perpetually hungry. The big-mouthed toad doesn't seem to have a very good reputation. Jiang Shin frowned slightly as he looked at the ugly creature opposite him. Oh, so you're a lost stranger. What? Are you here to find treasure too? The moment the big-mouthed toad saw Jiang Shin, even more liquid appeared at the corner of its mouth. However, upon seeing the two strange creatures behind Jiang Shin, it barely managed to resist the urge to devour Jiang Shin alive. Huh, you actually know about the treasure. Upon hearing the other party mention treasure, Jiang Shin was slightly taken aback. No, could there be more than one treasure map? Or have other people already come here beforehand? In a short moment, Jiang Shin pictured a one-eyed, bearded pirate waving a treasure map in his hand, grinning. It was as if it were mocking him, saying, Hey kid, you didn't think I only had one treasure map, did you? Hee, I know more than just that. You outsiders are all eyeing the treasures here, aren't you? How about it? I can show you the way, but you have to agree to one condition. Seeing Jiang Shin fall silent, the big-mouthed toad immediately grinned, revealing an ugly smile. Dad, this guy's combat power seems to be only 35 points. The talkative starfish secretly nudged Jiang Shin's thigh and muttered something to him in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shin's lips curled into a malicious smile. If you know anything, I think you'd better tell me now. Seeing that the other party seemed determined to agree to its conditions first, Jiang Shin's smile deepened. He likes these guys who put on airs in front of him. Ka, stranger, what do you want? The big-mouthed toad was startled as it noticed the big-eyed starfish beside it approaching with ill intent. Quack, this shouldn't be happening. It instinctively took a few steps back, its thin cerebral cortex unable to support it in continuing to think deeply. Shouldn't these foolish outsiders usually agree to my request first, then come back to my lair with me, and give me a treat along the way? What are you doing? Eldest son, let this local frog know the methods of us navigators. Wait, don't come any closer. Quack. 10 minutes later, a series of pitiful, hoarse pleas for mercy broke the silence of the woods. Wow, you got thick skin. You still dare to talk back to Stephen Chow. Let's see if you still dare to put on airs in front of your father. Excitedly, the starfish switched to a thicker branch and began to attack the big-mouthed toad tied to the tree without hesitation. Grandpa, Quack, stop hitting it. Stop hitting it. Quack, I confess. I confess. After being whipped for 10 minutes, the big-mouthed toad finally shed tears of regret. If it weren't for being so hungry, it would never have ended up in the hands of these people. Moreover, this is not what it expected. Apart from the unicorn, almost no other creatures on the island pose a threat to them. Before the unicorns formed their own groups, they were the undisputed dominant species on the island. Moreover, it had seen many outsiders who came to covet the treasure, most of whom ended up in the bellies of itself and its own kind. I never expected that my slight greed, my attempt to lure these guys into my belly with the treasure, would lead to this one-eyed starfish's sneak attack. 10 minutes ago, right after that stranger waved, this ugly starfish, wearing red boxing gloves and sunglasses, came at you without warning, unleashing a combination of punches and a Russian spin. I took it down with just 2 punches. Moreover, it seems the other party has a particular fondness for targeting its large belly, which not only prevented it from eating, but also nearly caused it to throw up its leftovers from the previous night. Actually, it tried to confess with the first punch, but that stinky starfish punched it in the mouth with the next punch. He had considered running away, but the stranger seemed to have been prepared, pulling out a rope from somewhere. Before it could react, it was tied to the tree by the rope. All right, eldest son, stop. Let's hear what it has to say. Seeing that the big-mouthed toad was almost rolling his eyes from being slapped, Jiang Shin reached out to stop the talkative starfish, who was becoming increasingly addicted. Dad, let's fight a little longer. I feel like this guy's tough. The talkative starfish took a reluctant look at the simple belt in its hand that was getting better and better. No wonder Dad liked to whip it with a belt. It feels so good to whip someone else. Grandpa, quack, stop hitting me. If you keep hitting me, I'm really going to die. Seeing that the other party was not willing to let him go easily, the big-mouthed toad quickly begged for mercy. Tears streamed down her face. All right, you should have said this earlier. Look at you. You're even crying now. Hurry up and say something useful. Seeing the other person's tearful appearance, Jiang Shin moved away in disgust. I was afraid of getting the stench from the toad on my body. Damn it. It's easy for you to talk when you're not the one suffering. This big-eyed starfish went to such lengths. You try it yourself. He cursed inwardly, the big-mouthed toad wishing he could swallow Jiang Shin whole. However, upon seeing the gauntlets on the evil starfish's hand, it finally yielded. Grandpa, quack. I know where the treasure is, but there's a group of one-winged fish over there. They're very ferocious, and everyone who goes there gets eaten. Seeing that Jiang Shin was very interested in the treasure, the big-mouthed toad's eyes darted around, and a wicked scheme immediately came to mind. A one-winged fish? Take me there first, and I'll let you go once I get the treasure. Jiang Shin's expression remained unchanged, but in his heart he was thinking that once he got the treasure, he would turn this annoying thing into dried toads. For some reason, he always felt that the way this guy looked at him was a bit off, almost no different from how he looked at food. Chapter 40 Deeper into the Cave, Strange Carvings. Croak. Grandpa, it's just ahead. If you keep going, that mine is the nest of those one-winged fish. The big-mouthed toad, with a fawning smile on its ugly face, pointed two rough, swollen fingers at a dark cave ahead. This is where the treasure is hidden. Jiang Shin looked at the pile of rubble at the entrance of the cave with a suspicious expression. This treasure location seemed rather rudimentary. The cave entrance is not very large, allowing only 2 people to pass through at the same time. However, whether it was Jiang Shin's imagination or not, he could always smell a rusty smell in the air from time to time. Not bad. You can go in and take a look first. Jiang Shin nodded, then looked expressionlessly at the guy whose eyes were darting around. Quack. No. Grandpa, these guys are too ferocious. I'll be eaten if I go in. Upon hearing that Jiang Shin wanted it to scout ahead, the big-mouthed toad immediately waved its hands in a look of terror. What a joke. Its goal is to lure Jiang Shin into the cave to fight those tough and difficult guys until both sides are severely injured. If it's the first one to go in, it can tell its dad tonight that it doesn't need to come home for dinner. Stop talking nonsense. Just do what your father says. The talkative starfish on the side didn't tolerate the toad at all, saying, better to die for your friend than for me. It knew perfectly well that if that dead toad didn't go, it would be the first one to go in. Quack. Grandpa, spare me. The treasure is indeed in the cave, but those one-winged fish will kill me. Seeing the evil starfish start pushing him with those hateful gauntlets again, the big-mouthed toad quickly knelt down and kowtowed. He looked like he wouldn't go even if you killed him. Go to hell. The talkative starfish glanced back at his father's face, and, seeing that Jiang Shin didn't react, immediately kicked the big-mouthed toad inside. Croak. Don't kill me. A sound of flesh rolling came from the cave, followed by the shrill scream of a giant toad. However, the sound came and went quickly. A dozen seconds later, there was a commotion in the cave, and then silence. Ahem, eldest son, go in and see if the dead toad is dead yet. A few minutes later, seeing that it had returned to quiet, Jiang Shin nudged the talkative starfish that was sitting calmly to the side. Dad, how about we discuss this further? Finally, he was called on. The talkative starfish shrank his neck and subconsciously began to slowly back away. Plan your ass. Jiang Shin almost burst out laughing. Then, with a blank expression, he kicked the talkative starfish into the cave. However, he quickly followed and went inside. Now that we've come all this way, wouldn't it be a waste not to go in and take a look? The cave was dark and unusually quiet, and Jiang Shin felt that something was not right. Eldest son, are you there? He took out a lighter, lit a piece of wood, and placed it in front of him. The faint firelight illuminated the floating coral's suspended body, creating an eerie atmosphere. Just as Jiang Shin was searching for his eldest son by the light of the fire, he suddenly felt a familiar, slippery sensation on his leg. Should Dad, there seems to be something ahead. Hearing his eldest son's voice, Jiang Shin finally felt relieved. He then clenched his right hand, and a silver pistol engraved with pale red rose patterns appeared in his right hand. Inside the cave, there were occasional, scattered sounds, and faintly, the sound of being struck and teeth being rubbed could be heard. Combined with the surrounding pitch-black environment, it was indeed a bit eerie. As Jiang Shin continued forward, he discovered that the cave interior seemed quite large, and there appeared to be some man-made carvings on the walls. However, due to the dim light, he couldn't see the carving clearly for a moment. Fortunately, the firelight illuminated his surroundings, and he realized that he was in an abandoned mine. The path leading into the depths of the cave was difficult to traverse, with scattered fragments of some kind of mineral underfoot. Dad, that ugly toad seems to have disappeared. The talkative starfish tugged at Jiang Shin's trouser leg, as if it felt as if something in the cave was constantly watching it. I know there are obvious signs that people used to live here. This toad must be hiding a lot from us. At this point, Jiang Shin's eyes narrowed slightly. Once he found that dead toad again, he would definitely skin it and dry in a toad jerky. Sizzle. Suddenly, the sound of cutting through stone echoed through the cave, causing Jiang Shin and his companions to pause in their tracks. The sound source was very close, seemingly coming from the cave in front. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Shin decided to continue following the sound. He wanted to see what the one-winged fish the toad was talking about was. As you go deeper into the cave, fluorescent minerals gradually appear on the walls of the mine on both sides, and you can finally see your surroundings clearly. He glanced at the scattered red ore fragments at his feet and noticed that there were also carvings on the walls. The carving is very simple, and it seems to be a drawing made by a miner when he was bored. He set the torch aside and began to carefully examine the carvings. The carving depicts a small figure wearing a captain's hat, holding a long-handled weapon, standing at the bow of a ship confronting a huge creature on the sea. It appears that the captain ultimately defeated the giant monster, and then began directing the crew to dismantle the monster and load it onto the large ship beneath their feet. There are also scenes of large ships plundering other ships, with various box-shaped items being brought aboard in large quantities. The last sculpture appears to be unfinished. It depicts a ship landing on a small island, with two small figures carrying a large box from the ship and secretly placing it on the island. On the small island, a group of toad-like creatures were kneeling before the large ship, seemingly welcoming the arrival of outsiders. The scene ends there. It seems the person suddenly had something to do and left, or perhaps that's all there is to it. The carving was positioned at Jiang Shin's chest level, leading Jiang Shin to guess that the sculptor had bent over while carving at this location. Dad, what does this mean? The talkative starfish curiously tugged at his trouser leg, but its height made it impossible for it to see what was written on it. It's all right. It probably records that the pirate crew put the treasure on this island. He shook his head. The carving seemed somewhat disjointed, and some parts had been eroded beyond recognition due to their age. Therefore, he only had a superficial understanding of it. Buzz. Just as Jiang Shin continued to examine the carvings on the wall. As if sensing something, the quiet floating coral suddenly emitted a warning wave to its surroundings. A dark shadow flew out from the depths of the cave, and Jiang Shin felt a foul smell of rust hitting his nose. Dad, watch out! Just as the talkative starfish gave the reminder, the resistance ring on Jiang Shin's body was automatically triggered. Then a dark shadow was bounced back by the barrier and slammed hard against the opposite wall. Bang! The loud impact finally brought Jiang Shin back to his senses, and he quickly fired a shot at the opposite side. However, due to poor visibility and the opponent's high speed, his shot clearly went astray. Red rose patterns rose up, but Jiang Shin knew that they must have been formed by the or next to it being hit. A sound of wings scattering and breaking stones rang out, and the creature that had crashed into the wall finally struggled out of it. Jiang Shin's eyes narrowed, and following the surrounding fluorescent light, he finally saw the other party's true face. Chapter 41. A swarm of single-winged steel fish, demonstrating the power of a taunting grenade. Jiang Shin focused intently, his hand flashing with a red glow as he rapidly aimed a rose-colored pistol at the enemy. However, he did not fire immediately because the opponent was too fast, and he was not confident that he could hit the target. However, he could vaguely make out that the other party seemed to be a long, flat creature with wings. Strangely, it only has wings on one side, while the other side is its flat, elongated body. What kind of structure is this? How can it fly like this? Jiang Shin couldn't figure out how the other party could fly so fast for a moment. Fortunately, the strange thing seemed a bit dazed from the impact and was still flapping one of its wings, wobbling as it adjusted its body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Shin locked onto its body and activated his appraisal skill. Name, one-winged steel fish. Quality, iron 3 stars. Talent, rapid charge, hard body. Description, one of the few amphibious creatures among marine mammals, capable of short-duration, rapid gliding. It has a fondness for iron ore and will absorb the ore it ingests and combine it with its body to form a hard iron armor on the outside of its body. Note, of course, there's also bad news. They're social creatures. After reading the message, Jiang Shin had a bad feeling. Sure enough, his premonition soon came true. As a series of hissing sounds echoed from the depths of the cave, his face suddenly turned pale. Little bottle, quickly finish this. Even with his eyes closed, he knew that this thing's companions were rapidly approaching. Buzz. Upon receiving the command, the floating coral began to emit a rhythmic ripple in its surroundings. Before the one-winged steel fish could escape, sensing danger, it suddenly felt an invisible energy rapidly binding its body. Sizzle. In the face of crisis, it struggled with all its might, making noises towards the depths of the cave, urging its pack to arrive quickly. However, it was all too late. The high-pressure water cannon in front of the floating coral has been formed. Bang! As the water cannon struck head-on, the one-winged steel fish's armor body was instantly swept deep into the mine by the high-speed water flow. A violent impact rang out, and the powerful force of the water cannon blasted a hole nearly 30 centimeters thick into the wall. Dad, watch out! Something inside is bursting out. Before they could even check whether the one-winged steel fish that had been driven into the wall was dead, they hadn't even had a chance to observe. Suddenly, the talkative starfish next to him looked very anxious. Sizzle. A metallic smell began to spread rapidly from the depths of the cave. In a critical moment, Jiang Shin took out the iron shield he had made earlier and held it in front of himself. Everything happened too fast. This was the only defense he had time to take. Because visibility was not very good, Jiang Shin didn't know which direction the school of single-winged steelfish would come from. He could only subconsciously place the iron shield directly in front of him. This resulted in his sides being almost completely undefended. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of violent impacts, the barrier around Jiang Shin began to flicker, and the shield in his hand was constantly dented. These strange fish seemed to be able to easily spot Jiang Shin and his companions even in the dark, which left him in a very sorry state. The scene was chaotic. All he could hear were the talkative starfish's pitiful curses and the angry buzzing of the floating corals. Damn it, you two get out of here. Another violent impact slammed into Jiang Shin's lower back, finally breaking through the protective ring of resistance. That one blow almost killed him on the spot. Overwhelmed by the intense pain, Jiang Shin's face contorted in rage, completely enraged. He casually tossed aside the battered iron shield in his hand and quickly pulled out a purple grenade with a smiley face from his backpack. Okay, you're tough, aren't you? Let's see if your grenades are tougher. Enraged, Jiang Shin didn't care about anything else and threw the taunt grenade he was holding directly into the depths of the cave. Reaching out, he pulled up the talkative starfish that had been knocked unconscious, and then propped himself up and lunged backward. Boom! A huge explosion resounded throughout the cave, followed by a violent tremor and a barrage of falling rocks. Jiang Shin was nearly buried halfway down in the ore. What? This is what they mean by not being very powerful. Jiang Shin glanced at the mine shafts around him, which had almost been blown up, and cursed inwardly. 1 minute later, the floating coral, which had been thrown away by the aftershocks of the explosion, finally located Jiang Shin. He immediately used his telekinesis to pull him out of the rubble. Defeat the black iron creature, one-winged steelfish, to obtain 1 mutated sea beast egg. I wonder how many people were killed in the explosion. As the familiar voice rang in his ears, Jiang Shin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, stop lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Go check if all these things are dead yet. He patted the starfish that was still pretending to be unconscious beneath him forcefully. Okay, Dad. Upon hearing Jiang Shin's voice, the talkative starfish immediately opened its eyes and used its tentacles to pat off the dust that covered its body. Actually, it woke up a few minutes ago. However, it discovered that these guys wouldn't attack as long as it lay down, so it simply closed its eyes and lay on the ground. Jiang Shin glanced at the talkative starfish sneaking into the cave and rubbed his still sore lower back in an annoyed manner. That bastard is getting smarter and smarter. He had just checked, and the talkative starfish had very few dents. It must have been hit a few times before it simply lay down and stopped moving. This caused him and the floating coral a lot of trouble. No wonder he felt like there were enemies in every direction. It turns out that once the other side realized that the talkative starfish was unable to resist, they focused all their firepower on the two of them. Xiaoping, are you alright? Reaching out to touch the slightly dented shell of the floating coral beside him, Jiang Shin felt a pang of heartache. With Xiaoping's abilities, he could have run away directly, but fearing he might get hurt, he took most of the firepower for him. Buzz. Sensing Jiang Shin's concern, the floating coral immediately spun around in midair to indicate that it was alright. When we get back, I'll buy you your favorite long snout fish. Seeing that the other person was alright, Jiang Shin turned his gaze back to the depths of the cave. Dad, come quick. These guys look like they're fighting. The talkative starfish's somewhat surprised voice came over, which made Jiang Shin feel a little relieved. Looks like the taunt grenade worked. He took a deep breath, took out the holy water he had specially saved earlier, and drank a sip. Then, supporting his back, he slowly walked forward. It hurt so much that, to describe it, it was like kicking a toe with all your might onto a several-ton iron plate. However, after this experience, he also learned about the limitations of the Ring of Resistance. If the attack frequency is too high, there may be 1 or 2 attacks that break through the defense before the passive defense can take effect. Jiang Shin looked up and scanned the surrounding walls. They discovered that a layer of plaster on the wall's surface had been blown off by the aftershock of the taunt grenade explosion, revealing fluorescent minerals underneath. A series of violent impacts still echoed from the center of the explosion, as the remaining 5 or 6 single-winged steelfish that hadn't been killed were fighting each other. The scene was extremely tragic. The one-winged steelfish that weren't killed by the mocking grenades had bloodshot eyes and kept adjusting their bodies, fearlessly crashing into their former comrades time and time again. The other 2 single-winged steelfish, which were not affected by the effect, also went completely red-eyed after being hit by their brethren several times. Under the threat of death, they stopped thinking and only cared about fighting to the death. The sounds of flesh tearing and steel clashing echoed continuously in the cave, and Jiang Shin shuddered at the sight. As expected, the rewards on the Black Sea leaderboard are anything but ordinary. He felt it was necessary to be more cautious in the future. After all, on the Black Sea, in addition to facing these low-intelligence sea beasts, he also had to guard against his own kind who possessed extraordinary items just like him. However, this means the treasure should be behind the cave. Chapter 42, Ink Powers Treasure. After a fierce and fearless battle, the fight quickly came to an end. The last surviving single-winged steelfish was also shattered into pieces by the high-pressure water cannon of the floating coral. Not bad, there's still a dozen or so intact corpses left. After finding each of the single-winged steelfish corpses buried in the rubble, Jiang Shin finally felt some comfort. At least, no matter what treasures lie ahead, this trip wasn't a complete waste. As he continued deeper into the cave, he realized that the blue arrow in his mind was getting closer and closer. Finally, 5 minutes later, he found a bronze box buried in or at the end of the cave. Name, Ink Powers Bronze Box. Quality, unknown. Description, only after opening it can one know what is inside, but its guardian seems to have long since disappeared into the river of time. Xiaoping, clear away the surrounding ore. After glancing at the bronze box that had gradually grown together with over hundreds of years, Jiang Shin could only have the floating coral break the surrounding ore first. Buzz. Upon receiving the instruction, the small bottle began to condense a high-pressure water ball in front of it. I don't know if it's because too much water was used up before, but the water droplets that condensed in the small bottle this time seemed to be much smaller. Fortunately, its power was still formidable, and after a few strikes, the surrounding ore was shattered by the water ball. Name, Gray Steel ore. Quality, Excellent Plus. Description, it has a hard texture and is difficult to damage with ordinary swords. It is a good material for building ships. Of course, it is also one of the favorite foods of steelfish. High-quality iron, or can be used to exchange for goods. Touching his chin, Jiang Shin scanned the gray steel ore scattered throughout the depths of the cave with the identification information, and his eyes gradually gleamed. Now, I'm going to make a small fortune again. Xiaoping, you two help me collect this grayish-brown stone ore around here. Unexpectedly, there was an additional gain, and Jiang Shin couldn't help but smile. Fortune truly does come from taking risks. All right. Let me see what good things our Captain Moly has left us. Looking down at the bronze box with mysterious patterns carved on it, Jiang Shin casually took out his silver sword and began to pick the lock. 10 minutes later, as the special lock on the bronze box was finally severed by the silver sword, Jiang Shin felt his hand was about to cramp. I'm exhausted. It seems I'll have to learn lock-picking skills sometime in the future. This was even with his cutting talent activated. It must be said that M.O. Lee is quite adept at securing his treasure chest. Fortunately, the effects of the holy water were still present, and Jiang Shin recovered after resting for a while. After opening the bronze box, Jiang Shin first used his silver sword to poke around inside a few times. Only after finding no danger did he cautiously lean closer. There's no way around it. Once bitten, twice shy. He has now made it a habit to conduct a hazard check before opening any boxes. By inserting a lit stick into the treasure chest, Jiang Shin was able to see the items inside. There are 4 items in a huge bronze treasure chest. At the very top is an old object that looks like parchment. After picking up the parchment and taking a look, Jiang Shin finally understood the origin of this treasure. Name, Parchment. Quality, Excellent. Description, the inscription records the origin of the bronze treasure chest, one of M.O. Lee's many treasures. Whenever this wicked pirate arrives at sea, he always leaves behind something precious as a reward for explorers. Rolling his eyes, Jiang Shin had no interest in learning about a bearded man who was handing out treasure maps everywhere. He looked down and continued to look at the 3 items below. Name: Rose Absorbing Sword. Quality: Excellent Plus. Characteristic: Stamina Absorption. Description: a long sword that can absorb the physical strength of other creatures through contact. During battle, the white roses wrapped around the blade will spontaneously return the absorbed physical strength to the user. This is also one of the items in the set ordered by Earl Kerr. Collecting all 5 pieces will grant a mysterious blessing. Jiang Shin's eyes lit up, and he took the exquisite long sword, which was engraved with rose patterns, into his hand. As translucent rose patterns rose from the blade, he noticed a delicate rose pattern appearing on the back of his hand as well. At the same time, the rose-shaped pistol at his waist also reacted. Red roses bloom in midair, their red and white silhouettes intertwining, creating a spectacular sight. As expected of the Earl, I approve of his taste. He held the newly acquired rose-shaped sword in his hand and swung it back and forth a few times, clearly delighted. It was discovered that it was not only very handy, but also sharper than the Silverlight sword. Good stuff. This sucker Kerr has the air of an old money swindler. Recalling the incident mentioned in the introduction where Murray intercepted Earl Huckleberry, it must have been quite famous at the time. He seems to be quite interested in that mysterious bearded man now. Unlike the Silverlight sword, the rose-absorbing sword automatically generates a semi-transparent sheath once it is worn at the waist. This allows users to wear it close to their body for convenience. He nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't particularly interested in the mysterious blessing. After all, the Black Sea was too vast, and whether he could collect them all depended on luck. Not bad. Let's look at the next one. Title: The Merchant's Contract. Quality: Unknown. Description: try to activate it, and you may come into contact with the most mysterious group of merchants on the Black Sea. A grayish-brown stone sphere that resembles an eyeball. Jiang Shin couldn't figure out its origin for a while, but he guessed that it was probably a prerequisite item for summoning a merchant. However, just to be safe, he put the mysterious eyeball into his backpack, planning to study it again back on the ship. Let's continue to focus on the remaining 2 items. Name: Mimicry Soil. Quality: Excellent Plus. Description: it can replace any type of clay, provided that its quality does not exceed that of the clay itself. It is the ideal forging material for weapon blacksmiths. The 3rd item was rather peculiar. It was a bag of simulated soil that could replace any type of soil. However, it is also useful to Jiang Shin, as it saves him the trouble of searching for the Blackfire soil. Upon putting the contents into his backpack, Jiang Shin discovered a full 20 units. A slight smile appeared on his lips. This trip was definitely worthwhile. Now, all that's missing is the insulation material to build the sea furnace. Insulation cotton is relatively easy to find. Other survivors should have some in stock, so he just needs to go back and buy some. This last item is actually a compass. Reaching out to take out the last item, Jiang Shin was momentarily puzzled. Name: Ink Treasure Guide Compass. Quality: Excellent Plus. Description: et liquide surprise. Unexpected, right? It seems you and this captain are destined for each other. In that case, I've hidden all the treasure locations on this compass. If you want them, come and find them. Ha ha. Well, Jiang Shin could picture the arrogant face of that bearded man. However, it must be said that it does have some appeal to him. Emoli, is it? You better not let me find you, or I'll throw you and your wholesale treasure map into a gasopon machine. He cursed the pirate with a vicious swear. Jiang Shin put away the compass, and immediately the next blue location appeared on the nautical chart. It's quite intelligent. That's good. If it's on my way, I can go and take a look. After dismantling the bronze box, he obtained 10 units of bronze, which he thought might be useful, so he put them into his backpack. Dad, we've collected all the ore around here. The excited voice of the talkative starfish came from the side. Just now, it and the floating coral were sent out by Jiang Shin to collect gray steel ore, and now they have finally collected a considerable amount. Brother Jiang, are you there? It's urgent. Just as Jiang Shin was happily collecting the surrounding gray steel ore into his backpack, he suddenly received a message from Lin Qingru in his private messages. The call for volunteers reappears in Chapter 43. Supply point number 009 has appeared. Brother Jiang, where are you now? Upon opening the private message panel, Jiang Shin could sense a hint of urgency in Lin Qingru's tone. I'm currently at coordinates XX. Is there any situation on your end? He frowned slightly. Based on his understanding of Lin Qingru, she should be a rather composed person. It seems something very important must have happened to make the other party lose their composure for a moment. Just as Jiang Shin was trying to guess the other party's intentions, Lin Qingru sent several more messages. After a cursory glance, Jiang Shin's expression immediately changed. He then quickly collected the surrounding gray steel rocks into his backpack. Eldest son, let's go. Jiang Shin raised his hand and patted the talkative starfish that was hugging the ear next to him. Huh, Dad, aren't we going to look for that toad anymore? The talkative starfish was a little confused. It remembered that the wretched toad had not yet appeared. Don't worry about it. That toad won't live much longer. Jiang Shin paused slightly, then shook his head. The matter was urgent, and he didn't have time to spend looking for a toad. Moreover, the black tide is right behind us, and it won't be long before this island is swallowed up by the black tide and becomes a dead zone. Dad, what happened? Did something happen to that stinky octopus? Seeing the serious expression on Jiang Shin's face, even the talkative starfish looked worried. It's nothing. It's not about Xiao Gizi. I'll tell you when we get back to the ship. He shook his head, indicating that the talkative starfish didn't need to worry. The message from Lin Qingru was very important to him. It might allow him to access the secrets of the black tide. As Jiang Shin checked the private messages sent by the other party, he walked quickly toward the cave, wishing he could appear in the sea area the other party had mentioned right now. Brother Jiang, a mysterious colorful vortex has appeared at supply, 0.009, and it is randomly spewing out items. According to our leader who was present, other civilizations have appeared near the supply depot. The other party is suspected to be a race that survived the last black tide hundreds of years ago. The members around us are all rushing over there, and I'm rushing over there too. Brother Jiang, you'd better hurry. We suspect that there might be items of excellent quality at supply, 0.009. There were 4 senses in total, and each one tugged at Jiang Shin's heartstrings. Other civilizations, races that survived the black tide hundreds of years ago. Since his transmigration, he has never heard of any creature that could survive the black tide. Even the 1,000-meter-long white snake could only flee in disarray. What kind of race could possibly escape the extinction of the black tide? Are there really any creatures that can survive the Kuroshio current? His anxiety grew. Perhaps the true secrets of this world had begun to be revealed before his eyes. Looking back at the island that was gradually receding into the distance, Jiang Shin stopped paying attention. The black tide was destined to devour everything here. Xiaoping, let's go. She seemed to realize Jiang Shin's urgency. The floating coral emitted a series of buzzing sounds, which also carried the talkative starfish into the air. 10 minutes later, Jiang Shin slowly descended from midair and tenderly carried the floating coral into the captain's lounge. This matter was urgent, and the small bottle had been used up too much along the way, so it had fallen into a deep sleep. Father, you're back. Did something unusual happen? The noble octopus glanced worriedly at the unconscious floating coral, then carefully inquired about Jiang Shin's condition. Little Gouet, approximately how long until we reach coordinates XX? A while ago, he described the use of sea coordinates and nautical charts to the noble octopus, and the other party quickly learned them. So he handed over the simplified nautical chart he had drawn to the other party, completely regarding him as his deputy. Father, according to our calculations, it will take us about another day to arrive. After some thought, the noble octopus gave an affirmative answer. It's a bit slow. Jiang Shin shook his head. There was nothing anyone could do. No one expected that so many things would suddenly appear at supply point number 009. Now, all he can do is pray that there's enough time. Sure enough, as soon as I opened the chat channel, there was a prominent pinned post at the very top of the regional channel. Black Sea Brotherhood Recruitment Notice. Content. I will discover a mysterious vortex at resource point 009. The vortex will spew out items containing extraordinary power from time to time. I hereby invite all players in the nearby area to explore together. I hereby guarantee that all gains will be my personal property, and I will not accept any reward. Note, this call for volunteers was posted directly by the guild leader, representing the credibility of all guild members. I hereby guarantee that this call is absolutely genuine, and that everything is for the sake of humanity. 3 consecutive pinned posts filled the top section of the entire regional channel, demonstrating the Black Sea Brotherhood's seriousness about this incident. There were many comments below. After all, this is the most popular post right now. Are you kidding me? You'd only think of us if there was something good in it. Are they going to use us as cannon fodder again? You Black Sea Brotherhood, you son of a bitch, you're pulling this stunt again, aren't you? Wait a minute, everyone. This time it seems a bit real. The Black Sea Brotherhood is actually using the reputation of all its members as collateral. I think we should go and check it out. Those are extraordinary items. If I could get a few, I might be able to gather enough materials to upgrade my ship to level 2. Never mind. Fortune favors the bold. I'll risk it all and make it onto the list. All for humanity. Huh? It seems the Black Sea Brotherhood isn't as rotten as the rumors say. TCH, who knows, it's just another one of their tricks. Anyway, I'm not going. Since you're not going, then I won't go either. Don't start any trouble. You trash upstairs. One step ahead, and you'll be ahead of everyone else. Anyway, I old Neo am going to go and taste it. +1. The comments below the post were two-sided. Given the Black Sea Brotherhood's past mistakes, a small number of people adopted a wait-and-see attitude and did not want to continue associating with the Black Sea Brotherhood. However, most people were still rushing to supply point number 009. After all, once the leaderboard was released, some of the extraordinary items listed as rewards were leaked. At this point, everyone understood the importance of extraordinary items. Of course, the most crucial factor is the fundamental human desire for survival and exploration. This caused survivors in the nearby waters to rush towards the coordinates like sharks smelling blood. All for humanity? They're quite good at propaganda. Jiang Shin shook his head. Perhaps that was part of the reason, but he felt that the Black Sea Brotherhood was feeling the pressure more. They will only go to great lengths to gather all the survivors when they themselves are unable to eat on their own. As for the source of the pressure, it goes without saying that it comes from another civilized being that also appeared at the supply point. An unknown species that survived the black tide. I need a more detailed list of supplies, point 009. I need your internal information. Jiang Shin replied to Lin Qingrou's message, his eyes narrowing slightly. He didn't know why the Black Sea Brotherhood hadn't released information about other civilizations. However, that's not important. The important thing is that the Black Sea Brotherhood has not abandoned the supply points. This shows that the danger was still within his acceptable range. Chapter 44 Vortex V-Type Thruster. The other party did not reply immediately after the message was sent, perhaps because they were hesitating. Brother Jiang, this is our latest intelligence. Take a look, but don't spread it around. Our president received an invitation from Black Poster Society, which is ranked 5th on the team leaderboard, to work together to build a regional intelligence system. 5 minutes later, Jiang Shin finally received Lin Qingrou's reply. The opposing fleet appears to have started cooperating with other fleets on the leaderboard. The president of the Black Sea Brotherhood has a good strategic vision. He figured out the need to integrate regional information so quickly. He had heard of Black Poster Society, which ranked 5th on the team leaderboard. It is said to be a fleet specifically responsible for collecting and disseminating intelligence in the Black Sea. Their leader seems to have awakened a talent related to intelligence, and the Black Sea newspapers he sells fetch a high price. Upon opening the message, Jiang Shin discovered that the other party had sent the resource point information along with information about other civilizations and races. Resource point number 009. Name, Heart of the Whirlpool. Quality, Epic. Description, a treasure left behind by the Whirlpool clan. Its main body is a whirlpool heart. Once activated, it will automatically generate 3 types of whirlpools, white, blue, and green. Depending on the degree of activation, it can spew out the precious items buried in the whirlpool heart in the form of eruptions. Upon seeing this, Jiang Shin paused slightly. Unexpectedly, the entire resource point turned out to be an epic level item. Most importantly, the supplies here seem to be remnants of another civilization from hundreds of years ago. It's easy to imagine that there are quite a few valuable items inside. Continue reading for an introduction to the Uzumaki clan. Name, Black Sea Vortex clan. Description, a race abandoned by the Black Sea, losers in the survival game 1,000 years ago, now completely reduced to appendages of the Black Sea world. Theoretically, they should have been completely extinct 1,000 years ago. There isn't much information available, and based on the description, it's impossible to determine how the other party managed to escape the Black Tide extinction event 1,000 years ago. What intrigued Jiang Shin even more was how the other party had survived for over 1,000 years. It should be noted that the human lifespan is only about 100 years. After reading all the information, Jiang Shin fell into deep thought. He had a premonition that there were more hidden secrets at supply point 009. Brother Jiang, our guild leader, just spoke with me and wants to make another deal with you. Just as Jiang Shin was pondering, Lin Qingrou sent another message. Just tell me, I'm on my way there. Jiang Shin had anticipated the deal Lin Qingrou mentioned. The fact that the other party was so eager to invite me and even revealed important information to me in advance must mean that they wanted something from me. Here's the thing. We want to occupy a vortex point of green quality, and we can offer an item of superior quality as a reward. Seeing that Jiang Shin was not opposed, Lin Qingrou directly stated the purpose of the Black Sea Brotherhood's invitation to him. An extraordinary item of exceptional quality. Jiang Shin's gaze sharpened. He hadn't expected the Black Sea Brotherhood to be so extravagant this time. As expected of the strongest organization in the region, their methods for collecting resources are far superior to those of individuals. Send it to me first, and tell me about the combat strength of those Vortex clan members. They didn't agree immediately. Jiang Shin always acts within his capabilities, and he would never lower his guard just because the two had made a deal. Okay, I'll send you information about this item. As for the combat strength of those Vortex clan members, they are very powerful. At least their individual combat strength is no less than that of some of our Hall Masters. Lin Qingrou was familiar with Jiang Shin's personality, so she was mentally prepared. Without saying a word, he immediately sent over the information about that extraordinary item. Name, Vortex V-type thruster. Quality, excellent. Description, a small propulsion device created by the Vortex clan. When installed at the rear of the ship, it will provide a speed boost. There is no need to worry about its energy consumption, as it will automatically draw on biological energy from the Black Sea to replenish itself. Effect 1 can be maintained for 2 days under normal load. Speed is increased to 2 times, and cool-down time is 24 hours. Effect 2 can be maintained for 1 day in burst mode. Speed is increased up to 5 times. Cool-down time is 72 hours. Upon seeing this, Jiang Shin gasped. Without a doubt, this was an exceptional item that he could not refuse. What is most important in the Black Sea? Without a doubt, it's speed. Only by achieving a higher speed can they quickly escape the pursuit of the black tide. Moreover, as long as he is fast enough, he can not only reach other resource points more quickly, but also escape the battlefield more quickly if he encounters a tough opponent. It must be said that the Black Sea Brotherhood's item was a well-thought-out offer, making it impossible for him to refuse. He just didn't estimate. With the current speed of the Starfall Black Steel at 25, it can be increased to 50 Black Sea speed under normal load conditions, and can reach a maximum of 125 Black Sea speed under burst conditions. What does this mean? Even the Flying Dutchman, which is known for its speed on the current official rankings, only has a top speed of 150 kilometers per hour in the Black Sea. This is the fastest ship he knows to date. With an average speed of only around 25 kilometers per hour, a ship with a speed exceeding 50 kilometers per hour can be considered a top-tier vessel. Moreover, it is a ship that can carry over 100 ships without consuming energy. Moreover, and most importantly, these ship accessories can be used as a bonus tool for the ship construction ranking. There's nothing we can do. They gave us just too much. After considering the level of danger mentioned by the other party, Jiang Shin decided to agree to the deal. The opposing leader's combat strength should be at the bottom of the combat strength ranking. Jiang Shin was willing to take the risk, even if it was dangerous. The only thing we need to be careful about is the extraordinary items in the hands of the Uzumaki clan. Thinking of this, Jiang Shin became slightly more serious. He didn't know if the other party had obtained any high-level items left behind by a past civilization. However, it's highly unlikely. Otherwise, the Black Sea brothers wouldn't even be qualified to compete. Okay, I agree. Just to make it clear beforehand, after I help you secure a green resource point, I won't get involved in anything else. After making the decision, Jiang Shin did not hesitate any longer and sent a message to Lin Qingru directly. Great. Brother Jiang, I'll talk to our guild leader right away and send you the extraordinary item. I still have that authority. Seeing that Jiang Shin had agreed, the other party seemed very happy. And surprisingly, they confidently sent over propulsion units of exceptional quality. It was sent directly? That's interesting. Unexpectedly, the other party wasn't worried about him breaking his promise. It's important to understand that the value of a high-quality thruster is immeasurable in the early stages. From another perspective, if it were him, he wouldn't easily hand it over to the other party in advance. He took out the thruster, eager to see the effects of this superior quality item. The Vortex V-type thrusters have been removed. Have they been installed on the Starfall Black Steel? Without hesitation, he chose to agree. With a flash of deep green light, a small propulsion unit about 3 meters long appeared directly below the stern of the ship. Jiang Shin walked quickly to the stern of the boat and looked down. The originally green, technologically advanced thrusters began to rapidly change their shape and color after combining with the Starfall Black Steel. It eventually transformed into a structural form similar to that of the Starfall Black Steel ship. Finally, what appeared before him was a 3-pronged thruster with 3 nozzles, shaped like the nitrogen acceleration device from his previous life. A faint blue light emanated from the 3 nozzles, and dark blue energy stripes flowed across the entire thruster. These energy stripes shimmered gently like breathing, as if they were alive. As expected of a product of exceptional quality, its aesthetic appeal alone far surpasses that of other technological creations. Jiang Shin carefully examined the Vortex V-shaped thruster that was integrated with the hull, and nodded in satisfaction. I couldn't wait to pull up the current ship's information. Chapter 45, The Mysterious Eyeball, The Merchant's Covenant. Name, Starfall Black Steel. Type, Special Ship. Class, Tier 2 Ship. Speed, 25 Black Sea speed. Lowering the sails when sailing with the wind increases the Black Sea speed by 0.5. Uninterrupted state, can be boosted to 50 Black Sea speed/day for 2 days with a 24-hour cooldown. Burst state, can be boosted up to 125 Black Sea speed/day, lasts for 1 day, with a 72-hour cooldown. Dimensions, 15 meters long, 8 meters wide. Included buildings, wooden deck, steel outer armor, cloth sails, iron cabin, comfortable captain's command room, and 3 crew rest rooms. Constructible structures, captain's workbench, insulated sea furnace. Special Effect 1. The wooden boat with added magical materials has a unique effect that you will never have to worry about sinking. Special Effect 2. The properties of meteorite steel give your ship a counter-armor effect, automatically reflecting 20% of the damage received. Description. If you add an icebreaker to the iron hull of a second-class ship, I don't think anyone would want to go head-to-head with you. Sure enough, 2 new navigation statuses appeared in the ship information. Jiang Shin couldn't wait to walk to the captain's command room and found that there were 2 buttons, one green and one red, on the compass. Green indicates the constant load state of the thrusters, while red indicates the burst state. After quickly scanning the information, he pressed the green button. As a slight pushback sensation appeared, the thrusters beneath the Starfall black steel began to emit a blue light. Within just 2 seconds, the ship's speed instantly increased to 50 Black Sea speed/day. It's worth mentioning that the V-shaped thruster truly lives up to its reputation as a high-quality item. Even during acceleration, the interior of the ship remains remarkably stable. There was no dizziness or uncomfortable pushback sensation due to the rapid increase in speed. Try burst mode again. Watching the sea rushing past on both sides, Jiang Shin simply raised his hand and pressed the red button. As the 3 injection ports of the V-type engine entered an overload state, 3 powerful blue flames erupted from the jets, giving the Starfall black steel a huge speed boost. 50 Black Sea speed, 70 Black Sea speed, 100 Black Sea speed, 125 Black Sea speed. In less than 3 seconds, the ship's speed had reached 125 Black Sea speed/day. Looking out through the observation window of the captain's cabin, Jiang Shin discovered that the entire ship was enveloped in a transparent blue barrier. Inside the blue barrier, he did not feel any discomfort from a speed change. If it weren't for the floating objects speeding across the sea, he would hardly have realized that the ship's speed had reached an astonishing level. That's good. At the current speed, we can reach the coordinates of supply, 0.009, in less than 5 hours. Gently tapping the fine lines on the compass, Jiang Shin began to calculate his current combat strength. This time the danger is quite high. It seems necessary to bring Xiaohei along as well. As for Xiaohei's appearance, it might be quite eye-catching, so Jiang Shin decided not to consider it anymore. The moment he appeared on the list, it was clear that he would not easily fade from other people's sight. Sometimes it's hard to keep a low profile even if you want to. Feeling pleased with the thruster, Jiang Shin couldn't help but show off a lot. Oh right, there seems to be a stone eyeball that we haven't used yet. Remembering the mysterious eyeball that came out of the bronze box, Jiang Shin took it directly out of his backpack. Title: The Merchant's Contract. Quality: Unknown. Description: Try to activate it, and you may come into contact with the most mysterious group of merchants on the Black Sea. A merchant community? Are there still merchants on the Black Sea? Gently rubbing the black stone eyeball in his palm, Jiang Shin was pondering how to activate it. Hey kid, stop touching me. You're wiping my clothes with your sweaty hands. Just as Jiang Shin was working on the eyeball, a sharp, explosive sound suddenly rang in his ears. The sound was somewhat harsh, carrying a strong sense of disdain. Wait, who's speaking? He cautiously scanned the room. Upon discovering that the talkative starfish and the others were still resting on the deck, he refocused his attention on the eyeball in his hand. Hey kid, let me go. You're even ruder than that bearded guy from before. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Shin finally confirmed that it was the stone eyeball in his hand that was speaking. You hear the whisper of an unknown eyeball, sanity -1. Is that you speaking? Are you alive? Jiang Shin placed the eyeball, which was already open and rolling back and forth in his hand, on the table, and was momentarily filled with doubt and uncertainty. He hadn't expected that this thing was actually alive. Nonsense. Have you ever seen a dead person talk? The mysterious eyeball rolled its eyes, then glanced disdainfully at Jiang Shin, whose gaze was shifting back and forth. Excuse me, can you communicate with maritime merchants? Seeing that the other party didn't seem to pose any threat, Jiang Shin's smile returned, and he slowly lowered the rose-shaped pistol from his waist. Oomph, you're making a fuss over nothing. If you want to see my master, it's simple. Just bring me some provisions. Upon hearing that Jiang Shin wanted to see his master, the greedy stone eyeball rolled its eyes and seized the opportunity to make its own request to Jiang Shin. Upon hearing the words, offering tribute, Jiang Shin almost thought he had misheard. No. Do you even understand your situation? Right now, you're in my hands, and I have a gun. What? I didn't hear you clearly. Could you say it again? With a smile, Jiang Shin pulled out the rose-shaped pistol and pressed the muzzle directly against the top of the eyeball's head. Wait, what are you going to do? I'm warning you. I am my master's only contracted possession. If you damage me, don't expect to get any news about my master from here. Feeling the cold muzzle of the gun above his head, even a usually arrogant Yinshou broke out in a cold sweat. But it remained stubborn, sensing that Jiang Shin wouldn't dare harm it. They must be trying to scare me. It makes its own judgment as its eyes move. Unlike before, The rude, bearded man treated it with great courtesy and even gave it plenty of good food. Oh, you're quite the tough one. I like tough guys like you. Eldest son, come and get to work. Seeing the confident look on the eyes, Jiang Shin's smile deepened. He gently holstered the gun and then shouted outside. Here he comes, Dad. Upon hearing that something was amiss, a starfish that was idly sunbathing on the deck suddenly became interested. This guy doesn't seem very cooperative. Try to find a way to make him more obedient. Seeing his eldest son come over, Jiang Shin waved his hand and pointed to the somewhat bewildered, mysterious eyeball on the table. Huh? It's this guy who upset Dad. Dad, don't worry, leave it to me. I promise I'll make it obedient in no time. With a slightly aggressive look in his eyes, the talkative starfish glanced at the trembling eyeball monster on the table and casually took out the special belt he had just caught. Wait, you evil starfish, what are you doing? I'm warning you. If you touch me, my master won't let you get away with it. Looking at the other party's malicious eyes and the belt in his hand, the eyeball monster had a bad feeling. I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back in a little while. Jiang Shin waved his hand, then winked at the talkative starfish, as if to say do whatever you want, before humming a song and leaving. You stinky starfish, I advise you not to do that. Wait, don't come any closer. You'll regret this. Help! Amidst the pitiful screams and the wicked laughter of a certain starfish inside the room, Jiang Shin shook his head helplessly. If only I had known then what I know now, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. I don't know if it's because I told my eldest son a lot of stories about gangsters a few days ago. These days, the talkative starfish seems to have grasped some true teachings, and now he does things with the air of a country bumpkin. As for the possibility that other survivors might mistake him for the Black Sea Gang, Jiang Shin shook his head. What a joke, I, Jiang Shin, am not Shinhaonan. Chapter 46 Black Sea Merchant, Valuable Jade, and Glass Comb. Dad, this guy is too weak. I haven't even really put up a fight, and it's already behaved. 10 minutes later, when Jiang Shin returned to the captain's command room, the talkative starfish waved his hand reluctantly. Okay, you can go out now. He nodded with satisfaction at the talkative starfish, then turned his gaze to the stone eyeball lying on the table, pretending to be dead. I'm sorry. My crew member has a bad temper, and I'm sorry you were frightened. He smiled and took out a piece of wood, indicating that this was the tribute for the other party. Sir, just call me Xiao Shi. Seeing Jiang Shin approach, the stone eyeballs quickly rolled back a few times, giving off an expression that said, I know I was wrong. Oh look, we're all family. Here, take the offerings and quickly call your master over. Seeing that the other party had become obedient, Jiang Shin simply shoved the wooden board in front of him. Unexpectedly, she ended up in Jiang Shin's hands, and the stone eyeball finally resigned herself to her fate. His eyes rolled back immediately, revealing a huge mouth that took up half of his body. He swallowed the piece of wood in front of him in one gulp, licked his lips, and then pursed his lips as if he hadn't tasted anything. Then a mysterious black mist began to spew out from the mouth of the stone eyeball. The black mist condensed and did not dissipate, gradually forming a shape resembling a portal. Just as Jiang Shin was calmly gazing at the mysterious portal before him, a humanoid creature dressed in a gray robe and carrying a gray bag slowly appeared before him. It is called humanoid because it has some human body, but it has a pair of long, pointed ears on its head, a face that resembles a goat, several blue whiskers below its mouth, and blue skin all over its body. Hello, guest. Did you summon me? The other person seemed to have some curiosity on their face. They hadn't expected that there would be creatures in the outer seas that could obtain their tokens. Hello, mysterious merchant. I would like to know what kind of beings you are. Seeing that the other party was able to communicate, Jiang Shin secretly put the rose-shaped pistol back in his waistband and breathed a sigh of relief. After all, anything can happen on the Black Sea, so he had to be cautious. Do we exist? It's been a long time since any living being has asked that question. The other person seemed to miss Jiang Shin's question a little, and then showed a faint smile. We are travelers connecting the Black Sea trade. We have anything you can want here, as long as you can afford the price. By the way, my name is Duzhou. You can also call me Mr. Du. The mysterious merchant turned his gaze to Jiang Shin, seemingly very interested in him. No, to be precise, they were very interested in the rose draw sword and rose pistol at his waist. Two decent weapons, but unfortunately the quality is too low. If you could collect the whole set, there would be some really good quality items among the excellent items. Seeing that Jiang Shin was somewhat stunned, it chuckled and slowly put down its pocket. Seeing the equipment on Jiang Shin's body, it felt that its trip wouldn't have been in vain. Mr. Wadari, when you said you could trade anything I wanted, did you include a way to escape from the Black Tide? After thinking for a while, Jiang Shin finally asked the question that concerned him the most. Kuroshio, he's a truly terrifying creature. Theoretically, no living being can escape from him. However, perhaps there are other ways. After all, we old folks who have lived for nearly 1,000 years are still alive, aren't we? Upon hearing the name Kuroshio, the other party seemed to be moved. However, he still had some reservations and generally did not directly answer Jiang Shin's question. May I ask how you survive? Jiang Shin couldn't help but feel excited. Not yet, because you don't have any items of equivalent value to exchange for this message. Why don't we focus on completing the current transaction first? Mr. Du shook his head, indicating that Jiang Shin should first demonstrate his value before considering obtaining relevant information from him. So how should we trade? Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Shin regained his composure. Yes, how could such news be obtained so easily? It's very simple. Any valuable item or creature can be exchanged for gold coins here. Of course, you can also buy whatever you want from me. Seeing that Jiang Shin was finally going to make the deal, Mr. Du also smiled. It was no easy feat for him to make this trip, and besides, a merchant could not possibly return empty-handed. No rush. Let me see what good stuff you have here first. Mr. Du smiled slightly, then closed his eyes. A strange wave began to spread rapidly from its center throughout the entire Starfall black steel. Wait, what's this? Mr. Du felt a sense of surprise. There was actually the aura of an extraordinary witch on this ship. A superhuman species proficient in telekinesis, and a starfish that transcends racial limitations. My God, Lady Luck is actually on my side. Mr. Du's mind raced, and his face twitched several times in just a few seconds. Incredible, Mr. Jiang Shin. It seems I have seriously underestimated your value. Slowly opening his eyes, Mr. Du composed himself and gave Jiang Shin a slight bow. It's all right. I wonder if Mr. Watari has found any suitable items for my ship? Jiang Shin's complexion was not good, because he could sense that, in that instant, the entire Starfall black steel had been seen through inside and out. If possible, I would like to purchase from you the jade comb that is kept in the cabin, as well as those two creatures. Seeing the change in Jiang Shin's expression, Mr. Du realized his rudeness and quickly adopted a humble attitude. It was careless. Unexpectedly, this small, open sea could harbor creatures that could connect with the extraordinary witch. As for the statue of the goddess of fortune, sorry, even if you gave it 10 times the courage, it wouldn't dare to touch it. To express my apology, I will give you an extra item as compensation. In order to retain Jiang Shin as a valuable client, Mr. Du gritted his teeth and took out an exquisite necklace from his pocket. Name, Siren Necklace. Quality, excellent. Effect, immune to mental damage and illusions below excellent level. Damage from mental attacks below epic level is halved. Description, a birthday gift from the Siren King to his 109th daughter. It is one of the symbols of the Siren royal family. Wearing it will bring you the friendship of the Siren clan. A Siren necklace that grants immunity to mental attacks below excellence. After reading the introduction, Jiang Shin's displeasure quickly disappeared, and he smiled again. Mr. Watari, I think we'll have more opportunities to communicate in the future, won't we? He appropriately showed some goodwill. Just kidding, he definitely needs to get to know this rich and generous guy better. As you wish, the maritime merchant is always at your service. Seeing that Jiang Shin was no longer angry, Mr. Du finally showed his humble smile again. Mr. Watari, as the captain, the crew members on board are not objects. I must respect their personal rights. What price are you willing to offer for that witch's comb? After some consideration, Jiang Shin decided to sell the jade and glass comb that had been gathering dust in the cabin. After all, he didn't notice any changes after using it for a few days, so he just threw it into the cabin. However, he still keenly sensed that the other party didn't seem interested in the jade comb itself, so he emphasized the word, witch. You are a good captain who respects your crew. Although it is a bit of a pity, I respect your choice. How about I offer 10 gold coins for this comb? That price is comparable to an excellent quality item. Mr. Du shook his head with some regret, then told Jiang Shin his offer. No, Mr. Watari. You know that when you merchants are trading, you often pay more attention to the additional value behind goods, don't you? Besides, you don't want the witch to know that you traded her personal jade comb for a mere 10 gold coins, do you? Jiang Shin shook his head slightly and revealed the cunning smile typical of businessmen to Mr. Du. Chapter 47. The deal is made. Siren Guardian Bracers. A swindler. Mr. Du's expression changed, and he cursed inwardly. He didn't know why the word extraordinary, which wasn't mentioned at all from beginning to end, but the other party still keenly noticed the point he cared about most. Mr. Jiang, you have great potential as a businessman. 15 gold coins, that's the most I can offer. No, Mr. Du, think about it from another perspective. How much value would a jade comb, which is used by an extraordinary witch, have in your possession? This is not just a comb, but a wonderful story about a witch, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Mr. Du was visibly taken aback, then a glint of light appeared in his eyes. 20 gold coins, my God, if my people find out, I'll be kicked out of the merchant community. Mr. Du shook his head, a look of heartache on his face. Make a deal. Seeing that the other party had indeed reached their limit, Jiang Shin clapped his hands and directly agreed on the value of the jadeite and glass comb. After agreeing on the price, Mr. Du handed 20 gold coins engraved with octopus heads to Jiang Shin. At the same time, with a wave of its hand, the jade and glass cone from the cabin appeared in its hand, which it placed into the large pocket behind it, as if it were a precious treasure. So, Mr. Jiang, what do you intend to buy from me? Seeing Jiang Shin examining the glittering gold coins in his hand, Mr. Du once again revealed the smile typical of a businessman. Then it beckoned again, and a list of extraordinary items appeared in front of Jiang Shin. Jiang Shin looked up and found that there were many items on the list, ranging from fine to excellent, no less than 100. He even saw an epic quality item. Name, Magical Treasure Chest. Quality, Epic Plus. Description, one superior quality extraordinary item can be automatically generated daily. After generating 100 superior items, the item will automatically disappear and eventually be transformed into a weapon-type epic item. Upon seeing the description of this item, Jiang Shin almost drooled with envy. Trading one epic item for 100 excellent items plus one weapon of the same level is an incredible profit. Unfortunately, the price was too high, requiring a full 299 gold coins, so he could only watch helplessly for the time being. He shifted his gaze downwards and began to sift through the other exceptional items below. Mr. Du, standing to the side, seemed unhurried, still waiting with a smile for Jiang Shin to make his choice. It knows that no one can refuse its products. This confidence comes from a businessman. 10 minutes later, Jiang Shin finally selected 2 items from hundreds of items that best suited his taste. A bottle of cyan potion and a dark blue wristband. Name, V-Type Agility Illusion Potion. Quality, excellent. Description, after consumption, it will permanently increase agility by 10 points, and there is a 1/3 chance to generate a phantom clone when moving. You can control the phantom clone to unleash your full power attack within 3 seconds. Note, this only works on marine mammals. Of course, this agility potion was not prepared for himself. Considering the upcoming battle for the Vortex Point, Jiang Shin plans to buy it for Xiaohei to use. Jiang Shin's gaze fell upon the mysterious wristband inlaid with blue gemstones, and a surge of desire rose within him. Name, Siren's Guardian Bracers. Quality, excellent. Attribute bonus, Strength +3, Defense +3. Description, the core equipment of the Siren Guardian. Wearing the bracers will greatly enhance the user's physical attributes and store 3 Sea King impacts, which are powerful enough to shatter mountains and split rocks. Note, after using Neptune Impact, it will enter a slow cooldown period. As for why this was chosen, the reason is quite simple. Although with the support of several powerful crew members, he had already stood at the forefront of humanity. Ultimately, however, his own attack methods are too limited. The 3 attack methods stored in the Siren's Guardian Bracers undoubtedly gave him more room to maneuver. If used properly, these are the 3 trump cards. An attack capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks should be able to easily break through the defenses of a regular level 2 ship. Thinking of this, he pointed with one hand, and 2 items flew out of the transparent list, which was quite magical. Both items are of excellent quality and cost 10 gold coins each. It seems the other party wasn't lying. 10 gold coins is the standard price for excellent items. Good taste, very suitable for you, Mr. Jiang. The gold coins returned to his hands after going through many twists and turns, and Mr. Du's smile grew even wider. Well then, Mr. Jiang, we'll meet again someday. If you ever come across any nice items, you can use the contract to summon me. Of course, as you know, I'm very interested in items that have a story to tell. With a slight bow, Mr. Du waved to Jiang Shin and then slowly disappeared in the black mist. As the black mist dissipated, the room returned to its previous quiet, as if everything that had just happened was a dream. Cough cough, I'm exhausted. What did you and my master talk about that took so long? The mysterious eyeball on the table, which had been motionless, suddenly stirred. It was panting heavily, as if maintaining the black mist had consumed too much of its strength. Come on, little stone. Eat some iron or to nourish your body. Coming to his senses, Jiang Shin reached out and took out 10 units of steel, placing them in front of the mysterious eyeball. This is currently the only way to summon maritime merchants. We can't let them die out on our own. He made a huge profit from that transaction. In a great mood, the mysterious eyeball's importance to him also rose steadily. Is this for me? Looking up uncertainly at the kind-faced Jiang Shin, Eyeball Monster couldn't help but shudder. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? Be good. As long as you stay with me, I won't treat you badly. Of course, don't even think about running away. Your master has completely handed over the right to use you to me. Seeing that the other's eyes were starting to dart around restlessly again, Jiang Shin gave it a light tap. What? How is that possible? You poor people. Ahem. You're in the open sea. How could you possibly have items that my master would be interested in? Unexpectedly, the eyeball monster had to stay in this dangerous place any longer, and it immediately showed a look of utter despair. That's just how it is. It seems we still have a long time ahead of us. After laughing, Jiang Shin mischievously patted the other person's rough head, then waved and walked out of the room. Only a single, desperate eyeball remained in the room, tearfully and resignedly devouring the cold steel before it. Father, we're almost there. If we walk another 20 minutes or so, we should reach our destination. On the deck, the noble octopus, as always, reliably reported the voyage's progress to Jiang Shin. Its face showed a hint of curiosity. With its innate abilities, it had just keenly sensed the intense fluctuations emanating from the captain's command center. However, since Jiang Shin was not in danger, it did not go forward to disturb him. Very good. It's time to make some preparations. I wonder what the situation is like at the vortex point now. His gaze gradually extended, looking towards the mysterious sea shrouded in colorful light. Chapter 48, Dark Gold Sea Iguana Hatching. Jiang Shin in full armor. The mutated sea monster egg has hatched. Please retrieve it within 24 hours. Just as Jiang Shin was gazing at the colorful sky on the horizon, a familiar notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. Has it finally hatched? Jiang Shin, regaining his senses, showed a look of surprise and delight. Previously, the scythe-wielding shadow beast was a black iron 5-star sea monster. In other words, the sea monster hatched this time is at least a sea monster of the same level, or even another silver level one. Take out. Suppressing his excitement, he silently recited a phrase in his mind. As the dark golden, mutated sea monster egg in the backpack disappeared, a dazzling golden light began to gather on the deck. The golden light first circled around Jiang Shin a few times, and then, as if it had confirmed something, it began to transform from a light source into a physical entity. Finally, a dark golden sea monster egg appeared before him, and streaks of golden crystalline material began to spread rapidly across the entire ship. Roar! A powerful aura emanated from the golden sea monster egg. The surrounding golden crystals suddenly rose up like crystals and then turned into golden crystals and disappeared before everyone's eyes. That aura, that entrance, definitely a silver tier talent. Jiang Shin stared in shock at this magnificent entrance, feeling his heart pounding. A moment later, the dazzling golden light completely dissipated, revealing the true form of the sea monster inside. Jiang Shin stared intently at the new crew member who had just been born. The golden egg burst open, and a sea beast resembling a large sea lizard, covered in dark golden scales, appeared on the deck. A dazzling rhombus-shaped crystal gem adorns the beast's head. Its sharp fangs are occasionally revealed as it breathes, and its sharp claws are partially hidden among its scales, reflecting a cold, silvery light. Of course, its most distinctive feature is its eyes, with golden vertical pupils that occasionally flash with a cunning yet lazy light. Name, Dark Gold Marine Iguana Juvenile. Quality, Silver, 3 stars. Size 2.5 meters. Talent, Golden Armor, Dark Crystal Claws, Crystallizing Breath. Description, a rare bloodline creature in the Black Sea world, a fighting machine among silver species, possessing considerable intelligence, extremely strong defense, and swift and difficult-to-defend attacks. It prefers to eat gold starfish and rare minerals from the seabed. After reading the introduction, Jiang Shin could only exclaim, "Holy crap!" To date, this is the only 3 talented extraordinary species under his command. Roar. The little guy, which was over 2 meters long, didn't seem to be afraid of strangers at all. After observing the surrounding environment, he started to wander around Jiang Shin with a leisurely pace. At this moment, the other aristocratic octopuses, who were also shocked, curiously gathered around and began to carefully examine their new companion, who was covered in golden armor. Huh? Eldest son, why aren't you coming over? Jiang Shin first tentatively touched the imposing new crew member, then glanced with slight surprise at the talkative starfish hiding to the side. He didn't know what was wrong with this guy today. Every time a new crew member came, he was always the first to rush up and show off. Ahem, Dad, I have something to do. You guys talk first. Looking at the giant sea lizard that had suddenly appeared before him, the talkative starfish subconsciously felt a tremendous sense of oppression. It suppressed its fear, shook its head quickly, and rolled its body toward the cabin. Roar? Roar. The dark golden sea iguana, which was acting coquettishly towards Jiang Shin, slowly turned its head upon hearing the sound. Then its eyes widened, as if it had discovered some surprise, and it rushed towards the talkative starfish. Dad, help! This stupid lizard is going to eat me. As if sensing the presence of its natural enemy, the talkative starfish yelled and rushed into the cabin. Oh no, this little guy seems to have starfish in his diet. Jiang Shin, realizing what was happening, slapped his forehead and quickly chased after them. When Jiang Shin and the others ran to the cabin, they found that the talkative starfish had already fainted inside. The dark gold sea iguana beside it was excitedly lying down and howling. The little guy, mischievously stuck out his tongue and licked the talkative starfish's slightly twitching body back and forth, his eyes clearly showing a sly smile. You almost scare me to death. This is our comrade, our family, understand? You're not allowed to bully your older brother anymore. Jiang Shin patted the dark gold sea iguana's hard, golden head with a hint of annoyance, and his heart finally settled down. He then realized that the little guy was just trying to scare the talkative starfish. With its intelligence, it wouldn't be unable to distinguish between food and its companions. From now on, I'll call you Xiaojin. These are your companions. Seeing that the talkative starfish was all right, Jiang Shin patted the little guy's head. Then he began to introduce the other companions on the ship one by one. Buzzing. The floating coral seemed quite happy, bobbing back and forth around the dark gold sea iguana, as if the two were communicating. The sea urchin with venomous spines was much more sluggish. When it saw Jiang Shin and the others run into the cabin, it stretched out its body and slowly covered the cabin with its body. Little Black, get down here. Seeing this, Jiang Shin waved his hand in exasperation. His little black dog was good in every way, except it had no brain cells. Here, take this. It seems I'll have to find you some brain-boosting medication when I have the chance. Looking at the third brother, slowly rolling towards him, Jiang Shin shook his head, then took out the agility illusion potion. Ha! Ha! The sea urchin with venomous spines was clearly unaware of Jiang Shin's worry. It only knew that its master was calling it. Come on, drink it. After gesturing for a while, Xiaohei finally understood that this thing was for drinking, not for pricking with thorns. It wasn't until now that Jiang Shin realized that Xiaohei actually had a mouth. It remained hidden in the middle of its body. Only when the surrounding black thorns were dispersed could one see a 10-centimeter diameter slit in the middle of its body, which was its mouth. After feeding the illusion potion to Xiaohei, Jiang Shin sent it away to stay to the side. After glancing at Xiaohei, who was curled up in a ball absorbing the potion, Jiang Shin felt relieved and began to check the equipment he needed to prepare for this trip. First, the rose pistol, the rose drain sword, and the remaining 2 taunt grenades are indispensable. The Siren Guardian bracers were already on her body. He then took out other and used items from his backpack and put them all into the silver capsule for temporary storage. It must be said that these storage boxes from the Hill Civilization have a considerable capacity. Aside from large volume materials like timber and steel, most other items can be stored. After freeing up space in his backpack, Jiang Shin finally took out 2 vials of medicine. These were the V-type mental potion and V-type strength potion that had been in use before. After swallowing both vials, Jiang Shin felt a warm sensation in his abdomen, and his physical strength and mental state were rapidly increasing. He opened his personal panel and began to observe his current attributes. Name, Jiang Shin. Status, healthy. Strength, for +2 +5 +3, 99/100. Speed, for +1, 98/100. Physical fitness, 5, 99/100ths. Defense, 0 +1 +3. Concealment, 0 +1. Spirit, 6 +5, 99/100ths. The higher the spirit, the higher the sanity, and the faster the sanity recovers. Reason, 6, 98 out of 100. Reason below 50 will cause panic, below 30 will cause suicidal thoughts, and below 10 will cause complete madness. Talent 1, Mutated Sea Beast Egg, Authority Level. Talent 2, Slice and Dice, Excellent. Now, with the help of the 2 potions, his strength and spirit have both exceeded 10. He felt that although his current strength was not as great as Xiaohei's, he should be able to deal with a black iron type like Xiao Gizi who was not good at fighting. He watched as Xiaojin and Xiao Ping slowly approached him. Jiang Shin's mouth twisted into a crooked shape, revealing a confident smile. Now, it seems like I lack nothing. Chapter 49, First Encounter with Lin Qingru. Confrontation at the Whirlpool Point. The lineup for this battle is quite impressive, consisting of a talkative starfish, a stinging sea urchin, a dark gold sea iguana, and Jiang Shin himself, who is fully armed. Considering the numerous supplies on his ship, Jiang Shin left the floating coral and the noble octopus on board to guard the place. Now, less than a kilometer away from the vortex, he could already see the dazzling, colorful light that was turning the sky into a vibrant spectacle. Brother Jiang, are you almost there? Jiang Shin, who was riding on the back of the dark gold sea iguana and heading towards the colorful vortex, suddenly received a private message from Lin Qingru. I've arrived. Where are you? He glanced at the colorful light, not far away, with some curiosity. Logically speaking, they should be this close. They shouldn't have failed to see a single boat. It's important to know that this gathering brought together most of the survivors from the surrounding seas, as well as the mysterious Vortex clan. Can you see that colorful vortex? Just go straight through it and you'll see us. The other party sounded rather pleased, presumably because they were very happy that he was able to keep his promise. I see it. I'm coming right away. Jiang Shin looked up at the huge, colorful light screen in front of him, gently patted the head of the dark gold sea iguana, signaling it to go full speed ahead. The colorful light curtain is like a portal to the vortex. Passing through it feels like entering another sea. Standing on the dark gold sea iguana, Jiang Shin looked around and saw hundreds of ships anchored near a huge circular reef directly in front of him. On the other side of the huge circular reef, there's a strangely shaped, huge ship that is dark green all over. The ship has light blue patterns running through its entire hull, which, upon closer inspection, are somewhat similar to the blue patterns on its own V-shaped propeller. So this is a ship of the Vortex clan. It seems there aren't many people on board. Shifting his gaze back, Jiang Shin walked through the throng of people in the distance and focused his eyes on the several white wellheads on the huge reef. Name, White Swirl Point. Quality, excellent. Status, cooling down. Description, after activation, it will randomly release common and fine-grade items. It's already been spewing for a while now. After muttering to himself, he finally reached the vicinity of the huge reef. Roar. The dark gold sea iguana seemed very curious about its surroundings and let out excited roars towards the people on the shore. Jiang Shin patted it, signaling it to be quiet, and then observed the current situation. The huge reef is about 5,000 meters in diameter. It is not noticeable from a distance, but when you get closer, you will find that the shape of the reef is somewhat like a huge disc. At this moment, the massive reef had automatically split into 3 factions. The largest group was a temporary alliance spontaneously formed by all the survivors in the surrounding sea area. Jiang Shin roughly counted at least 300 people. The leader was a middle-aged man with red hair, who was staring at the dark gold sea iguana behind him with a look of apprehension. Nearby were a group of about 100 people dressed in uniform with black fist symbols. The black fist has always been a symbol of the Black Sea Brotherhood, and Jiang Shin knew that the other party must be a member of the Black Sea Brotherhood. The leader was a young man with a cold expression. At this moment, he was also sizing up the dark gold sea iguana behind him, his eyes flashing with a strange light. To the young man's right, a tall woman in a beige trench coat walked slowly toward him with a smile. Opposite the 2 groups of people were a dozen or so tall, bare-chested, dark-skinned, and strangely-looking races emitting waves that were incomprehensible to them. They seemed to be negotiating with the Black Sea Brotherhood using some kind of tool. As for why they are said to look strange, this is because they're not only about 2 meters tall on average, but also lack organs such as eyes and noses. Their faces only have a white vortex that occupies 2/3 of their face and a mouth for making sounds. Their bodies are somewhat similar to humans, but their hands have tentacles on some and fingers on others, and their structures don't seem to be uniform. Brother Jiang, is that you? Wearing a beige trench coat, Lin Qingru secretly observed Jiang Shin's handsome face while asking softly, "It's me. What's going on?" Jiang Shin nodded. Lin Qingru was even prettier than he had imagined. Not only is she tall and has beautiful and well-proportioned features, but she also has a very soft and gentle voice. Every gesture and movement of hers exudes a mature and sophisticated aura. However, given the current unclear situation, he had no interest in paying too much attention to the other person's beauty. The situation is not good. This group of Vortex clan came prepared. Although their numbers are small, their abilities and combat skills far surpass those of humans. Lin Qingru gently shook her head, her gaze lingering on Jiang Shin's face for a few more seconds before sending him near peace. These are high-tech earphones we obtained from the supply depot earlier. They can translate the languages of other races. You can listen to what they are saying. Lin Qingru took off the earphone hanging on her right ear and handed it to Jiang Shin. Then, her gaze couldn't help but turn to the 2-meter-long giant golden sea beast behind Jiang Shin. She never expected that Jiang Shin could tame this golden sea iguana that looked so formidable. It is worth mentioning that the sea beasts hatched from the mutated sea beast eggs are protected by Jiang Shin's talent. Other survivors can only see part of Xiao Jin's description, not his talents and qualities. Nodding, Jiang Shin put the headset on his right ear. He arrived late and urgently needed to understand the combat capabilities of everyone present. Outsiders, the entire Vortex Point is a treasure left behind by our ancestors. You're trying to steal the treasure that belongs to our clan. One of the Vortex clan members, who was 2 meters tall, was stating something. Although the translated voice lacked emotional fluctuation, Jiang Shin could sense the other party's anger through the trembling vortex on its face. It's likely that this Vortex clan member didn't expect that as soon as he and his clansmen activated the Vortex Heart, numerous survivors would come running, drawn by the scent. Moreover, as time went by, it clearly sensed that the number of the other side was still increasing. The situation seems to be getting increasingly unfavorable for them. If it weren't for the faction needing to maintain the operation of the Vortex Heart and wait for all the Vortex points to open before they could free up their hands, it wouldn't be as easy to talk to as it is now. As I said, we'll each find the treasures here through our own abilities. The cold-faced young man leading the Black Sea Brotherhood gave a cold snort without any expression, showing no courtesy whatsoever to these alien races. If it weren't for the fact that the short guy hiding in the middle of the vortex was there, he would have already made a move. After all, his talent lies in collecting monster corpses. Haha, Lung Qing, why waste your breath on him? If you ask me, hurry up and pack all these things up and take them with you. I might be able to get a few more gas-upon pulls. The middle-aged man with red hair spoke in a somewhat unrestrained tone, knowing that the more people arrived, the harder it would be to divide the goods. Moreover, the arrival of a beast tamer whose allegiance was unclear made him increasingly uneasy. These two are the representatives of a human race communicating with the Uzumaki clan, but it seems that the communication between the two sides is not going well. A despicable race. Worming maggots. They must be wiped out. Strange sounds came from my ears. The other party seemed to be experiencing some kind of malfunction and began repeating these few sentences. Jiang Shin frowned and took off his tech headphones. You must be Brother Jiang, right? I'm Lung Qing, the leader of the Black Sea Brotherhood. I hope you can help us take down a green vortex point, as agreed later. Seeing that the other person had started repeating himself again, Lung Qing slowly turned his head. A stiff smile, a rare occurrence, appeared on his usually serious face as he looked at Jiang Shin. He knew his own strength. He was only ranked around 2,000th, a far cry from Jiang Shin's abilities. Otherwise, the Black Sea Brotherhood wouldn't have needed to spend so much money to invite Jiang Shin here. No problem. How long until the other vortex points open? Jiang Shin nodded. After all, it was something that had been agreed upon beforehand. Brother Jiang, it should be soon. It seems that their leader is activating the vortex point over there. We only activated a few white vortex points before, and both sides were just testing each other, which is why we've been able to hold out until now. Seeing the stiff smile on Lung Qing's face, Lin Qingru rolled her eyes. She should have sent a more approachable hallmaster instead. However, considering the other party's talent, he is one of the strongest people in this sea area. Their Black Sea Brotherhood's president and vice president have already entered the next sea area and cannot arrive in time. That's why they decided to ask Jiang Shin for help. Brother Jiang, these Vortex clan members don't seem as strong as we thought. There seems to be another reason why they were able to evade the Black Tide. Lin Qingru didn't say this directly, but sent it to Jiang Shin via private message. After reading the information, Jiang Shin's gaze became somewhat strange. He glanced at the many survivors present, then secretly looked towards a certain direction behind him. So, it seems like I don't have that many people to worry about. Chapter 50. The vortex point opens, the out-of-control crowd. Just as Jiang Shin was pondering, the entire reef suddenly began to tremble. Then dozens of blue vortexes appeared on the reef, completely attracting everyone's attention. Look, a blue vortex has been activated. Everyone hurry and grab it. It's about to be a hit. Haha, everyone move aside, I spotted this first. Despicable. I found it first. For a moment, it seemed as if everyone was thrown into chaos. The alliance that was originally agreed upon vanished in the face of interest. With too many wolves and too little meat, everyone wanted to occupy a vortex point. Stop. Are you all crazy? With a formidable enemy at hand, let's eliminate these alien races first, and then the Black Sea Brotherhood will take over the distribution. Seeing that everyone was in chaos, Lung Qing had no choice but to step forward and shout loudly. He didn't understand. They had clearly agreed to kick the alien races out first, but now it all seemed like empty words. Get lost. Why should your Black Sea Brotherhood be allowed to divide things up? Exactly. Who here doesn't want a vortex point? We, your Black Sea Brotherhood, give it to us. Kill. Anyone who dares to take it from me, I'll kill him. Damn it. You dare push me? Get out of here. Lung Qing's words had no effect. Instead, they fueled the crowd's greed. As the situation escalated, some well-prepared survivors pulled out their weapons and launched surprise attacks on their teammates without warning. Something's not right. Jiang Shin, who was standing on the outside, changed his expression and slowly took a few steps back. Looking at the crowd of people before him, their eyes bloodshot and seemingly devoid of reason, Jiang Shin felt a chill run down his spine. Turning to look at the spot where the Vortex clan had been, they found it deserted. It seemed that the moment the blue vortex was activated, the other party disappeared onto the reef. Brother Jiang, something seems wrong. These people have all gone mad. Lin Qingru, who was standing to the side, also realized what was happening. She discovered that most of the members of the Black Sea Brotherhood had also begun fighting amongst themselves. You step back first. I suspect we've been set up. Jiang Shin glanced solemnly at Lin Qingru, who was still conscious beside him. I noticed a purple necklace around her neck that was emitting bursts of light. What is the reason? Why are Lin Qingru and I okay, but all the other survivors are affected? The scene was too chaotic. These survivors seemed to have been preparing for this vortex point for a long time, and there were quite a few survivors carrying guns. Now, however, they all turned their guns on their comrades, and in an instant, The entire reef became a battlefield. Seeing Lung Qing and the others struggling in a desperate situation surrounded by numerous survivors, Jiang Shin made a quick decision to pull these conscious individuals out first. Xiao Jin, pull those people out. Fortunately, the dark gold sea iguana was unaffected, which is why he didn't run away immediately. Roar. Upon receiving the command, the golden sea iguana locked onto Lung Qing and his companions with its golden pupils, and then a dazzling golden light flashed across its body. Its entire body was covered in golden scales that shone with golden light, as if it had transformed into a golden armored beast, and it charged wildly into the crowd. In an instant, people and horses were thrown into chaos, and dozens of survivors who stood in its way were quickly swatted into the air. During the attack, axes and bullets struck the dark gold sea iguana, but they were all deflected by its golden scales. Almost no one can get close enough to harm it. Jiang Shin nodded repeatedly at Xiao Jin's combat prowess. He hadn't expected Xiao Jin's golden armor to be so defensively powerful. 5 minutes later, Lung Qing and the others, covered in blood, were finally pulled out of the crowd one by Xiao Jin. However, they are all in a rather miserable state now, covered in blood, with the fear of surviving a disaster still on their faces. Lung Qing's ability seems to be the ability to control a giant merman. The blue mermaid was incredibly strong, wielding a huge sea fork, and barely managed to hold off the horde of survivors who rushed towards them. This is why they weren't immediately hacked to pieces. Damn it, I almost died in there. Master Lung, Fatty, and the others have gone mad. I saw with my own eyes that Xiao Wu was hacked into a pile by Fatty in just a few blows. Behind Lung Qing, a young man covered in blood grinned and gasped for breath. There were several gun barrels on his onesie. Thank you, our Black Sea Brotherhood owes you a huge favor this time. Lung Qing glanced at his two still-alive underlings beside him with lingering fear and gave a bitter smile. He then showed Jiang Shin a look of gratitude for surviving the ordeal. They're all fine. Could it be that they have some kind of defensive gear on them? Jiang Shin looked Lung Qing and the other two over and over and began to have some guesses in his mind. Did you notice any clues just now? Jiang Shin turned to Lung Qing and asked. I don't know either. They seem to have suddenly gone mad. It must be the work of those Vortex clan. Lung Qing shook his head, his face ashen. He had almost been killed by his own men. Haha, I snagged some amazing items. Just then, a survivor whose arm had been severed lifted the head of another survivor and let out a maniacal laugh. They're all mine. They're all mine. Ha ha ha. Another survivor hugged all the surrounding limbs to his chest, completely oblivious to the axe stuck in his head. Such bizarre scenes are happening repeatedly. In just a few minutes, of the more than 400 survivors, only about 30 remain. They've gone mad. They've all gone mad. Lin Xingrou's lips trembled, her face turned pale, and she subconsciously took a few steps back. Xiao Jin, see them off. Unable to bear watching any longer, Jiang Shin shook his head. He knew these people were beyond saving. He waved to Xiao Jin. No matter what, he couldn't let these people continue fighting. Roar. The dark golden sea iguana's pupils flashed with golden light. Then its foreclaws gripped the ground tightly, and a powerful golden energy began to gather in its mouth. Bang! As a powerful beam of golden crystal light was emitted, most of the rocky ground was instantly covered with golden crystals. Unaware of what was happening, the fighting crowd was engulfed by the golden crystalline beams of light, turning into golden statues with ferocious expressions. Even in their final moments, they wore manic smiles. Brother Jiang, what should we do next? Lin Xingrou's face was still a little pale, but she managed to calm herself down. Seeing that the others were relatively calm, Jiang Shin nodded to himself. The fact that these people can still maintain basic rationality shows that they are still somewhat useful. Lung Qing, what exactly did you do? Just then, a blood-covered man crawled out from the pile of corpses. It was the same red-haired middle-aged man from before. Idiot! Red armor, can't you see? We've all been tricked. Looking at Hong Kai, who was still alive, Lung Qing didn't give him a kind look. The Black Sea Brotherhood also suffered heavy casualties this time. Damn it, these scum, I'm gonna kill them all. Once she realized what was happening, the red-armored woman regained her senses, and the pale red phantom covering her entire body gradually began to dissipate. It was this red phantom that allowed it to survive Little Gold's breath attack. Brother Jiang, this is Hong Kai, ranked 1,993rd in the world. He's probably the strongest survivor among us. Seeing that Hong Kai was not dead, Lin Xingru whispered an explanation to Jiang Shin. Jiang Shin nodded. Being able to survive Xiao Jin's crystallizing breath meant that Xiao Jin had some skill. Get ready. Let's go take a look ahead. Now that things have come to this, he also wants to figure out what's going on here. And besides, he hasn't seen the treasure in the heart of the vortex yet. Huh, we don't want this blue vortex anymore. Lung Qing's henchman was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Logically speaking, since most people are already dead, shouldn't we be waiting for the vortex to spew out its best items? Hee, look at these vortex points now. Has any of the items been ejected? Honkai seemed very angry. All of his henchmen had been wiped out. He originally hoped to make a fortune from this windfall and gather people to form a fleet, but he ended up losing both his wife and his army. He was incredibly unlucky. Hearing him say that, Lung Qing and the others realized what he meant. Yeah, why isn't this vortex spewing out any items? The group then realized that they had been fighting there for a long time, but hadn't seen a single extraordinary item. Let's go. I think everything we want to know is ahead. Jiang Shin remained calm. He had been paying attention to the Vortex clan members from the beginning, and they had likely all gone inside. Chapter 51, The Encirclement and Assault by the Vortex Clan, Jiang Shin's Contingency Plan. No need to bother. I still need to find you. Just as Jiang Shin finished speaking, a slightly hoarse voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Who's speaking? No, I can't stay here any longer. The trembling underling beside, Lung Qing, changed his expression upon hearing the sound and began to run away frantically. Damn it, Zhang Duanming, you come back here right now. Another young man wearing a one-piece iron suit tried to rush up to stop him, but Lung Qing stopped him with her hand. You can't run away. I still have a lot to talk to you about. As the sound rang out again, a dark shadow flashed before everyone's eyes. The young man who was running away suddenly froze, feeling his body become unusually heavy. Sizzle. Claws pierced through his chest, and his entire body was lifted up by the giant claws of the suddenly appearing Vortex clan. He watched helplessly as the giant claw crushed his heart completely. Cowardly race, you will eventually become just like us, losers. The Vortex clan member gently laid the young man's body down and shook his head slightly. As expected, you were the ones who did what just happened. Honkai's eyes flashed with malice. He wished he could tear these bastards to pieces. It was us who did it, you pathetic race. Don't you know the price of being blinded by greed on the Black Sea? The Vortex clan member didn't seem to be in a hurry to continue fighting. Instead, his words revealed a hint of sympathy. What the hell do you want? Honkai scratched his messy hair. He wasn't very bright to begin with, and he hated playing guessing games with people. I need your souls, or more precisely, the souls of my people, to fill their broken souls. The Vortex-type cultivator gently wiped the enormous claw on his right hand and calmly explained to the group. Then why don't you just take action? Jiang Shin sized up the Whirlpool clan member and immediately activated his appraisal skill. Name, soul-controlled puppet. Quality, unknown. Description, a puppet controlled by a soul talent, whose own soul is severely lacking, and whose body has undergone partial mutation due to the erosion of the Black Sea's will. You've noticed too, haven't you? The new survivors. It cast its scrutinizing gaze at Jiang Shin, who stood to the side with an expressionless face. In his eyes, Jiang Shin was the only being that he could take seriously. Survivors? Where did you hear that? Upon hearing the word survivor, everyone was startled. Because the word survivor is humanity's greatest secret, it's impossible for the other party to know it. Where did you know that? Because thousands of years ago, we were also among the survivors. Don't be surprised. All the truth will be revealed when the final destruction comes. It's all because of that damn Black Sea. It destroyed all civilizations and branded us, the surviving losers, with a mark of humiliation. Upon mentioning the Black Sea, the other person suddenly lost control of their emotions, and their entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Is it fear or hatred? All right, it's about time. You should get going. An aged voice rang out, but this time it came from behind the Vortex. A slightly short-statured member of the Vortex clan, dressed in a black robe, slowly emerged from the Vortex point. Following them were more than a dozen other Vortex clan members who were turned into soul-control puppets. What should we do, Brother Jiang? There seem to be quite a few enemies. Lung Qing, her face ashen, stared at the dozen or so Vortex clan members who were closing in and subconsciously began to move closer to Jiang Shin. What should we do? Of course, we should kill them all. Seeing that the person in question had finally appeared, Jiang Shin's expression relaxed, and he smiled. He was afraid that the other party was hiding in the shadows and launching a sneak attack. Now that the main party has appeared, it's time to make a move. Oh, just that extraordinary creature beside you? It is indeed strong, but not strong enough to kill us all. The leading dwarf Vortex tribe seemed to have learned the human language. This time, the voice was clearly not the mechanical sound translated by the technology headphones, but rather Chinese with emotional fluctuations. Is that so? Then let's take a look. Jiang Shin's smile remained unchanged, and then the dark gold sea iguana, which had received a hint, charged at the opponent first. Let's all go together and take care of this old bastard first. Honkai, who had been holding back for a long time, immediately shouted and charged towards the short Vortex clan member along with the dark gold sea iguana. The red armor phantom reappeared on his body, this time more solid than before. Seeing this situation, Lung Qing and the others no longer hesitated. A large alloy sword appeared in his hand, and with a wave of his hand, the young man and the blue merman beside him followed closely behind. Hold him off. I'll deal with that golden superhuman first. The slightly shorter Whirlpool clan members did not seem flustered. It slowly took out a blue Rubik's cube-shaped block from his hand, and then a cyan light began to rapidly pour into the block from the vortex on its face. Brother Jiang, I can only temporarily trap one vortex clan member. The rest are up to you. Lin Qingru bit her lip and took out a silver ring from her bosom. Then, as if teleporting, she appeared in front of a member of the Whirlpool clan. With a flash of silver light, the two disappeared simultaneously, leaving only two silver pillars of light in their place. Upon seeing this, Jiang Shin was slightly startled. He hadn't expected Lin Qingru to have such a prop. After glancing at Hong Kai and his companions, who were already surrounded by more than a dozen Vortex clan members, he decided not to wait any longer. He casually pulled out his rose pistol and began firing at the Vortex clan members opposite him. Bang, bang, bang. A total of 7 bullets were fired, directly hitting 4 Vortex clan members. To everyone's astonishment, vibrant rose phantoms began to rapidly appear on the 4 Vortex clan members. As the roses bloomed, the 4 tall Vortex clan members instantly transformed into 4 delicate red roses. Jiang Shin expressionlessly drew his rose-absorbing sword and rushed towards the 4 vibrant roses at lightning speed. As the sound of swords slicing through roses rang out, the 4 red roses were cut in half almost simultaneously. Everything happened in just a few seconds. All the people saw was 4 beautiful roses appear among the Whirlpool clan members. Then the roses withered quickly, taking the lives of 4 Whirlpool clan members with them. Court death. The Dwarf Vortex clan also witnessed this scene, and it never expected Jiang Shin to have such methods. Without hesitation, it threw the Rubik's Cube in its hand at the dark gold sea iguana. As the Rubik's Cube began to spin, it instantly disintegrated, and a blue light curtain enveloped the charging figure of the dark gold sea iguana. Xiao Jin's pupils suddenly contracted, and a feeling of unease suddenly surfaced in her heart. This feeling grew stronger and stronger, urging it to escape the Rubik's Cube's reach as quickly as possible. However, it was too late. The blue barrier formed almost instantly. As the Rubik's Cube fragments reassembled, the blue barrier rapidly shrank. The dark gold sea iguana only had time to roar once before it was absorbed into the Rubik's Cube that was floating in midair. Little Jean, Jiang Shin, who had just dealt with 4 members of the Vortex clan, had no time to rejoice before he witnessed Xiao Jin being captured by the Rubik's Cube. It can only hold him there for 20 minutes, but that's enough. The diminutive vortex-like creature shook its head helplessly. This extraordinary species was far stronger than it had imagined. Even an excellent level sealing cube couldn't trap it for long. However, now that the opponent's strongest fighter has been trapped, the remaining few will be easier to deal with. All right, it's your turn now. The vortex above its head spun slightly, as if announcing the fate of several people. Upon seeing this, the remaining people's expressions changed rapidly, and they began to have thoughts of running away. In contrast, Jiang Shin remained much calmer. He ignored the others and instead used his appraisal skill on the Rubik's Cube in midair. 3 seconds later, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this Rubik's Cube seems to only trap the enemy and not harm Xiao Jin. Otherwise, it would have really been caught off guard and lost. It seems we can't wait any longer. Realizing that his opponent had many trump cards up his sleeve, he finally made up his mind to stop hiding his strength. Eldest sons, it's your turn to make a move. He turned and shouted into the scene next to the reef, and a spherical black sea urchin suddenly burst out from underwater. Don't be afraid, Dad. We're here. Ha, ha. Chapter 52, a series of methods employed. The heart of the vortex closed. The group looked in the direction of the sound. On the right side of the reef, a huge, purplish-black sea urchin was rolling rapidly towards them. Oh no, retreat first. The diminutive vortex tribesmen's pupils contracted, and they quickly steered the remaining tribesmen to move closer to them. But it was all too late. The sea urchin that has taken the agility illusion potion is now much faster than before. In a short while, it split into 2 and appeared above several Vortex clan members. Ha! Ha! As the target was locked on, its rolling body suddenly expanded. Dozens of black spikes, like sharp swords, shot towards the Vortex clan members from both sides. Laugh! Laugh! The 3 Vortex clan members had no time to dodge and were instantly impaled by the giant black spikes, turning them into hedgehogs. Damn it! Come here right now. Seeing 3 more members of their tribe fall, the hearts of the short, vortex-like tribesmen bled. It should be noted that its clansmen have not yet fully awakened, and their fighting strength is less than 1/10 of what it used to be. Every death of one of them is a huge loss. Old man, take this punch from your Stephen Chow. Just as it was getting distracted, a red fist suddenly attacked from behind, striking its undefended back. A tremendous force pushed it back, causing it to lose its footing and fly away like a doll. The fact that it needed to control multiple members of its own tribe caused it to ignore attacks coming from behind. Well done, you old bastard, prepare to die. Hong Kai, who had been poised to attack, had a ferocious expression and his blood was surging. The phantom of the red armor unfolded instantly, vaguely revealing the ferocious image of a red beetle. He leaped up and, taking advantage of the moment the short vortex-type creature was knocked away, quickly rushed forward. He raised his hand, grabbed the other person's calf, and slammed their entire body to the ground. Bang! A huge crash resounded, and the talkative starfish behind them followed closely behind. Several heavy punches rained down on his opponent like meteors, showing no mercy. Those punches were extremely powerful. Half of the short, vortex-like creature's body was bent over from the blow. The soul controlling this body felt a tremor in its soul, and was almost struck so hard that its body and soul were separated. The blue Rubik's Cube, which was suspended in midair, seemed to lose control at this moment and fell helplessly from midair. Jiang Shin's eyes flickered, and with a wave of his hand, he put the fallen Rubik's Cube into his backpack. After a few punches, the red phantom on Hong Kai's body gradually dimmed, and he took a few steps back, panting heavily. The red beetle phantom behind them was also gradually disappearing. A surge of energy coursed through Hunjiu's soul fire as it struggled to stand up, its severely damaged body barely contained. Good, good, good. The three consecutive good characters represent its extreme anger. The white vortex on his face churned rapidly, and the tip of a crimson, long sword slowly emerged from it. Hunjiu suddenly reached his hand into the vortex on its face. With a spasm, its entire body began to bleed green blood as if it could no longer bear the strain. In our Whirlpool clan, each member possesses a bloodline weapon connected to their own body. It seems you are qualified to let me use this guy's red blade. Its voice was somewhat hoarse, yet surprisingly calm. It seemed as if he was simply stating something to Jiang Shin and the others. Hurry up and do it. Don't let this old guy unleash his full power. Hong Kai, standing to the side, was extremely anxious. As a seasoned online gamer, he was all too familiar with the situation. Moreover, he was the one who beat this old guy the hardest, and if he couldn't beat him later, he would instinctively tighten his anus. So he shouted at the group and, disregarding his injuries, rushed towards Hunjiu, who was still drawing his sword. Jiang Shin, who was standing to the side, naturally understood this principle as well, and had already pulled out a purple grenade. Everyone step back. I'll teach this old bastard a lesson he won't forget. He shouted at Hong Kai, who was about to charge forward, and then threw a taunt grenade at the short Vortex clan member. Boom! With a huge explosion, a plume of purple smoke suddenly rose from the blast site. Hong Kai, who was lying on the ground to the side, raised his charred face, his ashen face showing lingering fear. If Jiang Shin hadn't reminded him, he might have been buried alive with this old man. Is he dead? Jiang Shin stared intently at the purple smoke and dust, and for some reason, he had a bad feeling. Ahem, you guys are pretty capable. The hoarse voice rang out again, as if a 1,000-pound lock had slammed into everyone's hearts. No way, they're still alive. Lung Qing and the others, who were slumped on the ground, panting heavily, looked on with despair. The power of the explosion just now was evident to everyone. It far exceeded the explosive power of a regular hand grenade. It seems I underestimated your people. Soul 9 staggered out of the dust, dragging its broken body, but its voice was calmer than before. It casually tore off the severed arm, and green blood dripped continuously from its body, causing its imposing aura to immediately wane. Damn it, if that's the case, you should just obediently die. Hong Kai's eyes widened, his heart filled with despair. The red phantom armor on his body finally reached its limit and gradually retreated back into his body. I take back what I said before. Perhaps you have a reason to exist. It gave a deep look at the group of people present, as if it wanted to remember Jiang Shin and the others. I've changed my mind. I also want to know if your race can survive under the black tide. As if it had suddenly remembered something, the vortex on its face gradually stopped churning. The Jiang Shins and their companions of today are no different from the former Whirlpool clan, struggling painfully in the face of an invincible enemy. Moreover, it has already collected enough soul fragments to replenish its clan's resources, so there is no need to further deplete the clan's foundation. With a sigh, it slowly pushed the still-forming red blade back into the vortex. This fellow countryman's body has finally reached its limit. If Jiang Shin is forcibly kept, the people around him will suffer heavy losses. I hope he can live on forever. Finally, it turned its gaze to Jiang Shin and gave a meaningful grin. Then he slowly pulled out a swirling, silver-white eye from his hand. Next time we meet, I will fight you in my true form. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling silver light suddenly appeared before Jiang Shin and the others. Before they could react, their bodies were completely enveloped in silver light. In the silver light, Jiang Shin gradually lost sight of what was in front of him. Damn it, Dad, I can't move. You son of a bitch, you can't take a joke, huh? Damn it. If you've got the guts, let's fight another 300 rounds. Finally, they heard a few shouts and curses from Hong Kai and his group, and then they were teleported to the dark sea. A few seconds later, Jiang Shin suddenly opened his eyes. They found him on the same surface of the sea as before. Beside him were Hong Kai, Lung Qing, and two others who were lying on some driftwood. A silver beam of light was also quickly ejected from the colorful vortex, and then the vortex disappeared from everyone's sight as if it had a mind of its own. Brother Jiang, save me. A familiar exclamation came from high above. It was Lin Qingru who had been teleported out. 2 minutes later, the people who had climbed out of the water gathered together, each holding a piece of driftwood. Master Lin, you should lose weight. Having survived the ordeal, Jiang Shin couldn't help but complain about Lin Qingru. Haha, we've survived a great calamity, and good fortune is sure to follow. Hong Kai, who was staring at Lung Qing, laughed, breaking the awkward atmosphere between the two. Just then, the sea urchin swam over from not far away, observing the group warily. He seemed to be hesitating whether or not to give a few people a few blows. Third brother, these are not enemies. Jiang Shin quickly reassured the poison sting pirate, knowing how formidable the third brother, Black Sting, was. After some communication, the sea urchin finally understood what he meant and obediently went to stay to the side. As for the starfish, Jiang Shin had already scooped it up and placed it on another piece of driftwood. The creature seemed to be a little dizzy from teleportation. What are your plans now? He glanced at Lung Qing and Hong Kai, his expression somewhat complicated. After all, apart from him getting an excellent quality Rubik's Cube, the others gained some high-quality items, but their value was far less than the loss of personnel. Chapter 53 Major Trends in Ship Consortium Development. Sigh, our Brotherhood has suffered a huge loss this time. I need to contact the other members as soon as possible to salvage the surrounding ships. Lung Qing's expression was not good. They had originally planned to join forces with Jiang Shin and the others to take over the entire supply, point number 009. Unexpectedly, he not only failed to get any fish, but also almost lost his life. By the way, Brother Lung, is your Brotherhood short of people? How about I, Hong Kai, join you guys from now on? Hong Kai, standing to the side, chuckled and winked at the iron-faced Lung Qing. He's a fairly straightforward person. His slightly gloomy demeanor before was simply because he wasn't familiar with other people. Now that they were practically brothers in arms, he decided to stop pretending. Delto me Hong Kai. Our Brotherhood is missing talents like you and Brother Jiang. Lin Qingru, who was standing to the side, was the first to react, and then smiled and nodded at Hong Kai. Upon hearing this, Lung Qing's expression softened considerably, and she forced a stiff smile at Hong Kai. Brother Lung, your smile is really ugly. The young man in the iron suit standing nearby also made a joke. No one complained too much. After all, anything can happen on the Black Sea. And nothing is more important than being alive. All right, this matter is settled. I should be going now. Seeing that everyone had recovered, Jiang Shin suggested that everyone go home. He's in a hurry to get back to the ship to study that blue Rubik's Cube. Wait, Brother Jiang, don't you want to go and take a look at the Vortex Clan's ship? Lin Qingru winked at Jiang Shin, then pointed to the Vortex Clan ship with turquoise patterns not far away. I almost forgot about this. Jiang Shin slapped his forehead, but he didn't have high hopes. If there were any good things, the Vortex Clan would have taken them long ago. They wouldn't have been left lying around. Let's get on the boat and change our clothes first, and then we can explore together. Lin Qingru frowned slightly. The seawater beneath her was too cold, and she was almost unable to bear it. Just as the group was talking, the blue Rubik's Cube in Jiang Shin's backpack suddenly trembled. The Rubik's Cube floated into the air and began to disintegrate rapidly, with a golden light quickly emerging from the crack on the cube. Roar? The newly emerged dark gold sea iguana looked puzzled, somewhat confused about the current situation. Okay, I'll tell you later. Let's get on the boat first. Jiang Shin patted Xiao Jin's hard head in an annoyed tone, then picked up the talkative starfish and climbed onto Xiao Jin's back first. I'll go back first, then I'll come back to pick you up. With a crystallizing breath from Xiao Jin, several pieces of driftwood on the sea surface were completely crystallized and connected together. The group quickly climbed to the top of the golden crystal. As Jiang Shin left, the others looked at the majestic body of the dark gold sea iguana with envy in their eyes. Who wouldn't love such a golden, incredibly powerful lizard? Half an hour later, having changed their clothes, Jiang Shin and his companions appeared on the abandoned ship of the Whirlpool clan. Brother Jiang, the major fleets on the leaderboard have started to unite, and our Black Sea Brotherhood has also received an invitation. I heard from our guild leader that the 100 Domains Alliance fleet, which is currently ranked second, is planning to form the 100 Domains Alliance. Walking inside the dark blue ship, Lin Qingru stood beside Jiang Shin, telling him about the recent gossip circulating among the fleets. Lung Qing, who was standing to the side, shook her head repeatedly but didn't say anything. After all, Jiang Shin had saved his life, so he could only sigh inwardly, thinking that the president's sister was about to side with the other side. Hong Kai, who was walking in front, was very carefree. He patted Lung Qing's shoulder and boasted about his glorious past. The reason why the group had time to chat was because they discovered that almost the entire cabin had been emptied. The valuable items inside had all been taken by the Vortex clan beforehand. This left the group speechless, suggesting that the Whirlpool clan had intended to abandon the ships from the very beginning. However, it cannot be said that nothing was gained. The entire hull is made of very strong materials. Even an empty shell can be used as decomposition material. This somewhat compensated for the Black Sea Brotherhood's losses. Jiang Shin, who was standing to the side, didn't say anything more. After all, he had already taken a high-quality propulsion unit from someone else, so stealing another ship wouldn't seem to make much difference. Why not do the Black Sea Brotherhood a favor? Thanks to Lin Qingru's explanations along the way, he also learned a lot of inside information. As the various fleets continue to grow stronger, most of the survivors on the Black Sea will choose their own allegiance. As a result, survivors who fight alone will obviously have fewer and fewer resources to compete for. After all, even a fierce tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves. Ordinary lone survivors would find it difficult to fight against such a fleet of hundreds or thousands of people. Of course, this excludes a very small number of top-ranked survivors. For example, Jiang Shin still has 2 unhatched, mutated sea monster eggs in his backpack. Given enough time, its strength may not be weaker than these fleets. The group continued walking forward and eventually arrived at the ship's control center. On one of the innermost control panels, Jiang Shin found a semi-transparent piece of paper. It is covered with many unknown words and graphics. This must be the script of the Vortex clan. Lin Qingru took the transparent paper sent by Jiang Shin and frowned slightly. She couldn't understand it either. Brother Jiang, if you trust me, I'll take it back and have someone in our association translate it. I'll tell you the contents once the translation is finished. Lin Qingru put down the paper and then winked at Jiang Shin. No problem. Just let me know when you have any news. Jiang Shin waved his hand dismissively, saying he wouldn't understand it even if it were in his hands, so it was better to have a professional translate it. However, Lin Qingru was acting strangely. After his experience at Supply Point 009, he noticed that the other party seemed to be much closer to him in their interactions. Could he be a contrasting type like Hong Kai? He gently shook his head, banishing the strange thoughts from his mind. All right, now it seems that the only valuable thing about the entire ship is the ship itself. I'm leaving now. Remember to contact me when you get news about supply depots. He waved to the group, then led Xiao Jin, who was dozing off, out of the cabin. He's still thinking about that mysterious blue Rubik's Cube in his hand. Seeing that Jiang Shin was about to leave, Lin Qingru was slightly taken aback. He quickly regained his composure and waved to Jiang Shin with a smile. Brother Jiang, please take care on your journey. I hope we can meet again next time. Until we meet again, everyone, live well. Brother Jiang, take care. Goodbye, Brother Jiang. Don't forget me, Xiao Kai, when we meet again. Get lost. The group burst into laughter, then watched as Jiang Shin rode Little Gold away into the sunset. Hey girl, you should get a man early. Hong Kai, who was very easygoing, teased Lin Qingru, and then pulled Lung Qing aside to talk about the benefits of joining the group. Are you kidding me? If I, Hong Kai, join the group, shouldn't I at least be given a position as a hall master? No, everyone started from the bottom. The same to you? No, my previous company CEO was the chairman. Password, I hate you guys who use backdoors. Hearing Hong Kai's furious argument behind her, Lin Qingru smiled. Let's just survive first. If we have the chance, we'll meet again. Of course, Jiang Shin had a pretty good impression of Lung Qing and the others. Hong Kai is rough but meticulous. Lung Qing is serious but principled, and the group has been through life and death together, so he's happy to make more friends. They were not far from the Starfall Black Steel, and he couldn't wait to study the mysterious blue Rubik's Cube in his hand. He examined the subtle blue lines that flowed intermittently on the blue Rubik's Cube, and then checked the authentication information. Name, sealed Rubik's Cube. Quality, excellent. Unique effect, seal. Description, one of the crystallizations of the wisdom of the Uzumaki clan, it can use space and sealing technology to achieve force sealing for a short period of time. The Uzumaki clan is known for sealing anything, but of course, to this day, there is no record of sealing anything extraordinary. Note, The sealing time varies depending on the target organism's level of resistance to supernatural abilities and spatial awareness. Another excellent level item. This trip was worthwhile. Jiang Shin happily patted the golden head of the dark gold sea iguana and couldn't help but smile. Xiao Jin looked up at Jiang Shin, who was smiling, puzzled, not understanding what was wrong with his master again. Let's go, Xiao Jin, speed up the journey. As he gazed at the endless black sea in the distance, the smile in Jiang Shin's eyes gradually faded. A profound look appeared in his eyes. A failed civilization? Will we be next? Chapter 54. The construction of the sea furnace, news of the next sea area. Upon returning to the ship, Jiang Shin found that the noble octopus and the floating coral were already standing at the bow to greet him. Father, congratulations on your safe return. Buzzing. The floating coral happily circled around him before landing affectionately on his shoulder. Little geezy, you haven't caught any fish yet. Go and use up your chances. Jiang Shin turned to look at the Black Sea gas-upon machine that was still sitting in the corner and breathed a sigh of relief. What he feared most was this guy causing trouble while he was away. It now appears that as long as it is fed, it will not pose a threat to the survivors. Yes, father. The noble octopus glanced at the talkative starfish being held in Jiang Shin's arms, but didn't ask any further questions. With its spiritual senses, it naturally knew that the talkative starfish had simply fainted. Xiaoping, take the eldest son back to his cabin to rest. Remember to let me know when he wakes up. After giving his instructions, Jiang Shin began to plan his next steps. The only material missing for building the sea furnace is insulation cotton, and he wants to build it before entering the next sea area. After making up his mind, he posted a purchase request in the trading hall, looking to purchase 10 units of thermal insulation cotton, either 100 units of timber or 50 units of ordinary steel. The reason for such a high price is that thermal insulation material is currently extremely scarce. This thing seems to be very difficult to catch by fishing. It will most likely only be possible to manufacture it using blueprints or obtain it by opening resource boxes. Moreover, there are many clever people among the survivors. The continued drop in temperature over the past few days suggests that the upcoming sea areas will be extremely cold. As the most important material for upgrading the marine furnace, insulation cotton is naturally far more valuable than other basic materials. Unsurprisingly, as soon as he posted the purchase request, a tall building appeared below the order. Hey bro, we're out of insulation, but do you need a bed warmer? I am the big boss. Right now, all I've collected for building the sea furnace is ordinary steel. I haven't even heard of black fire clay or insulation cotton. A reminder to everyone. Hurry up and gather the materials to build the sea furnace. My ship is traveling at a relatively high speed and has already entered the extremely cold sea area. The daytime temperature here is below zero, and I feel like I'm about to freeze to death. What? You've already entered another sea area? Aren't you going to make our class ships live? This extremely cold sea area seems to be quite large. I heard that the neighboring D42 and D40 areas also have to go through the sea area, just like us. The Kuroshio current has increased in speed again. If we don't upgrade our ships as fast as we can, we'll be overtaken very soon. You don't need to worry too much about that. You'll find out once you enter the frigid sea, because you won't be able to walk for long before you freeze to death. Wait, brother, how did you know the name of the next sea area? Well, that's not really a secret. You'll receive a warning from the Black Sea once you enter the frigid waters. To the person upstairs, let me add something. The extremely cold seas are full of floating ice, and sometimes there is a freezing period, which can freeze the entire ship in the ice. That's right, I'm trapped in the ice now. The sea furnace needs charcoal and fire attribute materials. Is there any kind soul who can share some charcoal with me? I'll trade you information about the extreme cold sea. What else is there to say, brothers? I have a lot of charcoal in stock, so buy it while you can. You son of a bitch, with such a high price tag, are you profiting from human suffering? Hey, you should have brought out all the charcoal. We'll remember you. Get the F*** out of here, you little devil. Here's another condition. I refuse to buy your body or dog. Nanny? Baka. Seeing this, Jiang Shin curiously clicked on the other party's price tag. 10 units of charcoal can be exchanged for 30 units of steel or 100 units of wood. Damn, that's really dark. Jiang Shin's face darkened. He hadn't expected that his own compatriots would be so ruthless when it came to killing their own people. He recalled that just a few days ago, the price of charcoal was around 20 to 30 units of timber. However, upon seeing the message that purchases from Xiao Rizi were not accepted, he still silently gave it a thumbs up. However, we should still find out about the situation in the frigid seas as soon as possible. Before the order was completed, he simply opened Lin Qingrou's private messages. He remembered that the other party had said that the leader of the Black Sea Brotherhood had already entered the extremely cold sea area. He ignored the comment section's suggestion of exchanging information for charcoal. Although he still had some charcoal, it was always better to get it for free. He still has that much shamelessness. Master Lin, do you have any news about the extreme cold sea area? After sending the private message, Jiang Shin continued to browse the chat channel. Brother Jiang, this is exactly what I was going to tell you. Here are the materials I've prepared. Please take a look. Lin Xingru also seemed to be watching the chat channel, replying to Jiang Shin's private messages almost instantly. As expected, it's the large fleet that gets the information. Seeing that the other party began to send information about the extremely cold sea area, Jiang Shin couldn't help but sigh that a fleet is still just a fleet. Brother Jiang, remember to keep this information confidential. Our guild leader will be using this information to make a deal with a shipping corps in the neighboring region soon. At the bottom of the document, Lin Xingru gave him some special instructions. Don't worry, I'm always tight-lipped. After making a serious promise, he began to look through the information about the extremely cold seas. 5 minutes later, he summarized the following 3 most useful pieces of information. First, the daytime temperature in the extremely cold sea area is around -4 or 5 degrees Celsius, and the nighttime temperature will drop directly to -30 degrees Celsius. Without a sea stove for heating, it is almost certain that one will die. Secondly, to successfully cross the extremely cold sea, it is necessary not only to build a sea furnace, but also to find a creature called a fire serpent. The fire crystals inside the fire serpent can be thrown into the sea furnace to generate a heat source layer around the ship, which can ensure that the ship will not be frozen on the sea surface in most cases. Third, extremely large numbers of ice snakes are found in the frigid seas. These ice snakes are attracted to heat sources and will relentlessly attack passing ships. To get rid of them, you must prepare enough wood and light a sufficient number of fires on the ships. There were also other detailed tips on keeping warm, which were probably summarized by Lin Xingru herself. After reading it, Jiang Shin felt a little more at ease. He had to admit that having more friends could indeed save a lot of trouble. Fire serpents and ice serpents? So these are the 2 types of sea monsters we'll be facing next. His expression changed when he opened the information about the fire serpent and the ice serpent. He discovered that the dangers of the frigid seas were even greater than he had anticipated. The ice serpent, also known as the ice serpent, is the largest species in the extremely cold seas. Most importantly, these guys were carrying extremely potent methamphetamine. Chapter 55 Information about the ice and fire serpent. Bart's Blackbird Heavy Bow. Name, Ice Serpent. Quality, Black Iron 4 stars. Talent, Cursed Fawn. Description, the most numerous sea bee species in the extreme cold sea. It is said that their birth originated from the endless resentment of the ice witch, and their existence itself is a curse. Note, do not get bitten by it, otherwise you'll be cursed by extreme cold and ice. Its disadvantages are also obvious. It is afraid of heat sources and high temperatures. The ice witch, the cursed fawn? After reading the information, Jiang Shin frowned. There is no doubt that witches exist in this world. Whether it was the extraordinary witch Fei Liye before, or the ice witch now, they all prove one thing. Witches are a group that is not to be trifled with. This is troublesome. It seems we need to prepare charcoal and fire crystals in advance. He rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. It seemed he still needed to buy a large quantity of charcoal. However, compared to the ice serpent, which looks formidable, its relative, the fire serpent, is clearly easier to deal with. Name, Fire Serpent. Quality, Iron 3 stars. Talent, Heat-gathering resilient scales. Description, an anomaly among snakes. Unlike other snakes, it is not a cold-blooded snake. Its external temperature is even far higher than that of other mammals. The fire crystals it produces are good materials for refining weapons. Of course, it can also be put into the sea furnace to generate the heat source layer of ships. It must be said that there is a certain natural restraint among living organisms. The relatively mild, offensive nature of the heat-gathering ability can, to some extent, have a significant restraining effect on the ice serpent, which is afraid of high temperatures. It seems that once the information is sold, the number of fire serpents will soon be reduced sharply. Having understood the importance of the fire serpent, Jiang Shin decided that he could not wait any longer. Next, he needs to speed up his journey towards the extremely cold sea. Opening the nautical chart, Jiang Shin zoomed in continuously until he finally discovered a mysterious island called Fire Rock Island to the left and in front of the area of sea that was frozen over. It's such a coincidence that we're so close to the frigid seas. After carefully observing the fire serpent's habitat, he felt as if it had been specially prepared for them by some unknown entity. Transaction successful. You have received 10 units of thermal insulation. Just as Jiang Shin was deep in thought, the system notification sounded again, reminding him that the order he had listed had been successfully completed. Forget it. Let's build the sea furnace first. He shook his head, putting aside the things he couldn't figure out. He took out the materials needed to build the sea furnace from his backpack one by one. Consume 30 units of steel, 10 units of black clay, and 10 units of insulation to construct a ship and a sea furnace. A supernatural material, mimicry soil, has been detected, which can replace black fire soil in the construction of sea furnaces. 2 messages appeared in the logbook. Without hesitation, Jiang Shin chose to build. Boom! As Jiang Shin silently uttered a command, a booming sound rang out from inside the Starfall black steel ship's cabin. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Shin quickly ran down the deck and into the cabin. Finally, in the very center of the ship's cabin, they discovered a huge sea furnace that resembled a treasure basin. The newly built sea furnace is about 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, and its overall shape is that of a giant furnace. The furnace has a structure with mysterious patterns on both sides, similar to a bronze tripod, and a huge basin at the top, which seems to be used to put fuel. Jiang Shin reached out and touched the patterns on the sea furnace, and was surprised to find that the temperature on the surface of the sea furnace was higher than his body temperature. It's amazing that it can continue to generate heat even without adding fuel. He clicked on the introduction of the sea furnace, wanting to see the specific information about this big guy. Name: sea furnace. Quality: excellent plus. Description: it can continuously generate heat. Adding charcoal or any fire attribute material will cause it to burn quickly, raising the ship's temperature to a suitable level. In theory, as long as materials are added, it can continue to burn regardless of external conditions. Just as Jiang Shin was browsing the information about the sea furnace, the voice of the noble octopus came from the deck. Father, please come out and take a look. I've fished up an iron box. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shin walked onto the deck with some curiosity. I noticed that the temperature of the wooden planks under my feet seemed to have increased, which must be because the furnace was still radiating heat to the surroundings. Father, we've used up all our fishing attempts. Besides this iron box, all we have left are some wood and iron blocks. After speaking, the noble octopus dragged out a black iron box from behind him. He then pointed somewhat helplessly to the pile of junk behind him. It didn't seem very satisfied with this fishing trip. That's already pretty good. Fishing is sometimes a matter of luck. Jiang Shin waved his hand, offering a small consolation to himself about his diligent work as the first mate. Then his gaze fell upon the black iron box. Name: Bart's private collection box. Quality: unknown. Description: Navigator Bart's private collection box contains his treasure collection, which he kept for many years. Hundreds of years ago, he was attacked by the fleet of the Black Sea pirate Mo Lee and unfortunately fell into the deep sea and was never heard from again. It's that old bastard Mo Lee again. No wonder he's a veteran pirate. He always likes to do bad things everywhere. After reading the description, Jiang Shin's lips twitched. It turned out to be the work of an old acquaintance. To save time opening the box, Jiang Shin directly took out the rose absorption sword and activated the cutting talent. With a burst of sparks flying, he easily sliced the entire tin box in half in less than a minute. Seeing the 3 glass spheres exposed inside the broken box, Jiang Shin nodded in satisfaction. The cut talent seems to be very suitable for opening chests. Holding a blue glass ball in his hand, he expertly pressed the button on the right. Name: Blueprints for building an earth and fire camp. Quality: excellent. Description: on the cold sea, how to properly build a campfire is a real challenge. Of course, with this blueprint, this problem that has troubled navigators for many years is no longer a problem. The first glass ball was a godsend, as it could be used to build a makeshift fire pit on the ship. The building materials are also easy to find. You only need 10 units of ordinary soil and 5 units of steel to build an earthen campfire. The effect is also good. It can provide continuous heating for ships and should be useful in extremely cold sea areas. Continuing to open the remaining 2 supply orbs, Jiang Shin saw a blue-green iron bow, an arrow. Name: Blackbird Heavy Bow. Quality: excellent. Description: Bart's signature weapon, which was supposed to be used to repel enemies, was secretly hidden in a metal box when the crew encountered the Ink Force fleet due to the betrayal of his crew. This forced the archer Bart to jump into the deep sea to escape. Name: Armor-piercing arrow. Quality: excellent plus. Quantity: 10 pieces. Description: Bart's specially made armor-piercing arrows could easily tear through the defenses of ironclad ships. Back then, Bart used these arrows to kill several great pirates, but this also led to him being hunted down by the great pirate Mo Lee. Note: with this, you could take someone's life within 100 meters, provided you shoot accurately enough. The 2 resource orbs yielded a high-quality Shin bird heavy bow and 10 armor-piercing arrows, which surprised Jiang Shin. After all, it was the exclusive weapon of a legendary archer, so its power must have been considerable. Holding the Shin bird heavy bow, engraved with a bluebird pattern, in his hand, Jiang Shin's expression changed slightly. Wait, why is this bow so heavy? Chapter 56. Purchase a bow and arrow. Skill book appears. Jiang Shin slowly lowered the heavy bow in his hand and couldn't help but catch his breath. He landed on the deck with a loud thud, nearly smashing through it. I intended to familiarize myself with the new weapon first, but I didn't expect the heavy bow to be even heavier than I had anticipated. At least 500 pounds. It seems that Bart is no ordinary person either. After thinking for a moment, he directly opened his personal attributes. Name, Jiang Shin. Status, healthy. Strength, for +2 +5 +3, 90/100. Speed, for +1, 92 100ths. Physical fitness, 5, 98 100ths. Defense, 0 +1 +3. Concealment, 0 +1. Spirit, 6 +5, 98 out of 100. The higher the spirit, the higher the sanity, and the faster the sanity recovers. Reason, 6, 97 out of 100. Reason below 50 will cause panic, below 30 will cause suicidal thoughts, and below 10 will cause complete madness. Talent 1, mutated sea beast egg, authority level. Talent 2, slice and dice, rank C. That doesn't make sense. With a strength attribute of 14, it still feels particularly strenuous to draw this bow. Jiang Shin scratched his head. It seemed that none of the people in the Black Sea who could access the item descriptions were simple. Never mind, it's probably because of a lack of practice, and I haven't mastered the techniques for generating power. After calming himself down, he tried to draw the bowstring again, and this time it was noticeably easier than before. It seems I need to practice more to fully master how to use this heavy bow. Considering that he only had 10 specially made armor-piercing arrows, and that each one used would be one less, he was naturally reluctant to use them as practice material. Therefore, Jiang Shin planned to buy some ordinary bows and arrows as supplies for daily practice. After making up his mind, he posted a purchase request directly in the trading hall, looking to buy 500 ordinary bows and arrows for 300 units of timber. As soon as he posted his purchase request, another thread started appearing below. Sometimes he didn't know why everyone loved to peek at his posts. At CB's strictest father, boss, how about some custom bows? I got a few self-destructing bows, but I don't want wood. Can I exchange them for steel or something? Holy crap. Do you have bow and arrow blueprints? Why don't you just sell bows? I need a mid to long range weapon. Boss, we're out of bows and arrows, but do you need a bed warmer? You're asking to buy so many bows and arrows at once. It seems you want to practice your archery accuracy. I have an autobiography of a peerless archery master here. Can I exchange it for 100 units of wood? Is the person upstairs lying again? I have a copy of the 9-Young manual. How about we swap and take a look? By the way, have you ever obtained any cultivation techniques or spells? I'm curious too. After all, it's a world of extraordinary beings, so it seems reasonable for magic to exist. I didn't unlock any cultivation techniques, but I did unlock a skill book, haha. They even have skill books? I'm so envious. Ahem, brother, how about I trade my 9-Young true skill with you? Eat shit. There's still plenty of talented people on the chat channel. It seems like they spend their days either fishing or spying on other people's screens. Jiang Shin swiped back and forth on the screen below, filtering out the information that was useful to him. However, it's worth mentioning that the survivor with the ID, a small cup of boiled water, every day did indeed obtain a skill book, because he directly posted the skill book information in the comments section. Name, slide tackle skill book. Quality, excellent plus. Effect, causes the enemy to lose balance. Description, one of the 7 most famous skills in the world. After using it, you will automatically learn the sliding tackle skill. Its creator, Richard, once used this divine skill to successfully slide tackle the 138th king of the Raging Empire, which made the skill famous in one battle and successfully made it one of the 7 most famous skills in the world. However, he also died on the spot for offending the emperor. Note, after learning this skill, you will unconsciously develop a strong urge to challenge opponents of higher levels. What a remarkable achievement to be one of the world's 7 great martial arts techniques. Its origins are indeed extraordinary. After reading the skill book information, Jiang Shin didn't know what to say for a moment. It can only be said that he underestimated the abstract nature of the Black Sea natives. However, the appearance of skill books also proves that, in addition to talent, humans can also gain extraordinary power by learning the skills of the Black Sea natives. The lack of response to the order for wooden arrows surprised Jiang Shin. Logically speaking, there should be quite a few survivors who have obtained bows and arrows by now. He recently saw someone on a chat channel cosplaying the borrowing arrows with straw boats incident when they encounter pirates. Boss, I have 500 wooden bows and arrows here, but I'd like to trade them for something else. Is that okay? Speak of the devil, and he appears. Jiang Shin actually found a seller in his private messages. To his surprise, the other person's ID was also a small cup of boiled water every day. What do you want to exchange? If I have it, we can trade. Jiang Shin clicked on the other person's profile picture and found that the other person was a rather handsome young man. Do you have any skill books like the ones I got? After reading the other party's reply, Jiang Shin rolled his eyes. Trying to exchange a mere 500 wooden bows and arrows for a skill book? Is the other person genuinely stupid, Or do they think he's an idiot? No, if you don't want to make a deal, I'll find someone else. He replied expressionlessly, suspecting the other person was joking with him. No, boss, don't misunderstand. My goal is to collect world-famous techniques, so, if I may ask, I actually want to trade some steel with you. Seeing that Jiang Shin was a little angry, the other party quickly explained, after all, he couldn't bear the blame. If you anger Jiang Shin, you might cut him into pieces in no time if you ever run into him again. He wasn't stupid enough to use a sliding tackle to provoke a top 30 player in the world, even though he always had that urge in his heart. Strange, why does he always have this strange impulse? At this moment, on the blue wooden boat, a bald man was scratching his head in confusion. How much do you need? I don't have much steel left. Seeing that the other party really wanted to make a deal, Jiang Shin's expression softened slightly. After all, the Black Sea is too big, and there are always some idle people who come bother him. Is 100 units enough? I'm only 100 units away from upgrading to level 2 ship. The other party seemed eager to upgrade the ship, so they quoted a rather high price. No, 500 wooden arrows can be made with 200 units of wood. Including manufacturing costs, I can only give you 80 units of steel at most. After some consideration, Jiang Shin lowered the price appropriately. Although he is now rolling in money, he can't be extravagant. He still needs to haggle over the price. No problem, boss, I've sent the link, please confirm it. The other party seemed to have anticipated this, replying to the message instantly. Did I overpay or overpay? Jiang Shin shook his head. After all, without a unified currency, the prices of basic materials vary greatly depending on demand. But thinking about it, I think I'm not at a loss. He still has 100 units of ordinary steel and 200 units of limestone steel in his backpack, so he doesn't feel bad about it. Hey boss, if you have any skill books, you can let me know. I have some good stuff here that you'll definitely find useful. After the transaction was completed, the other party sent a series of messages, indicating that this person seemed to be collecting skill books in large quantities. It seems this guy's talent is quite remarkable as well. After silently memorizing the other person's ID, Jiang Shin left the chat channel. If I ever get a skill book that's useless to me, like the slide tackle, maybe I should check what the other person meant by good stuff. It's a second-class ship. It's a rare find. Finally, we found another one. Just as Jiang Shin was pondering, a cacophony of bird calls came from the distant sky. Jiang Shin looked up when he heard the sound. He saw a black raven covered in steel feathers flying rapidly toward him. Chapter 57, The Black Iron Raven, The Messenger, The Black Feather Brigade's Invitation. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Shin quickly walked onto the deck and squinted as he looked into the distance. Dad, I think I heard birds chirping. The talkative starfish, who was resting in the cabin, also came over out of curiosity. Something is probably coming this way. Jiang Shin nodded, then took out the Hoshian bird-heavy bow and walked to the bow of the ship. If the other party is hostile, he can test the power of his black bird-heavy bow. Weapons. Weapons. Drop your weapons. I'm not the enemy. When the black iron crow, which was preparing to land, saw Jiang Shin at the bow of the ship pick up a bow, an arrow, and aim it at it, it quickly flapped its wings, turned around, and flew back into the sky. You're so rude. You're so uncouth. You're such a boorish survivor. It circled above the starfall black steel, expressing its dissatisfaction. A talking crow. Upon hearing the other party utter the words survivor, Jiang Shin felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed that it was another survivor's talent for beast taming. However, he still did not put down his bow, an arrow, since he had not yet figured out the other party's intentions. Gua, I am Black Iron Raven of the Black Feather Brigade. I have been sent by my master to deliver a message to you. Gua, put your weapons away now. Looking down at the Shin bird-heavy bow emitting a faint blue light in Jiang Shin's hand, the black iron crow didn't dare to land for a moment. Dad, should we do it? I think we can have an extra meal tonight. The talkative starfish wearing sunglasses next to him lewdly poked Jiang Shin's trouser leg, urging him to do a heist. Move aside, this should belong to someone else. Let me see what their purpose is first. Jiang Shin kicked the guy in annoyance and quickly scanned the team rankings. Looking down from the top, I finally found the name of the Black Feather Brigade at number 18. The Black Feather Brigade is ranked 18th. They're ranked 18th. No wonder they dare to send their beasts out to sea to deliver a message. Looking up at the black crows still circling in midair, Jiang Shin put down the Shin bird-heavy bow in his hand. Simply sending a message can be done through the communication channel, so why send your beast tamers all the way out to sea? With some doubts in mind, he casually used his appraisal skill on the black crow above his head. Name, Black Iron Raven. Quality, Black Iron 2-star. Talent, cannot be viewed. Description, an intelligent summon with wings covered in sharp steel feathers. It possesses strong defense and great endurance. It can be used for long-distance communication over the Black Sea. Come down first and tell me why you're here. After reviewing the appraisal information, Jiang Shin waved to the other party, indicating that he had no weapon in his hand. This black crow was quite intelligent. He wasn't worried that the other party wouldn't understand. Damn, I was scared to death. Damn, you people are all so wary. Seeing Jiang Shin put away his weapon, the black iron crow muttered as it landed on the bow of the ship. Of course, it remained atop the fence, watching the orange starfish drooling over it with a wary expression. It always felt that the way this guy was looking at it was a bit off. How annoying. You widow, are you the captain of this ship? I'm from the Black Feather Brigade. My master's name is MOU. He sent me to deliver a message to you. Black Iron Crow glared at the one-eyed starfish with ill intentions beside him before turning his gaze to Jiang Shin. Montaku, the MOU who's ranked 9th. Jiang Shin was slightly surprised. He guessed that the other party was of high status, but he didn't expect it to be the summoned beast of a survivor who was among the top 10 in combat power rankings. I am the master. Hearing Jiang Shin's surprised expression, Black Iron Crow proudly raised its head. It thoroughly enjoys the glory that its master's strength brings it. All right, just say what you have to say. You're not here for tourism, are you? First, I patted the talkative starfish on the head to remind it to behave, and then I secretly signaled it to tell the little ones in the cabin not to come out. After all, the crow had been secretly observing his ship from the beginning, and Jiang Shin suspected that it was also gathering intelligence on him. The talkative starfish glanced reluctantly at the fat crow at the bow of the ship, until it saw its father's unfriendly gaze. Then it reluctantly ran back to the cabin. Single. Huh. A smart starfish. A second-class vessel. It seems you're one of the targets. This is my master's invitation. Also, my master plans to unite all the top 100 fleets on the leaderboard to form the 100 Alliance. Oh, what a magnificent feat this is. Ha ha ha. Jiang Shin reached out and took a crumpled invitation from under the bird's claws, then glanced speechlessly at the smug black iron crow. He always felt that this guy was about the same intelligence level as his eldest son, and not very smart either. Invitation from the Black Feather Brigade. Content. Hello, I am Mayu, the leader of the Black Feather Guild. Receiving this invitation means that you have met the requirements for joining our guild. Now, please allow me to introduce my guild. Our group aims to integrate the strength of all the powerful forces in the nearby seas to jointly explore various resource areas in the Black Sea. All members who join the group will receive a Black Feather token and can obtain information about the Black Sea collected by the Black Feather Brigade free of charge. Of course, in return, you will also have to take on the responsibilities of a member of our Black Feather Brigade and be summoned by the fleet from time to time. If you would like to join us, you can give us your name ID to Black Crow, and our crew will contact you. The bottom of the invitation contains an introduction to the Black Feather token. This token is formed from the combined talents of our group's strongest members and has a one-time teleportation effect, allowing for location-based teleportation to any adjacent sea area. After reading the contents of the invitation, Jiang Shin nodded slightly. The Black Feather Brigade is better off than the Black Sea Brotherhood. At least they get a free one-way teleportation token. However, for him, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Although the Black Feather token is a good thing, it's unrealistic to expect him to accept the fleet's unpredictable summons. Compared to that, what he was most concerned about was the 100 Alliance's alliance that Black Iron Raven had mentioned. I'm sorry, I'm not very interested in joining the fleet. Jiang Shin shook his head, subtly expressing his refusal. What a pity. Our Black Feather Brigade is destined to reach the pinnacle of the Black Sea. If you don't join now, you'll definitely regret it. Black Iron Crow was slightly taken aback when Jiang Shin refused. This was the 5th invitation it sent out, and Jiang Shin was the first survivor to directly refuse it. Whatever you say, I'm going to keep delivering messages. This wretched job. With a grumbling sound, the Black Iron Crow quickly scanned the entire ship, but finding nothing of value, it spread its wings and flew into the sky. That crow is up to no good. Its eyes are too cunning. Seeing this, Jiang Shin became secretly on guard. It seems that the Moyu Brigade is not a simple organization. The Black Iron Crow that flew away from Jiang Shin's ship flew for more than 20,000 meters before finally landing on the shoulder of a young man dressed in black robes. The young man then reached into his black robe, took out a black iron ball, and placed it near the Black Iron Crow's beak. My Lord Moyu, the other party is very wary and has refused our invitation. Black Iron Crow happily swallowed the black iron ball into its belly, and then reported the truth. Dragon Girl, what do you think? The young man nodded calmly, then turned his gaze to the sea beside him. Jiang Shin, ranked 26th on the leaderboard, is suspected to be a beast tamer. He has at least 3 kinds of tamed beasts under his command and possesses no fewer than 5 extraordinary items. His combat strength is rated 5 stars. From any perspective, this is not a suitable goal. As soon as the young man finished speaking, a calm female voice came from beneath the water. As a wave suddenly rose from the water, a beautiful young woman dressed in a light blue robe emerged from the water. What's astonishing is that she has a pair of blue dragon horns growing on her forehead. Then let's change our target. The young man waved his hand dismissively. The Black Sea is vast. There are always suitable targets for hunting. Chapter 58, The Soaring Value of Charcoal. Dad, this stupid crow doesn't look like a good thing. We should have caught it earlier and had it as an extra meal. Seeing that there was no more movement on the deck, the talkative starfish and the others slowly walked out of the cabin. Father, you are wise. The other party seems to have an item that can teleport directly. It would be unwise to attack them directly. Compared to the talkative starfish with little brains, the noble octopus is much calmer. In fact, the black iron raven warned Jiang Shin when it was still some distance away from the starfall black steel. This is also why Jiang Shin made the little one stay in the cabin and not come out. Because he knows his compatriots too well. I just didn't expect that even fixed-point teleportation would start appearing now, but there will definitely be some limitations. Based on the other party's description, he guessed that the black feather token could only achieve one-way teleportation in nearby sea areas, and that it was definitely very expensive. Otherwise, this ability would be too abnormal. All right, everyone, let's get the driftwood out and continue on our way. The furnace has now been successfully built. Next, he needs to collect basic supplies before reaching the frigid sea area, and then exchange them for a large amount of charcoal to prepare for heating. Mutant Sea Beast Egg X1. Remaining hatching time 24 hours. Alienated Sea Beast Egg X1. Remaining hatching time 48 hours. Looking at the two unhatched, mutated sea monster eggs in his backpack, Jiang Shin couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He opened the nautical chart and fixed his gaze on a vast expanse of white sea to the north. What does the ice-covered period shown on the nautical chart mean? As if he had thought of something, he frowned slightly. I hope it's not what I think. Once the sea freezes over, not only will the speed of navigation be greatly reduced, but there is even a risk of being frozen to the surface. But the Kuroshio current behind you won't wait for you to safely cross the frigid waters. Its speed is constantly increasing. Alas, I wonder how many more people will die in that sea this time. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow for the passing of his rabbit. On the Black Sea, humanity is ultimately too weak. Father, all the timber around here has been collected. Just as Jiang Shin was pondering, the noble octopus and the others jumped onto the deck. With the small bottles available, the time they spend collecting driftwood is greatly reduced. You've all worked hard. Go back and rest for a bit. We'll be at Fire Rock Island in 2 hours. By the way, little Geezy, I remember the magic wardrobe should be on its 3rd day, right? Why don't you open it and take a look? Glancing at the naked starfish, he suddenly remembered that his magic wardrobe seemed to be able to produce a second set of clothes. Harvested 5 medium-sized driftwood logs, gaining 150 units of wood. Harvest 10 small driftwood logs, gaining 200 units of wood. After dismantling the wood collected at the bow of the ship, he had an extra 350 units of wood in his backpack. His timber reserves have now reached 1,200 units, which should be enough to exchange for charcoal. He opened the trading hall and searched for the price of charcoal. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What? 10 units of charcoal for 50 units of timber. That's highway robbery. I scrolled down a few times. He discovered that within just 2 days, the value of charcoal skyrocketed, rising from 20 units of wood to 50 units of wood. Even more extreme cases involve orders for 30 units of steel, omitting timber altogether. This is outrageous. These guys are profiting off people's misfortunes. Jiang Shin cursed under his breath and then sighed. It seems that quite a few people in the trading hall have already keenly noticed the temperature changes in the next sea area. No, we have to buy them right away. He knew that the price of charcoal would rise again after the Black Sea Brotherhood fleets sold the information about the frigid waters. If you buy it then, you'll lose a fortune. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Shin left the trading hall. He remembered that a survivor named Lucky Audience seemed to have a lot of charcoal. Fortunately, Jiang Shin didn't have many friends, and after scrolling for a while, he found the other person's ID. Hello, do you have any charcoal on hand? I'd like to buy some from you, as I need a large quantity. After sending the message, Jiang Shin waited silently. Boss, you have to remember me. Haha, I still have some charcoal left. I've always made a living selling charcoal. Boss, just tell me how much you need. Since you're a regular customer, how about I give you a 20% discount? The other party was very friendly, so they must have made a lot of money recently. I need 200 units of charcoal. Do you have enough? Because he didn't know how big the extreme cold sea was, he could only prepare more of the crucial resource, charcoal. 200 units? Yes, I do, but after this order, I'll be clearing out my inventory soon, haha. Seeing another big order, Lin Fan was almost grinning from ear to ear. Lin Fan's ID is Lucky Audience. He starts on a small island, and his talent is kiln firing. By chance, he discovered that he could make charcoal, and immediately began trading charcoal in the trading hall. They made a fortune in the early stages. Later, as time went on, the price of charcoal slowly decreased, and he originally planned to reduce his charcoal reserves. Unexpectedly, in the past few days, the price of charcoal has started to rise rapidly. Seeing the market conditions, Lin Fan went into overdrive, burning charcoal day and night. In just a few days, 1,000 units of charcoal were produced. Yesterday, he sold 500 units of charcoal, achieving financial freedom instantly. Boss, do you have any blueprints for steel or weapons? I don't need much timber, just 200 units. I need to gather steel quickly to upgrade my ship and continue my journey. Although Lin Fan had a good impression of Jiang Shin, he wasn't stupid. The most important thing is to exchange 200 units of charcoal for what you need most. There's still some steel left, and the blueprints include an iron shield. I've sent you the information. After thinking for a while, Jiang Shin sent over the appraisal information for the iron shield blueprint. He had previously traded for this blueprint with a magic spring water. The iron shield was of average quality and wouldn't offer much defensive advantage for him at this stage. Moreover, it takes time and steel to make, so it's better to exchange it for charcoal. My God, the blueprints for an iron shield. This is amazing. This thing, combined with my talent, is a match made in heaven. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shin directly handed over a high-quality weapon blueprint, and it was even a rare shield blueprint. Lin Fan almost grinned from ear to ear. Boss, to be honest, this iron shield blueprint is very valuable to me. I'll give it to you for 150 units of charcoal. Then, for the remaining 50 units of charcoal, give me another 50 units of steel. Is that all right with you? After looking at the message sent by the other party, Jiang Shin considered it for a moment and then agreed to the deal. Based on the current price of charcoal, he has indeed made a profit. Moreover, with news of the extremely cold sea area emerging in a few days, the price of charcoal will definitely rise further. No problem, please double check. By the way, there are some things I can't say more about, but I'd like to remind you that you'd better keep some charcoal on hand. Instead of taking advantage of the soaring charcoal prices to rip him off, the other party gave him a very reasonable price, and Jiang Shin still appreciated this favor. Out of courtesy between friends, he kindly reminded the other person. Thanks for the reminder. I will keep some for myself. By the way, boss, if you need any more charcoal, just come to me. I guarantee I'll give you the lowest price. After closing the communication panel, Jiang Shin looked at the extra 200 units of charcoal in his backpack and breathed a sigh of relief. Now everything is ready, except for the fire source crystal. Chapter 59, Encountering the Fire Serpent, Jiang Shin's Plans. Note, we're about to enter extremely cold waters, where cold waves are frequent. Please build structures for heating. 2 hours later, a mechanical notification suddenly sounded in Jiang Shin's mind, pulling him back to reality from where he was still spying on the chat channel. A cold wave, what is that? Jiang Shin was slightly taken aback, as this was not mentioned in the previous information about the Black Sea Brotherhood. Did it just start recently? It's unlikely that the Black Sea Brotherhood would conceal anything in this regard. It could only be a recent weather change. He opened the Black Sea weather forecast and glanced at it briefly. Black Sea weather forecast. Current weather. Reduced sunshine and a sharp drop in temperature. Current temperature, minus 10 degrees Celsius to minus 25 degrees Celsius. Remaining daylight hours, 6 hours. Description, we have entered the edge of extremely cold sea area. It is recommended to take precautions to keep warm. We haven't even fully entered the extremely cold sea area yet, but the temperature here has already dropped to around minus 10 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, the Black Sea weather forecast indicates that the lowest temperature tonight may reach minus 25 degrees Celsius. Indeed, without the sea furnace, it would be impossible to move an inch in this sea area. Jiang Shin glanced at the white sea area shown directly in front of him on the nautical chart and shook his head slightly. It seems that this sea area is more dangerous than I imagined. No wonder we need fire crystals. I'm afraid that even with a sea furnace for warmth, the ships will be frozen in the ice during the cold wave. In this frigid sea, once a survivor's boat is frozen, there is no choice but death. Eldest son, Xiao Jing, come with me. After glancing at the tall, brown mountain not far away, Jiang Shin had already given instructions to the few little ones who were poised to go. Don't worry, Dad. With me here, those fire serpents are just small fry under Brother Xing's command. Once again, he was the first to be called out, and the talkative starfish's confidence was palpable. It glanced smugly at the silent four-eyed octopus beside it, and only looked away listlessly after seeing that the other party did not respond. Father, have a safe journey. I will take good care of this ship for you. Ignoring the arrogant starfish's winking and gesturing, the noble octopus turned to Jiang Shin and gave him a very reliable smile. All right, little bottle and little black, make sure to protect your second brother. Jiang Shin nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, then turned to look at the Black Sea gasapon machine, which was chewing on a piece of wood. Upon seeing Jiang Shin looking over, the other party quickly swallowed the piece of wood and then stared at Jiang Shin blankly. It was as if she was saying to him, "What are you looking at?" Ahem, eldest son Xiao Jin, let's go. The Black Sea gasapon machine has been much quieter lately and no longer makes any noises like before, which has put Jiang Shin at ease. He guessed that perhaps the noble octopus was secretly preparing special meals for its cousin every day when it went into the sea. They must have fed this guy so well that he's become quite succulent. Fire Rock Island is the closest small island to the frigid sea, covering an area of about 7 or 8 square kilometers. The island is mostly rocky with exposed rock formations, and underground volcanic eruptions occur from time to time each year, causing some of the marine animals living on the island to undergo certain mutations. Fire serpents are undoubtedly the most successful species to mutate on Fire Rock Island. The fire crystals inside them constantly absorb the fire energy from the Earth's veins, and at one point they grew into enormous creatures with an average length of 6 or 7 meters. Their hard scales and massive size solidified their absolute dominance on Fire Rock Island. We'll be on the island soon, so be careful. The creatures there might not be easy to deal with. Jiang Shin glanced at the starfish beside him that was constantly absorbing water into its body, and still couldn't help but remind it. No, Dad, don't worry, I'm not dead. The talkative starfish, who was gulping down water nearby, quickly replied before continuing to replenish its fluids. There's no way around it. The temperature on this rocky island is at 2 extremes compared to the outside world. According to Jiang Shin's deduction, the temperature on the island is likely around 30 to 40 degrees Celsius year-round. Once on the island, he would have to take off his warm clothes, otherwise he would easily become dehydrated. Fortunately, Xiao Jin is fine, so it seems that the temperature doesn't have a big impact on it. As for the talkative starfish with its belly bulging out, Jiang Shin could only shake his head helplessly. This guy actually has some resistance to high temperatures. However, they insisted on saying that they had recently researched some amazing technique and wanted to show the fire snakes above their power. Jiang Shin let it be, since the main force was still Xiao Jin and himself anyway. Dad, there seems to be some noise up ahead. As soon as they landed on the island, the talkative starfish put on its boxing gloves and then ran ahead to scout the way for Jiang Shin. Dad, come quick. Something's fighting. Jiang Shin just got off the dark gold sea lizard. Seeing that Xiao Jin was about to open its mouth again to announce the king's arrival, it quickly patted its head, signaling it to be quiet. Then it beckoned Little Gold to quietly chase after the talkative starfish. It has to be said, this stinky starfish is getting smarter and smarter. It even knows to wear boxing gloves on its feet for insulation. After passing several difficult rocky hills, Jiang Shin heard a loud crashing sound coming from ahead, which sounded like a heavy object hitting the rocks. Dad, look at these 2 big guys. Hidden behind a huge reef in front, the talkative starfish secretly made a hand gesture to Jiang Shin. Jiang Shin frowned and smoothed out the creases in his shoes. After confirming that they were no longer uncomfortable, he walked over. I should have brought more shoes. Ordinary shoes just can't withstand these terrains. Hearing the violent impact sounds around him, Jiang Shin had no choice but to suppress these thoughts for the time being. Through the cracks in the rocks, he finally saw the 2 big guys his eldest son had mentioned. One of them was a huge creature resembling a saltwater crocodile, about 6 meters long, with a pair of red eyes. As for the other party that was entangled with it, it was the fire serpent that was the target of its journey. Name: Fire Rock Red-Eyed Crocodile. Quality: Iron 3 stars. Talent: Mighty Bite, High Temperature Body. Description: a marine mammal species native to the Fire Rock Island landscape. Due to years of absorbing fire energy, it has mutated and has a powerful heating and insulating layer on its skin. It can generate a high-temperature liquid of 200 degrees Celsius within seconds. Be careful not to touch its body, as the high temperature will instantly cause you severe burns. Note: they are rare and have a long-standing feud with the Fire Serpent clan. After reading the introduction, Jiang Shin's eyes lit up immediately. This stuff is top-quality material for leather shoes. However, it seems that this crocodile is weaker than the Fire Serpent. After the red-eyed crocodile's large mouth was entangled by the Fire Serpent's massive body, it gradually began to lose ground. Jiang Shin turned his gaze to the enormous Fire Serpent, which was also about 7 meters long, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Hold on, wait until this guy wins, then follow it back to its lair and wipe them all out. Suppressing the urge to attack immediately, Jiang Shin patted Little Gold, whose fighting spirit was boiling, signaling it to be quiet. After all, it never wanted just a Fire Serpent. Chapter 60: Fire Serpent Cleanup Plan. Dad, this crocodile looks like it's going to die. The talkative starfish, who was watching the commotion from the side, quietly nudged Jiang Shin's arm. The fire crocodile seemed to sense the threat of death and began to writhe its body wildly, its huge tail lashing back and forth, sending the surrounding rocks flying everywhere. However, the fire snake also knew it couldn't let go of the other's mouth, so it continued to suppress the other's body tightly. Hiss! Suddenly, the fire serpent let out a painful roar, and charred bloodstains appeared on its scales. The fire crocodile's hot liquid is seeping through its skin. This is its last-ditch effort to fight back. However, despite being burned, the fire snake remained tightly wrapped around the other's body. Moreover, it began to tighten its body even more frantically, and under the enormous force, the red-eyed crocodile's cervical vertebrae were immediately strangled and creaked. Sizzle. As the aroma of caramelized meat gradually spread, Jiang Shin and the others subconsciously licked their lips. This is a vicious snake. Jiang Shin watched this scene with twitching eyes, feeling somewhat alarmed. He could smell the scorched flesh and blood, even from that distance. He didn't know how the fire serpent could resist. As time went on, the red-eyed crocodile's resistance weakened, and it gradually laid down on the ground, no longer moving at all. Having finally defeated its old adversary, the fire serpent stood upright, its massive body rising to the sky with a tremendous roar. Is this a declaration that they've won? Jiang Shin watched in amazement. This fire serpent truly lives up to its reputation as the dominant creature on the entire island. Its thick skin alone renders ordinary creatures helpless. After a roar, the fire serpent lowered its head and bit into the body of the already dead fire crocodile. To Jiang Shin's surprise, the other party did not start eating immediately, but instead dragged the corpse slowly towards the depths of the island. Dad, should we still follow them? The talkative starfish, who was poised to speak, seemed to be stunned by the scene and hesitated before looking at Jiang Shin. Of course, these are all fire source crystals. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with them. Jiang Shin remained calm, already having a plan to deal with the fire snakes. The group followed the fire serpent deeper into the island. As time went on, huge drag marks began to appear around them. Fire snakes are incredibly strong, have thick skin, and are resistant to high temperatures. They live in groups and have the habit of carrying their prey back to their burrows to eat. As Jiang Shin walked forward, he memorized this information in his mind. This is all real intelligence. It can be sold to the Black Sea Brotherhood or Black Poster in exchange for commissions. Dad, what do we do next? At the entrance of the enormous cave, Jiang Shin and his companions were hiding under a rock, carefully observing the fire snakes that were carrying their prey back and forth into the cave. Don't rush. Let me buy them some nice things first. Jiang Shin smiled slightly. The degeneration potion in his hand was much more effective against these greedy snakes. Looking to purchase 150 units of timber, capable of spraying liquid over long distances, of excellent quality or higher. Type not limited. After putting the order online, Jiang Shin waited quietly. He originally planned to use the Sea King shockwave from the Siren Guardian bracers to surprise these big guys. However, after seeing more than a dozen fire snakes, each 7 or 8 meters long, carrying their prey into the cave, he suddenly changed his mind. There seem to be quite a few of them. Charging straight, it might result in us being surrounded. If he can block the cave entrance and then sprinkle some of the degeneration potion on the soil at the cave entrance, he'll make sure these guys get what's coming to them later. Of course, if he can't get the necessary items, he will risk going deep into the cave. Since he was already there, he was itching to get a few more fire source crystals. At the same time, he opened his private message and sent a message to Lin Qingru. Master Lin, how much degeneration potion do you have left? I need some. 2 minutes later, Lin Qingru replied with a message. Brother Jiang, how many do you need? I have 5 left. Jiang Shin thought for a moment. 5 vials will be 500 milliliters, plus the 100 milliliters he already had, which should be barely enough. Give them all to me, and I'll trade you the magical spring water from last time. How about that? After making up his mind, Jiang Shin sent all 10 liters of magical spring water generated by the magical spring last night to Lin Qingru. No problem, Brother Jiang. Please confirm the order. By the way, Brother Jiang, there have been cold waves in the frigid seas recently. You'll be arriving soon, so please be careful. The precursor to each cold wave is a sharp drop in regional ambient temperature within a short period of time, occasionally accompanied by small-scale heavy snow. The other party first posted a link to the degeneration potion, and then kindly reminded Jiang Shin. Thank you very much, Sister Lin. I will be careful. Upon seeing the other party's reminder, Jiang Shin silently remembered the favor. He then took out 5 vials containing a red liquid degeneration agent. Meanwhile, news also came regarding the remote-controlled jetting device he was looking to purchase. Hey boss, I have a high-quality water gun on hand. Do you think it'll work? I have it, but I don't need it. Jiang Shin's lips twitched as he looked at the message the other party had sent. Water guns are too abstract. What he really wants is a high-pressure liquid jet. However, just to give it a try, he first asked the other party for information about the water gun. Name, fragrance water gun. Quality, excellent. Description, don't worry, this is not a toy. Its effective spray distance is 20 meters, and the sprayed liquid will carry an irresistible fragrance that will likely attract sea monsters or other creatures to lick it. It has a built-in enemy luring effect. It's perfect. Upon seeing this, Jiang Shin immediately stopped hesitating. This thing, when combined with the degeneration potion, was a match made in heaven. Okay, I'll take it. Here's the link. After confirming the transaction with the other party, Jiang Shin quickly received a blue lightweight water gun. This water gun looks a bit like a large air gun, but with a 10-centimeter long, transparent water reservoir added to the back. Dad, what is this? The talkative starfish curiously examined the fragrant water gun that Jiang Shin had conjured out of thin air, somewhat confused about what Jiang Shin was trying to do. Sure, you'll find out soon enough. Now take these 2 reagents and secretly sprinkle them at the cave entrance, then do this, and then do this again. After giving a few quiet instructions, Jiang Shin patted the other person's big head, as if to say, you have to do your best. Dad, is this really going to work? How about we let Xiao Jin do it? I think it's more agile. Upon hearing Jiang Shin's plan, the talkative starfish's eyes widened, and it looked like it wanted to decline. It always felt that this plan was not very reliable. Little Jean, standing to the side, looked wise as he licked the talkative starfish's tentacles, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Sigh, things have faded, the feelings have faded. Jiang Shin sighed, a hint of sadness on his face. His plan was so perfect that his eldest son still had doubts, which really hurt the father-son relationship. All right then, Dad. Seeing that Jiang Shin was about to pull this stunt again, the talkative starfish had no choice but to reluctantly agree to the plan. Yes, no worries. Eldest son, your father will protect you from death. Chapter 61. Jiang Shin cleverly employs a series of schemes. The swarm of fire snakes mistakenly enters the guillotine. Deep within Fire Rock Island, in a fire serpent's lair, dozens of enormous fire serpents gathered together, devouring the prey piled up inside the cave. As the islands closest to the frigid seas, their heat-loving instinct compels them to hunt prey in large numbers to provide enough energy for the fire crystals within their bodies. The heat constantly emitted by the fire crystal also helps maintain the high-temperature environment on Fire Rock Island, preventing it from being disrupted by the ocean currents of the extremely cold sea. If you observe carefully, you'll find that this massive group of creatures constantly radiated heat. Hey, you stupid snakes inside, listen up. Your Stephen Chow is here to treat you to dinner today. Get your Stephen Chow here right now. Grandpa's really irritable. Outside the cave, a noisy commotion broke the friendly meal of the fire serpents, startling them all. On Fire Rock Island, apart from the dwindling number of red-eyed crocodiles that pose a slight threat, no other creature has dared to appear near their burrows for a long time. The provoked snakes immediately became chaotic, and then several of the leading fire snakes hissed, as if they were communicating with each other. Finally, the 2 fire snakes, each about 7 meters long, received the command from their kin and slowly swam out of the cave, their red tongues flicking. Huh, what trash snakes? Are you afraid of your Stephen Chow? You're all hiding inside and won't come out, huh? Look closely, Stephen Chow is marking out a piece of land for you first. Seeing that there was no movement in the cave for a long time, the talkative starfish, who was initially a little worried, became more and more confident as it cursed. He possessed the courage to hold off 10,000 men. It hopped and skipped to the cave entrance. Then his body suddenly contracted, and a slightly smelly liquid sprayed onto the cave entrance. Phew, that feels good. It shook its body, then secretly peeked into the dark cave. Suddenly, it saw a pair of bright red vertical pupils light up in the dark cave. A huge fire serpent was rushing towards it at high speed. Mommy, Daddy, quick, come save me. Upon seeing the arrival of the main character, the talkative starfish quickly got up and rolled out as fast as a whirlwind, using its tentacles. Roar! The fire serpent, which had been disturbed from its meal, was furious and wanted nothing more than to devour the provocateur alive. But a slightly sweet fragrance suddenly wafted from the cave entrance, causing it to hesitate for a moment. The fire serpent, which was not very intelligent to begin with, immediately gave up chasing the starfish and instead started looking for the source of the scent. After all, it hadn't eaten enough. A few seconds later, it seemed to have found the source of the smell. It stuck out its tongue and tentatively licked the red liquid at the cave entrance. It seems a little sweet. Uncertainly, he brought the snake's head closer and licked it again. Not enough. Have another bite. Wait, what am I doing out here? After a few bites, the fire snake realized that it hadn't come out to lick the sugar water. Roar! Its fellow inhabitants were climbing up quickly behind it, so it had to temporarily resist the temptation of the sugar water. I plan to kill this audacious starfish first, and then savor the taste of this red liquid. Dad, is this any good? This stupid snake is going to eat me. Hearing the shouts around him, Jiang Shin remained expressionless and then began to count down silently in his mind. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the fire serpent, which was chasing the talkative starfish, suddenly stiffened. Its crimson pupils first showed confusion, then terror. A tremendous feeling of compression emanated from inside its body. This is a strong feeling of discomfort caused by the rapid shrinkage of the body, which the internal organs cannot adapt to at the same rate. Roar! The fire serpent screamed, and, as it rolled over, it discovered that the stupid starfish in front of it was rapidly growing larger. No! How could that be? It must have eaten something wrong today. How could there be a creature larger than its own kind? Let's start with you. Jiang Shin, who had been waiting for a long time, had a cold expression on his face. The bow and arrow in his hand, which had been ready to be fired, was already aimed at the fire snake that had shrunk to 3 meters. He took a deep breath and quickly drew the Shin bird-heavy bow in his hand. As a faint bluebird phantom emerged from the bow and arrow, the arrow, like a homing missile, pierced directly through the head of the fire serpent. Not bad. It was worth wasting over 100 wooden arrows practicing with. The exhilarating feeling of a headshot made him nod unconsciously. If we ignore the distance of about 20 meters between them, he might really have the talent to be a sharpshooter. Defeat the black iron creature fire serpent to obtain 1 mutated sea beast egg. A familiar voice rang in my ears. Before Jiang Shin could even feel joy, another fire snake had already rushed out of the cave. Its crimson pupils were fixed on Jiang Shin, taking in the entire scene that had just unfolded. Although it didn't know why its companion had suddenly turned into a young snake, it knew that this annoying creature must have been the one who attacked it from behind. Roar! The enormous fangs suddenly opened, and a burnt, foul smell, along with a fishy stench, rushed directly towards Jiang Shin. El desson! Do it! Seeing the enormous fire serpent charging towards him like a tank, Jiang Shin remained calm. Taking a deep breath, he raised the Shin bird-heavy bow again, the arrow tip locking onto the opponent's massive body. Dad, don't be afraid. Watch me control it. The talkative starfish had already picked up the scented water gun it had prepared beforehand and pulled the trigger. The aromatic water gun has an extremely high firing rate. The fire serpent only caught a whiff of an enticing fragrance in the air, and before it could even savor it, a strong sense of oppression suddenly erupted from within its body. Hiss! Hiss! Because it was still in a forward-moving state, its internal organs still had a great deal of kinetic inertia. The sudden cessation and rapid shrinkage of its body caused its internal organs to begin to rupture. Overwhelmed by the immense pain, the fire serpent, now about 2 meters long, began to writhe wildly on the ground. The second one, Jiang Shin, remained calm as he watched the fiery serpent writhing before him. Rose absorbed the sword's blade and finally ended the opponent's struggle. 2 minutes later, Jiang Shin put the 2 dismembered snake corpses into his backpack, then carefully examined the red crystal in his hand that was constantly emitting heat. So this is the fire source crystal? Feeling the warmth emanating from his hands, Jiang Shin felt completely comfortable, and the high temperature on the island seemed to have lost its effect on him. This thing can actually regulate body temperature? His eyes held a hint of delight, but at the same time, a feeling of aversion to the cold quietly rose in his heart. El desson. Continue. Sprinkle the rest of the medicine around the cave entrance. I want all the fire snakes here. Jiang Shin raised the Shin bird-heavy bow in his hand again and fixed his gaze on the dark cave entrance. He still had 80 wooden arrows and 8 high-quality iron arrows, enough to deal with the group of fire snakes inside. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin, who had been waiting for a long time, emerged from the shadows and ran straight to the top of the cave entrance. A golden breath was brewing within its mouth, and any stray fish attempting to attack Jiang Shin would be its primary target. At this moment, the numerous fire serpents, still devouring flesh and blood, were unaware that they had been targeted by a cunning human. Chapter 62, The Nightmare of the Fire Serpents, the powerful bracelet of the Siren Guardian. At this moment, a strong, fragrant aroma was spreading deeper into the cave through the tunnel. What's that smell? It looks delicious. Eat it, eat it. With the aromatic water gun taking effect passively, the fire snakes deep in the cave were thrown into chaos. The dozen or so enormous fire snakes immediately abandoned their prey and scrambled to crawl out of the cave. They smelled it, right outside the cave entrance. It was a delicious treat that they couldn't resist. Eldest son, Xiao Jin, get ready. Outside the cave, Jiang Shin stared intently at the entrance, the fire crystal on his body radiating heat while subtly regulating his body temperature. He smelled it, right inside the cave entrance, that strong, fishy stench. Roar. Several roars came from inside the cave, and 2 huge fire snakes with their bodies intertwined rushed out of the cave entrance first. As a reward for being the first to arrive, they will have priority in tasting the source of this enticing aroma. Hiss! Hiss! The 2 fire serpents first looked around at the messy entrance with suspicion, then slowly stretched their heads toward the ground stained with red liquid. This is the source of the fragrance? Two giant snakes extended their tongues and tentatively licked the clump of red liquid stained with mud. That's just right. This is the taste. Before they could even savor the moment, a sudden roar from behind them made them gasp in shock. An uneasy feeling was urging them to leave the cave entrance quickly and make way for the frenzied herd behind them. But it was all too late. The effects of the degeneration potion kicked in quickly. Their enormous bodies are rapidly shrinking, and they're gradually losing control of their bodies. No! A tremendous crawling sound came from behind, and the pupils of the two fiery snakes reflected a light of fear. Roar! The enormous roar came again. The enormous bodies of the three giant snakes completely filled the cave entrance, and beneath them lay the bodies of two smaller snakes crushed into a pulp. What a pity! Even if the crushed snake meat recovers its size, it will still be a lump and has lost its value as a resource. Jiang Shin shook his head, then waved to the talkative starfish waiting to the side. Seeing Jiang Shin's command, the talkative starfish also revealed an evil smile. That was so exciting. That was so much fun. It's definitely more interesting to go out with my dad than to stay on the boat. You stinking snake, take this from Stephen Chow. The talkative starfish quickly pulled the trigger of the aromatic water gun in its hand, and the red liquid sprayed rapidly and evenly onto the bodies of the three giant snakes. As the aromatic water gun activated, the three fire snakes completely ignored the strange starfish spraying water at them. They couldn't wait to lick the crimson liquid that clung to the other's body. This is the taste. Starfish are beneficial insects. Having tasted the sweetness, the three giant snakes shook their heads in ecstasy, constantly flicking their tongues. It seems to be urging the talkative starfish to spray some more liquid for them to eat. Their idea is simple. Since we're stuck at the entrance anyway, and can't get out anytime soon, and we can't eat starfish, we might as well drink some sweet water. But they don't know that sometimes beauty hides deadly danger. The sudden shrinking of their bodies dealt them a heavy blow. Before they could react, their companions, rushing from behind, crushed them into snakes. Bang! A huge noise came from the cave entrance. 5 enormous fire serpents, intertwined into a ball of thread, smashed the cave entrance to pieces and rolled out of the cave amidst a cloud of dust. El destin continue. Xiaojin, watch out for any fish that slipped through the net. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, the degraded medicine at the cave entrance had been completely buried by smoke and dust. Jiang Shin shouted loudly, and then the rose absorption sword in his hand trembled. It was his second talent, the slicing ability, that activated. Dad, watch me. The equally serious-looking, talkative starfish placed its glove-clad tentacles beneath it. Then, centering on the smooth, oval cross-section of the boxing glove, the entire body began to rotate rapidly. Take this. Invincible wind and fire wheels. Not only was the giant snake stunned, but Jiang Shin, who witnessed this scene, was also stunned. He did this the first time he met his eldest son. At this moment, the talkative starfish, like a rapidly spinning top, rushed towards the fire snakes that were trying to separate from their companions. As the talkative starfish kept pulling the trigger of the aromatherapy gun, large amounts of red liquid began to splash out in all directions. Instantly, the 5 fire snakes were evenly covered with a red liquid with an enticing aroma. Jiang Shin's eyes flickered, and seizing the opportunity, he suddenly thrust his sword out from behind the reef. As the serpent sphere began to shrink rapidly ahead, Rose drew her sword and transformed into a deadly grim reaper, relentlessly reaping the small fire serpents that had become stiff. He had to cherish these few precious seconds, because he didn't know how long the degeneration potion would keep the fire snakes under control. Dad, watch out, they're here again. A talkative, dark figure, panting heavily, stared intently at the cave entrance with its large single eye. The last 3 largest fire serpents roared and charged out at that moment. Roar! A roar different from that of the fire serpent came from above the cave entrance, and the golden breath that the dark gold sea iguana had condensed in its mouth had now reached its limit. Its golden pupils looked down at the 3 giant snakes rolling out below, and it suddenly unleashed its crystalline breath downwards towards the cave entrance. Golden crystals rapidly spread around, and any reefs and fire serpents that came into contact with the golden beam were completely crystallized by this attack. Finally done. Jiang Shin let out a breath. The continuous high-intensity attacks had left him somewhat mentally fatigued. Just when Jiang Shin and the others thought it was all over, a slightly smaller fire serpent struggled as its half-crystallized body suddenly burst out of the cave. It lunged straight at Jiang Shin, who was still finishing off the snakes. Roar! Everything happened too fast. The dark gold sea iguana had just finished exhaling its crystalline breath and hadn't even had a chance to catch its breath. There was no time to stop the suddenly appearing fire snake. You beast! Seeing the enormous snake's mouth rushing towards him, Jiang Shin only had time to put his wrist guards in front of him to block it. The blue-green wristband on his wrist was activated, suddenly emitting a blue shockwave. Boom! A powerful shockwave shattered the oncoming giant snake, then continued its relentless assault on the cave entrance. With a tremendous roar, the entire cave entrance could no longer withstand the power of the shockwave and finally collapsed completely in the dust and smoke. Call! Jiang Shin was panting heavily. It had been too dangerous just now. He had almost been swallowed whole by that beast. Fortunately, he had the Siren Guardian's bracers, and in that critical moment, he made the right choice. As the cave entrance continued to collapse, Jiang Shin swiftly slashed down several small fire snakes fleeing before him with his rose absorption sword. The silver patterns on the back of his hand continuously absorbed the life force of the fire snake, feeding back a steady stream of stamina to Jiang Shin. Finally done, eldest son, clean up the mess. After scanning the area and confirming that no one had slipped through the net, a fiery light finally shone in Jiang Shin's eyes. He made a fortune on this trip. Chapter 63, Selling Meat and Blood for Warmth. Crocodile Skin Shoe Manufacturing. Yes, eldest son, drag all of these out. Xiaojin, be careful. This is the crocodile skin I'll be using to make shoes in the future. Inside the cave, Jiang Shin directed Xiaojin and the talkative starfish to start moving the pile of sea beast corpses away. Fortunately, the carcass of the fire rock red-eyed crocodile is still there. Looking at the red-eyed crocodile carcass in front of him, which was now missing a section, Jiang Shin's face showed a look of heartache. Name: Scales of the fire rock red-eyed crocodile. Quality: Excellent Plus. Specifications: 50 units. Description: It has a hard texture and is a good material for making armor and leather boots. Leather boots made from it will have their own unique additional properties. Name: The broken body of a fire serpent. Quality: Excellent Plus. Description: This delicious meat provides a lot of heat when consumed, making it a good source of warmth. Jiang Shin made a rough estimate. Besides the red-eyed crocodile scales that can be used to make leather boots, there are nearly 200 units of edible flesh and blood from other creatures. Adding to the 300 units of fire snake meat and 12 fire source crystals in his backpack, he has reaped a very rich harvest this time. All right, eldest son, Xiaojin, it's time for us to go back. Turning to Pat Little Gold, who was licking a talkative starfish, Jiang Shin decided to return to the Starfall first. There must be many more fire serpents on Fire Rock Island. Who knows if they are a clan? If they come to avenge their kind, without the degeneration potion, it would be somewhat dangerous for Xiaojin to rely solely on them. He opened a trading hall and planned to sell 200 units of other creatures' flesh and blood first. He also wanted to find a survivor who could provide contract manufacturing services to make him a set of armor. As for the fire serpent's flesh and blood, he planned to keep it as a reserve of supplies to cope with the harsh environment of the extremely cold sea. No one knows whether that unknown sea area, where temperatures are below zero all year round, will still be able to catch a sufficient number of carnivorous fish. There are 5 mouths to feed on a ship right now, and the daily consumption of meat is quite substantial. Looking to purchase 100 units of sea monster flesh and 1 crafting blueprint for cold weather equipment. Blueprints for leather boots and leather armor are preferred. Note: all of these are the flesh and blood of special types of sea creatures, which have a slight warming effect after use. After sending the message, Jiang Shin also left a note at the end. While these flesh and blood are not as resistant to cold as the flesh and blood of the fire serpent, they are much stronger than those of sea beasts from other sea areas. 666. Did the boss go out hunting? Wow, flesh and blood that can keep you warm looks delicious. Boss, can I try a small piece for free? I'm freezing to death. Fire Rock Island? What a pity, I've passed by that island before, but I ran away as soon as I saw a giant snake in the distance. By the way, have you prepared your winter supplies? The Black Sea weather forecast says that the next sea area is likely to be extremely cold. Damn it, where am I supposed to find the black fire clay needed to build the sea furnace? How about everything else, except for this? I'm missing this too. A friend of mine said he got it from a treasure chest the other day. I'm so envious. Everyone, I suggest you build your sea furnaces before moving on to the next sea area. The temperature of minus 30 degrees Celsius is no joke. I've only been in there for less than 3 hours and my hands are already frostbitten. Jiang Shin looked at the comments above while quickly gathering useful information. It was minus 30 degrees Celsius as soon as we went in. This extremely cold sea area is too exaggerated. He frowned. If that were the case, without the sea furnace, death would be almost certain. Moreover, marine mammals live in the extremely cold seas. No, the leather boots for keeping warm must be made as soon as possible. Otherwise we will definitely get frostbite. Looking at his thin shoes that had been worn through in several places, Jiang Shin quickly sifted through information about equipment crafting in his private messages. After searching through thousands of private messages, he finally found a survivor who could make special leather boots. The other person's ID is Black Sea Craftsman Specialist, which clearly indicates that they have awakened a crafting talent. Boss, I've seen your trade information. The blueprints for the leather boots and leather armor are a perfect match for my talent, so I'm sorry I can't trade them. However, I can craft them for you, as long as you provide me with suitable materials. After glancing at the message, Jiang Shin nodded as if he had expected it. As more and more news about the frigid seas emerges, the prices of any equipment or items related to keeping warm will skyrocket. At this point, few people would bring out blueprints to exchange, since most people can distinguish between a full meal and a full stomach. How much is the processing fee? Do you plan to use timber or steel? He still has some reserves of timber and steel, which is quite suitable as processing fees. Boss, I don't want these. I've already traded for the charcoal and other things. I just want some flesh and blood, is that alright? The other party seemed to know the value of the flesh and blood that could be used to predict cold, and directly stated their needs. Sure, 50 units of cold-resistant flesh and blood will be the processing fee for a set of leather armor and 2 pairs of leather boots. I can provide the materials myself. Seeing that the other party wanted to exchange flesh and blood, Jiang Shin did not hesitate. He had plenty of flesh and blood on hand and did not feel any heartache. Okay, boss. By the way, could I see your crafting materials? The deal was settled, and the other party seemed very satisfied, casually inquiring about the materials used to make the boots. Just use these scales to make it for me. You should be able to provide the other auxiliary materials yourself. After sending the information about the fire rock red-eyed crocodile, Jiang Shin also sent the transaction link to the other party. As for the auxiliary materials used in making leather armor and boots, he believed that the other party must have them on hand, otherwise they wouldn't be in the OEM business. As for the possibility that the other party would accept the materials but not do anything, that possibility is extremely small. He checked the other party's recent publicly available transaction records, which showed almost 0 negative reviews, indicating that the other party had no issues with their credibility. It's worth mentioning that this involves the OEM, original equipment manufacturer, industry. Many survivors who have awakened the craftsman talent will proactively disclose some of their recent transaction records in order to maintain their credibility. This ensures that other survivors can confidently entrust them with the materials for crafting. However, materials are materials after all, and some wear and tear is to be expected. They sometimes manage to keep some of the remaining materials for themselves. Therefore, most survivors with the craftsman talent are doing quite well now. It's actually a scale-like material with special properties. Don't worry, boss. With my skills, I won't waste the properties that come with the material. Boss, if it's convenient for you now, just give me the materials. I guarantee I'll make it for you within 2 days. The other party seemed very interested in the scales of the fire rock red-eyed crocodile. After reading the information, they couldn't wait to ask Jiang Shin for the materials. I've sent it to you. Once it's finished, just send me a private message. After accepting the friend request, Jiang Shin left the chat channel. Given the speed of the Starfall Black Steel, it could actually reach the edge of the frigid sea area in less than a day. However, considering that the other party's production time would take 2 days, he planned to stay near the frigid sea area for 1 day first. While you're at it, use any extra fire crystals to exchange for some construction materials needed for Tier 3 ships. Chapter 64 Upgrade Conditions for Tier 3 Ships. He opened the ship information. He had been busy traveling lately and hadn't had a chance to carefully check the materials for upgrading a Level 3 ship. Name: Starfall Black Steel. Type: Special Ship. Class: Tier 2 Ship. Speed: 25 Black Sea Speed. Lowering the sails when sailing with the wind increases the Black Sea speed by 0.5. Dimensions: 15 meters long, 8 meters wide. Included buildings: wooden deck, steel outer armor, cloth sails, iron cabin, comfortable captain's command room, and 3 crew rest rooms. Constructible structures: captain's workbench, insulated sea furnace. Special Effect 1. The wooden boat with added magical materials has a unique effect that you will never have to worry about sinking. Special Effect 2. The properties of meteorite steel give your ship a counter-armor effect, automatically reflecting 20% of the damage received. Description: if you add an icebreaker to the iron hull of a second-class ship, I don't think anyone would want to go head-to-head with you. Upgrade requirements: 500 units of steel, 1 unit of deep-sea mithril, and 2 superior-grade ship auxiliary components. After browsing through the information, Jiang Shin shook his head. As expected, upgrading a Tier 3 ship isn't so easy. Steel is easy to deal with. He has 200 units of unused limestone steel in his backpack, and he can also purchase it through the trading hall. However, the remaining 2 conditions are somewhat demanding. Leaving aside the unheard of deep-sea mithril, just 2 high-quality ship components are a problem facing all survivors. It is important to know that only devices such as propellers, grappling hooks, or those closely related to the hull can be considered ship components. For example, The magical holy spring on his ship cannot be counted as a component of the ship. The V-shaped propulsion unit could indeed be considered a component of a ship. Given his skill level, he only managed to acquire this one superior grade ship component, which gives you an idea of how difficult it is to upgrade to a tier 3 ship. Forget it, things will work themselves out. As the shipping routes continue to expand, someone might get information about deep sea mithril. Putting the idea of upgrading to a level 3 ship out of his mind for now, Jiang Shin decided to wait until they had crossed the extremely cold sea before making a decision. Roar! Little gold, swimming on the sea surface, suddenly stopped. Its golden pupils turned into vertical pupils, and it subconsciously began to prepare its crystalline breath. What's wrong, Xiao Jin? Sensing Xiao Jin's emotional fluctuations, Jiang Shin's expression changed, and the rose pistol quickly appeared in his right hand. He immediately scanned the calm sea surface around him with vigilance. Impressive perception. It seems you were indeed hiding your strength. A cold voice came from beneath the sea, sending a chill down Jiang Shin's spine. Damn it, I was careless. I didn't even realize the other person was right next to me when they got so close. If it weren't for Xiao Jin, it would have been very easy for the other party to ambush him. No, you should bring a small bottle with you next time you go out. Gently soothing the restless little gold beneath him, Jiang Shin regained his composure. The fact that the other party didn't make a direct move suggests they had other motives. Who are you? Since you're here, why don't you come out and show yourself? The Siren Guardian bracers in his hand kept flashing blue light, ready to be activated at any time as Jiang Shin continued to probe the opponent's location. Don't be nervous. Dealing with you will still be quite troublesome. As a semi-transparent water sphere emerged from the sea, a girl dressed in black slowly materialized from the water. Hello, my name is Dragon Girl. You can also call me the Water Master. The surrounding seawater kept gathering towards her body, revealing her beautiful face and full upper body. You're not human? Upon seeing the other person's face clearly, Jiang Shin's gaze turned cold. This was because the other party had a pair of blue dragon horns growing on its head. No, I'm a survivor, just like you. The dragon girl gently shook her head, and as the seawater continued to gather, her lower body gradually emerged from the water. She stood barefoot on the sea, looking at the dark golden sea iguana beneath Jiang Shin with a hint of curiosity. Are you a survivor too? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shin was also taken aback. Are all people mutating this fast? He thought playing with sea monsters all day was abstract enough, but he didn't expect that some people would actually stop being human. Wait, what kind of look is that? I'll repeat myself. I'm human. It's just that my awakened talent is a bit special. Seeing Jiang Shin looking at him like he was a monster, Long Injin gritted his teeth and almost couldn't help but fire a water cannon at him. Hold on, Long Injin. You are a noble dragon maiden, an awakened one of the power to control water. You must always be mindful of your aloof image. He silently encouraged himself and then breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, you followed me all this way. You probably didn't just want to chat about everyday things, right? Hearing the other party mention talent, Jiang Shin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had just confirmed that there was indeed a survivor with the ID Dragon Girl on the power rankings, and she was ranked 8th. You should have some fire source crystals, right? I want 5. Name your price. The Dragon Girl then withdrew her gaze from examining the dark gold sea iguana and turned her attention to Jiang Shin on its back. In her eyes, the only thing that could pose a threat to her was this golden sea lizard. As for Jiang Shin and the talkative starfish that had been hiding underwater waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, she never took them seriously. So that's why you've been following me all this way. Upon hearing the words fire source crystal, Jiang Shin's gaze became somewhat complicated. I never expected that this was the reason they came. No, I just happened to be passing by. This is just a water clone formed for my talent, so you don't need to worry about me snatching the fire source crystal from you. Seeing the wary look on Jiang Shin's face, Long Injin knew that the other party had misunderstood. I have an object that allows me to observe the heat source of a living organism's body. You should be wearing a fire crystal. And since you came from the direction of Fire Rock Island, I guess you probably have quite a few fire source crystals. She lightly touched the water surface with her bare feet, then slowly walked towards Jiang Shin. No, there's only this one. You guessed wrong. Seeing that the other party was eyeing his fire source crystal, Jiang Shin quickly shook his head and took out the fire source crystal that he always kept on his person to keep warm. Stop pretending. I'll trade you 5 fire crystals for an excellent grade item. My main body had already entered the frigid sea area beforehand. Otherwise, I could have fought those fire serpents myself. Seeing Jiang Shin's stubborn refusal to admit it, Long Injin gritted his teeth in anger. If it weren't for the fact that her main body was trapped in the extremely cold sea due to a lack of information about the fire source crystal, she really wouldn't want to argue with this guy here. And those Black Sea Brotherhood guys, they actually hid information about Fire Rock Island. They're even more despicable. The thought that the Black Sea Brotherhood leader had waited until their fleet entered the frigid waters before pretending to sell them the information about Fire Rock Island made her even angrier. An excellent level item. Let me take a look before deciding whether to keep it. Seeing that the other party did not seem to be deceiving him, and that a single water clone should not pose a threat to him, Jiang Shin immediately felt more confident. Here you go. I think your awakened talent is related to beast taming, so you shouldn't refuse this. He pulled out a bright green crystal from somewhere, and Long Injin's lips curled slightly. Chapter 65, The Deal with the Dragon Girl, Shared Gem. Well, this is it. If I could use it, you wouldn't get it for free. Long Injin waved the green gem in his hand in front of Jiang Shin. Jiang Shin also curiously examined the green gem in the other party's hand and immediately activated his appraisal skill. Name, Trait Sharing Gem. Classification, Commanding/Domination Category, Transcendental Side. Quality, Excellent. Conditions for use. Both parties must have a soul bond or contractual relationship. Description, after use, the gem will automatically split in two, generating a shared mark. Both players will gain a weakened version of the other's talent trait. Nice one. After reading the information, Jiang Shin was overjoyed. This was simply a boon for those with beast-taming talents. Jiang Shin quickly calculated in his mind that although he was not a beast tamer in the traditional sense, he should be able to use it if he met the prerequisite of soul binding. Cough cough, the stuff is alright, but 5 fire source crystals are too much, 3 is better. Although he really wanted it, Jiang Shin knew that since the other party had even brought out such an item, they must be in a great hurry to use the fire source crystal. At a time like this, it would be a complete fool not to raise the price. What? 3? You did this on purpose, Jiang Shin. Upon hearing that Jiang Shin would give 3 pills, Long Injin almost went berserk on the spot. She had never experienced the other party's utter lack of conscience before, thinking they could exchange her superior grade item for a mere 3 fire source crystals. No, just 5. You believe I can just throw them in the trading hall, and those beast tamers will offer them even more value. Long Injin glared fiercely at Jiang Shin. If her clone weren't only 1/10 the strength of her original body, she would have really wanted to steal it directly. I don't believe it. Jiang Shin remained calm and uttered 2 words that almost broke Long Injin's defenses. Fine. Fine. You win 4. Long Injin almost ground his teeth to powder. Before transmigrating, she was a pampered young lady, and after transmigrating, she swept across an area with her powerful talent. This was the first time she had experienced being humiliated since she transmigrated. No, this isn't the first time. The leader of the Black Sea Brotherhood is also a scoundrel. 3. Jiang Shin picked at his nails and wiped the golden scales on Little Golden Head, looking like he wasn't in a hurry. You bitch! Long Injin cursed inwardly, then took a deep breath, and his chest, which had almost burst open, finally stopped shaking. Okay, just accept my friend request and send the fire source crystal directly to my main body. It seems that Long Injin's water clone does not have the ability to exchange items, so Jiang Shin can only send the fire source crystal directly to the main body through a private message between friends. Give me the things first. Upon hearing the other party's agreement, Jiang Shin, who had been pretending to be very busy, finally rolled his eyes and extended his hand to the other party. Hello. Long Injin almost laughed out of anger. What a joke. She was the 8th ranked dragon maiden, and the other party was actually worried that she would renege on her debt. She tossed the green gem to Jiang Shin in a huff, and after confirming that Jiang Shin had given the fire source crystal to his main body, she plunged headfirst into the seawater. She didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. She was determined to let Jiang Shin experience the power of her fists when she had a chance. So irritable. I thought she was a cool and aloof girl. Jiang Shin shook his head. Through their conversation, he had already realized that although she appeared tough on the outside, she was actually just an immature little girl at heart. Dad, shall we do it? The talkative starfish poked its head out of the water. It had been observing the other fish from underwater. No need. It's just a water clone. Besides, humanity needs more powerful beings. With his gaze fixed on the calm, seen not far away, Jiang Shin's eyes revealed a profound look. It seems that the fire source crystal is more useful than I expected. Even a powerful figure like the Dragon Girl needs fire source crystals to cope with the cold wave, so it seems he can't easily use the fire source crystals he has. Let's go, Xiaojin, let's go home. After patting the little goldfish that had taken a nap beneath him, Jiang Shin and the other 2 continued on their journey. Speaking of which, who should the shared trait gem be used on? After returning to the Starfall Black Steel, Jiang Shin took out the green gem and began to study it. Detectors and stingers can be ruled out first. Crystallizing breath won't work either. Who knows where it will come from? Then all that's left is the near-death metamorphosis, the golden armor, and the dark gold claws. After much hesitation, Jiang Shin decided to give the shared attribute gem to Xiaojin. The talent of near-death metamorphosis has great potential, but when it appeared on the talkative starfish, Jiang Shin immediately ruled it out. The reason is simple. The eldest son has a high-speed limb regeneration ability, which means he may not be able to randomly obtain the near-death transformation talent. Although the talent of high-speed limb recovery is actually very strong, it has too many limitations. Most importantly, he doesn't have the pain immunity and high resistance of talkative starfish, so the pain after limb amputation is unbearable for most people. Most importantly, this skill has too many limitations, especially when fighting against other survivors. For example, if both sides have pistols, bullets will prioritize hitting the other's head and heart, and these locations are not considered limbs. His talent is severely limited. The golden armor and golden claw are different. One is offensive and the other is defensive, both enhancing Jiang Shin's combat power. In other words, as a back row character, he only needs to stack up defense and damage. There's no need for him to rush to the front and engage in melee combat with the sea monsters. Anyway, as the mutated sea monster eggs hatch, he will not lack sea monster species that are good at melee combat. Xiaojin, come here. Jiang Shin waved to the dark gold sea iguana that was sharpening its teeth with limestone on the deck. Roar? Little Jean jumped to the door of the captain's command room in 2 leaps, but because of its large size, it could only stick its head in and look at Jiang Shin with a puzzled expression. Ahem, Little Jean, I've got something good for you. Looking at the little goldfish, which was nearly 2.5 meters tall, Jiang Shin reached out and patted its head. I must say, the 5th brother is quite burly. With those muscular physiques, he's clearly a golden-skinned physical education student. Little Gold nuzzled against Jiang Shin's arm comfortably, then blinked its golden pupils at the green gem in Jiang Shin's hand. This is a trait-sharing gem. After using it, we can each gain a weakened version of the other's talent. Little Jean was very intelligent. After listening to Jiang Shin's explanation, it gently placed its golden head in front of Jiang Shin. With a thought, Jiang Shin noticed that the green gem in his hand began to emit bursts of fluorescence. Green fluorescence began to swirl around Jiang Shin and Xiaojin, eventually forming a pattern resembling a magic circle. Immediately afterwards, a golden ball of light emerged from Xiaojin's body, and a small, light blue mark appeared on his head. From Xiaojin's perspective, a cyan mark was also thrown out from Jiang Shin's body. Yes, that's right, it was thrown out by a pitch-black claw. It curiously observed the black shadow that flashed past Jiang Shin, its eyes filled with great doubt. Of course, Jiang Shin was unaware of all this, and could not see these things from his perspective. Special gem activated, granting the golden armor's special ability. Special gem activated, granting the cut ability. As the green fluorescence quickly disappeared, a golden mark appeared on Jiang Shin's forehead. At the same time, the golden armor talent appeared on Jiang Shin's personal panel. Chapter 66, The Powerful Golden Armor, Installing Ship Icebreakers. Jiang Shin couldn't wait to check his personal panel. Name, Jiang Shin. Status, healthy. Strength, for +2 +5 +3, 90/100. Speed, for +1, 92/100. Physical fitness, 5, 98/100. Defense, 0 +1 +3. Concealment, 0 +1. Spirit, 6 +5, 98 out of 100. The higher the spirit, the higher the sanity, and the faster the sanity recovers. Reason, 6, 97 out of 100. Reason below 50 will cause panic, below 30 will cause suicidal thoughts, and below 10 will cause complete madness. Talent 1, Mutated Sea Beast Egg, Authority Level. Talent 2, Slice and Dice, Rank C. The sea level talent of the Hill civilization corresponds to the excellent quality talent in the Black Sea world. Talent 3, Golden Armor, Excellent. If the weakened version of the Golden Armor has an excellent level talent, then Little Golden Armor must have an excellent quality talent. Nodding in satisfaction, Jiang Shin curiously clicked on the Golden Armor's talent introduction. Golden Armor. Actively activated, it consumes mental energy to generate a layer of Golden Armor Phantom on the body surface. The defensive ability is positively correlated with mental energy. As mental energy increases, the defensive ability will increase accordingly. It's linked to mental strength, and I didn't expect it to be a talent that can grow linearly. Seeing this, Jiang Shin immediately took out the Rose Absorption Sword, intending to test the defensive capabilities of the Golden Armor. Buzz! As a magnificent Golden Armor Phantom slowly appeared on his body, Jiang Shin's pupils gradually began to turn golden. His talent is somewhat similar to Honkai's. As Jiang Shin examined the Golden Armor Phantom on his arm, the corners of his mouth involuntarily began to curl upwards. He's just too handsome. Just looking at this outfit, it blows Honkai out of the water. If Honkai's Armor Phantom is similar to the armor of an ancient general, Then his golden armor is a completely different beast armor. In particular, the hideous mask that appeared on his head protected even his eyes, without affecting his vision at all. It's important to know that Red Kai's armor phantom can only defend the upper body. Let's test the defensive capabilities again. Coming to his senses, Jiang Shin raised the rose absorption sword in his hand, the tip of the sword slashing straight at his right arm. Of course, he held back his strength in this attack. He wasn't foolish enough to test his full power right from the start. Bang! As the sound of the sword blade colliding with the armor's phantom rang out, golden sparks flashed past, and a recoil force immediately traveled along the sword and onto Jiang Shin's arm. His left hand, which was gripping the rose-drawing sword, trembled slightly involuntarily due to the recoil. Good heavens, it can even be used in conjunction with the ring of resistance. Golden light flashed in Jiang Shin's eyes, and joy shone through his pale golden pupils. However, defending against the attack just now wasn't without its costs. The single strike directly depleted Jiang Shin's mental state by 5 points. This is not an attribute value, but rather the remaining 95/100. 5 minutes later, Jiang Shin wearily put the rose-absorbing sword back into its sheath. After testing, he discovered that the golden armor truly lived up to its superior talent, possessing no blind spots and exceptionally strong defensive capabilities against bladed weapons. He had been attacking himself for a full 5 minutes before he had barely depleted 65 points of his mental state. Moreover, he used the cutting talent once during this period. Not only did the golden armor defend against it, but also only deducted 20 points of his mental state value. Haha, we've hit the jackpot. The things on the Dragon Girl are indeed amazing. After experiencing the power of the golden armor, Jiang Shin finally concluded that the Dragon Girl was a good person. By the way, Xiao Jin, which of my talents did you acquire? Suddenly remembering his mutated sea beast egg talent, Jiang Shin's eyes lit up with anticipation. Roar! Upon hearing Jiang Shin's question, Xiao Jin immediately began to gesticulate wildly as she described the scene she had just witnessed. Then it extended a sharp claw and gently poked at the door of the captain's command room next to it. Bang! With a single poke, a fist-sized hole suddenly exploded in the door of the captain's lounge. Little Gold was slightly taken aback, then raised its golden claws and began to roar excitedly. That powerful! Jiang Shin stared at the hole in the gate, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. It turns out that using the cutting talent on myself was a waste. Only sea beasts like Xiao Jin, with their naturally powerful physiques, can unleash the true power of their cutting talent. This will make us more confident in entering the extremely cold seas. With his confidence greatly boosted, Jiang Shin decided to continue his journey towards the frigid sea area tonight. At the same time, he took out the icebreaker blueprints from his backpack, which should be very useful in the extremely cold sea. Name: Icebreaker Blueprint. Quality: excellent. Require materials: 200 units of any hard steel or iron ore. Effect: collected materials can be used to craft icebreakers for ships, which can be placed at the bow of the ship to attack other ships, doubling the effect of breaking ice. Description: before the advent of cannons and other long-range attack methods, its appearance would be a nightmare for other ships and ordinary sea monsters. Opening his backpack, he found that he had 20 units of steel left, but 200 units of limestone ore, which was just enough to meet the construction requirements for the icebreaker. Begin construction. Jiang Shin took 200 units of limestone ore out of his backpack and silently recited the command. Consuming 1 icebreaker blueprint and 200 limestone ore, begin constructing a ship-specific icebreaker. As the familiar voice rang out, Jiang Shin felt as if the entire Starfall Black Steel ship was suddenly enveloped by some mysterious power, and some magical changes began to occur on the bow and sides of the ship. A flash of light passed by, and the entire ship began to vibrate slightly. Inside the cabin, the little ones who were grilling fish curiously poked their heads out and looked at Jiang Shin with puzzled expressions. It's all right, you can continue. After waving to the little ones, Jiang Shin turned his gaze to the bow of the Starfall Black Steel. On the once smooth bow of the ship, a huge V-shaped steel object stood upright. At the very bottom of a massive V-shaped steel structure, there's a huge spring-like object that supports rotation, seemingly able to change the direction of the V-shaped steel structure at will. The steel icebreaker, a full 3 meters long, leaned quietly against the bow of the ship, gleaming with a cold silver light under the moonlight. How do I use this? Jiang Shin scratched his head and then walked back to the captain's command room. Sure enough, a blue gear shifter was found in the lower right corner of the compass. Name: Icebreaker Control Shift. Description: the placement and use of the icebreaker can be adjusted via the gear lever. Note that using the icebreaker will consume some of the ship's power. After reading the information, Jiang Shin tentatively gripped the gear shift and began carefully adjusting its direction. As the gear lever was lowered, The massive V-shaped steel bar immediately began to move, with a steering spring mechanism below constantly adjusting the position of the icebreaker, gradually lowering the V-shaped steel bar from the bow. Finally, the entire icebreaker was changed from a vertical position to a position parallel to the ship. The massive V-shaped steel structure directly in front of the bow is not a parallel straight line, but rather slopes slightly downwards towards the ship. As Jiang Shin shifted the gear lever down again, the entire V-shaped steel began to spin rapidly. Under the immense kinetic energy, the seawater around the bow was constantly affected by the kinetic energy of the V-shaped steel and began to rotate. Upon opening the ship's control panel, Jiang Shin discovered that the ship's speed had decreased from 50 Black Sea speed per day to 30 Black Sea speed per day. Overload status has entered cooldown. It is now in normal load status. It's amazing that even the kinetic energy generated by the thruster is being converted into the power for the icebreaker. After learning how to use it, he turned the gear lever up, and the V-shaped steel stopped rotating. It then began to rise slowly until it returned to its original upright position. Jiang Shin walked out of the captain's command room and onto the deck. He looked down and observed the serrated steel patterns that had appeared on both sides of the ship and nodded in satisfaction. In this way, there's no need to worry about the ship being blocked by the ice and unable to move forward at all. With everything prepared, Jiang Shin looked at the White Sea area on the nautical chart and no longer hesitated. I've arrived at the frigid seas. Chapter 67, The Frigid Sea, The Strange Thief's Gloves. Little Gouet, add more charcoal to the stove, it's too cold. Inside the cabin, Jiang Shin warmed himself by the fire while collecting the magical spring water that had been generated into a wooden cup. Wooden cups are produced on ship workbenches and are very cheap. One cup can be made with just 2 units of wood. Jiang Shin originally planned to use the workbench to make other items. However, through practice, he discovered that the workbench could only produce some daily necessities such as tables, chairs, and cups. Other items could not be produced at the moment. As for crafting ordinary level weapons, blueprints are required, and the crafting efficiency is very low. Therefore, at this stage, his workbench can only be used as a basic daily necessity manufacturing device. He had 12 liters of the magical spring water left. He planned to keep 2 liters for himself and sell the rest to exchange for some basic supplies. Looking to buy 10 units of mystic spring water, 10 liters, or 10 units of deep-sea mithril, or 300 units of steel. Remembering the rare materials needed for upgrading a Tier 3 ship, Jiang Shin also added the request to purchase deep-sea mithril. This is a good opportunity to see if anyone else has obtained this item. It's worth mentioning that the popularity of the magical spring water remains quite remarkable. As soon as he posted the link, a huge thread started popping up in the chat channel. Jiang Shin quickly scrolled down the comments, trying to find information about deep-sea mithril. Boss, I only have 200 units of steel left. I need the rest to upgrade my ship. Can I buy 7 liters? Deep-sea mithril? Isn't that something you only need to upgrade to a Tier 3 ship? Dude, I just upgraded my Tier 2 ship yesterday, and you're already planning to upgrade to Tier 3? 666, they're not even going to act anymore. Haha, it seems like this thing isn't being sold in our region. I think I saw someone selling it once in the world chat before, but it was snapped up very quickly. Wah, can someone give me a ride? I feel like my ship can't outrun the black tide. I'm willing to abandon the ship and give all the supplies on board to a kind person. TCH, it's not that simple. Right now, apart from those crazy old men on the beast-taming side who have contract-type items, no one else has ever even seen one. How can we let strangers board the ship with peace of mind? Of course, if you're a girl, you can come find me at coordinates XX. Sorry, I just changed my ID. If you're a pretty girl, add me with this new ID. Brother, do you want a sister who weighs 300 pounds? I also want to ride on a big boat, sob sob sob. Get out, we don't accept tiger style here. Seeing this, Jiang Shin couldn't help but laugh. The people inside remained as optimistic as ever. However, it is obvious that mithril is still in short supply at this stage, while some people still have a considerable amount of steel in their hands. For example, the guy who just asked him to exchange 200 units of steel for 7 liters of magical spring water. After some consideration, he agreed to the change. Since the spring water refreshes every night, it's better to convert it into the resources you need as soon as possible. Just after Jiang Shin completed the transaction, there were also reports of orders for the previously posted blueprints for winter-resistant equipment. Brother, I don't have the blueprints here, but I do have a high-quality glove. Do you think we could exchange it for cold-resistant flesh and blood? Jiang Shin opened the private message and found that the other party's ID was Burning Flame. Send me the information about the gloves. I'll take a look. Jiang Shin thought for a moment and decided to check the function of the other party's items before deciding whether to exchange them. After all, most players already knew about the Arctic Ocean, and the blueprints for cold weather equipment had become a gold mine, with few willing to trade them. Okay bro, I got these gloves from a gasapon machine. They're really good, but they're a little bit abstract. Upon seeing Jiang Shin's reply, the other party didn't hesitate and immediately sent over the information about the gloves. Name: Thief's Gloves. Quality: Excellent Plus. Characteristic: Thieves never leave empty-handed. Description: The thief arsons magic gloves. The wearer will have one chance to steal each day, randomly taking one item from the target. Of course, be careful, as in the Black Sea world, thieves are a profession that everyone hates. Its original owner, Arson, was hunted down for 10 years for stealing the underwear of an extraordinary woman and was eventually forced to jump into the abyss and drown. Note: having floated in the deep sea for hundreds of years, it seems to have undergone a magical transformation. This thing seems a bit improper. After reading the description, Jiang Shin's right eyelid twitched involuntarily. He had a feeling that this thing was more of a psychological insult than a practical use. However, given the quality of the items, the randomness of the effects adds a lot of room for manipulation. The fact that it can steal items from superhumans already proves its extraordinary nature. Okay, send it over. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Shin agreed to the exchange, since this was the first high-quality item he had obtained that could work on extraordinary beings. It's important to understand that even the highest quality sealing cube can only theoretically affect the extraordinary, while this glove has practical application. Okay. Big brother, I'll send it to you right away. The other parties seemed eager to sell the item, and Jiang Shin's order quickly showed that the transaction was successful. He had originally planned to ask if the other party had any other extraordinary items for sale, but unexpectedly, the other party blocked him after the transaction was completed. Why did you block me? Sensing something was wrong, Jiang Shin quickly took out the thief's gloves from his backpack. As soon as he took it out, he knew what was wrong. There was only one glove. Moreover, a red eye had grown on the glove, seemingly staring right at him. Hey kid, surprised? Unexpected. The red eyeballs swayed back and forth, and a mouth struggled to emerge from below them. Hee, as a greeting gift, let me see what good stuff you have on you, kid. Before Jiang Shin could react, the black glove reached out and grasped at the air, and Jiang Shin's rose pistol appeared in the glove's hand. Wow, big surprise. Kid, kneel down and acknowledge me as your master, and I'll spare your life. How about that? Seeing that he had actually taken Jiang Shin's pistol, Red Eye Gloves grinned, a hint of smugness in his eyes. Wait, are you sure you want to do this? Jiang Shin was slightly surprised, as the other party took the rose pistol almost instantly. However, his expression quickly calmed down. Do you know that a pistol and its holster are never separated? He shook his head slightly. He then reached into his holster, mimicked the other person's earlier action, and gently clenched his fist in the air. The rose-colored pistol returned directly to Jiang Shin's hands. All right, I think you should introduce yourself now. Pointing the muzzle of the rose-colored pistol at the other person's red eyes, Jiang Shin stared at him expressionlessly. How is that possible? How did you do that? The red eyes on the glove suddenly widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. For the first time in all these years, someone has been able to take something back from it. You making a fuss over nothing. The eyeball monster on the wooden table opened its eyes and looked at the glove's shocked expression with a mocking look. Chapter 68, The Glove Monster's Experience, and the Strange Sea Figure. Kid, you've passed. I only cooperate with the strong. Seeing that Jiang Shin was not easy to deal with, the glove monster quickly gave a fake, dry laugh. Tell me about it. I don't think this glove has any consciousness. Jiang Shin pressed the rose-shaped pistol tightly against the glove monster. The other party's abilities were too bizarre, and he had to take necessary precautions before confirming their identity. With his pale golden pupils fixed on the other's red eyes, a pale golden phantom slowly appeared on Jiang Shin's body. Ahem, it's all a misunderstanding. I was just checking if you had the potential to be my master. After all, I was chased into the abyss by that unlucky guy from before and wandered around for hundreds of years. Wah, do you know how I've lived these past few centuries? It's such a sad memory. Stealing a glance at the pale golden phantom on Jiang Shin's body, the glove monster quickly put on a pitiful expression. Enough with the nonsense. I just want to know why you became conscious. This acting was not even a tenth as good as the eldest son's, so Jiang Shin could not possibly be fooled by the other party's appearance. Just a guy who got lucky and ate the soul pearl, yet he dares to play tricks here. Before the glove monster could speak, the eyeball monster, who had been watching with disapproval for a while, began to mock it in a sarcastic tone. You know, there's only one man on this ship, and that's me, the eyeball master. The eyeball monster roared proudly inside, as if venting its long-suppressed resentment. Of course, in reality, it still had to keep a low profile due to Jiang Shin's tyranny. And what are you? How do you know about the soul pearl? Upon hearing this, the glove monster's red eyes showed a hint of shock. It then noticed a large stone eyeball lying on a wooden table not far from it. Listen up. I am the most precious treasure of the maritime merchants, the crystallization of the wisdom of the Black Sea world, and the greatest creation in the world, the eyeball monster. Upon hearing the glove monster finally ask a question, the stone eyeball immediately perked up, as it had been thinking about this name for many years. It's important to understand that not just any item can serve as a merchant's pledge. In a sense, it's one in a million. TCH, it's just a contract item. I thought it was something important. The glove monster clearly knew quite a bit. He curled his lip and his eyes revealed a look of disdain. Damn it, you lousy guy dares to look down on me? Today I'll show you what happens when you underestimate your seniors. The eyeball monster could not tolerate the insult to its proudest heritage. It immediately roared in fury. Then its large eyes rolled upwards, revealing a mouth full of fangs. It leaped over the wooden table and roared as it charged toward the glove monster. Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Clearly, the glove monster was also an unruly creature. It formed its 5 fingers into claws and intended to stab the large eyeball above the eyeball monster. Enough! Jiang Shin, who had been annoyed for a long time, finally couldn't stand it anymore. With a grab of his hands, he caught the 2 antagonists and lifted them into the air. Damn it, I'll eat you up. Damn it, I'll stab you to death. The glove monster and the eyeball monster were clearly out of their minds. Even though Jiang Shin was holding them in midair, they still struggled and angrily spat at each other. These 2 guys are quite strong. It seems we'll have to subdue them first. Feeling the strength of the 2 fools struggling in his hands, Jiang Shin frowned slightly. El destin. The 2 sides remained adamant in their demands, so Jiang Shin had no choice but to turn around and shout towards the sea furnace. Dad, what's wrong? What's wrong? Having already heard the commotion, the talkative starfish immediately grabbed the belt from the corner and strode over menacingly. He had a fierce look on his face, as if to say, let me see who dares to cause trouble in front of my father. These 2 are yours to teach them the rules of our ship. Disdainfully, Jiang Shin casually tossed the 2 oddballs, who were still spitting at each other, to his eldest son. The 2 were giving him a headache from their noise. Why are there so many Pokemon on the ship? With a helpless mutter, Jiang Shin walked over to the sea furnace and put another fire source crystal inside. There was no other way. We must have already entered extremely cold waters. At this moment, the temperature inside the cabin was still dropping at an extremely rapid rate. It probably won't be long before the temperature in the entire cabin becomes unsustainable. Therefore, he had to put the fire crystal into the sea furnace in advance to adjust the temperature. Little Geezy, come down, it's too cold outside. Stepping onto the deck, Jiang Shin called out to the noble octopus that was feeding its distant cousin on the deck. Father, the temperature around us is dropping rapidly. I estimate that if we continue sailing forward, it won't be long before the temperature drops below minus 30 degrees Celsius. Placing the last piece of driftwood onto the tentacle extending from the mouth of the Black Sea gasopon machine, the noble octopus recounted its discovery to Jiang Shin with some concern. It's strange that the sea hasn't frozen over at such a low temperature. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shin shifted his gaze from the Black Sea gasopon machine beside him and looked around at the sea with slight surprise. In theory, there are usually 2 conditions for sea surface to freeze. One is that the freezing point reaches minus 1.8 degrees Celsius. And the other is that there are no strong winds or waves on the sea surface. Now that both conditions have been met, the sea should be entering a freezing period. But now it seems that the sea here is not only very calm, but also shows no signs of freezing. Could it be that the freezing point of extremely cold seas is much lower than that of ordinary seas? As Jiang Shin reached out and touched the cold body of the Black Sea gasopon machine, he pondered why the sea surface did not freeze. To be fair, the gasopon machines on the Black Sea have indeed become much quieter lately. In the past, this thing would make noise on the ship every night or the next morning, just like an alarm clock. But these past few days, it's been like it's taken the wrong medicine. It's become increasingly quiet. Could this thing be cooked? Considering the intelligence possessed by the glove monster and the eyeball monster, he seriously suspected that this gasopon machine might also have a little bit of intelligence. Of course, there aren't many. Otherwise, why did feeding him before not have any effect? But feeding Xiao Gizi more often did have an effect. Wait, father. I seem to sense an unusual fluctuation on the sea directly in front of us. Just as Jiang Shin was staring at the octopus's big mouth on the gasopon machine, puzzled, he suddenly heard the rather serious voice of the noble octopus. What kind of fluctuation? Jiang Shin couldn't help but show a look of curiosity. The noble octopus's detection capabilities had recently become much stronger. The detection range has been increased from 1,000 meters to 2,500 meters, and it can also identify biological and object fluctuations. This is also what piqued Jiang Shin's curiosity. If it were an extraordinary item, Xiao Gizi would definitely say it was an extraordinary item directly. Could it be another survivor? Jiang Shin immediately squinted and looked at the distant sea. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but he thought he saw a blurry figure standing calmly on the surface of the sea. Chapter 69, Cold Wave and Blizzard, the Invasion of the Ice Serpent. The cold wind, carrying gusts of chill, kept brushing past Jiang Shin's eyes, making it difficult for him to make out the other person's appearance. However, one thing is certain. The other party was indeed standing on the sea. Little Gui, can you sense the other party's extraordinary strength? Jiang Shin squinted. The other party was blocking the path of the Starfall Black Steel, and it seemed that they were up to no good. Very powerful. Father, I think we should step aside for now. The noble octopus suddenly opened its 4 eyes, and then a rare look of worry appeared on its face. That strong? Holy crap. Quick, turn around. Jiang Shin's expression immediately changed. Since even the noble octopus believes it is invincible, there is no reason to hesitate to run away. It's worth noting that neither Xiao Jin nor Xiao Ping had ever received this kind of praise. Jiang Shin wiped the snowflakes flying off his body and ran quickly toward the captain's command room. Since we can't beat them, let's just abandon them for now. Wait, where did these snowflakes come from? Just as Jiang Shin reached the door of the captain's command room, his body suddenly stiffened. Father, it seems it's too late. The noble octopus shook its head helplessly, its worry almost overflowing. Jiang Shin looked up, following its gaze. Countless white snowflakes were falling continuously from the distant sky, quickly covering the entire sea surface like flying catkins. Quick, little Gui, inform our eldest son and the others. Quickly throw the charcoal into the stove. Don't stop until I say stop. The snow fell heavier and heavier, and in the blink of an eye, a blizzard had descended upon the land. The cold wind howled with bursts of blizzard, and countless snowflakes fell on the deck of the Starfall and melted quickly. Jiang Shin didn't have time to think about why the blizzard came so quickly. He just rushed into the command room and quickly turned the ship around. But it was all too late. Once the ice and snow fell onto the sea, a large area of seawater would freeze completely. In just over 10 seconds, the sea around the Starfall Black Steel was completely frozen. Damn, that was way too fast. Looking up at the still falling snowflakes, Jiang Shin immediately pulled down the gear lever of the icebreaker. Boom! Because Jiang Shin was too hasty, the icebreaker, which should have fallen slowly, smashed directly onto the ice from the bow of the ship. The immense weight smashed a large crater into the frozen seawater. As Jiang Shin fully activated the icebreaker, the kinetic energy of the entire Starfall Black Steel began to rapidly tilt the icebreaker. Blue flames suddenly erupted from the nozzles behind the V-shaped thrusters, propelling the entire ship toward the ice. Boom! The sound of the ship colliding with the ice rang out, and the enormous inertia almost made Jiang Shin lose his footing. Luckily, we had the sea furnace and fire source crystal. Otherwise, the entire ship would have been frozen in an instant. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Jiang Shin finally realized how powerful the snowflakes were. This thing seems harmless to living organisms, but once it comes into contact with the sea surface, it will quickly freeze the entire area of seawater. But the danger is not over yet. Just as the Starfall Black Steel began to rapidly break through the ice, countless faint sounds began to come from all directions. Dad, where are you? We're surrounded. Hearing the anxious shouts of the talkative starfish from the deck, Jiang Shin ran out of the command room. As soon as Jiang Shin stepped out the door, he felt a bone-chilling cold sweep over him. Snow is everywhere. The heavy snow seemed to be burying the entire world, sweeping down relentlessly with a fierce, cold wind. Little Gui, go down there and make sure the charcoal in the furnace keeps burning. The rest of you, follow me and meet the enemy. Seeing the few small creatures in the blurry distance, Jiang Shin shouted and rushed to the cabin door. Quick, block the doorway with me. We can't let these things freeze the furnace. In that instant, it saw through the falling snowflakes that countless wriggling strips on the ice were rapidly climbing up the hull of the Starfall Black Steel. Dad, you should go down too. It's too dangerous here. The talkative starfish stared intently at the source of danger hidden in the snowflakes, urging Jiang Shin to hurry up and enter the cabin. No, there are too many. You can't handle them. Because the snowstorm was so severe, Jiang Shin had to shout to give instructions to the little ones. Xiao Jin, if things get really bad, just use crystal breath. Don't worry about the energy consumption. Little Bottle, just use the water cannons to bombard hard. Don't worry about damaging the ship. Little Black, forget it. Just stay away from us, and don't shoot randomly at us later. Jiang Shin glanced at the third son, who had silently gone to the cabin entrance to incubate his eggs, with a slight headache, and almost couldn't hold back. Having finally understood Jiang Shin's meaning, the sea urchin braved the wind and snow and silently rolled to the very front of the ship. Eldest son, take this, be careful not to get bitten. Jiang Shin took out a fire source crystal and handed it to the talkative starfish, then patted its big head vigorously. Of the group, he was most worried about the talkative starfish. Even though he only glanced at it, he could guess that the thin strips crawling on the starfall were definitely ice serpents. He just hadn't expected there to be so many. He saw at least several hundred in just one direction. Don't worry, Dad, my invincible giant swing will teach these guys a lesson. The talkative starfish clearly hadn't noticed the quantity of the other party. After putting the fire source crystal in its mouth, it struck a cool pose for Jiang Shin. All right, everyone be careful in a bit. Except for Little Black, don't stray too far from me. Just as Jiang Shin uttered those words, a tremendous crashing sound came from the bow of the ship. Ha! Ha! An angry roar came from the blizzard, and Jiang Shin knew that Xiaohei had already engaged the enemy's vanguard. Let's do it! When the first bright, silvery white stripe appeared in his blurry vision, Jiang Shin finally stopped harboring any illusions. He shouted, and his pupils quickly turned pale gold. The rose in her hand absorbed the silver patterns of the sword and continued to gather. With the activation of her cutting talent, it cut straight towards the silver stripe like a saw. Under the immense kinetic energy, the silver strip was instantly cut in half, but even more strips were rushing rapidly toward Jiang Shin's feet. Wait, why isn't there a notification sound? Jiang Shin felt a sudden panic. You should know that slaying a sea monster will trigger a notification, but so far there's been no sound. Dad, watch out. This thing can still move, even though it's been broken in two. A loud, talkative starfish voice came from ahead. Jiang Shin looked down and was immediately terrified. One of the silver strips, which had been cut in two, was still tearing at his feet. Damn it! A golden phantom appeared beneath Jiang Shin's feet and suddenly crushed the ice serpent, whose head had already split into several pieces and was about to attack him. Hiss! A painful hiss rang out, and the ice serpent beneath Jiang Shin's feet was completely crushed, turning into a sheet of ice crystals. Defeat the ice serpent to obtain one mutated sea beast egg. Efficient. Overjoyed, Jiang Shin quickly gathered the phantom of the golden armor beneath his feet as the phantom was about to become a solid object. With a fierce determination, he charged headlong into the swarm of snakes. Chapter 70: The Weakness of the Ice Serpent and the Great Use of an Earth and Fire. This snake's weakness is its head. Focus your attacks on its head. Jiang Shin violently crushed the several ice snakes that attacked him with a single punch, then turned and shouted loudly at the figures that were already blurred by the wind and snow. An angry roar came from the wind and snow. Jiang Shin's expression changed upon hearing the sound, and he quickly jumped away into the distance. Roar! A golden breath suddenly swept across the entire deck, and pale golden crystals continued to spread across the starfall black steel. In a short time, nearly 100 ice snakes were swallowed by the crystal. Shout, Jean, be careful, don't hurt your own people. Surrounded by golden phantoms, Jiang Shin charged towards Xiao Jin's location like a golden armored warrior. As soon as they reached the center of the deck, they discovered that Xiao Jin's side was already surrounded by hundreds of ice snakes. No wonder Xiao Jin was forced to use his breath attack. There were just too many of them. Bang! Bang! Huge, high-pressure water jets shot out from the snowstorm, striking precisely the snakes covered in crystals. The water cannon shattered the golden crystal, and at the same time, it also pulverized the ice snake within it. Hey, you silly sea urchin, don't come any closer to me. The babbling starfish's curses echoed through the wind and snow. Jiang Shin, hearing the constant whooshing sounds, knew that Xiaohei had used a flying spike attack. Something's not right. There are way too many. Jiang Shin casually crushed the two ice snakes that jumped up and attacked him, his mind racing as he considered how to break the deadlock. By the way, these things seem to be afraid of high temperatures and fire. Time was of the essence, and Jiang Shin didn't have time to think much. He took out 2 fire source crystals and rushed back into the cabin without hesitation. Little Geezy, bring out all the torches and campfires we prepared earlier. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Shin rushed back to the cabin and threw 2 fire crystals and a pile of charcoal into the sea furnace. Boom! Intense flames shot directly from the furnace opening, and a huge heat wave instantly engulfed the entire ship. Under the impact of the heat wave, a large number of ice serpents were instantly melted, and the temperature of the Starfall Black Steel's hull instantly rose to over 40 degrees Celsius. Quickly, Little Gouet, set up a fire. Taking advantage of the rising temperature of the ship, Jiang Shin grabbed 2 fire pits and rushed out of the cabin. This is the earthen bonfire he made earlier. Fortunately, he had prepared 10 bonfires in advance, which were now perfect for dealing with this crisis. Although this earthen bonfire is of only high quality, once ignited by the flames in the furnace, it will not easily go out as long as there is sufficient fuel. As Jiang Shin placed 2 lit earthen fires on either side of the stern, he indeed discovered that the ice serpents that had just climbed onto the ship were rapidly moving away from the stern. It works. Seeing this, Jiang Shin was overjoyed and quickly returned to the cabin to prepare to take out the fire again. However, it seems unnecessary. At the entrance to the cabin, the noble octopus had already moved its tentacles and brought out the remaining 8 bonfires. Father, let's split up. You steer the 2 sides of the stern, and I'll steer the bow in the middle. In the face of crisis, even the noble octopus's 4 eyes showed a solemn expression. After leaving behind 2 earthen fires, it quickly rushed into the wind and snow. Little bottle, protect your second brother, and make sure he puts the fire on the bow of the boat. With only a shout to the heavy snow, Jiang Shin immediately grabbed a bonfire made of earth and rushed toward the right side of the boat. The ice serpents along the way were all mercilessly crushed by the pale, golden armor phantom on its body. But more snakes were rapidly surrounding him, trying to extinguish the fire in Jiang Shin's arms by using their numerical advantage. Hee, now I remember to put out the fire, but it's too late. Jiang Shin sneered. He could feel the temperature on the deck of the Starfall Black Steel ship rising rapidly. In other words, it won't be long before these ice snakes are no longer able to do anything to them. Sure enough, as he successfully placed the remaining 2 fires on both sides of the ship, another wave of heat from the sea furnace rolled onto the deck. Countless ice snakes struggled in agony under the impact of the heat wave before turning back into seawater. Father, it seems that the group of ice snakes is starting to retreat. A slightly tired voice came from beside him. Jiang Shin turned his head and saw that most of its tentacles had been burned black. Come on, everyone, back to the cabin. Seeing this, Jiang Shin felt heartbroken. He wouldn't have wanted Xiao Gizi to put himself in danger if the situation hadn't been so critical. As bonfires were successfully placed on the deck, the ice serpents surrounding the Starfall slowly receded. 10 minutes later, inside the cabin, Jiang Shin silently surveyed the situation of the children, his expression not very good. Besides the noble octopus being burned by the charcoal fire, the talkative starfish also lost 2 of its 5 tentacles. Besides that, what worried him most was Xiaohei. Its venomous stingers have been almost completely used up. At this moment, chilling energy continued to emanate from its body, indicating that it had been attacked by the ice serpent. Ha! Ha! A chill emanated from its body. The sea urchin struggled to its feet and slowly moved away from the group, afraid that the cold air emanating from its body would freeze Jiang Shin. That third brother. Seeing this, Jiang Shin's eyes reddened slightly, and he quickly rummaged through his backpack. Just now, Xiaohei stood alone at the bow of the ship, taking on the vast majority of the ice serpent's attacks for them. Although it wasn't the strongest among the smaller ones, it never backed down. No matter what enemy it faces, it will instinctively stand in front of everyone. Come on, third brother, drink this. Sensing the sea urchin's weakness, Jiang Shin quickly and carefully fed it the holy water he had accumulated into its already freezing mouth. Yeah. Jiang Shin breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that the third brother had swallowed all the holy water. Xiao Jin, help me carry the third brother to the sea furnace. Seeing the sea urchin that had curled up into a ball and was no longer moving, Jiang Shin quickly called Xiao Jin to help carry it to the side of the sea furnace. Compared to Xiaohei, who was almost frozen, Xiao Jin and Xiao Ping were in the best condition, with almost no damage. Although the talkative starfish had lost 2 tentacles, new tentacles had already sprouted flesh. Little Gizi, drink this. After glancing at the silent noble octopus, Jiang Shin handed it the last 2 liters of magical spring water. Father, my injuries are not serious. It would be better if you kept it just in case. Even though it was severely burned, the noble octopus gritted its teeth and maintained its basic noble spirit, not showing the slightest sign of discomfort so as not to worry Jiang Shin. Here, drink it quickly. I'll say it again, as the captain, I am responsible for my crew. Since you call me father, then I am your father. If I can't even take care of my own children, I don't deserve your love and respect. Jiang Shin delivered the wooden cup containing the magical spring water to the noble octopus and gently patted its shoulder. Yeah, Dad already said, what are you still dawdling about, you stupid octopus? The talkative starfish nodded towards the noble octopus and ran over to rub against it. All right, although I don't really like you clumsy starfish touching my noble body, this time will be an exception. The noble octopus glanced helplessly at the talkative starfish that was always sticking to its side and surprisingly did not chase it away. Flurries of snowflakes, carrying a chill, constantly seeped in from outside the gangway of the cabin, only to be quickly evaporated by the heat emanating from the sea furnace. The thrusters are now in a cooling state, and the Starfall's own power is simply not enough to keep the icebreaker running. The heavy snow continued to fall, seemingly trying to freeze the entire sea area completely. Fortunately, there was enough charcoal in the Starfall Black Steel's cabin to ensure the continuous burning of the sea furnace. Jiang Shin threw the charcoal in his hand into the furnace, turned his head to look at the several figures gathered around the furnace, and a look of worry appeared on his face. The snow seems to be falling even heavier. Chapter 71, The Powerful Iron-Eating Insects, a feast for the spider-type repair device. Click, click. Just as Jiang Shin was pondering how to escape this blizzard area, a series of ear-piercing chewing sounds suddenly rang out from outside the ship. Father, please let me go out and take a look. The noble octopus's 4 eyes showed a solemn expression, indicating that it had keenly sensed the commotion outside. Don't move here, I'll go out and take a look first. After comforting the little ones for a while, he decided to check the situation himself first. The smaller creatures had exhausted too much energy, but he, protected by the golden armor, didn't expend much energy. Although I'm a little mentally exhausted, I can definitely handle it. Quietly ascending the spiral staircase, Jiang Shin peered out onto the deck. Click, click. The chewing sounds grew more frequent amidst the wind and snow, as if something was tearing at the starfall. What exactly is it? Jiang Shin's face showed surprise and uncertainty. It's important to know that the Starfall Black Steel's hull is mostly made of steel, and it also has the characteristic of natural shock absorption. He simply couldn't understand what could possibly bite through the outer armor of the Starfall. Carefully stepping out of the cabin, Jiang Shin braved the wind and snow, slowly walking towards the edge of the stern following the source of the sound. Amidst the howling wind and snow, the chilling chewing sound continued. At this moment, on the stern, groups of black, beetle-like creatures were crawling on the outer armor of the Starfall Black Steel, constantly tearing at it. The jet-black shell contrasts sharply with the surrounding white snowflakes. Jiang Shin immediately spotted the culprits gnawing at his ship's hull. Damn it, when did these things get up here? Jiang Shin swung his rose-absorbing sword, leaving only a shallow mark on the beetle-like creatures. How is that possible? Jiang Shin's pupils contracted. This thing was far too hard. Sizzle. After being attacked, the black beetle hissed a warning at Jiang Shin before continuing to gnaw at the hull of the Starfall Black Steel. Fortunately, the Starfall was not entirely without any power to resist. The ship's anti-vibration properties were triggered from time to time, and some black beetles were constantly knocked off the surface of the sea by the force of the recoil. But not long after, the beetles that had been shot down wobbled back up and continued to gnaw on the hull. Jiang Shin frowned upon seeing this. He hadn't expected these guys to be so tough. Even the Starfall's anti-shock properties couldn't do anything to them. Seeing that the other party did nothing but gnaw at the hull of the ship, Jiang Shin took the opportunity to use his identification skill on these black insects. Name, Iron-Eating Beetle. Quality, Black Iron 4 stars. Talent, Iron-Eating, Hardened Iron Armor. Description, the Iron-Eating Beetle, which is widely distributed in extremely cold sea areas, can fuse the components of the steel materials it eats into its outer shell, providing its body with exceptionally strong defense. Note, their gregarious lifestyle once made them a nightmare for every captain who sailed here. Iron-eating worms? Oh no! Jiang Shin's expression changed drastically after reading the description. He quickly ran to the stern and looked down. Sure enough, the entire stern was densely covered with these black beetles. No, we have to think of a way. Otherwise, the Starfall Black Steel will be devoured by this thing in no time. While using the rose-absorbing sword to continuously sweep away the swarm of iron-eating insects, Jiang Shin's mind raced, searching for a way to break the deadlock. Xiao Jin's crystallizing breath can eliminate some of the iron-eating worms. However, it can only be used a few times in a short period of time, and it will damage the Starfall ship. Wait a minute. The carapaces of these iron-eating beetles look like they're made of steel. Suddenly, as if he had just thought of something, Jiang Shin's face lit up with ecstatic joy. He kept scanning through his backpack and finally found the spider-shaped repair device he had obtained earlier in the last empty space. Once activated, this thing will consume steel as its starting energy after a period of time. Therefore, Jiang Shin kept them in his backpack and rarely used them. But now, it has become a key tool to turn the tide. This time you'll have a good meal. Jiang Shin's lips curled up slightly as he placed 20 spider-shaped repair devices, each about 30 centimeters long, onto the deck. Damage detected to the vessel. Should repairs commence? Mechanical sounds emanated from these spider-shaped repair machines as they began scanning the entire stern with their detectors, seemingly assessing the extent of the damage to the ship. When the detector's beam scanned the iron-eating insects, Jiang Shin noticed that the green light on the detectors of these spider-shaped repair devices suddenly turned red. It seemed as if they had discovered these invaders. Analysis of the damaged parts of the ship revealed energy-generating materials, and the charging mode has been automatically activated. After the mechanical sound was emitted, the group of spider-shaped second-generation repair devices began to move rapidly. 8 sharp, spider-like limbs instantly blurred into afterimages as they swiftly pounced on the swarm of iron-eating insects. Click! A metal-eating insect, its body pierced by sharp limbs, was then directly inserted into the steel energy storage mouth of the repair device, accompanied by a painful hiss. These spider-shaped repair devices were extremely efficient. Jiang Shin only observed a series of afterimages flashing by before a small patch of black beetles was wiped out. Moreover, after careful observation, Jiang Shin discovered that while the spider-shaped repair device was feeding, it would also use the beam of its detector to irradiate the damaged parts of the ship. The hulls that were illuminated by the beams of light are rapidly returning to their original state, demonstrating a remarkable ability to both feed and repair themselves. This spider-shaped repair device is actually this powerful. The sound of sharp spikes piercing steel kept coming from the stern, and Jiang Shin realized how lucky he was to have obtained the batch of repair devices. As expected of the second-generation repair device of the Hill Clan, it is simply the nemesis of steel-type creatures. Seeing the black beetles being swallowed into the energy storage port by the spider repair device, Jiang Shin finally felt a little relieved. He had just observed that most of the iron-eating insects were gathered at the stern of the boat. There are some on the bow and other parts as well, but not as many as at the stern. Given the efficiency of the spider-shaped repair device, it should be able to clean it in just a few hours. Seeing that the iron-eating insects no longer posed a threat, Jiang Shin was about to return to the cabin when he was suddenly bumped by something hard under his feet. Because the firelight was dim due to the wind and snow, Jiang Shin could only vaguely see what appeared to be a transparent white crystal at his feet. The crystals are very small, about 2 centimeters in diameter. This is also why Jiang Shin hadn't discovered this thing before. After picking up the crystal, Jiang Shin felt a chill run through his body. The temperature of this thing was probably far lower than that of ice and snow. He took a wooden cup out of his backpack and put the transparent crystal inside. Only then did he feel the coolness slowly recede. Name: Ice Serpent Core. Quality: Excellent Plus. Description: the core energy crystal inside the Ice Serpent. Theoretically, as long as the core is not destroyed, the Ice Serpent will reform at a suitable temperature. Note: it can be used to craft ice attribute weapons, or you can use it in the Black Sea Gasapon machine to get Gasapon chances. After reading the introduction, Jiang Shin's gaze became somewhat solemn. This thing is actually the core of those ice serpents that were killed before. Moreover, if these things are not dealt with, the ice snakes will come back when the temperature drops. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Relieved, Jiang Shin quickly searched the deck for the transparent crystals. He guessed that the heat from the fires and stoves around the ship must have suppressed the activity of these things, which was why the ice snakes did not reform. Otherwise, after the fire goes out, who knows if these ice snakes will just bloom all over his ship. 5 minutes later, despite the wind and snow, Jiang Shin finally collected all the ice snake crystals on the deck. There are more than 200 in total, which is not a large number. He guessed that a large part of it must have been completely destroyed by Xiao Jin's crystal breath. Another portion likely landed on the icy sea surface surrounding the constellation Black Steel. However, Jiang Shin did not intend to go down to search. It's already night, and the sea is far too dangerous. Moreover, lacking the temperature suppression of the furnace, it is likely that the scattered ice serpent cores have already transformed back into ice serpents. The mutated sea monster egg has hatched. Please retrieve it within 24 hours. The familiar voice made Jiang Shin pause slightly. Another mutated sea monster egg has successfully hatched. Chapter 72: The Pinnacle of the Silver Race. The Three-Eyed Sea Demon King. Jiang Shin opened his backpack and found a purplish-black sea monster egg with brown horns, which was already in the hatching stage. As for the other blue-patterned mutated sea monster egg, it will take about 12 hours to hatch. Confirmed extraction. Upon returning to the cabin, Jiang Shin immediately chose to retrieve it. At the same time, a phantom image of a purple, blue, and green eye suddenly appeared in midair, and as the eye moved, a black cocoon also appeared in the cabin of the Starfall ship. The sound of sharp claws piercing through the cocoon could be heard. A massive figure slowly emerged from the black cocoon. After the tricolor light faded, a huge creature, over 2 meters tall and entirely black and red, stood silently looking down at Jiang Shin. Its head had a pair of curved horns that resembled a demon, covered with sharp barbs, like a crown. Its eyes are crimson red, and above them is a huge, tightly closed demonic eye. The 3 eyeballs are arranged in a triangular pattern on its face, adding to its ferocious appearance. His body was exceptionally strong, with bulging muscles all over his body, giving people an explosive visual impact. Its mere presence alone exudes a powerful sense of oppression. Glug! Just as Jiang Shin was sizing up the other party, the third eye on the head of this unknown sea beast suddenly opened. A green light shone directly onto Jiang Shin's body. Jiang Shin felt as if he were enveloped in a warm, gentle light, and his strength was rapidly recovering. A healing-like ability? Jiang Shin glanced at the tall figure in front of him with surprise, and then used his appraisal skill. Name: Three-Eyed Sea Demon King. Quality: Silver 5-star. Only talent, magic eye. Description, a half-humanoid creature with the appearance of a giant, with bulging muscles all over its body and a pair of black demon horns on its head. Because of its demon king appearance and tyrannical behavior, it is revered as the Sea Demon King by heretics who worship evil. Its true form is the third demon eye on its head. Note, the adult form is a Sea Demon King, a race that even the infamous Sea Kings of the Black Sea dare not easily provoke. It is said that thousands of years ago, an adult Sea Demon King appeared in the outer sea and ruled over a sea area. Demon eyes. Depending on the color of the demon eyes, the three-eyed Sea Demon King has different talents. Red pupils correspond to a berserk state where strength and defense are doubled. Purple pupils can fire demon horn electric shocks. Green pupils can heal injuries and restore stamina. Owner. The three-eyed Sea Demon King lowered its massive body slightly. Its head bowed, and its third emerald green eyeball scrutinized Jiang Shin as if confirming something. Ahem. Hello, just call me Captain. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from the other party's size and appearance, Jiang Shin subconsciously swallowed. Yes, master. As if confirming its completion, the three-eyed Sea Demon King slowly closed its third eye, and its massive body half squatted down to perform a strange salute of allegiance to Jiang Shin. Whatever. With a helpless wave of his hand, Jiang Shin casually touched the black, bony barbs on the other person's arm. He could sense the powerful force hidden within the three-eyed Sea Demon King's body. His strength attribute is definitely higher than that of Shao Jin and his eldest son. Jiang Shin nodded silently, having made his judgment. The opponent should be a berserker type with both mid to long range attack capabilities. Come on, let me introduce you to your new friends. After confirming that the other party possessed considerable intelligence, Jiang Shin decided to take it to get acquainted with its other companions. Yes, master. As the three-eyed sea monster straightened its massive body, its brown horn struck the top of the Starfall Black steel ship's cabin, creating a series of tiny sparks upon contact. Jiang Shin stared in shock at the scene and noticed two clearly visible scratches on the cabin floor. The other party seemed stunned as well. Without the power of the magic eye, its thinking was still in a relatively simple state. It touched its black, pointed horn on its head somewhat shyly. Don't move here for now. I'll bring them to you. Jiang Shin's eye twitched. It seemed he still needed to collect materials as soon as possible to upgrade the ship to level 3. The space inside the cabin was still too small. Hey, you stinky starfish, where are you taking me? I'm warning you, your dad is also my master. If you break me, the captain will come after you. Hee, save your energy. Young people are just too arrogant, unlike me, who's used to it. From inside the cabin came the glove monster's guilty shouts and the eyeball monster's mocking voice. Jiang Shin smiled knowingly upon hearing this. It seemed everyone had noticed the commotion. That's good. It saves him the trouble of running over there. You better behave yourself in front of your dad later, or you know what Stephen Chow is capable of. This is extremely rude. I'm a person who has lived for hundreds of years, yet I've been treated so unfairly. I'm going to file a complaint against you with the Black Sea Federation. Save your breath. The Black Sea Federation is long gone. Seriously, you haven't heard a thing about the outside world in all these centuries? You really are a country bumpkin. As the sound grew closer, a golden shadow rushed out from around the corner and nuzzled against Jiang Shin affectionately. Roar? Little Jin's golden pupils reflected a great deal of doubt. It looked up at the enormous humanoid creature before it, and a conflicting feeling of instinctive danger and familiar warmth overwhelmed it. Oh my god, the Sea Demon King. Holy crap, you stinky starfish, get me out of here. I can't stand this place anymore. The talkative starfish and his companions had just walked over when they were startled by the Sea Demon King's terrifying appearance. The eyeball monster and the glove monster, both bound to the starfish tentacles, suddenly bulged their eyes and nearly fainted. It's unbelievable that this thing can still be seen in the open sea. Starfish run. Listen to me, this thing is really evil. It will definitely squeeze you into a ball and stuff you into the swordfish's anus. Hearing the two shouting, the talkative starfish's eyes widened, and it almost ran away on the spot. However, after seeing its father waving at them, it managed to resist the urge to run away. Damn it, you almost ruined your reputation, Master Xing. This big guy is so imposing. He must be Master Xing's little brother. The talkative starfish carefully scanned the huge creature sitting behind its father before excitedly running over. Father, it seems we have gained a new crew member on our ship. Compared to the screaming glove monster, the noble octopus on the side was much calmer. It had already detected the commotion on the Starfall Black Steel, so it wasn't surprised. In its mind, its father was an omnipotent magician. The floating coral was tending to the injured, stinging sea urchin, so it didn't come over. However, it could also sense the commotion here, thanks to its powerful telekinetic abilities. This is also what puts the noble octopus at ease. If there were any danger, Xiaoping would have arrived long ago. All right, since everyone's here, let me introduce you. This big guy will be our new partner from now on. Magic Eyes, from now on they will be your partners. Of course, there's also Little Bottle and Little Black. I'll introduce them to you in a bit. He patted the other person's strong arm, and the more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became. The sixth brother's appearance is really too domineering. He didn't care whether it was evil or not. There's a saying that goes, what is poison to one is honey to another. Putting everything else aside, just the sight of that massive 2.5-meter frame standing there is enough to make anyone underestimate its fist, which is as big as a sandbag. They're insane. They're all insane. Someone actually dares to hire the Sea Demon King as a crew member. Hee hee, you're making a fuss over nothing. I've seen the adult form of the Sea Demon King back in the day. Unlike the glove monster who was on the verge of collapse, the eyeball monster was clearly more knowledgeable. After witnessing the composure of Jiang Shin and the others, it quickly adjusted its own state and regained its wise demeanor as a senior. It was as if it wasn't the one that had just cried for help. Huh, wait a minute. Upon hearing the description of the eyeball monster, Jiang Shin frowned slightly. Could it be? Is this not yet an adult form? Chapter 73, The Rumors of the Sea Demon King, the completed red-eyed crocodile skin boots. Of course, a sea monster of this size is at most an infant. An adult sea monster is at least 10 meters tall. When I was drifting in the inland sea, I was fortunate enough to see a powerful sea monster that was 15 meters tall. It was a powerful creature that could go toe-to-toe with sea kings. Seeing the puzzled look on Jiang Shin's face, the eyeball monster immediately jumped onto the talkative starfish's big head and began to arrogantly tell the group about its experiences. You arrogance. Although I don't want to admit it, this guy is right. This sea monster should be in its juvenile stage. After confirming that the Sea Demon King posed no threat, the glove monster rolled its eyes and echoed the sentiment. It couldn't stand that this broken stone eyeball was putting on airs in front of everyone. I see. A look of surprise appeared in Jiang Shin's eyes. He glanced at the somewhat stunned Sea Demon King, and the image of his sixth brother growing to over 10 meters tall naturally appeared in his mind. However, I suggest you be careful. The Sea Demon King race is extremely rare, and each adult has caused quite a stir in the inner sea. Fortunately, this is the outer sea. Otherwise, if the news were to leak out and some races that had been attacked by the Sea Demon King found out that this guy was not yet an adult, someone would definitely come and kill you. At this point, a serious expression appeared on the eyeball monster's face. Now its fate is intertwined with Jiang Shin's. They share both glory and ruin. It certainly didn't want to die here so young, having lived for less than 1,000 years. Is the reputation of the Sea Demon King's clan really that bad? Jiang Shin was a little puzzled. He felt that his sixth son was quite honest. It's more than just bad. Everyone hates him. You'll see when you enter the inner sea. His clansmen have done a lot of good deeds there. As if remembering something, the monster's large eyes bulged, and a look of lingering fear appeared on its face. Okay, I got it. Jiang Shin waved his hand, not taking these things too seriously. Anyway, I'm still in the outer sea, and the inner sea is 108,000 miles away from me. Once we enter the inner sea, our strength will definitely be different from what it is now. Maybe even the sixth brother will be an adult by then. Who knows who will be afraid of whom then? By the way, glove monster, have you figured it out yet? Turning his head to look at the glove monster being held in the hands of the talkative starfish, Jiang Shin muttered something, pretending not to care. Although this guy is a bit noisy, he's quite capable. If we could use him, he would be a great help. Do you think I have any other options? The glove monster glanced somewhat guiltily at the evil one-eyed starfish beside it, then tentatively asked Jiang Shin a question. What do you think? Jiang Shin glanced at it expressionlessly, then casually took it into his hand. All right, master. I hope I made the right choice this time. With a helpless sigh, the glove monster finally succumbed to the evil forces. As a silver light flashed, a silver five-pointed star pattern appeared on the back of Jiang Shin's hand. At the same time, he suddenly had a feeling that he could randomly take something from the people present if he just reached out. After signing the contract, the glove monster fell silent, as if it had lost some of its senses. Young man, why bother struggling? The eyeball monster next to him curled its lip in disdain. It had first-hand experience with the methods of the stinky starfish, and now that it could see a second victim appear, it couldn't help but feel a surge of pleasure. All right, everyone, let's go back to the fire. Demon Eye, be careful and follow them first. Jiang Shin glanced at the sleepy-looking little goldfish and waved to them. The blizzard hasn't passed yet, and the thrusters are still cooling down, so the starfall can't move forward for the time being. He plans to wait until the snowstorm subsides before making any further plans. But what exactly is that shadow on the sea? Recalling the figure he had seen on the sea before, Jiang Shin was filled with doubt. He had also gone to the deck earlier to try and confirm the figure's whereabouts. However, due to the heavy snow, his vision was completely blocked, so he was now unsure whether the thing was still in the same place as before. Forget it. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Now that Lao Lu is out, he might not be afraid of these things. It is obvious that Lao Lu's inherent sense of security greatly alleviated his worries about the unknown. I believe it won't be long before he can expose the true face of that dark figure at sea. Just as Jiang Shin was pondering, a private message from a friend arrived. Hey boss, are you there? I made what you wanted. Jiang Shin opened the chat channel and found it was his friend with the ID Black Sea Craftsman Specialist. I'm here. Are the shoes finished? Looking at his shoes, which were barely able to support his weight, Jiang Shin's face lit up with joy. The other side arrived just in time. If he continued wearing these battle-damaged shoes, he was afraid he would get frostbite. Yes, it's just finished. I've sent it to you. Please take a look and see if you're satisfied. The other party seemed quite confident in their skills and couldn't wait to send the item to Jiang Shin as soon as it was finished. Jiang Shin nodded silently, then took the 3 items he had received out of his backpack. There were 2 pairs of leather boots and a set of warm half-body armor. Name, red-eyed crocodile leather boots. Quality, excellent plus. Characteristics, cold resistance, agility +1. Description, made of red-eyed crocodile scale armor. It is not only tough, but also has the unique property of keeping you warm. Wearing it will make your steps more agile, and you will not be afraid of ordinary wind and snow. Note, some waterproof materials have been added to effectively prevent water from accumulating due to melting snow. The 2 pairs of identical black leather boots were exquisitely designed and beautiful, suggesting that the other party had indeed put a lot of thought into them. Eagerly taking off his damaged shoes, Jiang Shin first rinsed his feet with hot water boiled from snow, and then happily put on his new, warmer shoes. Great! It feels more agile than before. Red-eyed crocodile leather boots can be adjusted to fit the size of the user's foot. The added fleece material kept warming Jiang Shin's feet, which unconsciously calmed his mood. It's truly worthy of being made of genuine leather. It's far superior in quality to some leather boots on Blue Star that also claim to be made of genuine leather. After sighing, Jiang Shin carefully put the other pair of leather boots into his backpack, and then took out the half-body armor. Name, red-eyed crocodile scale armor. Quality, excellent. Special attribute bonus, defense +1. Description, made from the toughest scales of a red-eyed crocodile. This is a half-body armor with good defensive capabilities. Note, with the addition of some waterproof materials, it is a good waterproof garment. Compared to the fine plus grade red-eyed crocodile leather boots, the red-eyed crocodile scale armor is only fine grade. However, since it does provide a +1 defense bonus, Jiang Shin simply wore this resilient half-body armor on the outside. Now that everything is ready, we can move on once the snow stops. Jiang Shin glanced at the few little ones warming themselves by the fire in the cabin and made up his mind. A long stay always gives me a sense of unease. Perhaps the real dangers of the frigid oceans are still brewing. Chapter 74, The Unending Blizzard, Black Sea Coins launched. Black Sea weather forecast. Current weather, blizzard. Current temperature, -37 degrees Celsius. Remaining daylight hours, 6 hours. Description, we have entered extremely cold waters. Please take precautions against the cold. At dawn, Jiang Shin opened his eyes on a magical wooden bed. I don't know if it was because he was mentally exhausted last night, but he didn't sleep well. It was as if someone was calling my name in my dream. Master, you're finally awake. Last night was terrifying. The thief's glove on his right-hand side, revealing a look of lingering fear. Huh, what happened last night? Jiang Shin was slightly taken aback. Last night, he vaguely heard someone calling his name, but he didn't know anything else. Last night, around midnight, something was making noise outside. I saw you were asleep, so I didn't dare to make a sound. Upon hearing the other party's description, Jiang Shin nodded slightly. The thief's glove has been much more obedient since it recognized him as its master last night, so its words should be credible. A call? No wonder I keep having dreams that I feel like someone is calling me. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Shin walked towards the sea furnace. This is the most important thing on a ship right now. We can't let the fire go out. Father, you're awake. Just as he reached the middle of the cabin, the noble octopus, who was adding charcoal to the sea furnace, smiled at Jiang Shin. Okay, Xiao Gizi, remember to keep adding charcoal when you feel it's almost burned out, and let me know in advance if you run out of charcoal. After taking a look at the noble octopus that had regained its vitality, Jiang Shin breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the healing effect of the magical spring water is very good. In just one night, the opponent's several charred tentacles had almost recovered. By the way, Father, I suggest you don't go out of the cabin yet. The snow outside seems to be getting heavier. After putting the charcoal into the sea furnace, the noble octopus reminded Jiang Shin. What? The snow hasn't stopped yet. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shin was slightly taken aback. He had thought the snow had stopped. Upon reaching the top of the spiral staircase in the cabin, Jiang Shin noticed a wooden lid covering the top, presumably placed there by the little ones to keep them warm. Upon lifting the wooden lid, Jiang Shin immediately felt a chilly gust of wind blow directly into the cabin. Damn it! Why is it raining even harder? Jiang Shin frowned deeply. He hadn't expected the situation outside to be worse than he had imagined. He walked onto the deck, glanced at the sea not far away that was completely covered by ice and snow, and his face showed obvious worry. Fortunately, the Shanghai furnace on the Starfall Black Steel was operating continuously, preventing the entire ship from being frozen in the ice, much like a piece of ember thrown into ice. The V-shaped thrusters were now in a cooling state, and the Starfall's own power was insufficient to support the operation of the icebreaker. This is what Jiang Shin is most worried about. He was afraid the snow would keep falling, which would be troublesome. No, wait for the thrusters to cool down, then immediately rush out of this area at full speed. As he wiped the snowflakes off his clothes, Jiang Shin felt a sense of urgency. After confirming that there was no ice around the ship, Jiang Shin went down to the deck. He plans to exchange the ice serpent core from last night for gacha coins. The Black Sea Gasapon machine was moved into the cabin by the noble octopus and his companions. It said that this thing was causing a ruckus all night. After the noble octopus came up, this guy followed it down into the cabin on his own. Jiang Shin was also startled when he discovered it. He really didn't expect that this thing could move on its own. However, according to the noble octopus, the Gasapon machine in the Black Sea moves very slowly, taking almost 10 minutes to move just 1 meter. This is getting more and more bizarre. Jiang Shin thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out the other party's purpose in moving. Could it be that they were also afraid of the cold and wanted to go into the cabin to warm up by the fire? But this is too abstract. Can this thing even feel cold? Unable to figure it out, Jiang Shin simply stopped thinking about it. After all he needed to know was that the Black Sea Gasapon machine wouldn't pose a threat to him. Just as Jiang Shin walked back to the cabin and put down the wooden lid, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Note: Black Sea coins are now available and can be obtained through gacha pulls at the Black Sea Gacha machine. The Civilization Heritage Shop is now live. You can exchange Black Sea coins for various civilization relics in a shop. Note: Black Sea coins are now available and can be obtained from the gacha machine at the Black Sea Gasapon shop. The Civilization Heritage Shop is now live. You can exchange Black Sea coins for various civilization relics in a shop. After many days, the Black Sea world has finally made its voice heard again. Jiang Shin was slightly taken aback at first, then quickly walked to the location of the Black Sea Gasapon machine. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but looking at the Gasapon machine not far from the furnace, he felt like it was warming itself by a fire. 200 ice serpent cores detected. Would you like to exchange them for 20 gacha coins? As soon as he walked to the Gasapon machine, a mechanical voice rang in Jiang Shin's mind. Damn it, is it only worth this many gacha coins? Upon hearing that 200 ice serpent cores could only be exchanged for 20 gacha pulls, Jiang Shin couldn't help but curse inwardly. Fortunately, he had anticipated this. After all, a single ice snake has very limited attack power, and its body disappears after it dies, so its low value is acceptable. The rules of Gasapon machines seem to be that they really like to devour sea monsters with bodies. In short, materials from sea monsters with their bodies attached are much more valuable than the core alone. Fine, 20 it is. Let's see if we can get Black Sea coins. He was very interested in the so-called Cultural Heritage Shop. Moreover, the items inside can only be purchased with Black Sea coins, so they must be quite valuable. Would you like to exchange 200 ice serpent cores for 20 gacha coins? Seeing that Jiang Shin hesitated, the mechanical sound of the Black Sea Gasapon machine rang out again. After thinking it through, Jiang Shin didn't hesitate and directly chose to confirm. Then a handful of Black Sea Gasapon coins appeared in his hand. Jiang Shin counted them carefully and found that there were indeed 20 coins, not one missing. After inserting all 20 Gasapon coins, each featuring a different sea creature design, into the coin slot of the Black Sea Gasapon machine, Jiang Shin waited quietly. Buzz! With a series of trembling sounds, Gasapon capsules of various colors were spat out from the octopus's large mouth below. Received 1 Black Sea coin. Gained 200 units of wood. Received 100 units of steel. Disposable ship component analyzer ×1. Obtain merchant's contract X1. Received 2 Black Sea coins. Gained 3 empty backpack slots. As each Gasapon capsule was opened, about half of the empty spaces in Jiang Shin's backpack were filled. However, the chances of getting Black Sea coins from a drop seemed quite high. Jiang Shin calculated that the success rate was around 20%. He drew 20 times and got a total of 7 Black Sea coins. In addition to the Black Sea coin, he also acquired 2 new items of decent quality. One was a parchment scroll resembling a contract, and the other was a blue technological sphere resembling an analyzer. Chapter 75, Disposable Ship Component Analyzer, Plant Seeds from the Civilization Heritage Shop. Jiang Shin first opened the slightly rough parchment scroll and found that it only had the word contract written on it. So he simply activated his appraisal skill. Title, The Merchant's Contract. Quality, excellent. Type, disposable consumable. Description, contract can be drafted. Once both parties confirm the contract, it will be generated. Any violation of the contract will result in a bounty being placed on your head by all sea merchants. I don't think you want to experience being bountied by merchants. Note, businessmen can appear anywhere. Don't try to escape their sense of smell and vision. Jiang Shin examined the parchment scroll in his hand, as if he could change its contents at will. Okay, a one-time contract scroll. We should be able to use it later. Jiang Shin put the parchment back into his backpack and then looked at the blue spherical analyzer next to him. Name, Disposable Ship Component Analyzer. Quality, excellent. Type, disposable consumable. Description, after use, it can analyze any ship component of quality or lower. After analysis, it can generate the corresponding component manufacturing blueprint that can be used multiple times. Note, although the drawings generated by the analyzer can be used multiple times, the same drawing cannot be used a second time by the same person who has used it before. Upon seeing this, Jiang Shin's gaze sharpened, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. This stuff is good. If used properly, it might make us another fortune. As is well known, most component drawings are disposable. For example, his icebreaker, the blueprint will automatically disassemble and disappear after you select to build it. However, the drawings generated by this analyzer can be used multiple times. In other words, he can sell the extra sessions to other people. He nodded in satisfaction. Both new items from the Gasapon machine were quite useful. After putting the analyzer into his backpack, Jiang Shin took stock of all the other items. 20 gacha pulls yielded 15 backpack slots, 800 units of wood, 400 units of steel, 1 one-time ship component analyzer, 1 merchant contract, and 7 Black Sea coins. Overall, I was pretty lucky considering I got 2 high-quality items and 7 Black Sea coins. As for the wood, he plans to give it to the friend of the viewer with the ID Lucky. You can ask him to produce some charcoal for you, and then give him a larger fee for his labor. The process of making charcoal from wood requires placing the wood in a sealed environment for incomplete combustion. Leaving aside the potential explosion risk, the toxic gases it produces are a major problem in themselves. Especially in the relatively sealed environment of the ship's cabin, he was not willing to take the risk just to save some charcoal. Therefore, entrusting the wood to the other party for production is the best option. He doesn't plan to sell the steel for the time being, since a level 3 ship requires 500 units of steel, and considering the subsequent consumption, the steel still has value in reserves. After sorting all the items, Jiang Shin couldn't wait to check out the newly launched Civilization Heritage Shop. The Civilization Heritage Shop is located behind the trading hall. Clicking on it will reveal a black screen. Survivors can randomly draw from the legacy shop of any other civilization. It's worth noting that this cultural heritage shop has a time limit. Once you draw a Civilization Heritage Shop, regardless of whether you make a purchase, that civilization heritage will re-enter the draw pool after 1 month. At this point, the survivors can proceed with a second random draw. In other words, it is very likely this cultural heritage shop, which was selected the first time, will never be selected a second time. Of course, Jiang Shin didn't know the exact probability. Should we conduct the first civilization draw? The familiar mechanical sound pulled Jiang Shin's thoughts back to reality. Yes. Without much hesitation, Jiang Shin directly chose to draw. Random selection complete. The first Civilization Heritage Shop drawn is Dave's Plant Shop. Name, Dave's Plant Shop. Description, a shop containing the legacy of an unknown civilization. It contains a small selection of items left behind by that civilization. The specific items depend on the extent of the legacy in the shop and the size of the civilization. Note, this shop only accepts Black Sea coins for transactions. The value is fixed, and once selected, items are non-refundable. Dave's Plant Shop. Wait, is this the plant shop I'm thinking of? Upon seeing the name Civilization Heritage Shop, Jiang Shin almost lost his composure. No, Dave, you've come to the Black Sea to survive too? It could just be that the names are similar. Or perhaps it's a name deliberately chosen by the Black Sea world based on survivors' mindset, reflecting their twisted sense of humor. Of course, Jiang Shin didn't think too much about the store's name. Welcome to the Civilization Heritage Shop, distinguished guest from another world. You can exchange valuable Black Sea coins for civilization heritage items corresponding to this civilization. As soon as Jiang Shin clicked into Dave's Plant Shop, a slightly ethereal voice rang in his mind. Immediately, several rows of containers appeared in Jiang Shin's mind. On the front counter of the container, in a completely brown flower pot, a smiling sunflower was waving at it, as if the sound had just come from this thing. TSK. As expected, the Black Sea world has a really twisted sense of humor. Looking at the sunflower that kept swaying and smiling like a puppet, Jiang Shin's gaze sharpened slightly. If one day their civilization also fails, will they also be put before other civilizations for a final sale of their cultural heritage? The thought was too heavy for him to bear, and he dared not think about it any further. Shaking his head vigorously, Jiang Shin decided to stop thinking about the problem and continue to examine the items on the shelves. Product name: Premium Pea Seeds. Price: 5 black sea coins. Quality: excellent. Description: the precious seeds left behind by the pea cannon will transform into a pea cannon that can launch iron peas when it reaches maturity. Buyer review: a great pea shooter. With it, you can finally sleep soundly. It has mid-range firepower and will provide you with danger warnings 24 hours a day. Of course, I always feel that it is very serious. Commenter: Moleologist. Product name: Greedy Chomper Seeds. Price: 5 black sea coins. Quality: excellent. Description: after maturing, it can transform into a greedy, big-mouthed flower. Its roots can cover the entire ship, and its 2-meter-long mouth can devour any enemy that boards your ship. Buyer's review: oh my god, it ate another devouring beast on my ship. How can I teach it to stop sneaking around and eating the residents on my ship? Kang is Daohang being to De Daohang. After reading the information about the 2 types of seeds, Jiang Shin's face showed shock. These plants do look somewhat similar to the plants in a game on Earth. Chapter 76. Using the analyzer, the icebreaker blueprints go viral. Jiang Shin continued looking down, his gaze finally settling on a tree stump-like plant engulfed in flames. Name: Scorched Tree Stump Seeds. Price: 10 black sea coins. Quality: excellent. Description: a cultist of the plant world, constantly burning, capable of cooperating with a veteran pea cannon to unleash scorching iron peas with astonishing destructive power. Buyer review: a good combination of plants. Of course, if you can ignore its obsessive language about holy fire baptism, it will be a good helper. Spirit 3279. Upon seeing this information, a bold and feasible idea suddenly emerged in Jiang Shin's mind. If he can purchase and cultivate both types of seeds to maturity in a short period of time, coupled with the icebreaker supported by overloaded power, perhaps we can break through the blizzard and leave this area. After looking through several rows of shelves in Dave's plant shop, he found that there were only about 10 kinds of plant seeds in total. However, he could only see detailed descriptions of 4 types of seeds. These are veteran pea seed, greedy chomper seed, scorching stump seed, and scarlet thorn seed. As for the other types of seeds, they are shrouded in a fog, and no information can be seen on them. Just as Jiang Shin was about to click on it, the sunflower that was shaking its head spoke again. Would you like to spend 5 black sea coins to unlock the next tier of premium seeds? Seeing this, Jiang Shin waved his hand sheepishly, indicating that he didn't have that plan for the time being. Considering their current predicament of being trapped in the blizzard, Jiang Shin quickly made a decision. He wanted to swap out the mature pea seeds and the scorched stump seeds first. According to the description, these 2 plants can be used together, and the resulting scorching iron peas can melt ice and snow. This is undoubtedly the best option for successfully leaving this snowy area. However, he faces 2 challenges. Firstly, he currently only has 7 black sea coins, enough to buy only the cheapest senior pea seeds, while scorching stump seeds cost a full 10 black sea coins. The second issue is how to accelerate the rapid development of the 2 types of seeds so that the 2 plants can reach maturity in a short period of time. Of course, Jiang Shin already had solutions to these 2 problems in mind. He went up to the deck, glanced at the huge icebreaker that had been reattached to the bow, and made up his mind. Was a disposable ship component analyzer used to analyze icebreaker blueprints? Confirm. Without hesitation, Jiang Shin immediately confirmed. The disposable ship component analyzer was successfully used, yielding 1 reusable icebreaker blueprint. As the disposable ship component analyzer in midair disappeared, a blue light appeared in front of Jiang Shin. As the light faded, a familiar blue drawing appeared in his hand. Name: Icebreaker Blueprint. Current number of uses available: 5. Quality: excellent. Effect: collected materials can be used to craft icebreakers for ships, which can be placed at the bow of the ship to attack other ships, doubling the effect of breaking ice. Description: before the advent of cannons and other long-range attack methods, its appearance would be a nightmare for other ships and ordinary sea monsters. It can be used 5 times, that should be enough. Jiang Shin nodded and put the blueprints into his backpack. He then took out the merchant's contract, signed his name on it, and drafted a contract. If he could use the icebreaker blueprints again, he could have directly manufactured the icebreakers and put them up for sale in the trading hall. Fortunately, he had drawn up a contract with the merchant. With his contract in place, he could be assured that the blueprint would not be intercepted by a survivor during repeated transactions. He opened the trading hall and immediately posted the blueprint information. Reusable icebreaker blueprint. One use, seeking 2 Black Sea coins. Note, limited to 5 transactions. Only Black Sea coins can be purchased, and the trading parties must sign a transaction agreement. After the identification details and related pictures of the ice pick were posted in the comment section below, the post quickly became a trending topic. Holy crap, aren't ship component blueprints supposed to be used only once? At CB's the strictest father, boss, why can your icebreaker blueprints be used 5 times? Wait, I'm not trying to flatter you, but this ice-breaking blueprint is really useful. I've been trapped in the ice for 2 days, and if I can't break through soon, I'm doomed. Is there anyone kind enough to lend me 2 Black Sea coins? I'll repay you handsomely in the future. Haha, this icebreaker is indeed a good thing. Not only can it break through the ice, but it can also be used as a close combat weapon for ships. If my pirate ship were equipped with this, your little wooden boats would disintegrate in no time. Boss, please give me one chance to use it. I just happened to draw 2 Black Sea coins. At CB's strictest father, big brother, how do you plan to trade this blueprint? You know, if this blueprint is traded multiple times, it will have to go through at least 5 people, right? Exactly. Who can guarantee that the blueprints will be handed over to the next person after the previous person has used them? I don't care. I want to be the first to use it. Get lost. Why should you use it first? Seeing that the arguments on the upper floors were already escalating, Jiang Shin quickly posted the contents of the merchant's contract in the comment section. The document contains instructions drafted by Jiang Shin. Each person may use it only once, and it must be returned to him within 5 minutes after use. At the bottom, there were 5 blank spaces left for his personal signature to the final transaction party. Of course, just in case, Jiang Shin added a clause that the contract must be returned to him within a specified time after the transaction is confirmed and signed. This prevents survivors with impure motives from trying to steal a contract blueprint from them for free. Sure enough, after the contract was posted, the survivors stopped arguing and quickly started adding Jiang Shin as a friend. You only get 5 uses, first come, first served. If you arrive late, you won't get anything. In less than a minute, Jiang Shin received thousands of private messages. Jiang Shin didn't rush to confirm the candidate. Instead, he started filtering through the pool of potential buyers. Of course, his favorite trading target was still the friend he had added before. After all, everyone has done business with each other before and has some understanding of each other's character, which can ensure that the transaction goes more smoothly. Therefore, the first thing Jiang Shin checked was his friend's private message. Lucky viewer. Boss, could you give me a chance to use it? I'm almost at the frigid sea. The first thing Jiang Shin saw were the private messages from lucky viewers. Thinking that he would need to ask the other party to produce charcoal next, Jiang Shin simply passed on the merchant's contract to the other party. No problem, count me in. By the way, I need more charcoal. Can you still produce charcoal over there? Considering that the consumption of charcoal might be even greater in the future, Jiang Shin planned to take this opportunity to solve the charcoal problem all at once. Thank you, brother. I've almost sold out my charcoal, but if you have any timber, I can produce charcoal for you for free. Looking at the 5 blank spaces on the contract, Lin Fan was somewhat moved. He hadn't expected Jiang Shin to give him the right to use it for the first time. I'll give you 1,000 units of timber, and you can keep 1/10 of the charcoal you make as a processing fee. Having no intention of taking advantage of the other party, Jiang Shin decided to use a small portion of charcoal as a processing fee. After all, the other party has good talent, and there may be opportunities for cooperation in the future. It's not worth taking advantage of them for a little bit of profit. Okay, boss, I'll sign first. The charcoal will take about a day to make. I'll contact you then. After receiving the timber sent by Jiang Shin, Lin Fan gave a rather serious assurance. He was very happy to have gained Jiang Shin's trust. Chapter 77 Transaction completed. Purchase of plant seeds. After finalizing the deal with a lucky audience member, Jiang Shin held the merchant's contract in his hand and considered the remaining candidates. As expected, the second friend to send him a private message was the Dragon Girl. When the other party was so eager to trade fire source crystals with him, Jiang Shin guessed that the other party might be trapped in the ice. It seems that the Dragon Girl wasn't very lucky either. She may have encountered the same blizzard and cold wave as him. Dragon Girl, hey, count 1 use of the icebreaker as mine. In addition to 2 Black Sea coins, I'll give you 100 units of steel. How about that? Okay, sign here. The other party had no connection with Jiang Shin, so she immediately raised the price to buy, and Jiang Shin was naturally happy to do business with her. 10 minutes later, 4 names had been signed on the merchant's contract. Lin Fan, Long Yingjin, Lin Qingru, and Lin Tianqi. It's worth mentioning that Lin Tianqi is the president of the Black Sea Brotherhood. After entering the frigid waters, the other side did not seem to be in a hurry to go deeper, but waited for other Black Sea Brotherhood ships on the edge. As for how Jiang Shin knew these things, he learned them during his transaction with Lin Qingru, who also took the opportunity to secure an ice-breaking spot for their guild leader. Of course, when the other party saw that the Dragon Girl had given 100 more units of steel in the contract, they also gave Jiang Shin 100 more units of steel. After Jiang Shin sent the contract to the other party, he quickly received 4 Black Sea coins and 200 units of steel. Now, there's one last spot left. Who should it be given to? After thinking for a moment and confirming that no other friends were contacting him, Jiang Shin decided to pick one from the many private messages. A few minutes later, he finally found the last person to fill the spot. Captain of the Sea Farmer. At the strictest father of the sea beast, I have 2 Black Sea coins here. I'd like to exchange them for a spot with you. I know there are many people buying them over there. I can give you more seeds cultivated with talent. The other party sent Jiang Shin more than a dozen private messages, containing a lot of information about the special seeds they had cultivated. Some of these are even mutant seeds that can adapt to the Black Sea climate. Although these mutated seeds also have an effect on Jiang Shin, what Jiang Shin needs most right now is a plant catalyst. I don't need the seeds right now, but if you have any items that promote plant growth, I can trade with you. After sending the message, Jiang Shin waited patiently. Sure enough, the other party sent a message shortly afterward. I do have a few packets of Gene Kala here. Take a look at this stuff. Do you think you can use it? If you can, I'll trade you 2 packets of Gene Kala in addition to the Black Sea coins. The other person's dialect almost made Jiang Shin laugh, so he simply clicked on the item information sent by the other person out of curiosity. Name, Gene Kala. Quality, excellent plus. Description, after use, it can significantly shorten the plant growth cycle. With just 1 pack, you can enjoy precious vegetables within 1 minute. Note, the catalytic effect is halved for seeds of high quality or above. After reading Gene Kala's information, Jiang Shin nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. Although the catalytic effect is halved for seeds of superior quality, the results should still meet his needs. Okay, you can sign here. Then I'll give it to you after the people above have used up their chances. After confirming the transaction with the other party, Jiang Shin handed over the ice-breaking chisels to Lin Fan and the others one by one. Since they were mostly friends who had worked together before and bound by the merchant contract, the group quickly returned the blueprints to Jiang Shin. Seeing that the icebreaker blueprints only had 1 chance to be used, Jiang Shin traded the blueprints to the captain of the Sea Farmer. The other party was very straightforward. As soon as they received the blueprints, they sent him 2 Black Sea coins and 2 packets of Gene Kala, a type of fertilizer. By the way, you don't want to grow vegetables? I'll give you 2 more pots of soil. Remember to think of me first when you sell good stuff later. The captain of the Sea Farmer was a very nice person. After the transaction was completed, he even gave Jiang Shin 2 large basins of soil for free, saying that it would be convenient for Jiang Shin to grow crops. After expressing his gratitude to the other party, Jiang Shin couldn't wait to take out all the Black Sea coins he had received. He now has 17 Black Sea coins, enough to buy Senior Pea Cannon and a Scorching Stump Seed. Looking up at the still relentless blizzard outside, Jiang Shin decided to stop hesitating. He opened the Cultural Heritage Shop and bought both kinds of seeds. Thank you for your patronage. We look forward to your next visit. The smiling sunflower continued to sway its body, mechanically uttering an ethereal voice towards Jiang Shin. Looking at the 2 Black Sea coins left in his backpack, Jiang Shin shook his head. This is the only currency in the Heritage Shop, so you should collect more when you have a chance. With a thought, Jiang Shin took out the 2 seeds he had just bought from his backpack. A flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a slightly damp, bluish-green pea seed and a shriveled, scorching tree stump seed that continued to emit heat. Jiang Shin placed 2 large basins of soil in the cabin and carefully buried the 2 seeds in the soil. Hopefully this stuff will work. Jiang Shin evenly sprinkled 2 bags of fertilizer like Gene Kala, a type of fertilizer, into the 2 pots of soil and then waited patiently. Fortunately, Gene Kala has a very strong catalytic effect. Within minutes, Jiang Shin noticed that 2 plants, one green and one red, were rapidly rising from the soil. As the 2 high-quality seeds continue to grow, the shapes of the pea cannon and the scorching stump are beginning to take shape. Seeing that the 2 plants were still growing rapidly, Jiang Shin quickly lifted the 2 pots of soil and ran towards the deck. He never expected that the 2 plants would grow so big. Fortunately, the soil pots sent by the captain of the farmer were quite large, about 1 meter in diameter, which was just enough to meet the growth needs of the 2 plants. Otherwise, he would have had to go through the trouble of buying more soil. It seems that the plants that usually grow are not ordinary plants. Looking at the 2 earthen basins, Jiang Shin couldn't help but be curious about the farmer's captain's talent. Just as Jiang Shin was examining the veteran pea shooter, which had grown to 1 meter in size, the scorching tree stump surrounded by flames had fully entered its mature stage. Hooray! The sacred fire baptizes everything. I am the spokesperson for the flame. Hooray! They all say I'm crazy now. They don't understand. I'm just burning away the world's evil. A series of frenzied and obsessive sounds emanated from the half-meter-thick, scorching tree stump. Jiang Shin turned his gaze in surprise to the strange tree stump that had been baptized by the teachings of the Holy Fire cult. Its trunk, which is half a meter thick, is covered with charred and cracked patterns, as if it had been burned by thousands of times. At the very top of its trunk is a red bud resembling a flower stamen, and a crimson flame burns on that bud, burning endlessly. Is this the mature form of the scorching tree stump? Jiang Shin stared intently at the crimson flames, and he could feel the entire hull of the Starfall ship rapidly heating up under the burning flames. Chapter 78, Fusionable Biological Structures. The Quench P cannon on the Starfall ship. The surrounding area is filled with an unpleasant aura. It's time to begin the purification with the sacred fire. Hearing the constant muttering in his ear, Jiang Shin simply rolled his eyes and turned to observe the veteran P cannon next to him. Compared to the irritating whispers of the scorching tree stump, the veteran P shooter was much quieter. Its overall design is somewhat similar to a plant-themed game that Jiang Shin had played before. On top of the green rootstock, which is less than 20 centimeters thick, is a huge, long, cylindrical head about half a meter in diameter. In the middle of its head was a huge mouth resembling a cannon barrel, within which pale blue energy gathered, seemingly condensing something. At the very top of its head are a pair of slightly serious-looking eyes, which are now staring straight at the sea in front of it. As if it had discovered something, it began to sway its body from side to side, and the blue energy in its mouth was rapidly gathering. Come on, old friend, let's scorch the earth once more. Seemingly sensing the presence of the experienced pea shooter nearby, the scorching stump's tone became even more fervent. Jiang Shin tried waving his hand in front of them, but found that neither plant paid any attention to him. The veteran pea shooter was still swaying, and the scorching tree stump kept whispering that everything in the world should be baptized by the sacred fire. How do you use this? Jiang Shin looked back and forth at the two creatures who couldn't understand him, not figuring out how to command them to launch an attack. Other civilization-based structures detected. How they merged with the Starfall black steel. Just when he was at his wit's end, a mechanical notification sound rang in his ear. Other civilization-related structures? So these two things could be considered ship-like structures. Jiang Shin was somewhat puzzled. These two things didn't look like ship structures at all. After ship fusion, the location of the biostructures will be fixed and can be controlled via buttons in the captain's command room. The voice rang out again, and Jiang Shin, with a try-it-out attitude, directly chose to merge. Please select a location to place the biostructure. The voice sounded again, and a 3D virtual image of the entire ship slowly appeared in front of Jiang Shin. He discovered that he could control the placement of two biological structures through thought. Furthermore, when placing the biostructure, you could choose to build a high platform and a rotating platform below it. Of course, constructing these two types of platforms requires the consumption of a certain amount of steel and wood. Construct a high platform with a rotating base, requiring 100 units of steel and 300 units of wood. Without hesitation, Jiang Shin placed the senior P cannon on the front deck of the Starfall. Furthermore, considering the height of the veteran P's cannon, Jiang Shin specially prepared a 30-centimeter rotating platform for it. Repeating the above steps, he placed the scorching tree stump directly in front of the veteran P cannon, with the same one-piece rotating base underneath. This ensures that the caliber of the veteran P cannon is always higher than the fence surrounding the Starfall, and also resolves the height difference between it and the scorching tree stump. The rotating platform below allows both parts to rotate synchronously without any blind spots, achieving a 360-degree rotation. Excellent. With this configuration, the overall strength of the Starfall black steel can be greatly enhanced. Jiang Shin smiled and nodded, very satisfied with his design. All right. Now let me test your power. Jiang Shin couldn't wait to walk to the captain's command room and found a gear lever-like device on the far right of the compass. This position is exactly opposite to the location of the icebreaker controller, which ensures that Jiang Shin can simultaneously control both the icebreaker and the quenched P cannon shipbuildings with one hand. He tentatively pulled up the gear lever on the right and discovered that it could rotate 360 degrees. He first turned the gear lever to the right front, and soon, the sound of gears turning came from the platform on the deck. At the same time, the veteran P cannon and the scorching tree stump were also rotated to the right front position by the rotating platform, with the cannon muzzle pointing directly at the distant sea. Jiang Shin spun around a few times, somewhat intrigued. It was discovered that as long as the gear lever was turned to a certain direction, the two biostructures would simultaneously point their calibers in that direction. Fire. Just like playing a game, Jiang Shin directly pressed the red button in the middle of the gear lever. As the button was pressed, a frenzied shout erupted from the deck. Let the sacred flame baptize everything. As the shout rang out, a quenched iron P, forged from a scorching tree stump, flew directly off the starfall black steel. It hurtled straight into the ice like a blazing fireball. Bang! Click! A sound of ice cracking came from above. Jiang Shin quickly ran to the deck and squinted to observe the power of the quenched iron P. Even with the wind and snow blocking his view, Jiang Shin could still vaguely see that the ice layer not far ahead had been smashed by the quenched iron P, creating a hole about half a meter in diameter. Moreover, as hot steam continued to rise from the ice cave, clear cracks began to appear in the surrounding ice. However, these cracks were quickly covered by ice and snow again, and after a short while, they returned to their original state. After observing for a while, Jiang Shin discovered that the cracks above the ice layer could be quickly frozen by the ice and snow. However, the ice hole created by the quenched iron P will take much longer to repair. This power is greater than I expected. Jiang Shin estimated that the combined power of the two biological structures should be enough to easily break through the fire serpent's hard scales. If we had these two things on the starfall before, the fire serpent swarm on Fire Rock Island would have been much easier to deal with. Just as Jiang Shin was happily looking at the two biological structures, at the entrance to the ship's cabin, the somewhat solemn voice of the noble octopus could be heard through the wind and snow. Father, there are unknown fluctuations slowly approaching us about 1,500 meters ahead. No, it's starting to appear all around us, Father. It's bad news. We seem to be surrounded. The noble octopus wore a wry smile. It could sense that although the opponent's movement speed was not fast, there were many of them. Evil has appeared. Let the sacred fire burn away evil. At the same time, the scorching tree stumps on the deck reacted. As its tone grew more furious, the flames on the tree stump intensified. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shin beckoned to the noble octopus, signaling it to call out Lao Lu and the others. He then turned his gaze to the snow-covered sea directly in front of him. On the white ice, one could vaguely see large, humanoid creatures slowly walking towards the starfall. What is that? Jiang Shin subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Although the view was blurry, the enormous bodies of those sea beasts, far exceeding those of ordinary sea monsters, and the terrifying number that was vaguely visible, were still discernible. It still made his heart sink to the bottom. Very well, since it won't stop for a moment, then let's test the power of my quenched P cannon. While controlling the direction of the quenched P cannon, Jiang Shin checked the cooldown time of the V-shaped thruster. 2 hours left, that's enough. Chapter 79, The Power of the Tempered Iron P, the Formidable Strength of the Three-Eyed Sea Demon King. Dad, we're here. The talkative starfish was the first to step out of the cabin and touched Jiang Shin, who was following behind and staring intently at the distant sea with its tentacles. Jiang Shin gently waved to it, indicating that it shouldn't worry. With the current overall strength of the Starfall Black Steel, Jiang Shin really doesn't need to fear ordinary sea monsters. However, considering the opponent's numerical advantage, Jiang Shin still called out all the smaller creatures except for the poisonous sea urchin and the noble octopus. As several small figures appeared on the deck one after another, the enormous body of the demon slowly crawled out from the entrance of the cabin. Unfortunately, the entrance to the cabin was only about 2 meters wide, which was far too cramped compared to its massive size. I wonder what the space is like on a level 3 ship. The Starfall Black Steel is still too small. Shaking his head slightly, Jiang Shin turned his gaze to the demon eyes and the others on the deck. The attacking enemies are quite large and numerous. We must not allow them to get too close to the Starfall. Jiang Shin dared not gamble on whether the Starfall's defenses could hold out until they dealt with these behemoths. Demon Eye, Little Gold, Little Bottle, you three will split up and guard the ice around the Starfall from 3 different directions. We must not let these things attack the Starfall's hull. Eldest son, take this pistol. If anything tries to break through, shoot it. Just in case, Jiang Shin handed the rose pistol to the talkative starfish, so it could guard against any fish that managed to slip through the defenses. Don't worry, Dad. Leave it to me. The talkative starfish carefully held the rose-shaped pistol on its tentacle, a look of delight on its face. This is Dad's personal pistol. In a sense, this means that it has gained the father's approval. Otherwise, why not give the pistol to someone else, but only to it? All right, you can go now. But remember, if you can't fight them, retreat back to the ship first. After giving a few more words of advice, Jiang Shin returned to the captain's command room. The little ones nodded upon hearing this, jumped off the Starfall, and quickly took their defensive positions. At the same time, a series of cracking sounds, like ice being broken by footsteps, came from the wind and snow, reminding Jiang Shin that those things were not far from the Starfall. Jiang Shin peered through the small window of the captain's command room, his eyes fixed on the ice surface ahead. The creature that moved slowly like a small giant, constantly stepping on the ice and approaching the Starfall, gradually revealed its true form before his eyes. They resembled giant ice giants created by ice and snow, with every part of their bodies covered in ice and snow. Each time the enormous foot stepped on the ice, it created huge cracks. Their arrival is like a punishment from ice and snow. Freezing everything will be their only command. After seeing the other party's appearance clearly, Jiang Shin decisively activated his appraisal skill. Name: Frost Giant. Description: their entire bodies are formed from ice and snow and the core of ice. They have no thoughts. From the moment they were created, they were born to freeze everything. They are summoned by the extreme cold sea and keep wandering until they freeze all life in their path. After reading the introduction, Jiang Shin frowned. This thing isn't considered a living organism, and it seems to be something that can be mass-produced. This gave him a bad feeling, because he didn't know how many of these frost giants there were. Never mind, there's no escaping it anyway. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Shin aimed the muzzle of the quenched pea cannon directly at one of the frost giants that first appeared in his line of sight. Bang! The giant iron pea, carrying scorching flames, flew out of the starfall like a meteor and crashed straight into the frost giants in front of it. Click! A loud cracking sound rang out, and the quenched iron pea passed straight through the frost giant, which was about 3 meters tall, without encountering any resistance. It then continued its momentum and crashed straight into the ice behind it, shattering the entire ice surface. The frost giant's body was instantly smashed and slowly sank into the melting seawater. It works. These things aren't very defensive. Seeing this, Jiang Shin felt a glimmer of hope. He quickly adjusted the cannon's muzzle, aiming it at the second charging frost giant. Bang! Bang! The booming sound of the veteran pea cannon, mixed with the roar of the scorching tree stump, rang out one after another. One after another, the quenched iron peas rained down on the ice layer in front of them like a torrent of fire. After a fierce, overwhelming bombardment, the ice layer a kilometer away from the starfall was completely shattered. Many frost giants fell directly beneath the melting sea surface. However, Jiang Shin was not pleased. His gaze remained fixed on the blurry snow. Amidst the wind and snow, the sound of ice explosions echoed continuously as dozens of frost giants self-destructed one after another, sending countless ice crystals spreading towards the sea ahead. The seawater that had been melted by the quenched iron peas was being refrozen at an extremely rapid pace. Despite the blizzard, the frost giants behind continued to slowly approach the meteorite. They're quite troublesome. There are just too many of them. Jiang Shin gritted his teeth and could only quickly turn the cannon around, trying to shatter the ice in front of him again. Dad, what do we do? These guys just won't stop. On the deck, the talkative starfish's slightly trembling voice came from above. It saw in the direction where Xiao Jin and the others were. Hundreds of frost giants were emerging from the snowstorm. We must fight them even if we can't finish them off. We absolutely cannot let those guys get near the starfall. Jiang Shin was also completely carried away at this point. Now he realized that the frost giants were heading straight for the starfall. They attempted to use sheer numbers to completely freeze the constantly radiating heat star on the surface of the sea. Wait, Dad, look! Just as Jiang Shin was continuously firing quenched iron peas at the surrounding area. Suddenly, the talkative starfish seemed to have discovered something and excitedly pointed to the right side of the starfall and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shin was about to aim the cannon at the right side of the ship when his gaze suddenly froze and a look of shock appeared on his face. At this moment, about 500 meters to the right of the starfall, the robust demon eye, like a raging red giant, was shrouded in a blood-red aura. It relentlessly swung its incredibly destructive fists, charging into the frost giants like a tiger among sheep. Jiang Shin saw the red figure surrounded by blood energy flashing back and forth among the countless frost giants, shattering them one by one. Wherever it went, the surrounding ice was quickly cleared, creating a gap. Countless ice giants attempted to surround the demon eye with their sheer numbers, but as red blood energy continued to emanate from its body, the surrounding ice began to crack under the strain. The demonic eye suddenly gathered its strength and slammed down on the ice layer that was about to crack, and huge cracks began to spread rapidly across the ice layer from it. Meanwhile, no one noticed that its pupils were slowly changing to pale purple. Bang, bang, bang. The loud crashes continued. Perhaps finding the speed too slow, the demon eye simply grabbed the head of a frost giant and used it as an ice pick to continuously attack the ice. Boom! Boom! A loud cracking sound rang out. The large ice sheet centered on the demon eye could no longer withstand the intense attack and began to fall rapidly into the seawater below. Master, don't disembark. The sea demon king, who had also fallen into the water, suddenly opened his third pupil, with tiny bolts of lightning swirling around the purple pupil. Oh no, Xiao Jin, get off the ice. As if realizing what the demon eye was about to do, Jiang Shin quickly shouted to Xiao Jin on his left. Upon hearing this, the dark gold sea iguana, which was smashing a frost giant, looked to the right at the purple lightning that was being formed on the sea surface. Its pale golden pupils contracted, and it quickly jumped onto the starfall. All of you died. The three-eyed sea monster's enormous body was now suspended in the seawater, with purple lightning erupting from its two curved horns. The ice surface within a radius of several kilometers centered on it was quickly enveloped in purple lightning. In the scorching purple current, countless frost giants were instantly turned into puddles of water upon contact with the purple lightning. Except for a radius of about 3 meters around the starfall, all the ice surface was rapidly melting under the powerful electric current. In a short time, the entire ice sheet within a 2-kilometer radius was completely melted back into the sea surface by the high temperature of the electric current. The frost giant, who had just emerged from the snowstorm, was also completely annihilated by this attack. On the deck of the starfall, Jiang Shin subconsciously licked his slightly dry lips. His dazed pupils still reflected the purple lightning that circled the sea. This is what Lao Lu's ability is all about. Looking at the enormous purple demonic eye phantom shrouded in lightning, Jiang Shin witnessed this scene, which resembled a divine punishment for the first time. Chapter 80: A Figure in the Snowstorm. A gaze from the depths of the frigid sea. The purple lightning gradually dissipated after the ice layer shattered, and the demon eye was half-crouched on a piece of floating ice, panting heavily. Quick, pull Lao Lu over here. Seeing that the demon eye's attack had already consumed most of its power, Jiang Shin quickly had Xiaoping pull the demon eye back to the starfall. He then quickly scanned the surrounding snowstorm and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the snowstorm had calmed down. Click, click. Just as he relaxed his guard, a series of ear-piercing cracking sounds began to echo across the entire sea. The snow continued to fall, and the melted sea was refreezing at an even faster rate. A familiar grinding sound rang out once more, and countless figures of frost giants slowly emerged from the wind and snow. Damn it, is this ever going to end? Seeing that there were even more frost giants than before, Jiang Shin's face turned ashen, and his fingers trembled uncontrollably. He glanced at the panting demon eye on the deck, the solemn-faced little gold, and the slightly tired little bottle, and his heart skipped a beat. The current situation has far exceeded their capacity to withstand it. If the ice layer were to freeze completely again, they would ultimately be unable to escape the fate of being frozen to death on the sea surface in the face of these endless frost giants. But now, fighting back means certain death, and not fighting back means certain death as well. So we might as well fight with our backs against the wall, and perhaps find a glimmer of hope. Just as Jiang Shin began to readjust the direction of the quenched pea cannon, preparing to fight to the death with the group of frost giants, the fearless frost giants suddenly stopped in their tracks. Amidst the blizzard and howling wind, a slightly slender figure slowly emerged from the snowstorm. It has a human-like body, dressed in a snow-white priestess's robe, like a snow sprite or a desperate white shadow. Its face has no features, only a mask resembling a crying face, and its voice is somewhat drawn out, yet also seems to be a sob. It calmly looked at the starfall, as if it had passed through layers of obstacles and placed its gaze on Jiang Shin. The moment it appeared, Jiang Shin felt as if his blood had frozen, and he couldn't even pull the lever of the quenched iron pea. Jiang Shin's lips trembled slightly, and a look of horror appeared on his face. After a moment, it finally moved. It gently raised its finger and slowly pointed at Jiang Shin on the deck. A thin wing-like ice spike shot straight toward Jiang Shin's chest at an irresistible speed, like a bullet hurtling towards him. The moment the other party raised their hand, Jiang Shin felt as if he could already feel the icy, bone-chilling, freezing sensation. At this critical moment of life and death, a silver light slowly appeared on the statue of the goddess of fortune on the ship, as if it had sensed something and then quickly disappeared. A transparent barrier suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Shin. It was the ring of resistance that appeared automatically. The ring of resistance quickly detached from Jiang Shin's wrist and headed straight for the lightning-fast frozen ice spike. Click! Time seemed to freeze. Jiang Shin only saw a cyan phantom flash by after the ring of resistance was frozen by the ice spikes, successfully blocking the attack. Crack! The slender figure in the wind and snow seemed to sense the doubt as well and fell silent. Just when Jiang Shin thought he had escaped a calamity, the other party raised his finger again. You bastard, you're going to do it again. Unlike before, when his body seemed frozen, Jiang Shin has now regained control of his body. He quickly raised his arm, and a blue light rapidly condensed within the Siren Guardian's wrist guard. Since we can't avoid it, let's fight to the death. Just as the two sides were about to launch their attack, an even more terrifying entity slowly turned its gaze toward this sea area. The wind and snow stopped, and a huge blue eye slowly condensed in midair, seemingly observing everything present. The slender figure paused slightly, as if receiving some command, and slowly retreated back into the wind and snow. As the figure disappeared, the frost giants that had fallen silent on the ice also slowly retreated. The enormous blue eyes fixed their gaze on the spot where the shattered phantom of the ring of resistance had disappeared. After a moment, as if it had confirmed something, it gradually and slowly dissipated. As the blue eyes disappeared, everything around returned to calm. The wind and snow gradually subsided, and in the silent stillness, only the sound of Jiang Shin's rapidly beating heart could be heard. They survived. His dry lips parted slightly, emitting a silent laugh. On the deck, the demon eye, having regained some strength, slowly opened its third emerald green pupil. Several beams of emerald green light slowly fell upon the group. Bathed in the healing light, Jiang Shin finally regained some of his composure from the tension he had just felt. He almost died just now. But what exactly is the other party? And what about those blue eyes? Why did they suddenly let me go? He didn't know the answer. The countless voices in his mind eventually converged into a single sentence. He survived. Jiang Shin touched his chest with unease, then looked at the disappearing ring of resistance on his wrist and breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. The talkative starfish and the others standing to the side then showed signs of lingering fear. Everything happened so fast, they didn't even have a chance to react. All I saw was the other person gently raise their finger, revealing blue eyes, before slowly lowering their finger again. Dad, are you alright? You scared me to death. Jiang Shin shook his head. Everything that had just happened only took a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity to him. That monster actually looked somewhat like a human witch. He recalled the slender figure he had vaguely seen earlier and pondered the other person's origins. The other party seemed to have noticed the rapid decrease in the number of frost giants before appearing in Jiang Shin's field of vision. When Jiang Shin thought about how the ice serpents appeared one after another when the first figure appeared, he seemed to have found a similarity in his mind. He's less a monster and more like a shepherd. A strange thought suddenly popped into Jiang Shin's mind. He didn't know how the idea came about, but his subconscious told him that the feeling seemed to be right. He turned to look at the little ones who were gradually regaining their energy, and then ran to the captain's command room with peace of mind. Now that the overload of the Vortex V thrust has cooled down, it's time to break out of this ominous blizzard zone. The series of dangers made him unwilling to stay any longer. Moreover, he had been here for 2 days, and the black tide behind him was still accelerating. With the thrusters at maximum power, Jiang Shin put down the ice-breaking chisel and began to control the starfall to break through the ice and accelerate forward. However, even with the powerful thrusters, the endless ice ahead continued to slow down the starfall's progress. No, it's still too slow. Frowning at the massive ice block in front of him, Jiang Shin immediately pulled up the control lever of the quenched pea cannon with his right hand. Boom! Giant, quenched iron peas were continuously fired from the starfall, shattering the ice layers blocking their path. The remaining ice floes could no longer stop the starfall, which was equipped with icebreakers. In this way, Jiang Shin made rapid progress, quickly breaking out of the blizzard area where he had stayed for 2 days. Jiang Shin glanced at the blizzard area receding behind him, his mind filled with complicated doubts. Deep in the frigid ocean, there must be everything he wants to know. Just as he was lost in thought, a blue ice palace pattern slowly appeared on the nautical chart. The direction was directly ahead, into the depths of the sea. At the same time, M.O. Lee's treasure compass was also vibrating slightly, as if guiding Jiang Shin there. Chapter 81 Guidance from the Ink Compass, Superior Grade Invisible Split Claw. Strange, M.O. Lee's compass is also guiding me in that direction. Jiang Shin held the compass in his hand and found that the compass needle was pointing straight ahead of the starfall. During this time, the compass vibrated intermittently, as if urging Jiang Shin to move forward faster. Jiang Shin put away the compass and then turned his gaze to the nautical chart beside him. The ice palace pattern shown above seems to be very close. Buzzing. The floating coral flew over from not far away, with a wooden bucket suspended beneath it. Xiaoping, you're back. Jiang Shin's face lit up with joy. 10 minutes ago, he sent the only levitating coral to collect the ice cores left behind by the frost giants after their deaths. However, since most of the ice cores had already fallen to the bottom of the Black Sea, the small bottle did not collect many cores. Jiang Shin glanced at it and saw that there were about 80 relatively intact cores piled up in the wooden bucket. There are still 80 left. That's not bad. Jiang Shin carefully took the wooden bucket and patted the little bottle's head, indicating that it could go back to the cabin to continue warming itself by the fire. After the floating coral left, Jiang Shin began to examine the ice core in his hand. Unlike the ice serpent core obtained before, the ice core is more crystal clear, with a light blue snowflake pattern in the center. Moreover, it seems to be a size larger than the ice serpent core in appearance. As Jiang Shin held it in his hand, He immediately felt a chilling aura spreading rapidly from his wrist to his body. However, the chill quickly disappeared after touching the fire crystal placed on his chest. The effects of the two appear to cancel each other out. Jiang Shin curiously activated his appraisal skill on the transparent crystal in his hand. Name, Ice Core. Quality, excellent. Description: the snow maiden who patrols the domain can mobilize the scattered power of the extreme cold sea and condense it into ice cores of different levels. By embedding the ice cores through a certain means, she can create powerful ice giants. Note: you can use this item to exchange for Gasapon chances at the Black Sea Gasapon machine. After reading the introduction, Jiang Shin had a sudden realization. The snow woman who patrols the domain? Is it the masked girl who appeared before? Looking at the pale blue ice core in his hand, Jiang Shin unconsciously clenched his fist, and the scenes from before flooded his mind again. Forget it. That thing is beyond my current capabilities. Shaking his head to clear his mind of the unpleasant memories, Jiang Shin decided to replace the ice core with gacha coins. Consume 80 ice cores to exchange for 40 gacha coins. As soon as I walked to the Black Sea Gasapon machine, that familiar mechanical sound rang out again. This time, the ice core is clearly more valuable than the ice serpent core. On average, 2 ice cores can be exchanged for 1 gacha coin. Jiang Shin did not hesitate and immediately chose to exchange. It's worth mentioning that he discovered something interesting during the exchange process. In the past, when he used sea monster corpses to exchange for Gasapon machines, the octopus mouth at the bottom of the machine was always unusually active. However, once you only use items like energy cores to exchange for Gasapon coins, the octopus mouth below the Gasapon machine looks lifeless, and even seems to purse its lips in disdain. Soon, Jiang Shin had 40 Gasapon coins in his hand. Forget it, let's just draw it directly. It would be best if it could increase our strength. After making the decision, Jiang Shin immediately put all the Gasapon coins into the coin slot. Then came the most exciting part, the lucky draw. Gacha coin -1 grants 2 inventory slots. Gacha coin -1, obtain power potion X1. Gacha coin -1, obtain 200 units of steel. Gacha coin -1, obtain 1 spirit potion. Gacha coin -1 grants 2 inventory slots. Most of the items he drew were things that